Hello everyone. Today we're back with part 2, but first let's take a quick look at what happened last time. Lu Hong was an ordinary Earth teenager who suddenly found himself in a world filled with magical beasts and beast tamers. Gifted with a rare bonding ability, he started from nothing yet gradually rose to power, discovering his own unique talent through constant battles, evolutions, and encounters with goblins. The story is set in White Moon Town, a small settlement on the edge of the Misty Forest, a place brimming with danger and opportunity. Lu Hang's parents work at the local tailoring workshop, and he grew up alongside his childhood friend Zhang Yiming. Unlike most tamers, Lu Hang's companions are a troop of goblin creatures usually dismissed as weak and useless. His goblins, however, possess extraordinary potential. They can fight and, more importantly, evolve into far stronger forms. The tale opens during a field training lesson on the hill behind town, a ranch for magical beasts. There, Lu Hang's goblins display abilities no one has seen before, hinting that his bond with them is anything but ordinary. An accident soon proves that his goblins can evolve, inspiring him to explore their hidden power. Pushing his limits, Lu Hong ventures into the Misty Forest, battling all kinds of monsters to gain experience for his goblins. He faces injured wild boars, swarms of venom-spitting spiders, and even goblin cavalry. With quick thinking and the goblins' help, he survives every danger and steadily grows as a beast tamer. During one clash with a wounded boar, the goblins reveal staggering strength, earning the experience needed for evolution. Lu Hong then discovers that his goblin laborers can construct buildings and craft weapons, opening his eyes to possibilities far beyond combat. He begins turning his beast realm into a formidable base. While traveling in the forest with Zhang Yiming's father, Zhang Dashan, Lu Hong picks up valuable adventuring skills and sharpens his combat techniques. They encounter shadow panthers, quake swine, and toxic spiders, each fight yielding fresh resources and insights. As the journey continues, the goblins keep evolving. Lu Hong gains goblin warriors, goblin laborers, goblin wanderers, and other specialized variants. These goblins excel not only in battle but also in construction, allowing him to build weapon racks, huts, cabins, and workshops that dramatically improve his beast realm. One day, a goblin wanderer returns with a nugget of native gold shaped like a dog's head, proving it can sniff out treasure. Soon after, it brings back an ice frost mana orb, raising Lu Hang's hopes even higher. Deeper in the Misty Forest, Lu Hong discovers underground ruins rumored to contain untold riches. Inside, he meets the fearsome skeleton general. The fight is brutal, but with the aid of his goblin warriors and a magical greatsword, he prevails and earns the beast's substitute talent, a safeguard that can take a fatal blow in his place. With every adventure, his strength soars. Under teacher Zhang Peipei's guidance, he studies alchemy and advanced magic, aiming to become a master alchemist, a goal his goblins fully support. Disaster strikes when cultists of a demon god attack his home, intending to sacrifice him for dark power. Using his wits and the goblin's abilities, Lu Hong repels the invaders and protects his family. Today he stands far stronger than when he first arrived, backed by an ever-evolving goblin legion. His mastery of combat, magic, and alchemy grows with each challenge, and together they march toward the day when he will stand among the world's most powerful alchemists. That concludes our recap of Part 1. I hope you enjoy Part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're new to the story, you can find Part 1 in the playlist or comment section below. Now let's dive into Part 2. The first to suffer was a small tribe of fewer than 1,000 orcs, with barely 200 fit to fight. They had foreseen a goblin raid but could not bear to abandon their belongings, clinging to the hope that the invaders would never enter the steppe. Then the green tide crashed in. Hundreds, perhaps thousands soft goblins screeched into the camp like poisoned arrows. Faced with that emerald tsunami, the orcs' fragile resolve collapsed. They dropped their herds and treasures and fled in all directions. Goblins are vicious even in equal numbers. With the advantage, they became feral. Seeing their foes turn and run, they howled in glee and surged faster. The elderly and the weak were soon overtaken, dragged down by clawed hands and razor teeth. Their screams vanished beneath the flood, and in moments, not even splinters of bone remained. The first taste of orc flesh sent fire into goblin muscles, swelling their strength and sharpening their bloodlust. They licked the warm, metallic sweetness from their lips and raced after the next victims. In the end, only 100 able-bodied orcs broke through the encirclement. The rest were devoured. Those goblins who arrived late found the feast gone and swarmed through the camp instead. The remote settlement was dirt poor, unable to honor the beast god or pay for help, and there was little to loot. High-ranking goblins seized the free-roaming cattle and sheep, while the ordinary ones unearthed only withered jerky and half-rotted greens. After choking down this meager fare, their greedy eyes drifted to the nearby pasture. The cultivated grass was plump with sweet sap. Many young goblins, who had never tasted real meat, chewed the emerald stalks and pronounced them a rare delicacy, sprawling on the turf to gorge themselves. Nearby, the goblin chieftain sat cross-legged. He seized a steppe sheep and snapped its neck with a twist. Tossing the bloody head to his kin, he stripped the carcass clean in a few bites. He licked the blood from his lips, eyes gleaming. He had expected a hard campaign on Orcish soil. Instead, the first battle had been laughably easy, and greed bloomed in his heart. The shaman beside him tore meat in slow strips, murmured a few words, and the chieftain nodded. He leapt up with a growl, rallied the grass-chewing youngsters, and set off toward the next orc tribe. Most greenskins followed with jubilant whoops, though a few stuffed to bursting flopped onto the ground, playing dead or rolling about for amusement. Just then a wandering merchant ambled into view, paying no mind to the scattered gore. Skirting the reveling goblins, he rummaged through the orc tents, pocketing loose gold coins and small gems. Finding nothing else of value, he grabbed a handful of iron tools, brushed the dust from his coat, and sauntered after the main host. And so the goblins killed and feasted at the front, while the itinerant trader followed behind, continually swapping out whatever filled his burlap sack. The other goblins noticed the strange fellow as well, but they paid him little mind. They were all goblins, familiar with one another's quirks, and a harmless collecting habit hardly stood out among their bizarre kin. As long as he did not try to steal their food, he was considered a fine companion. The wandering trader never fought his brethren for a bite. Instead, he pulled chunks of meat or dried rations from his pouch and bartered with those sporting shiny trinkets on their ears or noses. After a few deals, the goblins cheerfully dumped whatever gold, gems, and rare or they had scavenged at his feet. Food was the only thing they truly cared about. When the goblin horde wiped out a fourth orc hamlet, the nearby orcs finally stirred. Confirming the deserters' reports, a dozen small tribes and 2 larger clans hastily allied, assembling a force of just over 1,000 warriors and charging headlong at the green tide. The orc vanguard initially felled many goblins, but once it was swallowed by the endless sea of green skin, the battle turned in an instant. A goblin chieftain, more than 3 meters tall, led an elite squad while brandishing a charred tree trunk 8 or 9 meters long. Each sweep pulverized 7 or 8 orcs along with any unlucky goblins nearby. The routed orcs tried to run, only to be dragged down by more goblins surging from behind, vanishing beneath the rolling green tide. Riding the momentum, the goblin army flattened another, slightly stronger orc settlement. Mid-slaughter, the goblin shaman whispered that pushing deeper might invite trouble, and the chieftain nodded, ordering a regroup. Those pursuing the fleeing orcs were left to their own devices. The main force scoured the camp for iron and supplies, found the surviving orcs, and dragged them toward the Huangshire wasteland. On the march, the goblins gnawed on chunks of captured orc flesh, which was the only reason the prisoners back in camp were still breathing. Their remaining time was brief. The shaman paced, debating whether stewing or smoking would best tame the gamey taste of orc meat. The wandering trader slipped through the baggage lines like a rat. A battered dagger, a strip of jerky, a shard of bone, whatever he offered bought him a glinting gold flake or a gemstone no bigger than a fingernail. After several trades, the burlap sack on his back bulged round and heavy, its value soaring. Just then the ground began to tremble. Dust rose on the horizon, and a troop of orc cavalry mounted on towering steppe wolves swept in like the wind. Lowered lances ripped a gap through the goblin ranks and whisked away most of the prisoners. Before the goblins could mount any real response, the riders were already thundering off with their quarry. The rescued orcs cheered at first, but their faces fell the moment they recognized the tribal crest on the riders' armor. The wolf riders, however, wore satisfied smiles. Their eyes lingered not on their supposed kin, but on what they clearly considered spoils or perhaps merchandise. The goblin peddler's luck was rotten. Just as the orc cavalry charged, he happened to be in their path, scheming to swindle a raw crimson flame gem from a goblin captain with some worthless trinket. His spindly legs could never outrun armored orc riders, so he clutched his ragged burlap sack and bolted in random directions. The sack was filthy and ugly, and the orcs spared it only a glance. One rider simply swung in passing and lopped off the peddler's head. Steel flashed, green blood sprayed, and his body tumbled into the dust while shouting and clashing metal filled the field, leaving the goblin's strange death unnoticed. Had anyone paid attention, the Lord of the Green Wild might have found a blame pot hanging over his head, though that lord probably would not have cared. Once the peddler's ownership upon death was settled, Lu Sihong had already left Baiwei town. He had tidied his appearance and covered his flashiest gear to avoid trouble from Hongyan Academy patrols. On the way in, he had been clueless. On the way back, he knew every relay post worth arrest. After a hard ride, he reached Baiquan town just before nightfall. He hurried to the Adventurers Guild, hoping to rent a room for a quick nap, but the receptionist stopped him with a curt no vacancies. Qingzhou City had sent a construction crew to build Baiquan Fort beside the spatial rift and was hiring guards on the side. The main troops came from Lava Fortress, yet the Lord meant to use this little fissure as a training ground. Any recruit who passed the trial could join Lava Fortress for real. Word spread fast, and adventurers confident in their skills and hungry for a slot in Lava Fortress had filled every guild room within 2 days. Before long, the streets would be packed with bedrolls and tents. Lu sighed in private, but an old inn still had a few single rooms. They were small, yet large enough to squeeze in a Ravager bodyguard. The fellow had spent the whole day fussing with shadow power to no avail, so Lu summoned him to stand watch. With everything arranged, Lu downed a bottle of mental focus potion, sat cross-legged at the foot of the bed, and prepared to keep planting trees in his mind. After weeks of practice, the seed in his mental sea had sprouted. Now he had to drive the roots deeper and coax out the first 2 leaves. Though the work took place in a formless spiritual space, it felt as if he were jamming the roots straight into his skull, and the moment he closed his eyes his scalp tingled. A quick glance at the livestock pen showed the peddler had already respawned at home. Curious, Lu opened the goblin's journal. The decapitation incident and the orcoblin melee were covered in only a few bland lines, while the entries on loot collection and bartering with other goblins were recorded in painstaking detail. The more Lu read, the more shocked he grew. He had heard of orcs raiding south for grain and captives, but it was the first time he'd seen goblins turn the tables. Since when were goblins this ferocious? The thought made his scalp prickle even harder. In the end, while goblins and orcs fought tooth and nail, the wandering merchant still managed to haul off the most valuable spoils. Most of the haul was raw ore, plus a few crudely worked pieces of gold and uncut gems. The goblin smith even dug out several small, frost-infused stones and cobbled them into a jeweled glove for the frost mage. Lu Sihong wondered silently whether the thing could actually boost spells. The question had barely formed before the mage smashed a fist into a goblin arsonist's skull. Ice spread instantly, the temperature plummeted, and the answer was obvious. Because they had set out late and never hurried, Lu Sihong didn't return to the Mage Tower until the delegation from Hongyan Academy had already arrived. Their leader, Zhao Xiaowei, came under the banner of academic exchange, demanding an alchemy spar with the students of Qingzhou Academy, while repeatedly insisting that she herself was also still enrolled. Everyone saw she was gaming the system, yet she strutted around like royalty, leaving more than one first year quietly fuming. As usual, Lu Sihong slipped in through the side door by the plantation. He had barely stepped into the foyer when Kudo approached. Freshen up and head to the library. Teacher Zhang Peipei has visitors. Puzzled, he dashed upstairs, took a quick shower, straightened his collar, and hurried over. The library door stood slightly ajar, revealing a scene inside. A pretty, long-haired noble girl was inching closer to Zhang Peipei, only for the teacher to push her back with a gentle finger to the forehead. Teacher, let me go in. He'll wipe the floor with that girl. The young woman gripped Zhang Peipei's fingertip with both hands, pleading theatrically. Zhang Peipei rubbed her temples, looking tired and helpless. Stop. You're not even an academy student, and your alchemy is best kept out of sight. Come on, they'll hold back. I won't beat them too badly. No, I'd prefer not to embarrass ourselves. Boo-hoo. Teacher, am I no longer your favorite student? She fake sobbed. Zhang Peipei's lips twitched in a fond smile, though she still retorted, you never were. You're back. A mild voice at the doorway made Lu Sihong jump. Turning, he saw Lu Yuhui sitting against the wall with a cup of hot tea, as if had been waiting. Oh, senior, you're here too. But why sit out here? Can't blend in. Lu Yuhui sipped his tea, then nodded toward the lively girl in the library. The one who looks half crazy is my sister, and your senior Lu Yuhui. The connection was obvious, but Lu Sihong still nodded politely. You sure you should describe your sister like that? Before he finished, Lu Yuhui turned around, instantly sitting up straight with perfect aristocratic poise. With a hint of disdain she asked, so your teacher's new favorite, the little wood affinity prodigy? Your manner doesn't match what you were saying a moment ago. Senior, Lu Sihong groused inwardly, but he kept a polite smile. Hello, senior. Teacher, I'm back. Lu Yui's lips curved slightly, but the fierce aura she had shown moments earlier deflated like a punctured balloon. Zhang Peipei glanced up with a faint smile. So, everything went smoothly? Smooth? Lu Sihong replayed the trip in his head. Fought a cultist, nearly got caught in a clash of powerhouses while sleeping, shook down some money on the way home, and picked up a few grudges. Then he compared it with a wandering merchant who had slipped into a high-level battle, stolen an evil god statue, joined an Orc-extermination campaign, and hauled back a pile of gold and jewels. By comparison, his own journey really had been ordinary, almost suspiciously smooth. Lu Sihong sat down across from Zhang Peipei and gave a brisk account of his trip home. He rattled off only the key events, skimming over most of the danger and oddities. Lu Yue watched him the whole time, thinking their brand new junior brother must be spectacularly unlucky. When she heard he had sold the potion to people from Hongyan Academy, her brow knit at once. You knew they might try to crack the formula and still sold it to them? Lu Sihong took the question in stride, merely smiling before turning to Zhang Peipei. Teacher, they don't have the skills to decipher it, do they? Zhang Peipei raised her teacup and shook her head. Maybe someone at the Central Alchemists Guild could manage it, but Hongyan? Doubtful. Besides, I had Qingfeng register the recipe with the guild. Even if they solved it, it'd be useless to them. Register what exactly? Lu Yue pressed, frowning. When neither of them answered, she pouted, then shifted focus. Any potion left? Lu Sihong nodded and set 2 vials of green liquid on the table. The contents gleamed like clear jade. With a flip of her wrist, Lu Yue produced 2 diamond coins glowing faintly with mana. They clinked onto the tabletop. She lifted 1 vial of the green giant elixir, inspected it against the lamp, learned nothing, and slipped it into her storage gear. He'll take it home for study. Her offhand tone made Zhang Peipei's mouth twitch, and Lu Yuhui's expression tightened. He lowered his voice. Sis, you just got out of confinement. Shut it. Lu Yue shot him a glare, and he immediately sank back into the sofa. Curious, Lu Sihong picked up a diamond coin. It was his first time handling one. Each was worth 1,000 gold, and they were rarely seen. More important to him was whether the coin would be accepted at the Goblin Ranch. After a moment's thought, he pushed the 2 coins back. Senior sister, 2 vials aren't worth this much. Treat them as a gift from me. Lu Yue snorted softly. Gift accepted. Think of the coins as my welcome present. Buy whatever you want. Wow, generous. Lu Sihong glanced toward Zhang Peipei. Zhang Peipei smiled. You blew up Azure Moon Manor. I thought you'd spent every coin on compensation, yet here you are flaunting diamond currency. Lu Yue's face fell. Teacher, could you leave me a shred of dignity? Zhang Peipei sipped her tea. Keep 1 coin and give him the other. He'll need food. Food. I'm the eldest daughter of the Lu clan. I won't starve in the street. Despite the protest, Lu Yue dutifully pocketed 1 coin. Just then, the mechanical voice of the defense golem Kuda sounded at the doorway. Visitor at the alchemy sector gate. Who? An alchemist from Hongyan Academy requesting entry to gather materials. Lu Yue snorted. Are they insane? Tell them to get lost. Kuda's tone remained cold. Lu Yue's clearance has been revoked. She lacks authority to issue commands. What? Teacher, you actually revoked my clearance? Lu Yue's eyes widened, looking every bit the betrayed confidant. Zhang Peipei calmly set down her teacup. When I'm not around, I can't risk you slipping into experiment and blowing up the mage tower. Blow up the mage tower? Lu Sihong perked up. Senior sister, is your specialty explosives? He had always assumed alchemy was only about brewing medicine and poison counted as medicine too. It never occurred to him that someone might study gunpowder exclusively. The moment he said it, he sensed trouble. Zhang Peipei jerked her head away, her shoulders quivering. Lu Yue stood stiffly, lips pressed together in forced composure. Lu Yue simply burst out laughing. Realizing he had put his deep-pocketed senior sister in an awkward spot, Lu Sihong's mind raced. He quickly switched topics. Kuda, are those people still outside? Yes. They remain outside the magic gate of the alchemy sector. The mechanical steward Kuda replied in a flat voice. Senior sister, didn't you say that crowd was an eyesore? How about we go out and stretch our legs? Lu Sihong winked at Lu Yue. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded like a pecking woodpecker. Outside the heavy iron doors of the alchemy quarter, a dense crowd had formed. Students from Qingzhou Academy stood in a half-circle, boredom etched on their faces. At the front, Zhao Xiaowei crossed her arms, annoyance plain to see. We've waited all this time, and the door's still shut. Maybe that alchemy master can't handle losing. With 1 sentence, the mood flipped. Local students who had come just for fun now glowered, a dangerous light in their eyes. The rest of the Hongyan Academy students edged back, eager to distance themselves. Zhao Lishan's face changed on the spot. Thinking such thoughts was one thing, but voicing them out loud was courting death. He had barely opened his mouth to intervene when he felt a wave of heat rise from the wiry, short-sleeved, red-haired woman beside him. She spoke calmly. Either slap yourself, or stay here as fertilizer. Zhao Xiaowei whipped around in disbelief. The red-haired woman offered only a chilly glance, but the killing intent sliced to the bone. Shuddering, Zhao Xiaowei bowed her head and slapped her own cheek. Zhao Lishan, you'd better keep that girl in line. Otherwise, the red-haired woman flicked a contemptuous look at Zhao Xiaowei. You can both stay here for good. Zhao Lishan's face turned the color of ash, yet he dared not speak. Losing face was trivial. Provoking this woman could mean being crippled in public. Inwardly, he cursed the savage woman, but he kept silent. Zhao Xiaowei seethed just as fiercely, yet didn't utter a word. Li Qinwei, the red-haired woman, couldn't have cared less about their feelings. If anyone jeopardized her rapport with the alchemy master, she really would smash them to pulp and bury them in the master's herb garden. Amid the stifling tension, the alchemy gate's gears clicked. Lu Sihong sauntered out with Lu Yue and Lu Yuhui, their shadows stretching long in the sunlight. Well, fancy meeting you two again, Lu Sihong greeted lightly. But why are you blocking the entrance to my teacher's private domain? He made the words, private domain, land with extra weight. Zhao Xiaowei and Zhao Lishan missed the hint. They stared, eyes wide. Zhao Xiaowei blurted, why is it you? Zhao Lishan's face drained of color, his voice unsteady. So the alchemy master set the trap himself? Huh. Lu Sihong's thoughts skidded to a halt. You're the new disciple Peipei, just recruited? Li Qinwei's eyes lit up as she asked with a grin. Her tight short-sleeved top showed off an outrageous set of muscles. Her arms were thicker than most people's legs, leaving Lu Xihong briefly dumbfounded. What on earth was this muscle woman's relationship with his teacher? Before he could speak, Lu Yue stepped in to rescue him. Master Li Dachui is the forging master at Hongyan Academy, more or less a friend of teachers, Lu Yue explained with a polite smile. Li Qinwei immediately raised an eyebrow. Little Yue, what's with that pause? She teased, clearly displeased. Lu Yue only smiled vaguely and said nothing. The moment of awkwardness was short-lived. Zhao Xiaowei suddenly glared at Lu Xihong, grinding her molars. So you really pretended to be broke just to fool us? Those Hulk green potions must be faulty. No wonder we spent ages analyzing them and found nothing. Lu Xihong chuckled. Faulty? Didn't you test them yourself? Your face turned greener than the potion, hardly my problem. As for playing poor, if I were running a scam, do you think I'd sprint over the second someone offered fool's prices for potions? Zhao Xiaowei snorted, her eyes locking onto the pale silver spatial ring on his finger. Catching her stare, Lu Xihong lifted his hand and waggled the ring. This, a reward from teacher for my progress. What? You don't have one? I heard you already passed the alchemist exam. Didn't teacher give you a spatial ring? Her sneer froze. Lu Xihong turned to Lu Yue. Senior sister, isn't a ring like this the standard reward for any alchemist disciple? Absolutely. Lu Yue cursed inwardly but played along, raising her own even more ornate ring with a sweet smile. When I passed the exam, teacher upgraded mine to a prettier version. Zhao Xiaowei's chest tightened. She spun around to glare at Zhao Lishan. Why are you looking at me? I've never heard of it either. Zhao Lishan spread his hands, all innocence. Eyes reddening. Zhao Xiaowei snapped, I challenge you. Let's compete in alchemy. Have some dignity. Ani, Lu Xihong replied evenly. I'm 16 and have studied alchemy for less than 3 months. By the way, how many years did it take you to pass the apprentice exam? Zhao Xiaowei completely lost control, her face twisting. So this is all a master alchemist's disciple amounts to? Age, experience, excuses, everyone. If you're scared, just admit it. Lu Sihang's smile faded. Alchemy duels are dull. How about a real duel-a-death match? We fight until one of us stays down. You're 6 or 7 years older than I am. Surely you're not afraid? There it is, that sense of impending doom. Cold sweat broke out along Zhao Lishan's spine as he caught the murderous glint in the boy's eyes. He slapped a hand over Zhao Xiaowei's mouth before she could answer, forcing a smile. Sorry, she inhaled toxic fumes while mixing potions last night, so she's not thinking straight. They'll take her home to rest. Ignoring the students' jeers and catcalls, he dragged the furious Zhao Xiaowei away. What did those two clowns come here for, anyway? All right, Kuda, mark those two as persona non grata. If they come back, hit them with the big blue. Command accepted. The ogre has rejected your request. Kuda's monotone, puppet-like voice had barely faded when Lu Xihong hurriedly waved his hands. Hey, I was only kidding. Lu Yue, who had been watching in silence, looked up and added coolly, that was a satisfying rant. But, little brother, what exactly do you mean by old Andy? She's only 6 years older than you. I'm older than she is, you know. Lu Xihong surrendered at once. Really? You look younger than her. If Senior Lu Yue hadn't told me you're his sister, I'd have thought you were the younger one. Lu Yue snorted, letting him off the hook, then nodded toward the red-haired woman at the door. Those two idiots are gone. Bring Teacher Li in. The redhead opened the door, and Li Qinwei entered the hall with several apprentices in tow. Smiling, she asked, my students are dying to see the master alchemist's greenhouse and the mage tower. May we take a look? Don't worry, they're well-behaved, nothing like that fool Zhao Daniel. The apprentices straightened their backs and nodded frantically, their faces saying, we're angels. Zhao Daniel. Lu Xihong repeated, amazed. That name sounds like something you'd only hear in a poor mountain village. Li Qinwei didn't bother to be polite. She is from a poor background. Zhao Dashan took a liking to her and brought her to the academy. The moment she showed a trace of alchemy talent, she started putting on airs, changed her name, and tried to bury her past. The 3 Lu siblings led Li Qinwei's group toward the mage tower. Along the way, Lu Yue reminded her, Teacher Li, our master took a potential potion a few days ago and is still recovering, so go easy on her. A potential potion? Li Qinwei raised an eyebrow. What was she fighting that required one of those? Lu Yue shrugged. Some eldritch creatures from the other realm. The Lord was away at war, so Master went to the lava bastion to hold the line. The monsters thought the Lord was gone for good and sent a big one. Master got more and more excited, downed a bottle of potential potion, and finished the job. The bastion's been quiet ever since. Li Qinwei drew a sharp breath. Yikes. How big a favor does the Lord owe her now? Who knows? Lu Xihong cut in. He said he'd leave her the territory when he dies. Master told him to stop daydreaming and dumping his mess on her. Lu Xihong knew potential potions inside out. Alchemists tailor them to their own condition before battle, and drinking one at the right moment can at least double or triple a fighter's power. The ingredients are expensive, the recipe fiddly, and any change in body condition, whether a surge of mana or a serious injury, renders the mixture useless. On campus, only a master like Zhang Peipei can whip up a fresh batch on the eve of a fight. The backlash, though, is brutal. After using the potion, the body stays drained for quite a while. Lu Sihong figured their master must have been completely swept up in the thrill of combat. She might look like a graceful fairy most days, but once she starts brawling, she's no different from an ogre. He had been in Zhang Peipei's armory once. Heavy weapons of every shape and size lined the walls. The only word for it was extremely, overwhelmingly brutal. Everyone filed into the library. The students from Hongyan Academy, who had been gasping in awe all the way, were struck speechless by the books packed from floor to ceiling and let out another wow. By contrast, Li Qinwei kept her eyes on Zhang Peipei. They lit up, and she half ran over, dropping her voice into a wheedling murmur. Peipei, big sister. Zhang Peipei raised her eyes lazily and set down her cup. All right, what mess have you gotten into this time? Li Qinwei scratched her head, but her gaze was caught by the cup. A pale green liquid foamed with fine bubbles and gave off a light, fresh scent. Her eyes shone. What's this? Imparched. She grabbed the cup, watched Zhang Peipei's expression, and knocked it back in one go. She pursed her lips, about to comment on the taste, when heat surged in her stomach. Burp, she flung her head back, and a long jet of fire shot toward the ceiling. Luckily, she reacted quickly, and the ceiling was high enough, so no shells were singed. Is Teacher Li a fire-breathing dragon in disguise? Lu Sihong gaped, then looked at the visiting students. They shook their heads in bewilderment. No idea. We've never seen Teacher Li do that. Zhang Peipei chuckled. I told you not to drink an alchemist's concoction without asking. That was my health tonic. She turned to her own student. Sihong, make Master Li a normal sparkling drink. Lu Sihong hurried to the kitchenette, trailed by several curious Hongyan students. Though it was called a drink, the process looked exactly like potion brewing, grinding, extracting, measuring. Magical ingredients glimmered in his palm, and his smooth, practiced movements drew a string of admiring sighs. Mixing a simple beverage left Lu Sihong feeling fired up. Finding the visitors easy to talk to, he asked while he worked, why does my teacher call Teacher Li Master Li the sledgehammer? Because Teacher Li is a master smith. Big hammer is just a nickname, one student said, grinning. A master smith? Lu Sihong thought, sorry, I'd never have guessed. So you're all in the warrior track? Hongyan Academy doesn't divide warrior and mage tracks, a student explained. Our magic course only covers the basics. If your talent's strong, you go to the mage guild to advance. If you're exceptional, the academy recommends you to Zijing Academy. Another added, we also study forging, so Teacher Li brought us here to broaden our horizons. Rumor has it Teacher Zhang's collection includes rare forging manuals, and if we're lucky we can borrow some. A master smith borrowing forging books from an alchemist? Lu Sihong muttered inwardly. The student laughed. What can you do? Smiths aren't as quick-witted as alchemists, and they're broke. They can't afford a library like this. A master and still broke? Lu Sihong said in astonishment. The Hongyan students exchanged looks, amused by the junior's naivety. Ahem, one of them explained patiently. The title master covers a lot of ground, but forging lags far behind alchemy. The higher you climb, the more you need spiritual aptitude. When people can't raise their spiritual power, they turn to training the body instead, so most beast tamers come from the warrior's side. Becoming an alchemist is even tougher because it demands not only mental strength, but also a natural gift for the craft. So top-tier potions are forever in short supply. By contrast, master forgers are much more common, which keeps the fees for ordinary gear low. Unless you have a few exclusive techniques up your sleeve, you can only scrape by. Teacher Li falls into the talented but unwilling to hustle category. Her skills are superb, but she's laid back, and worst of all, she's a hopeless drunk who routinely passes out and misses deadlines. When she's drunk, she blabs about everything, which is how the students discovered she's a good 40 or 50 years older than Teacher Zhang. The first time they met, they actually fought. Zhang relied on raw strength to pin her to the ground and made her call him Big Brother, and from then on everyone has called her Peipiaji. Another piece of gossip, Teacher Li reached the rank of Master Forger so quickly because Teacher Zhang brewed a special potion for her. Without it, she would have had to slog through years of work. That also explains why no one was surprised when several teachers recently showed up with black eyes. Those teachers tried to snatch Red Dragon materials from Green Bamboo Academy, lost, complained to Old Man Li, and got dragged off by Teacher Li for a round of sparring. The students sighed, but mostly they were jealous. Green Bamboo actually has a resident alchemy master, and alchemists already enjoy high status while directly boosting combat power. As for their own Red Rock Alchemy department, the students just sneered in paper it's an academy department, but in reality, it's the Zhao family's private property. Even the other teachers avoid it. And who dares challenge the Zhao clan when they're related to the local lord? The more the students chatted, the more excited they became, completely forgetting Lu Sihong was sitting right there. He collected a pile of gossip and also grasped one key point. Alchemists are in higher demand than forgers because powerful beastmasters look increasingly inhuman after merging with their companions, and the less human they look, the harder it is to wear armor. When the lava lord turns into a lava giant, he can't very well transform first and then slowly strap on a suit of plate, can he? And in the real world, gear wears out, needs maintenance, and has to be replaced, unlike a video game where it lasts forever. Speaking of gear, the two spirit swords Xiaoyang jokingly called the wife and the mistress are currently enjoying life in Lu Sihang's beast space. The goblin artisan's wooden storehouse is already dust-free, germ-free, and moisture-free, and every few days Lu Sihang takes the swords out for careful upkeep. If those blades truly had feelings, they might hesitate between returning to Xiaoyang and continuing their immortal vacation in the little storehouse. The next day after class, Lu Sihang walked out of the magic theory room and bumped into Xiaoyang at the intersection. Xiaohu was wearing only a standard iron longsword from the smithy worth perhaps a dozen silver coins, and his hunched figure looked particularly dejected. Lu Sihang's heart tightened. Seeing Xiaohu leaving campus on some errand, he decided not to wait for the so-called perfect moment. He followed from a distance, planning to have the goblin raider fling the two spirit swords in Xiaohu's face as soon as they were off school grounds. Why not sneak them into Xiaohu's dorm? The academy is crawling with professional students and faculty alike, and the campus monitoring system records everything. One careless slip would leave a trail, so outside the walls is simply safer. Qingzhou City had only just come through a disaster. Many buildings lay in ruins after the fighting, and countless residents were mourning friends and relatives who had been killed. A heavy gloom hung over everything, leaving the city strangely desolate. At daybreak, Xiaoyang slipped into his family's shop. He braced sagging beams, patched broken roof tiles, and sorted through stock that had been soaked by the rain. Sweat soaked his threadbare shirt, but he worked with a will. He was determined to earn enough pocket money to trade his chipped iron sword for a proper weapon, so he could start taking jobs from the Adventurers Guild. Across the street, hidden in the shadow of a tall building, Lu Sihang was watching him through a remote projection. He had planned to have the raider deliver something directly, but the sight of Xiaoyang working so hard made him think the timing was wrong. Should he wait a little longer? While he hesitated, he caught sight of a gray, sullen face. Shall we? Just my luck, Lu Sihang muttered, turning away to avoid being dragged into her drama. Then he stopped. Wasn't this the perfect chance to throw a sack over her? Had wanted to teach Xiao Xiaowei a lesson for ages, but had never found the right opportunity. As for how strong she really was, well, worst case, the raider could always afford to lose one life. Xiao Xiaowei had been publicly humiliated outside the Alchemy District gate the previous day. When she entered Qingzhou Academy that morning, every look she received was dripping with mockery. She fancied herself a favored prodigy and had marched in with Zhao Lishan for a grand academic exchange, but the academy had no interest in the show. Teachers treated them as a joke, and students openly jeered. Yesterday's embarrassment had spread citywide overnight. Today, anyone who saw her made a point of gawking and talking loudly just to spite her. Unable to remain in the academy, Zhao Xiaowei stormed into the city, looking for somewhere to vent her anger. Surveying the ruined streets, she sneered and muttered, "One little cult did this much damage? They call him the 6th-rank Beastmaster? What a fraud." She kept her voice low, knowing the locals might show her some Qingzhou hospitality if they overheard. She left the main road, purposefully winding through side streets until she found a deserted alley. Collapsed houses lined the way, plaster dust drifted in the air, and a few emaciated stray cats scavenged among the rubble. Zhao Xiaowei's lips curled in a villain's grin. She pulled out a packet of jerky she had prepared in advance, and a slim blue-green snake slid from her sleeve. Its tongue flicked, releasing a faint poisonous mist that settled on the meat. It was a greengrass snake, a wood-type beast with little combat power but the ability to accelerate plant growth, making it valuable to alchemists. That talent was why her father, Zhao Lishan, prized her so highly. The cats edged closer, unaware of the danger. Arms folded, Zhao Xiaowei watched them with twisted delight. She did not notice Lu Sihang at the mouth of the alley, sack in hand, sizing up her and the snake. Today, in a ruined alley of Qingzhou City, peace would be in short supply. The Qingqiao snake's poisonous mist carried a potent plant toxin. It gave off a faint herbal scent, worked so slowly the victim scarcely noticed, and dissipated on its own after a while. Compared with the alchemical drafts Zhao Xiaowei brewed messy and traceable, this mist was perfect for quiet mischief. A thin afternoon haze draped a silent street corner. Meat pie laced with the leftover mist in hand, Zhao Xiaowei tiptoed toward a cluster of stray cats dozing in the sun. She forced a smile, but the malice inside her slipped out like a cold draft and cut through the cats. The half-asleep animals sprang up, fur bristling, throats rasping with harsh hisses. Zhao Xiaowei froze. The curve of her lips almost snapped. She stepped forward, and the cats bolted, turning to flee. "Even animals dare look down on me? Die, all of you." Rage ripped through her last shred of restraint. Her face contorted, magic surged like a tide. Jets of water coiled into taut ropes. The strays had no chance to resist. Their cries ended halfway as the pressure crushed bone and flesh. Blood gushed from their mouths and noses until they were little more than pulp. When the water receded, only mangled limbs remained. Malice churned in her chest, yet her face returned to calm, a habit beaten into her since childhood. The angrier you feel, the cleaner your expression must be. She scanned the street to confirm no one had seen, ignored the grisly remains, and walked off with a spring in her step. Rounding a corner, she saw a family repairing a broken wall. Adults hefted bricks and beams, but a little girl with a single braid sat on a stool by the doorway, chin on her hands, staring at a line of ants. A glint crossed Zhao Xiaoyi's eyes. Her lips rose, then softened into a gentle smile as she strolled over. Here, have something to eat. She offered the meat pie. The child's stomach was hollow. Drawn by the mingled scent of greenery and meat, she swallowed hard, cupped the pie in both hands, and said softly, "Thank you, big sister. Eat up slowly. You might not get another one." Zhao Xiaoyi gazed down with mocking eyes, a noble tossing alms from on high. She straightened, imitating the gait of Hongyan Academy's aristocrats, and strode off, thrilled with herself. Lost in her self-styled superiority, Zhao Xiaoyi failed to notice the lanky figure Lu sighing darting from a side alley. In 3 quick steps, he reached the girl. He squeezed her cheeks into a round dumpling, hooked the meat from her mouth while she was still stunned, and snatched the rest of the pie from her hands. Tears welled in her eyes, about to tumble out, when a soft pastry was suddenly shoved between her lips. She bit down on instinct. Sweet fragrance flooded her mouth, even tastier than the pie. She blinked, cheeks still wet, and chewed with gusto. Lu Sihong raised the meat pie to his nose, inhaled, then noticed the faint violet tint spreading at the corner of the little girl's eye and instantly understood. He pulled a crystal vial no thicker than a thumb from inside his coat, twisted off the cap, and offered it to her. "Easy, don't choke. Here, have some juice." The bottle was perfectly clear, the amber liquid inside glimmering in the light. The girl eyed it suspiciously. Juice. It looked exactly like the bitter medicine her mother forced on her whenever she was sick. She brought the vial to her nose, caught a whisper of fruit fragrance, then dabbed the tip of her tongue against its sweet. Convinced it wasn't medicine, she tilted her head back and gulped every last drop, then licked her lips and flashed Lu Sihong a goofy smile. "Thank you, big brother." Her grin made Lu Sihong smile as well, though he breathed a silent that was close. The antidote had tasted awful at first, so he kept tweaking the recipe, mixing in several mutated crops from the dragon dung farm. Sweetened, its potency had soared. Without the new flavor, getting the girl to drink it would have been a day's work. Of course, those farm-grown ingredients carried a few side effects. Sure enough, once the violet hue faded, a faint green sheen spread across the girl's pale cheeks. Knowing it was harmless, Lu Sihong turned and headed after Zhao Xiaoyi, a cold smile curling his lips and murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Had taken only a few steps when a shrill cry split the air behind him. "Otto Do, what's wrong? Honey, look, Do's going moldy." "Moldy? Your daughter's sprouting, not molding," Lu Sihong muttered, quickening his pace. How long did that greening effect last again? When Head tested it on rabbits, one rabbit noticed its entire body had turned green and immediately bashed its head on the cage. Later Head tried it on a few idiots, but they'd worried it might be mistaken for the green giant serum, so reliable data was still missing. Hopefully it would wear off quickly. Otherwise, the kid was in for a round of loving discipline. At least she'd learn something: eat whatever strangers hand you, and trouble's bound to follow. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoyi, unfamiliar with Qingzhou City streets, was half daydreaming about her windfall and half panicking. Distracted, she wandered into a dead-end alley. When she tried to retreat, a figure blocked her path, a stocky goblin wielding a wooden shield. The creature wore a grotesque mask that revealed only its icy eyes, and it advanced on her step by step. Cold sweat beaded across Zhao Xiaoyi's back. Her grass snake was purely a support beast, and although she knew a few spells, she had spent all her effort on alchemy. Her combat skills were good for little more than scaring cats and dogs. The shield-bearing goblin radiated crushing pressure. The thought of fighting never even surfaced. She wanted only one thing: to run. Luckily, the walls on either side weren't very tall. Zhao Xiaoyi gathered her mana, sent streams of water rushing at the goblin shield-bearer, and bound him with liquid ropes. At the same time, she spun, leapt for the wall, and tried to vault over it. Her fingers hooked the ledge, toes scrabbling against the rough stone, but halfway up a dagger wrapped in black mist shot out like a viper, stabbing for her throat. Clang! A blue barrier flared, knocking the blade aside. The rebound hurled Zhao Xiaoyi backward. She hit the ground hard. The shield flickered once and shattered as the gem on her necklace disintegrated. "Who are you?" "I'm an alchemist from Red Rock Academy." "You can't kill me. Red Rock will hunt you down." She screamed. "Move it. Don't draw a crowd," Lu Sihong hissed to the raider outside. Realizing they feared attention, Zhao Xiaoyi gulped air to shout, even louder. The raider gave her no chance. He dropped from the wall, slipped past her frantic water bolt, brushed aside the summoned grass snake with his left hand, and drove the dagger into her throat with his right. One twist, one pull. Blood spurted. Zhao Xiaoyi clutched her neck, eyes bulging, spun half a turn, and crumpled, mouth bubbling weakly. After a few spasms, she was still. The grass snake dissolved into motes of light. Silence settled. Lu Sihong peered through the gloom, and when the body didn't move, He signaled the goblin to drag it into the beast-taming pocket. That first woman's corpse rotted away yet. If not, bury them together. Same stink, less work. When they finished, he clicked his tongue. Acted like the world owed her, but folded like wet paper. If I'd known the raider could end it in 2 strokes, I wouldn't have wasted the time. Night had fallen. He glanced at the sky and muttered, wonder if Xiahou Yang's back at the shop. Hope the kid's still there. Am not in the mood to tail him all over town. Whether it was his luck or Xiahou Yang's, when Lu Xihong doubled back, Xiahou Yang stepped out of the smithy at that very moment. Xiahou Yang was counting in his head. A few more days' wages, borrow 5 gold from mom, snag that 100-fold forged steel sword. Beast hunting season was coming. Bag a few orcs on the frontier, sell the trophies, maybe scrape together enough for a third-hand flowing silver greatsword. Just then a naked goblin crept out of a side alley, hauling a gold-colored and a silver-colored greatsword. It glared at him, dumped the blades at his feet, and melted back into the darkness. Clang! Steel rattled on cobblestones, jerking Xiahou Yang awake. He stared, then grabbed the swords, drawing a sharp breath of delight. Am I dreaming? Fell asleep on my feet. Whatever dream or not, I'm taking this when. He hugged the blades, showering them with kisses. Across the street, inside a still-lit shop, Lu Xihong pretended to browse while watching through the window. He sneered inwardly. If I'd known the kid was this simple-minded, I wouldn't have worried about the raider covering our tracks. He never noticed what kind of place had walked into a health boutique that only opened at night and specialized in exotic whip liquors. The owner eyed the skulking young man up and down and flashed a knowing smile. Zhao Xiaowei had vanished, yet no one but Zhao Lishan seemed to care. The residents of Qinzhou City and the people at Qinzhou Academy completely ignored his frantic accusations. The louder Zhao Lishan shouted, the more indifferent everyone grew. When he claimed the alchemy tower is behind the disappearance, students and faculty alike condemned him for smearing the alchemist's reputation and tossed him out of the academy on the spot. Most outsiders had no idea what was really happening, but Zhang Peipei did. The day Zhao Xiaowei went missing, Lu Xihong was gone from the tower until nightfall. On top of that, Li Qinwei had been loitering in the tower for days, pressuring Zhang Peipei to brew a certain potion while her Hongyan Academy followers crammed in the library. Trying to avoid suspicion, Zhang Peipei deliberately asked in front of a crowd, "You've been in the lab since you got back from class that day. Any progress on your potion research?" Lu Xihong understood at once his teacher had sensed something, yet he stayed composed. Grinning, he replied, "I tweaked senior sister's flame healing potion and turned it into a flame burst elixir. It packs a punch, but the ingredients are pricey, so I'm looking for ways to cut costs." Zhang Peipei raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Why mess with her formula? If you want serious combat brews, talk to Qingfeng. His work is the real deal. But senior sister's recipe is fun, Lu Xihong said with a shrug, eyes alight. It was designed to heal fire-type beasts, yet it can explode into a fireball. Senior brother's high-tier formulas are out of my league for now. Zhang Peipei sighed and shifted her gaze to Li Qinwei. I already promised to make you the fire source potion once I'm fully recovered. Why are you still hanging around? Li Qinwei flashed a carefree smile. Give me 2 more days. The beast hunt is starting soon, and leaving from Qinzhou puts us closer to the border, saves us a long trek. Aren't you worried Zhao Lishan will run back and complain? Zhang Peipei asked. Please. Who listens to him? Li Qinwei snorted. He tagged along when I said I was coming here to see you. I spared him on the road only out of respect for the old dean. If he really wants trouble, Perfect have been looking for an excuse to leave Hongyan anyway. Lu Xihong chuckled. Great time to transfer to Qinzhou, right? Exactly. Pei Piaji, you heard him, Li Qinwei said, spinning toward her. Your own student promised if I'm homeless, you have to take me in. Fine by me, Zhang Peipei replied coolly. Qinzhou is short on master smiths, and my senior brother would welcome you. She lowered her voice. If I didn't know that old man a huge favor. Before she could finish, Li Qinwei turned back to Lu Xihong. So, Xihong, you joining the beast hunt? If you go, they'll watch out for you. The beast hunt began as an autumn tradition. Every harvest season, impoverished orc tribes crossed the border to steal grain, prompting the major guilds to post annual contracts calling warriors from the nearby cities to push the raiders back. Over the years, human frontier towns pushed deep into orc territory. The soil was poor and the harvests meager, so every autumn, while the orcs were on the move, raiders crossed the border and drove off their cattle and sheep. After decades, these raids had become an unspoken annual contest. The winners went home laden with spoils, the losers were grateful just to be alive. This year's beast hunt, however, promised to be different. The Adventurers Guild sent advance word that goblins had thrown the Orcish borderlands into chaos. On the Yellowstone Wastes in particular, goblin warbands had united and wiped out several small tribes. When Lu Xihong heard the news, he thought at once of his warehouse. A few days earlier, a wandering merchant had unloaded a large haul of trophies from the orcs. Rummaging through the crates, Lu discovered the most valuable chests of gems were missing. The goblin trader had already bartered them away. The buyer, it turned out, was a young green dragon. Green dragons are nominal allies of the Bohemia Empire, yet they are famed for courage, greed, and shaky morals. You can strike a bargain with an ancient WYRM. Few humans dare approach a dragon in its youth or prime, save for the rare powerhouse who arrives with lavish gifts and a need for dragon blood or bone. Even then, negotiations can turn violent at the first whiff of avarice. The reckless goblin, though, was an exception. To him, a life was merely capital for a few days' adventure. Anyone who tried to cheat him would find him ready to fight. Now the young green dragon Isavire crouched at the mouth of his lair, olive scales glimmering in the half-light. His slit pupils locked on the chest before him. When the lid was lifted, the gems inside scattered rainbow flashes across the stone walls. Greed surged in Isavire's eyes, and he instinctively bared his fangs. At that very moment the goblin rolled his eyes and wobbled as if about to faint. Isavire snapped his jaws shut and forced an awkward smile. "All right, little one, what exactly do you want?" He winced inwardly. All he could offer were a few plants nurtured by draconic magic, each bearing an enchanted fruit-low-grade goods that clearly failed to impress his visitor. His stock of mid- and high-tier materials was already thin. Even if he emptied the hoard, the goblin would part with only a fraction of the gems. The old dragons had ruined the market, he thought. Their hard bargaining had chased away most traders, leaving him to haggle with a single eccentric goblin. Worse still, several kobold clans in the Mistwood had recently vanished. Isavire had planned to rob them once they finished mining ore. With that windfall gone, he was embarrassingly short of merchandise. Trying to impress a wealthy customer while being stone-cold broke, Isavire grew more and more frustrated. Across from him, the wandering merchant regarded the dragon with open disdain. What sort of oversized lizard rattled around with empty pockets? If his spider partner weren't still asleep, he would never have bothered with this trip. Money over life was his motto, but he never forgot a grudge. Anyone who had attacked him would never get another deal. Of course, if they offered an outrageously high compensation, forgiveness might still be negotiable. Old green dragon scales, freshly shed green dragon scales, a small vial of adolescent green dragon blood, low-grade dragon scale fruit that hadn't had time to mature, wooden dragon blossoms. Draconic daughter faced with this cache of top-tier reagents materials so rare, even the tower's vaults seldom held demand with an earthen jar of thick, dark green dragon blood beside blood-slick scales that looked as though they'd just been torn from a dragon's hide. Lu Sihong could only tilt back his head and sigh. "Wandering merchant, you really are a god." "But," he muttered, "did that god have to die in such a half-baked way? Who explodes from excess energy just because a green dragon treated him to a piece of fruit?" Yizwire had witnessed the whole thing and was still in utter shock. The scales were useless for now. Zhang Peipei already had a mountain of red dragon scales stashed away and alchemists didn't need them anyway. Li Qinwei, however, was practically drooling, especially whenever she glanced at the red dragon head encased in crystal outside the academy's administrative building. Every other day she complained that letting it hang there was a waste. In her hands it could become a dragon-toothed dagger and a few horn-tipped lance, far better than leaving it on display. To the headmaster of Azure Bamboo Academy, though, that trophy was a matter of prestige and honor. No collection of high-grade gear could compare. Lu Sihong had no immediate use for the new hall either, and letting the energy seep away would be a shame, so he decided to hand everything over. Zhang Peipei gave the pile a single glance, recognized it at once, and asked, "Did you rob a green dragon?" "No," Lu Sihong said with a laugh. "A goblin traded it to me for a few gems." Even Zhang Peipei was speechless for a moment before she finally remarked, "Impressive. Have Kuda appraise the lot, and then pick something out of the storeroom." "I'd rather not. I already took plenty from the tower." She cut him off with a wave. "That goblin earned these with sweat and blood. I don't need you to curry favor with me. Go on, take what you like." Lu Sihong thought for a moment and changed tack. "Then may I take some gold coins instead, teacher?" Zhang Peipei raised an eyebrow. Hand. He just received a diamond coin from Lu Yue, but said nothing and sent him to the vault at the very back of the warehouse. The moment he stepped inside, Lu Sihong was nearly blinded. Mountains of imperial gold coins blazed under mage lights, the glare making his scalp prickle and his eyes blur. "So much gold, why hasn't teacher converted it to diamond coins?" he asked, swallowing hard. Kuda's mechanical voice echoed through the cavernous room. "Diamond coins are stored in the vault to the left. Magical gemstones are in the mana reserve center." Lu Sihong, "Do you wish to use a different medium of exchange?" So many coins that they needed a separate vault. Lu Sihong could only laugh. After Kuda appraised the materials, he collected a little over 700 gold coins. The reagents had grown in a dragon's nest, but they were harvested early, so the price wasn't outrageous. Compared with the handful of gems the wandering merchant took, it felt almost like a gift. And that still didn't include the value of the dragon blood and scales. He had tested it earlier. The ranch accepted crystal coins at full value. So with all the gold he still had, Lu Sihong now possessed a little over 2,300 coins. He was eager to buy the 3,000 gold book of comprehension in hopes it would unlock a new skill for the frost mage. But he ultimately chose to purchase the book of insight first. He wanted to see for himself whether the book was worth the cost. If it proved disappointing, the goblins could keep evolving at random. Book of Insight used. Goblin evolved into Tier 1 Goblin Herbalist. Goblin Herbalist. 1. Barefoot Quack. A quack is still a healer. While the herbalist lives, all goblins recover from injuries faster, and their resurrection speed gains an extra 1. 2. Venom brewing. Poisoning is far simpler than curing. The herbalist can mix toxic plants into venom and powders for the tribe's battles. When the glow faded, the herbalist's body had scarcely changed. It remained small and wiry, but its eyes were noticeably brighter, as though a new patch of brain had sprouted inside its skull. Moments earlier it had been yanking up weeds and chewing on them not out of hunger, but by instinct. Food was plentiful. Most of the game from the last hunt remained untouched, and a pen full of giant beetles offered ample protein loved by both spiders and goblins. The herbalist plucked a tuft of grass, sniffed it, tossed it away in disdain, and under several puzzled stares strode straight toward the Dragondung farm. Minutes later it lay peacefully on the dormitory's communal bunk poisoned. Lu Sihong watched in silence, unsure whether the creature was foolish or simply too eager to learn. The tribe already knew which plants that were toxic. Why insist on tasting them personally? He decided to wait and see. Meanwhile, the goblin squad dispatched against the small lizardman settlement returned. Everyone was injured, but none had died, and most importantly, the evolution conditions for the goblin pitcher were finally met. Without hesitation, Lu Sihong clicked evolve. The pitcher was walking toward the hot springs when a green light enveloped it. It grew a bit taller, still smaller than the shield bearer beside it, but its arms swelled dramatically, and its hands became absurdly oversized. Goblin pitcher evolved into Tier 2 Goblin Great Arm Thrower. Goblin Great Arm Thrower. 1. Great arms can hurl heavier objects as ammunition at higher speed over longer distances. Though bulky and less agile, its oversized fists are devastating in close combat. 2. Precision throw enhanced by the eye. Idle stationary targets within a kilometer are easy hits, and even at greater ranges accuracy remains high. Against nearby moving targets, its hit rate is exceptional. 3. Enhanced vision. The thrower's eyes receive additional augmentation, letting it see distant targets clearly and notice subtle changes in its immediate surroundings. After fulfilling the goblin slinger's wish, a random reward appeared. A green blueprint Savage Goblin Club popped up in the reward panel, and the real club dropped straight into Lu Sihong's hand. At first glance, it looked like a normal spiked cudgel, yet its inner structure was built to suit a goblin's way of swinging. Labeled a Savage Goblin weapon, it not only improved on the base material strength, but also gained extra durability and a chance to carry the blessing of the Goblin Wild Idol. A club tailored to goblin babies. Lu Sihong gave it a few test swings, still unsure what made it special, though the reinforced durability at least meant it wouldn't snap mid-fight and would spare goblin smiths a stack of repair work. More importantly, the blueprint itself might be the key to the goblin crafter's next evolution. The goblin crafter's wish metal forger said that forging a complete metal weapon from scratch would unlock its next stage. The blueprint called for a wooden club, but Lu Sihong figured a metal version ought to do the trick. Beast hunt season was drawing near, and skirmishes along the border with the Orcish steppe were growing increasingly fierce. Adventurers from several nearby towns were flocking to the front. With the molten territory in turmoil, fewer than half of Qingzhou Academy's instructors could join this year's hunt, though the students remained just as eager. In the end, Lu Sihong departed with the team from Hongyan Academy, headed for the nearest frontier stronghold Dosho City. The name was blunt and brutal, but the city was the largest settlement on the line where the empire met the orc grasslands. Years of warfare had saturated the land around Dosho City with death, spawning vast necrotic zones. One a ruined village in the Zijing Empire whose massacred residents had risen as vengeful wraiths. 2. Ghost Maw Gorge, a valley bloated with dumped corpses and boiling resentment that kept spawning powerful dead. 3. A sinister well that appeared without warning every winter. Some areas lay inside imperial borders, others extended deep into the prairie. Humans and orcs alike poured troops into purging these ghost lands, but every beast hunt left fresh bodies, the death energy pooled again, and all their efforts vanished overnight. Because the hunts could not be halted, they had to send cleanup teams after every campaign to keep the undead zones from spreading. To Lu Sihong, these undead strongholds mattered more than the orcs. Had been struggling to cultivate spirits inside his goblin grave Degurso, far only one spiteful ghost, stabbed to death in the misty forest, had managed to evolve into a wraith. Cruel in life and even nastier in death, that unlucky soul had climbed from wandering spirit to true wraith, instantly becoming the strongest entity housed in the digger. Draped in red clothes and shoes with blood-red eyes to match its venomous grin, the creature looked savage in any world. Compared with an evil ghost, a red-clad wraith hides far more effectively. Aside from the moment it strikes, it remains almost completely invisible. Its howl delivers stronger psychic damage, plunging weak-willed or exhausted enemies into fear, daze, or hallucinations. Its attacks are no longer limited to phasing through bodies and draining life. The spectral claws it condenses can tear flesh outright and carry a corrosive corpse toxin. Once those claws appear, however, the wraith itself becomes tangible and can no longer ignore ordinary physical blows. Beside this first-tier creature that already wields a full toolkit, the Gravedigger's other two spirits look pitiful. One is an old, evil ghost stuck at Tier 1 with no hint of progress, and the other a pale, wandering soul he just scraped from a grave. Turning them into real fighters could take forever. Other goblins might hit Tier 3 or 4 before these two budge an inch. So Lu Hong decided to survey the een-soaked zones around Beast Fighting City and see if he could trade for a more promising spirit, giving the Gravedigger a quicker path to advancement. He planned to stay in Beast Fighting City for some time anyway. When spring comes and the ghost spawn mushrooms ripen on the outskirts, he can buy them in bulk to brew the ghoul mask venom tonic. Then take the batch home so his mother can raise her ghost mask spider and push the little creature to molt earlier. The potion earns its name because, once stimulated by it, the spider evolves into a large, vividly colored arachnid whose body is saturated with lethal venom. According to Kuda's estimates, Lu Hang's chance of brewing success is under 20%, but he has deep pockets and can afford the wasted materials. Besides, with several weeks until spring, self-study in the city might boost his odds a bit. When old Lu learned that the ghost mask spider could evolve, he badgered his son non-stop, demanding an evolution recipe for the family's chipmunk as well. Was he worried about his standing at home, or afraid Li Qin would outpace him and leave him behind once her power soared? Most likely the latter. Lu Hong would love to extend his father's lifespan, yet evolution paths cannot be forced by hard work alone. Luck plays a huge role. To make matters worse, the chipmunk is painfully average, and no one sees any real potential in it. Zhang Peipei has stopped fretting about her son's studies. After Lu Hong said he wanted an extended stay in Beast Fighting City, she merely told him to stash a few technical books and a portable alchemy rig in his spatial ring and pick up potion commissions at the Adventurers Guild whenever he had free time. Because of its geography and spotty security, the city has no alchemists guild, no mages guild, not even an academy. Anyone with real talent in alchemy left long ago for the larger cities, leaving behind a ragtag mix of middling technicians and out-of-towners who linger only for the local materials. With skilled alchemists so scarce and uneven in ability, even people who can brew only basic potions can still make a living. If townsfolk need a specialized concoction, they must try their luck at the Adventurers Guild or travel to another city for guild services. For seasoned adventurers, hopping between cities is routine, but for ordinary citizens, crossing territorial borders usually means genuine danger and a crushing financial burden. Every year, as the beast hunt approaches, the main roads to the border towns become the safest paths around. Worried that swarms of adventurers might casually wipe them out, the monsters, spirits, bandits, and drifters that usually prowl the outskirts go to ground for a while or disguise themselves as honest folk. Right now, a dirt road linking several cities is jam-packed with ordinary travelers and modest trading caravans. Wagon wheels carve deep ruts into the earth, and the dust they kick up hangs in the sunset like a thin fog, turning the whole route into a bustling scene. Near dusk, a shout cut through the hubbub of a roadside market. The goblin cheat is here. Stow your gear. If you want Hulk juice or stone skin tonic, step right up. The instant the Lava Territory adventurers and a few students in Azure Bamboo Academy uniforms heard goblin cheat, they moved like lightning. Open packs, rations on the ground, half-assembled weapons, all of it vanished into backpacks in a flash. They packed while shuffling excitedly toward the voice. Damn, cheap bro, you're selling dragon scales now? How much for one? 20 gold. Why not just mug us? Huh, business is faster than robbery for cheap bro. Check out these poison boosters. The label makes them sound awesome, haha. Why does every potion he sells turn you green? Even the poison? Hey, goblin, one Hulk juice swat. You're ignoring me? Think about it. Bet you swatted him once. He holds a grudge? Don't underestimate him. He never forgets a face. Slip him 5 or 6 gold, and he'll drop it. How do you know? I did the same dumb thing. Thought he was a weird beast and whacked him. Had to cough up 10 gold before he'd sell me anything. TCH, just a goblin. Fine, I won't buy his stuff. You don't get it. Why do we call him cheap bro? Hell, save your hide when it counts. Right. I was dying of poison last time cheap bro showed up and sold me a mid-grade antidote. Same here. Without his healing potion, I'd have died out there. Heh, I only escaped a pack of ogres because I grabbed Bedno, bought a Hulk juice from him. Man, you stayed clear-headed after chugging Hulk and kept fighting? My mental talent's decent, plus I had clarity gear. The wandering merchant ignored the chatter. His green skin twitched as he lifted each item over one shoulder. When someone asked the price, he answered with a few fingers. If no one bit, the item vanished under his cloak and a new one appeared. Hulk juice and stone skin tonic sold best. In 15 minutes, the 30-odd bottles were gone. The rest overpriced dragon scales, venom kits, and trinkets with greening side effects sat untouched. No one felt desperate enough yet to waste their coin. When the crowd finally thinned, The peddler tugged at his ragged cloak, ready to seek the next gold mine. Suddenly, his pointed ears twitched. With a creak, his head pivoted 90 degrees, pea-green eyes narrowing to a slit as he stared into the distant wasteland. Then he patted the spider mount beneath him. At the wandering merchant's signal, the venom stinger spider braced all 8 legs, vaulted clear of the crowd in one explosive leap, and shot away amid a chorus of startled cries. "What's up? Why did that crooked merchant bolt all of a sudden?" Someone called after it. A man beside him lowered his voice, adopting an air of mystery. "Relax. Someone's probably in trouble, and he's racing over to cash in. That direction looks like the ghost village, doesn't it? Don't tell me some rookie ignored the Adventurers Guild warning and decided to spend the night there." Another adventurer muttered, frowning. "It's fine during the day, but the place is truly haunted once the sun goes down. My money's on some greenhorn getting marked." It was the first time Lu Sihong had seen the spider merchant in reality. Its black carapace glinted under the lights while its pincers flew, closing deal after deal, without pause, ridiculous, yet oddly impressive. Amused, Lu Sihong nonetheless felt a twinge of regret. Had he known business would be this brisk, he would have stuffed more potions into the stock. Now people were queuing up with nothing left to buy, and he could almost see a fortune in cash and trade points evaporating before his eyes. After the creature's last bulk solido, a green dragon, no less Lu Sihong, had finally scraped together over 100 trade points and eagerly drawn a beginner blind box from the store. Outspilled an entire crate of freshly mined iron ore. The rules said there was a 55% chance of getting common resources. Head figured it would be, or lumber, but he hadn't expected a whole crate dumped on him. Lu Sihong was underwhelmed, but the camp's goblin smith was over the moon. It was forging a metal-spiked club for the goblin captain and, short of materials, had planned to melt down 2 battered bronze swords. Then iron ore started landing in its lap, like snowflakes and absolute windfall. It booted the other smith out of the workshop, clearly determined to finish the weapon solo and hit its evolution requirement, and the clang of hammer on anvil still echoed through the valley. The spider merchant that had just bounded off sent out a psychic ripple Lu Sihong managed to catch. Its business opportunity talent had triggered, and it was sprinting to close another deal. From the chatter around him, he picked out the words Ghost Village and felt a flicker of interest. Seeing the crease between his brows, Li Qinwei explained, "That village hides in a secluded canyon. It started as a refugee camp, but once the place filled up, every shady character imaginable moved in. Humans and orcs were fighting hard back then, so no one bothered them. Later our line collapsed, and the orcs swept through. By the time we fought our way back, not a soul was left alive. Some bodies were mangled beyond recognition, others were nothing but chewed bones. We buried what was left where it lay. Whether it's the terrain or how brutally they died, the place slowly turned into a ghost village. We've tried purging it a few times with limited success. At least it doesn't spread. The guild just marks it on the map. It's dangerous at night. If you really want to see it, wait until daylight, and it'll take you around." "No need. I was only curious," Lu Sihong said with a smile. He thought, "I expected to run into a spot like that near Beast Fighting City, not right outside our walls. Since the spider's off scouting, they'll watch how it dies. If the difficulty looks manageable, they'll just dispatch the Gravedigger squad via remote. With all these eyes around, there's no reason for me to go in person." 3 teenagers, 2 boys, and a girl along with a black dog, a calico cat, and a crow had just driven off several spirits. Bloodied and battered, they stared in horror at the lifeless, ruined village ahead. Not long ago the valley had been a peaceful hamlet, a brook murmuring through it, and kitchen smoke curling into the sky. Kindly farmers, worried that the travelers might camp in the wild, had invited them to stay the night. Yet the moment the group crossed the gorge, those gentle faces split open, turning into savage, fanged visages, and the hosts lunged, eager to disembowel them. Fortunately, the party's young mage, Shen Datu, unleashed a flurry of scorching firebolts. With the dog tearing, the cat covering, and the crow dive bombing, he burned the wraiths to cinders, draining nearly all his mana in the process. The 3 had already lost much of their life force. New gashes marked their bodies, and their clothes were stiff with dried blood. When the fight ended, they fled in panic, following the mountain trail in circles and, to their horror, drawing ever closer to the eerie village. By the time they realized it, the flagstones beneath their feet were cracked, and the crooked wooden sign at the entrance creaked in the wind. Ruined walls rotted in place. Doors and windows sagged. Fist-sized holes gaped in the roofs, yet the interiors remained ink-black, impervious even to moonlight. Deep in that darkness, a scatter of greenish sparks flickered the hungry eyes of specters sizing up the prey that had wandered in unbidden. Dusk sank fast, the twilight rising like a tide over the distant ridges. From heaps of broken tiles came furtive scraping. From behind crumbling walls drifted faint sobs, pleas, and screams. The black dog crouched and growled. The calico arched its back. The crow croaked hoarsely, and the 3 youths stood rigid at the gate, the color draining from their faces with the daylight. Pressing a hand to his chest, Shin Data croaked, "We're done for. We've stumbled into a ghost domain, and with our strength, there's no way out. Shin Xiaohua bit her lip, eyes shining with tears. It's my fault. If I hadn't insisted on picking up that side quest and leaving the main group, we wouldn't have lost our way. Sword in hand, Shin Xiaoli cut her off. Enough. It isn't on you alone. We made the decision together. Blame rotten luck. Staring at the writhing shadows inside the village, he added quietly, they're trying to scare us, break our nerves, and keep us lost. Once night turns pitch black, they'll swarm. Shun Data nodded and was about to speak when a cloying, metallic malice surged through the night air like a crashing wave. More phantoms abandoned stealth, poking their heads from behind walls, from wells, from the tops of broken ladders, their eyes glinting with predatory cold. At that perilous moment, a heap of rubble exploded outward, and a venom-spined spider the size of a small cart barged in, a green-skinned, point-eared goblin astride its back. Swathed in a tattered robe and festooned with tarnished copper bells, the creature was a wandering merchant who lived by hawking odds and ends. The goblin sniffed the blood-tinged air, looked the battered trio up and down, and clicked his tongue in distaste. Even so, he rummaged in his bulging pouch, produced a bottle of cheap healing potion, and opened his mouth to propose a deal. Suddenly, a peculiar scent tickled his nostrils. The goblin froze for half a second, then snapped his head around, eyes gleaming as though lit by gold. Whatever he had sensed, it must be an untouched, untamed treasure trove. The ghost village has stood for as long as anyone can remember. Over the years, merchants, adventurers, and even fugitives who lost their way in the mountains have been drawn inside by its many tricks. Once the ghosts finished devouring them, they would pile the victims' valuables in plain sight to bait the next trespasser, first lowering their guard, then casting them into hallucinations. Tonight's intruders were only 3 penniless teenage adventurers. The few coppers in their pockets paled beside the random junk the ghosts had tossed aside, not to mention the choice treasures they had laid out on purpose. Suddenly a sharp whoop split the darkness. A goblin vagabond merchant hoisted a bottle of cheap healing potion high above his head, stuffed it back into his pack, and slapped the shell of the venom stinger spider he was riding. With a hiss, the spider spun around, its 8 legs scraping the cobblestones as it darted deeper into the village. It sprayed silk in practiced bursts, scooping up heaps of coins, jewelry, and weapons like a fisherman casting nets. The goblin crammed the most valuable pieces into his tiny backpack and lashed the rest to the spider's back with thick strands of web. For centuries the ghosts had never witnessed such a scene. No illusion had been cast on this small creature, yet he showed not the slightest trace of fear and simply started looting. The wailing streets fell silent, only to erupt with furious shrieks as shadow wraiths, angry spirits, and fangnashers poured from ruined houses, wells, and alleyways, eager to punish the insolent dwarf. The goblin, long accustomed to being chased while collecting trash, ignored them. When he had scooped up nearly everything movable, leaving only a few stray coppers, he stopped abruptly. The spider's dragline went taut, its bulk snapping back like an arrow released from a bow. In a blur it shot toward the village entrance and skidded to a halt beside the 3 teenage adventurers. It whirled and bolted again toward a pile of rubble. Shin Xiaoli's eyes lit up, and she shouted, "Grab the silk and hold on." Before the girl beside her could react, her 2 companions seized her arms, and the entire party was yanked into the air. The goblin's escape path rose and plunged without warning, diving into scrub, slamming against rock walls, even charging straight toward cliff edges. Though inexperienced, the teenagers were not stupid. They clung to the silk binding the loot to the spider's back. Confronted with sheer drops and screeching phantoms, they clenched their teeth, shut their eyes, and let themselves be dragged along. No one knew how long the flight lasted. At last the spider's speed slowed, and distant voices drifted over the wind. Opening their eyes, the 3 found themselves on open scrubland not far from the main road, the ghost village swallowed by darkness behind them. Relief spread across their faces as they exchanged grateful smiles. The goblin assumed the youngsters had chased him to buy something. He fished out the cheap healing potion, thinking, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Shin Xiaohua hesitated, then handed over every silver coin the party possessed and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Sir Goblin, for saving our lives." Seeing she did not take the healing potion, the goblin glanced at the heap of spoils tied to the spider's back, thought for a moment, then slipped the inferior potion away. From his belt pouch he produced another bottle filled with murky red liquid and pressed it into the girl's hands. The label read, "Throw with force. Shatters on impact. Produces a violent explosion. Experimental item effect not yet verified." The prize slipped through their fingers, and they lost a stash of loot along with several servant spirits. After some mindless howling, the specters of Ghost Village fell silent again, melting back into the shadows to await the next unlucky visitor. Days passed with no victim in sight. Instead, a group even more irritating than a curse showed up. At high noon the sun baked the cracked stone steel at the village gate. The ghosts were dozing in their damp wooden shacks when a shrill screech split the air. Before they could react, a crazed greenskin kicked the door off its hinges, doubled over with hysterical laughter, and started flinging fireballs in every direction. You could hardly blame the goblin arsonist for being so wound up. Back at the ranch, laughing too loudly earned it a beating, and the slightest spark of pyromania meant a pounding that left it half dead. To stay safe, the handlers had built its hut far from the other goblins, and whenever they issued liquor they guarded it separately, terrified it would torch the whole complex in a drunken blaze. Now, finally dumped outside that cage, it saw an entire village of wooden structures, houses, pig pens, granaries. Rundown or not, every plank looked like perfect kindling. Would the ghosts tear it apart for rushing in? Who cared? Fun first, consequences later. The nickname arsonist wasn't for show. Knowing it lacked the mana to roast the whole settlement at once, it held back on the fireballs. It jabbed a torch onto a stick, sprinted around scooping up rotten planks, lit them, and flung them as it ran. The ground was bone dry, sparks scattered, and within seconds tongues of flame licked skyward. Daylight thinned the energy, so the ghosts were a beat slow. By the time they tried to muster the chilling aura befitting Ghost Village, every wooden shack around them was crackling. With their lair ablaze, the spirits went berserk, screaming as they lunged at the little green skin. But in the firelight the arsonist moved as if greased one blur, and it shot several yards away, cackling like a mad crow, rolling, leaping, practically solo running a goblin versus Ghost Village dungeon. Behind it, the ghosts chased around burning heaps, some choked on smoke, others stomped through the flames and spread them even farther. The reinforced fireballs it carried packed a punch. One impact could ignite an entire patch of ground. Stronger ghosts could spew mist to smother the blaze for a moment. Weaker ones just scampered and howled, fanning the flames with every frantic burst of wind. Because the target was an energy-type ghost village, Lu Sihong sent in every goblin capable of dealing energy damage. 1. A goblin captain wielding the power of the red dragon, able to command flame. 2. A goblin raider who had only just scratched the surface of shadow manipulation. 3. 2 casters sewn ice, 1 fire. 4. A gravedigger goblin tagging along in hopes of capturing a spirit to swap for the wandering soul stuck to his own back. To be safe, Lu Sihong told the captain to carry a flask of cheap red dragon fire and reminded him again and again to sip it sparingly. His order for the raider was even simpler. If the fight turned ugly, break off immediately, find a hiding spot, and scavenge the gear from any fallen comrades. The 4 goblins had no desire to follow the firestarter into the blazing ruins. The place was a roaring furnace, and nobody wanted to risk going up in flames. When the pyromaniac finally burned through his energy and remembered he needed backup, he stumbled toward the village gate in a panic. The goblin captain looked up and fixed the oncoming specters with an icy stare, brandishing his newly forged spiked club. Goblin captain's brutal mace metal eyeball. Crafted from solid metal and etched with fine runes, the weapon shimmered with faint embers as it moved. Blessed by the eye idol, every swing adjusted itself with uncanny precision, shrugging off illusions and visual trickery. Beside him, the frost mage lifted his staff and loosed 3 ice bolts in rapid succession. They hissed through the smoke-filled air, slamming into the flame-heated ghosts and instantly plunging them into a numbing chill that slowed them to a crawl. Red light flickered in the captain's eyes. With a guttural roar he charged, ignoring every illusion hurled at him. His mace, wreathed in fire, came down with a thunderous crash, shattering several skeletal zombies into chunks of bone and gore. The air surged with heat, whether from the flames or the psychic wail of the undead. No one could tell, and the captain hit his red-hot state. Skin radiating scorching waves, his weapon's fire turning solid enough to sear spirits that normally laughed at physical attacks. The battle line split. Half the monsters kept chasing the firestarter, while the other half locked onto the captain. Grinning, the goblin raider melted into a sheet of shadow, sliding silently across the ground to the wraiths lobbing dark energy from afar. His shadow daggers looked almost liquid as they plunged into a specter and ripped sideways, tearing it apart in a single shriek of raw ectoplasm. Meanwhile, a wandering soul the gravedigger had summoned barely emerged before a wild fiend shredded it. 2 fiends locked together, only for a crimson banshee to swoop in, crush one fiend's skull, and inhale it whole. Each spirit it devoured added fresh patterns to its tattered robes, turning scraps of filthy cloth into something almost ornate. The ghosts fought desperately, but their master, the habitually slacking gravedigger, had already slipped away. Shovel in hand, he crept through twisted alleys until he reached a dead tree in one corner of the village. After a quick survey, he started digging, shovel biting deep again and again. Dirt flew in a steady stream until a thin black mist seeped from the roots and spread outward, swallowing every ray of light within 100 meters. A guttural howl rose from beneath, rattling every monster in the cursed village. Within the darkness, a half-open, half-closed spectral eye hovered above the gravedigger's head. In his altered vision, the world reduced to gray lines. The black mist meant nothing to him. Whatever lay beneath the roots was clearly summoning reinforcements, So he doubled down, shovel flashing like a blur, soil spraying in all directions. Any professional tomb raider watching would have begged him for lessons. As most of the cottages burned to the ground, the spirits haunting the village visibly lost strength, and the goblins dealt with them far more easily. The instant a piercing whistle tried to summon the ghosts back into the black mist, goblin warriors closed in and pinned them down. A wraith in crimson robes whirled above the melee, boxing the last few fiends against the fog and cutting off every escape route. Flames towered at the village gate, charred beams snapped and spat, and the air reeked of both icy dread and blistering heat. In the heart of the battlefield, beside a lightning-blasted stump, a goblin gravedigger wriggled beneath the roots. Using his shovel as a lever, he pried out a small, translucent skeleton that gleamed like crystal with a metallic clank. Oblivious to the skirmish outside, he gripped the shovel, tapping out a bizarre rhythm while dancing in place. Moments later, a pallid soul was torn from the crystal bones and flung into the gravedigger's body like a strip of cloth caught in a gale. Gray blotches spread across his chest, and the vacant face of a child surfaced on his skin, silently screaming. As the ghost settled, a swath of the black mist enveloping the village abruptly dissolved. Sight returning, the gravedigger wiped sweat from his brow, squatted, and carefully gathered every loose shard of crystal bone, intending to stash them in his beast-taming space. Beyond the dissipating fog, the remaining spirits had no strength left to resist, and the goblins finished them off within minutes. A marauder with a ragged sack scoured the ruins for anything the traveling merchant had left behind: copper coins, a short sword, half a trinktall shoved into his pockets before he called his kin to leave the scorched settlement with their loot. 3 days later, two strangers in black cloaks, faces lost in shadow, slipped into the ruined village. They stood in silence among the charred foundations and upturned roots. Could the Covenant Temple have uncovered our plan? The first rasped, his voice like nails scraping tin. For centuries this place was considered indestructible. We bury the ghost bones, and suddenly someone raises the village, breaks the ward, and carries the bones away. That can't be coincidence. Calm yourself, the other replied, his tone as cold as wind through dead wood. If they truly knew, they wouldn't stay silent. Still, losing the bones forces our hand. Our schedule moves up. There's barely time. The results won't meet expectations. Better a flawed outcome than none at all. He glanced toward the blackened gate. How goes the dragonbone collection? More than half gathered. Most of the red dragon's carcass was hauled off by Azure Bamboo Academy. Its head hangs over their administration hall. 2 ice dragons were sold to the Grand Alchemy Guild and are surely dismantled by now. The rock dragon ended up with the Lord of Greenwild. Annoyingly well-guarded places, he muttered. Start with the red dragon's head. If that fails, there's still a young green dragon in the misty forest. Their figures melted into the wreckage, leaving only the wind to stir the ash. Eerie crystal skeleton. Origin: otherworld remains. Property: potent necromantic energy. Effect: when planted in a necromantic zone, greatly increases death essence density and accelerates the growth of undead creatures. A few days later, in a remote graveyard, the gravedigger shook out a bundle and lowered the crystal skeleton into a freshly dug pit. Lucy Hong caught only a glimpse before the goblin covered it with soil. Instantly, black vapors hissed from the ground as though the earth were leaking, and the already gloomy burial ground was soon wrapped in dense, swirling darkness, its borders doubling in size. The graveyard, once a chaotic mass grave, has been upgraded into a spectral abyss, its terrain twisted into a lair of restless spirits. Any undead left inside now benefit from the nourishing ghostly miasma, healing and growing at a remarkable rate. For a split second, Lu Sihong thought he saw every corpse still buried there: kobolds, lizard folk, gnolls, and more eyes as phantoms and drift through the black fog. The gravedigger tossed his 3 captive wraiths into the gloom. A flash of red light erupted, followed by shrill screams that tore the mist apart. Half the wandering shadows vanished instantly. The blood-red, vicious specter wobbled back and slid into its own husk. Beside it, a pale little ghost hovered in silence, pitch black, pupilless eyes darting about with curiosity. It tilted its head, cocked an ear, and explored this newborn world as if everything were brand new, while the gravedigger and nearby goblins ignored it. Unbothered, the small spirit flapped its stubby arms and drifted lazily among the graves. Lu Sihong turned away and inventoried the loot from the sortie. The most eye-catching piece was a bizarre crystallized bone the gravedigger had retrieved. The rest consisted of scattered jewelry tarnished by years of wind and sun. He planned to unload them in Beast Pit City, along with the trinkets he had bought from the wandering merchant. What he truly cared about was experience points. The goblin artisan had already reached the evolution threshold, but the ranch lacked enough XP. Today's raid didn't yield much, yet it was just enough to push the craftsman over the line, leaving only 60-some points in reserve. Unfortunately, the ranch interface now flashed 2 exclamation marks, showing a deficit of more than 500. 1. goblin gravedigger. After swapping its old wandering spirit for this mysterious new ghost, it instantly qualified for evolution. 2. Goblin arsonist. Having torched an entire village and even roasted the local undead, his desires were fully satisfied, so he could evolve as well. He only had enough XP to raise one Tier 2 goblin to Tier 3. Worse, that pyromaniac was bold enough to burn a village at Tier 2. If upgraded, who knew when he might decide to set a city or the entire ranch on fire? Lu Sihong chose to wait until the Frost Mage or the Goblin Captain had evolved before dealing with this walking disaster. System message. A Tier 2 Goblin Artisan has evolved into a Tier 3 Goblin Smith, capable of basic metal smelting and forging, able to replicate and improve most ordinary metal gear and some low-tier magical metal items. All artisan skills retained. Goblin Artisan's wish fulfilled. Bonus random reward. Green blueprint. Goblin spiked shield. Lu Sihong unrolled the blueprint. The shield's face was covered with short, thick metal spikes, tailored for goblin use. Its savage design could cow enemies psychologically, while a close-quarters block would tear and puncture flesh. Hidden channels inside each spike allowed poison to be injected. When the shield was swung, it could spray a toxic mist or deliver venom directly when a spike pierced a foe. Nasty, but effective. Conveniently, Lu Sihong had already judged the goblin herbalist to be the sharpest among them, and a quick lesson had taught the little fellow how to brew several simple toxins. After a journey of more than 10 days, Lu Sihong and his companions finally reached the beast-fighting territory ruled by beast-fighting city. It was his first time leaving the lava territory, and only now did he truly feel the stark contrasts among the Empire's lands. Along the road, skinny children worked beside adults in the paddies, bending over seedlings or swinging hoes. Their coarse cotton clothes had faded to white, with patches at the cuffs and knees. Pointing at the cracked ridges between fields, Li Qinwei explained that the soil was poor to begin with, and still had to feed a massive army. The imperial capital supplied most military provisions, but whatever seed grain and cloth remained for civilians were inevitably limited. Yet amid the poverty, blatant luxury still glared. Not far from the fields, a private manor stood behind high walls. Rare flowers and trees swayed in the breeze, and carved eaves gleamed gold in the setting sun. Lu Sihong noticed, but said little. Wealth gaps were hard to erase in any world, and at least the Amethyst Empire had no slavery. That alone struck him as pretty impressive. They bypassed the roadside villages and, near nightfall, entered Shishan town, tucked between a brook and low hills. Compared with the neat, imposing settlements of the lava territory, the houses here looked worn. Straw was stuffed into cracked gray tiles, and doors had been roughened by wind and rain. Even so, the streets were crowded and noisy. In the beast-fighting territory, the annual monster hunt was a festival. A flood of adventurers and merchants brought booming trade, as well as chaos and danger. Li Qinwei murmured a warning. At this time of year the town was rife with brawls, murders, and mysterious disappearances. Women were most at riskage, and looks offered no shield. The attackers were often broke men driven by base urges. Anyone with a bit of money simply headed to the grandest place in town, the Spring Breeze House, to ease their loneliness. The brothel rose 3 stories high, lanterns swaying beneath its upturned eaves. Adventurers went in laughing, eyes gleaming. They staggered out later, faces blank, barely glancing at the handkerchief-waving girls by the door. Next to the greeters, several naked men hung from a beam, swaying in the mountain wind while passers-by pointed, jeered, and loudly critiqued certain private parts. Only the thick-skinned kept their eyes open. The rest pretended to be dead. A wooden plaque below them bore bold ink characters, Hall of Freeloading Heroes. Less than 100 paces away stood a 2-story wooden tavern, second only to the Spring Breeze House in popularity. A commotion erupted at its entrance. The crowd suddenly parted as a shirtless brute grabbed 2 drunken adventurers and tossed them into the street like sacks of grain. The pair hit the ground and immediately grappled, slurring curses between punches and kicks. Blood pumping, one man suddenly summoned his contracted beast, the other refused to back down and called out his own. They were about to unleash real violence when someone in the ring of onlookers shouted, "Town guards!" The 2 adventurers jolted and spun around to find a squad of uniformed soldiers standing at a distance, watching them with blank expressions. Cold moonlight glinted off the soldiers' polished armor, sending a chill through the air. The adventurers felt as if drenched in ice water. Their anger vanished and their drunken bravado faded. "Hurry, put them away," one muttered, fumbling to recall his beasts into a summoning card. They shuffled together, threw a few half-hearted punches, and forced a laugh. "We're friends," they explained, "just practicing drunken boxing and testing whose beast is stronger. Sorry, officers, didn't mean to get in your way or delay the patrol." The patrol gave no reply. Iron-shod boots thudded on the gravel as the captain snorted. "See that you behave." These soldiers served the beast-fighting domain. Normally they were stationed in beast-fighting city, but during the annual beast hunt, they patrolled nearby towns to keep visiting adventurers in line. A simple brawl earned a scolding. Yet if real weapons came out or innocents were hurt, offenders were hauled to the front lines and dumped into the fodder units. Whether they ever returned depended on luck and endurance. While Li Qinwei explained all this to Lu Sihong and her students, her gaze kept drifting to a brightly lit tavern ahead. Her eyes sparkled, and she licked her lips, clearly craving a good drink. Her students knew her wine demon well. Seeing that look, they hurried to block her path. Professor, hold on. We need to find lodging first. Li Qinwei cast one last longing glance at the tavern, then led the group toward the bustling town square. Shishan Town had no adventurers guild and only one inn, and its rooms had been booked for weeks. Even the girls at Spring Breeze House were charging by the hour these days. Locals rented out spare rooms, plain quarters at steep prices, yet demand still outstripped supply. For safety, landlords vetted tenants ruthlessly. Anyone ugly, shifty, or in rags, anyone who looked like trouble was ignored. Adventurers with a shred of self-awareness either pitched tents outside town or found a pigsty in a nearby village rather than be humiliated in public. A few slow-witted souls simply squatted in the square, convinced the townsfolk would eventually cave and rent to them for pennies. At that moment, Li Qinwei arrived with students in the unmistakable uniforms of Green Bamboo Academy and Red Rock Academy, symbols of strength and discipline. Sober, Li Qinwei looked like a capable, striking adventurer, and she instantly drew the crowd's attention. Lu Sihong, young and naturally handsome, had spent weeks in a magic tower, his sun-kissed skin fading to porcelain. The moment he appeared, he won hearts on every side. A friendly aunt in the crowd grabbed his arm and beamed. Young man, stay at my place. He'll give you half off. One woman was even willing to slash her price just to have him under her roof. Seeing how well the students were received, a few adventurers started to sulk. I thought they were just looking for a room by the day. Turns out they're shopping for bed partners. No wonder they're so choosy. A scrawny, shifty-eyed adventurer muttered in a stage whisper that everyone could hear. The noisy crowd fell silent at once. His companions went white, slapped a hand over his mouth, and hissed, "Are you insane? You think you can mess with the academy? Their instructor could wipe us out with a single slap. If you want to die, don't drag us with you." They hurried to apologize to the students and the now irritated townsfolk. The offender forced a grin, but venom still flashed in his beady eyes. Lu Sihong frowned and leaned toward Li Qinwei. His look isn't right. He's holding a grudge. Why don't we just kill him? His buddies might avenge him, so we should take care of them too. Every onlooker blanched. Was he kidding? Yet Li Qinwei nodded solemnly. You have a point. Point, my foot. Several people cursed inwardly. If you want to do it, at least plot in private. Are you going to silence the whole street? Before the tension could snap, a quick-thinking, powerfully built adventurer strode over, slapped the shifty fellow on the back of the head hard enough to rattle his brains, then stuck out a foot, tripped him, and rammed his face into the dirt with a loud thud. Ignore this idiot, he said. Trash isn't worth your time. Off to the side, Lu Sihong noticed the shifty man's hatred shift to the burly adventurer and felt secretly pleased. Perfect target redirected. Once the adventurers had slunk away, the students settled their lodging fees with the residents. Because he needed to meditate at night, Lu Sihong chose Annie Wu's house, the one that had offered him a half-price discount. The savings were negligible, just a few copper coins no self-respecting peddler would stoop to pick up, but several townspeople had said her place was quiet. Li Qinwei, claiming to be exhausted from the road, announced a 2-day rest in town before heading to Beast Arena City, dismissed the group, and all but sprinted off with 2 female students toward another house. Everyone knew she was jonesing for the tavern. Auntie Wu led Lu Sihong through twisting alleys until he understood what quiet really meant. Her home sat at the very edge of town. One step beyond the gate lay the riverside, where the only sound was running water. He nodded in satisfaction. Though old, the house occupied a generous plot, its courtyard larger than the one at his own home. Even before he crossed the threshold, he caught the heavy scent of herbs. Inside, a kindly-looking uncle tended a medicine stove, brow furrowed. When Auntie Wu brought the guest in, he stood up with an apologetic smile. Sorry, young man, our child is ill, so we're brewing medicine and the smell's strong. Your room faces the other way, though you won't catch a whiff. Auntie Wu looked uneasy, worried that Lu Sihong might change his mind about staying. Sensing her anxiety, Lu Sihong smiled and shook his head, giving her silent reassurance. He cast a casual glance at the black lacquered medicine pot on the stove. Without leaning in, he caught only a bitter, spicy scent before following Auntie Wu through the narrow hallway to the makeshift guest room. After all, he was an ordinary alchemist, not one of the legendary miracle doctors. Identifying a formula by smell alone was next to impossible. With a true alchemical mixture, he would have to touch it himself, draw on his studies and wood-element senses, and even then he could only guess at the ingredients. If someone pressed him to treat a patient now, he could barely concoct a basic disease-dispelling potion, and whether it worked would depend entirely on the ailment. Besides, he was only renting a room and had no wish to flaunt his meager herbal skills. Half an hour later, the bamboo chair in the courtyard was warm from the sun. Lu Sihong stood in a loose horse stance beside the flagstones, watching an elderly physician with a gray beard examine a boy of 13 or 14. The boy's face was waxy yellow, his thin clothes puffed up by the wind. After taking the pulse, the physician spread dried roots and stems across a small wooden table, sliced them with a bamboo knife, and ground them while explaining his choices aloud. This child's illness is complicated, he said evenly. A low-grade alchemical potion that costs 15 or 20 silver coins won't hold it down. A higher-grade potion is far beyond what this family can afford. These herbs will keep him stable until he turns 16 and can go to Dosho City to awaken his contract space. Once he bonds with a beast and his body matures, his health should improve. He wrapped the powdered herbs in neat packets and handed them to Annie Wu. Lu Sihong listened carefully, then asked in surprise, why does he have to go all the way to Dosho City? Doesn't our town school have a contract array? The old doctor paused, squinted at Lu Sihong's uniform, and nodded in sudden understanding. Auntie Wu quickly explained, he's a new lodger. He doesn't know much about Dosho territory. Ah, from Qingzhou Academy no wonder, the doctor sighed. In your Rongyuan territory resources are plentiful. But here in Dosho territory, outside Dosho City and 2 large towns nearby, we have no contract arrays and hardly any proper schools. Lu Sihong's brows tightened. His gaze slipped to Auntie Wu's younger son, who listened quietly at her side. Without basic schooling, it seemed their only chance to change their fate truly was that single contract awakening. The physician went on detailing how to boil the herbs and when to take them. Lu Sihong, however, kept his eyes on the medicine packets. Platycodon, white peony, smoked uami, Sephora root, essentially a stripped-down version of the basic disease-dispelling potion. The effect would be weaker, but the decoction was cheap, could stretch for half a year, and even offered a bit of general strengthening, exactly the right fit for this household's budget. Inside his storage ring, he had intermediate and even high-grade potions that could cure the boy in one dose. Yet the child was in no mortal danger, and Lu Sihong had no desire to meddle. With a nod to those in the courtyard, he turned and headed back to his room. The dispatch ended without a single goblin casualty. Enemies slain: 1 silver-mane wolf king, 15 iron-mane wolves, and 35 ironback wolves. Rewards gained: 275 experience points and the corpse of the silver-mane wolf king. 1 Tieri goblin gravedigger has evolved into a Tier II goblin necromancer. This newborn Tier II class has picked up rudimentary necromantic arts and can command up to 5 undead at once. When his minions are sealed, his own body grows marginally tougher, and even his grave-digging speed improves. With the feigned death ability, he can cloak himself in the stench of decay to pass for a long-rotted corpse, slipping pursuit or fooling the undead, though the same reek is just as likely to lure scavenging beasts. Upon fulfilling the wish, the system granted a random reward, sudden insight, a boon that dramatically heightens comprehension for 1 week. The Goblin Raider was chosen, black vapor coils around him, and a hungry glint burns in his eyes. The Goblin Smith immediately copied the Raider's shadow dagger and forged a replica. Although its energy flow is a shade inferior, the edge is even keener, throwing off cold flashes in the torchlight. Now the gloom-shrouded necromancer, the smoke-wreathed raider, and the half-mad arsonist are all crammed into the livestock pen, and their combined malice practically seeps through the rails. Buoyed by his evolution, the necromancer hefted his shovel and strode straight into the maw of spirits. A heartbeat later, the Knoll chieftain's claws swept across, hurling him through the air. His new bulk kept him out of the dragon dung pits this time, but he nearly splashed into the cauldron of poison the goblin herbalist was brewing. At the last instant, the goblin shield bearer reacted, booting him aside, so he ended up chewing a mouthful of turf instead. The herbalist ignored the commotion, leaned over the cauldron, and inhaled deeply. His skin turned an eerie purple, clearly poisoned, yet he nodded in satisfaction and ladled a scoop of emerald sludge into a glass vial. The shield bearer took the vial, set it against the inlet on his spiked shield, and carefully poured the liquid inside. A ghostly green sheen spread across the metal barbs. He gave the shield a test swing, toxic mist puffed out, and he smiled with approval. Deciding the brew still lacked punch, the herbalist beckoned a daydreaming goblin nearby. The little goblin wandered into the green haze, turned purple after 2 steps, rolled his eyes back, and collapsed, frothing at the mouth in mild convulsions. Only then did the herbalist break into a high-pitched cackle, bearing fangs that nearly reached his ears. The shrill laughter startled the goblin arsonist, who had been firing clay bricks in the distance. He looked up, howled with delight, and sprinted over, waving his torch, only to stagger in the lingering fumes and collapse beside the poisoned goblin, foaming just as badly. With an exaggerated sigh, the herbalist pried the arsonist's jaws open and stuffed in a handful of mashed herbs. The goblins had nothing better to do. If they weren't sprawled across the dormitory floor, they were lazing in the grass. The arsonist, annoying as he was, could still fight, so if there was any chance of saving him, it was worth trying. The goblin herbalist showed a strong affinity with green dragon blood, but the itinerant trader had brought back only a thimble-sized vial, far from enough for an upgrade. Lu Sihong sealed the precious liquid in a clear crystal bottle, labeled it, and hid it deep in the trader's storeroom. Once he had collected enough, he might trade it for something even more valuable. After confirming the stock, he went to the pen and watched the goblins chase, wrestle, and nibble at the grass. Satisfied, he sat cross-legged and slipped into meditation. The next morning, knowing he wouldn't be going out for a couple of days, he decided to wash his travel-stained academy uniform. The moment it hit the basin, Auntie Wu, the landlady next door, bustled in with her own wash basin, snatched the uniform, and said, "Don't be polite, youngster. Let me do it." Lu Sihong scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. "Auntie, don't you have work today?" "Work?" She waved it off with a laugh. "We only have a few small plots to tend, and I take odd jobs now and then. Hardly real work." Just then her husband, Uncle Yang, pushed through the door, morning dew still on his shoes and a grin on his face. "Ahua, today's our lucky day. I met a man selling herbs cheap once, and several are exactly what we need." Auntie Wu frowned. "Are you sure they're genuine? Don't let anyone cheat you. Relax. I compared every leaf with the samples Dr. Zhang gave us. I won't mix them up." He opened a burlap sack and spilled several bundles of dried herbs onto the table. A faint grassy scent drifted up. Lu Sihong glanced over the pile and said casually, "Most of these are just a bit old, no big deal, but this purple-leafed one is shiziko. It's mildly poisonous and nothing like the ruanziko you need." The couple exchanged looks. Lu Sihong pointed toward the kitchen. "Drop a piece of shiziko and the sample into boiling water. The color will tell you." Efficient as ever, Auntie Wu lit a fire at once. When the water boiled, she poured it into 2 thick porcelain cups. Shiziko went into the left, Dr. Zhang's ruanziko sample into the right. Moments later, the left cup turned a pale violet, while the right cup remained nearly clear. Uncle Yang muttered, "Maybe I didn't put enough," and shoved 2 more pieces of ruanziko into the right cup. It still stayed clear. He reached for even more, but Auntie Wu smacked him on the back of the head. "Are you stupid? Stop wasting good herbs. Go return them before the seller disappears." Roused by the slap, Uncle Yang snatched up the suspect herbs and bolted out of the yard. Only Auntie Wu's size remained. She thanked Lu Sihong again and again. He took the chance to ask, "Why don't you buy directly from the old doctor?" She set the washboard back into the basin and sighed. "Dr. Zhang is very old and had stopped making house calls. He forced himself to treat our child because he knew we're poor. Gathering and mixing herbs is too much for him now." Lu Sihong nodded. He understood. Many herbs contain toxins, and with the doctor's frail health, that kind of work would indeed be too risky. Feeling cooped up in the tiny room, Lu Sihong slipped into the courtyard, dragged over a small wooden stool, and began reading. He had barely settled in when a sudden clamor erupted outside. The front gate burst open with a bang. A heavy-set thug with a face full of knife-edge rolls barged in, 7 or 8 cronies on his heels, half dragging the wheezing Uncle Yang behind them. Shoving Uncle Yang into a corner, the thug jabbed a stubby finger at Lu Sihong and bellowed in a voice like a cracked gong. "So you're the little runt who told this fool my medicine is fake? Still wet behind the ears, and already mouthing off today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." Lu Sihong's brows knit as he glanced from the thug's fleshy face to Uncle Yang, silently grousing, "You got caught awfully fast." Smack! A sharp slap cut off his thoughts. Auntie Wu, who had just helped her husband to his feet, swung at Uncle Yang and shouted, "Why drag the young man into it when you went to return the fake medicine?" Lu Sihong shrugged and murmured, "No need to hit him that hard." Palm print blooming on his cheek, Uncle Yang flushed and glared at the thug. He refused the refund and tried to pry information out of me." The thug known around town as Huang Laosen snorted, his eyes vicious yet calculating. He swept a disdainful glance over the shabby courtyard and its threadbare furnishings, then shouted to the onlookers, "You all see this? This idiot believed a snot-nosed kid and called my medicine fake." "Aye." A sudden gasp rippled through the crowd. Wind hissed at Huang Laosen's back. He hit the ground in a rolling dodge as a vine whip cracked through the air. Springing up with a short knife in hand, he fixed Lu Sihong with a murderous glare. His cronies scrambled to draw their weapons, closing in to form a half circle. "Boss, I think he's a mage," one of them whispered. Huang Laosan's brow twitched, but his swagger remained. "Relax, it's just some wild mage. He's barely grown. How dangerous can he be? We rush him together, mess him up, and he won't dare come back for payback." Raising his voice for the crowd, he added, "You all saw it struck first. When the town guard arrives, remember that." He charged. 2 steps in, the ground boiled as if scalded. Brambles shot up everywhere, thorny vines of all sizes lashing around ankles and arms. Poison barbs pierced flesh, green venom oozing into wounds while screams filled the courtyard. The thugs fought to break free, but the deceptively slender vines only tightened, slicing deeper with every jerk. Just as Huang Laosan and his men reached for beast-summoning talismans, fresh shouts sounded outside the gate. "Town patrols coming." The old rogues exchanged a glance and instantly switched to wailing agony. "Help! Adventurer assault! Officers, please, he's using forbidden magic inside the town, he's killing us. It hurts, save us." A few spectators joined in. accusing Lu Sihong of attacking first. Auntie Wu, hands trembling, edged up to him and whispered, "Young man, what now? Maybe you should run." Closing his book, Lu Sihong replied calmly, "Running would make me look guilty. Don't worry, it's nothing serious." Lu Sihong stayed perfectly composed. Before he left, his teacher had warned him. In other territories he should tread carefully, but in the beast fighter domain, he could use her name if things got ugly. Had planned to keep a low profile for a couple of days. Yet these mangy mutts had driven him to put on a show, and it was really getting on his nerves. He curled his lip and snapped his mental power tight. The thorny spell constricted at once. The swindlers who had been play-acting moments ago let out a chorus of screams, limbs jerking, foam spilling from their mouths, about to lose all control of their bodies. Their partners in the crowd figured the performance had leveled up and hooped even louder. Outside the courtyard, a dozen patrol guards forced their way through the onlookers. The captain strode in, eyes cold, pinning Lu Sihong with a glare. "You're the one causing trouble?" he barked. "Jumping straight to a verdict, are we?" Lu Sihong muttered, then raised a hand and pointed at the school uniform hanging nearby. "I'm a student of Green Bamboo Academy." He had to announce at first getting beaten up, and only then hunting for backing was not his style. The captain snorted. "This is the beast fighter domain, not the magma domain. Green Bamboo Academy means nothing here." Lu Sihong nodded politely. "Fine. He'll be sure to tell my teacher alchemy master Zhang Peipei." The captain stiffened. He didn't know every alchemist by name, but anyone who worked this border had heard of Zhang Peipei, the hot-tempered master who reportedly grabbed passersby for test samples and had even punched her own lord. Her first disciple loved explosives, the second adored poison, the third had never shown up here. This kid was likely the newly recruited fourth, no telling what tricks he had. The captain's face froze. Master Zhang Peipei. Of course." Lu Sihong's smile widened. "Glad we're on the same page. Funny thing, these quacks tried to rough me up, I stopped them, and your patrol arrived instantly." "Captain, are you saying you're working with them?" The captain's brows nodded. They'd only stepped in because of the commotion, yet now he was accused of collusion. He couldn't defend himself without denting the domain's dignity or his own authority. He cleared his throat and put on his sternest voice. "Young man, don't just throw a master's name around. If you damage her reputation, no worries. My teacher said if anyone here refuses to show respect, I should write down their names and she'll come collect the debt herself." Lu Sihong narrowed his eyes, still smiling. "Speaking of names, Captain, how should I address you?" There it is, the fear-nothing attitude. The captain thought, certainty blooming that this really was Zhang Peipei's new disciple. He coughed, lowered his voice. "Just a nobody, hardly worth mentioning." Realizing how weak that sounded, he straightened up and announced for all to hear, "Name's Lin Wanshan, patrol captain of the beast fighter domain." Behind him, one of the guards gaped and cursed inwardly. "Great, the old man just threw me under the wagon." After a round of chaos and questioning, the story finally came to light. The thugs who had been paralyzed by the thorn poison, along with their accomplices dragged from the crowd, were now kneeling in the mud, banging their heads and begging the patrol for mercy. They rattled off excuses: "We were forced, we've got families to feed," and so on, but the patrolman did not even bother to look up. The captain, annoyed by the noise, flicked his hand. Several guards hauled the prisoners over and tossed them straight into the crowd. The onlookers, already furious, pounced. Fists and boots flew, and in seconds the swindlers were left bruised, bloodied, and screaming. Standing off to the side, Lu Sihong asked casually, "Are these guys heading to the front lines as cannon fodder?" The patrol captain snorted in disdain. "Them? Worthless. They'd only waste rations. Well, drag them back to Beast Fight City. Let the jail decide whether they dig rocks at the quarry or plant crops in the fields." Lu Sihong had half a mind to suggest they be used for alchemy trials, poetic justice for peddling fake medicine, but the captain's remark reminded him that Beast Fight City didn't even have an alchemist's guild. No one would pay to test potions on prisoners. That door was firmly shut. Once the patrol led Huang Laozhan and the others away, Lu Sihong noticed unfamiliar faces peering through the gate. His identity was clearly exposed. Fame, good or bad, would soon draw a crowd. He had no patience for that, and decided to leave Shishan town at once. Before departing, he pulled out a mid-grade disease-cleansing potion and pressed it into Aunt Wu's hands. She hesitated, torn, but he just smiled, shoved the vial at her, waved goodbye, and left the courtyard. If his cover was blown, he might as well earn a bit of goodwill after all. He was the disciple of a master alchemist. Next he went to find Li Qinwei. As expected, she was passed out drunk in the room she had borrowed for the night. On the way, he ran into Xiahou Yang and asked a few of Li Qinwei's students to relay a message. He was setting off early for Beast Fight City with Xiahou Yang's group. Xiahou Yang claimed there was nowhere to stay in town, so they had to keep moving. To Lu Sihong, however, it was obvious the man wanted to show off his twin greatswords, gleaming gold and the flowing silver. With both broad blades crossed on his back, Xiahou Yang strode along, chest out, practically begging for attention. Lu Sihong muttered inwardly, "Gold and silver won't shield you from your rotten luck." Traveling with them were Lu Li and 8 members of the Academy's disciplinary squad, a dozen people, in all too many for the town's sparse ends, so the road it was. They left Shishan town and trekked for half a day. By dusk, the sky was streaked crimson, and they managed to bring down a plump wild ram on a barren hill. Spirit beasts or not, it would fill their stomachs. The work was smoothly divided. Some gathered firewood, others split branches and built a spit. Fat dripped from skewered meat onto the coals, sending waves of rich aroma through the wind. Firelight painted their faces amber while the sizzling grew louder. Just as the mutton was about to be done, the air around the campfire warped like a twisted mirror, and a piercing screech tore open the night. Damn, spatial turbulence move. With a roar, Xiahou Yang grabbed Lu Sihong and Lu Li and hurled himself backward. In midair, Lu Li twisted like a sleek black cat, fingers flicking through seals. Her chant resonated with the magic in her body, and arcs of power snapped through the air crack. Pale blue lightning wrapped around her boots, holding her steady in mid-flight. Lu Sihong, by contrast, hit the ground like a tossed sandbag. His head buzzed, and if he hadn't clamped down with sheer willpower, his beast-taming instinct would have triggered on its own. When he looked up, the half-roasted wild goat by the campfire was gone. In its place stood a line of minotaurs 7 or 8 meters tall, clad in black armor and hefting massive axes. Firelight gleamed across their dark, oily fur. Minotaurs? He murmured. Lu Li drifted down beside him and spoke under her breath. Creatures from another plane probably dumped here by a spatial rift. That idiot hit harder than he should have. You all right? Not hurt, Lu Sihong said, rubbing his temple. I've lived 16 years and only read about rifts dropping monsters. Around White Moon Town it's happened a few times, tops, and even the worst one only tossed a couple of beasts downtown. He groaned. I travel half a month with Li Qinwei and it's smooth sailing. I hang out with Xiahou Yang for half a day and we end up in this mess. He couldn't help asking, Senior, how was your trip from the lava territory? Lu Li shrugged. Pretty normal. Ran into a band of fugitives, wrestled a stray Gale rock, and put down a batch of newborn undead. Seriously? Maybe I should just crawl back to Shishan town and sleep another 2 days. Even as he griped, he summoned his goblin captain, who charged the nearest minotaur with a battered axe. Ahead, Xiahou Yang had already stowed his flowing silver greatsword. A golden blade flared in his right hand, and he and his ash-gray giant bear became a rolling wave of light, smashing into the monster line and kicking up a tower of dust. Lu Sihong had zero intention of diving into that brawl. The last thing he wanted was a goblin mob spawning around him in the chaos. Seeing Lu Li tossing out the occasional spark clearly holding back asked, what element does Senior Xiahou use? That doesn't look like fire. Light. Rarest one out there, Lu Li replied, eyes fixed on the fight. There's not much data, so he just treats light skills like fire still burns fine. Against undead or eldritch stuff, it's ridiculous. She paused, then shrugged. Great talent, not much sense. He only learned Illuminate a few days ago and it's special. How special? Blindingly bright. Right then Xiahou Yang's shout echoed from the dust cloud. Take my Illuminate. What the? Lu Sihong turned. A golden flash swallowed the world, like someone yanked on a celestial searchlight. White flooded his vision, his ears rang, and dizziness washed over him. Who the hell threw a flashbang? He yelled, palms over his eyes. Lu Li had spun away and shut her eyes the moment she heard the cue, walking off, almost unscathed. She raised an eyebrow. See? Told you crazy bright. Lu Sihong felt like crying then realized the glare had already filled his eyes with tears. Compared with Lu Sihong, the goblin captain took a much harder hit on the battlefield. The eye statue merely let him see better in the dark. It offered no protection against a sudden flash of light. Fortunately, the glare only swept across him, and after a momentary daze he managed to refocus on the fight. His minotaur opponent was far less fortunate. The searing white beam burned its eyes like a branding iron, crimson threads welling at the corners. Blind and panicked, the creature swung its massive axe wildly, missing every target and instead carving a vicious gash in a comrade's thick haunch. The unlucky minotaur bellowed in agony. While his foes were flailing sightlessly, the goblin captain hoisted his spiked mace and slammed it into the minotaur's most vulnerable spot. The unfortunate bull's pride was instantly pulped, and its screams sounded like ripping canvas. At just over 3 meters tall, the goblin found aiming for the 7 or 8 meter minotaur's head awkward. Still, compared with a human swordsman trying to stab it from behind, at least he hadn't rammed the mace somewhere worse. By goblin standards, that counted as chivalry. The scene grew harder to watch, so Lu Li murmured an incantation. A barrel-thick yellow bolt of lightning crashed down, then leapt from minotaur to minotaur. 3 or 4 fell charred on the spot. The rest convulsed and collapsed. Human fighters rushed in, cleanly removing heads or driving blades through hearts, and the field was cleared within moments. Lu Sihong smoothed down the hair that Static had forced upright and glanced in curiosity at the petite upperclassman. He hadn't expected someone so demure to wield such ruthless power. Noticing his gaze, Lu Li adjusted her glasses and said with quiet pride, and one of the Academy's top students. Lu Sihong silently joked that the spell even came with complimentary hairstyling. Thor meets Tony Stark, confirmed. Seeing his companions sporting fresh afros while they cleaned up the field, he struggled not to laugh. Minotaur corpses had limited value, mostly as fodder for certain contract beasts, and not every beast enjoyed them. All 7 or 8 bodies were packed up for Lu Siangaviri. One new goblins had broad appetites, so no one objected. The weapons the monsters left behind, however, contained exotic metals and would fetch a good price from smiths. Each fighter kept one, and the extras went to Xiahou Yang, who had earned the lion's share of the credit. After that, the group met no further trouble. A little more than 2 days later, they reached the border fortress of Dosho City. Its walls were tall and thick, vastly superior to the token ramparts of Qingzhou City. Inside, though, it was clear nearly every coin had gone into defense. The buildings looked like temporary shacks, and the streets were almost empty. The adventurers who should have filled the place were already out on missions, and even the locals were scarce, leaving the whole city wrapped in desolation. The beast hunt had begun in earnest. Adventurers had undoubtedly formed parties and headed into the wilds, while the remaining residents were likely hauling supplies to the front or trying to turn a profit behind the lines. Xiahou Yang explained to Lu Sihong. Doing business is simple. Buy the bulky loot no one wants to carry for cheap, then flip it for potions and supplies. Sounds easy, but step in the wrong place and the orcs will jump you. As he spoke, he glanced toward the distant camp. We're heading to meet the Academy's main force. Why don't you tag along? Lu Sihong sized Xiahou Yang up. Acting alone would be freer, but was he really up to it? Out loud he agreed readily. Of course I'll go with you. Good. First we register at the Adventurers Guild, then hit a few stores for supplies, Xiahou Yang said, striding ahead. Merchants at the front line charge 2 or 3 times more. If you can buy it in the city, don't wait until the battlefield to waste your money. Weaving through a bustling intersection, he kept reminding them. Beast hunts are dangerous, so stay away from the main front. Taking on the Orc Corps is the beast fighting city regular army's job. We're here to train, safety comes first. Other students might find this nagging annoying, but Lu Sihong understood. Every year the beast hunt felt like a festival, yet tens of thousands still died out there, not counting losses on both sides of beast fighting city's army and the orcs, or the necromantic zones would have been cleared by now. The Academy sent its students here to grow, and survival was the prerequisite for growth. Even so, he wasn't too worried about himself. In theory, he still had a dozen spare lives and carried an escape talisman. Kuda had run the numbers. If he didn't do anything stupid, his chance of dying was under 10%. If he played it extra safe, he could push the risk down to 1 in 1,000. The thought triggered an idea. Wandering merchants might show up on the battlefield too. To guarantee the trader earned enough credit, he decided to max out his shopping list. Food, medicine, drinking water, anything frontline adventurers might lack, he bought out, had the goblin captain haul it back to the ranch, and stuffed it into the merchant's warehouse. He even told the goblin smiths to forge a batch of spare weapons. If someone broke a blade mid-fight, he could cash in on the spot. While Lu Sihong was on his buying spree, something unusual was happening in front of the Qingzhou Academy Administration Building. Zhang Aoshan's current headmaster, son of the previous headmaster, and senior brother to Zhang Paipi, was squatting on the ground. A muscle-bound earth mage who loved nothing more than smashing things with boulders, he was poking at a pile of shattered black bones he had just pulverized. What the heck are these? They don't look like normal undead, but they've got a nasty vibe, he muttered. Another cult maybe? And WHYD they steal my dragon skull. I smashed them too fine. Wonder if Pepe can still figure out what they were. A breeze settled silently. Carried by the wind, Zhang Pepe floated down behind her senior brother and sighed. You're the headmaster, at least watch your language. Stop throwing in those weird words. Zhang Aoyan looked up and grinned. People without power are called uncouth. People like me are called genuine. In the misty forest, a dozen gaunt figures in black robes clustered together. The red dragon's head is still out of our reach. We may already be exposed. I thought the master alchemist was on the brink of death, and Dean Qingzhou was off fishing. How did we fail anyway? A message came through just before our comrades died. The ward around the red dragon's head was far stronger than expected and carried an alarm. They were about to pull back when Dean Qingzhou flashed in like lightning and silenced them on the spot. The hooded leader concluded in a low voice. All things rot in the end. Only death is eternal. Let's move, pick up the pace. They lifted their eyes to the maze ahead, a living tangle of vines forming a deep green labyrinth. Isavire had lost a great deal of blood lately, so it had been hunting large magical beasts to rebuild its strength, scaring every other creature in the misty forest into hiding or flight. It had flown a long way before finally snatching a rock bear that was close to slipping out of the forest, intending to enjoy the meal back at its lair. The jungle labyrinth where the green dragon lived was woven from magical plants it had raised itself, plants that could both strike and warn. Normally, the slightest disturbance would reach Isavire at once. This time, however, the foliage was unnervingly silent. The reason was simple: the black-robed intruders carried no trace of life, and were masters of concealment. To the plants, they were little more than moving boulders. So when Isavire landed with its prey and a black array suddenly rose to trap it, the dragon's huge eyes filled with disbelief, while the figures outside the spell grinned with feral delight. Chains and spectral claws wrought from necrotic energy clamped around the dragon's body, forcing Isavire to answer with magic. It spewed poisonous mist and summoned its plants, only to discover that the invader's altered flesh was almost immune to toxins and tough enough to shrug off vines and thorns. If a limb was severed, they simply reattached it, so long as the head remained intact. Worse yet, the black array gnawed at the dragon's mind. A nightmare of fear dragged its consciousness toward a murky abyss. Once it slipped under, it would be nothing more than a cowering lizard waiting for the blade. Fortunately, when Isavire left Dragon Forest years ago, the Elder Dragon had asked which body part it wanted turned into a spatial cache. It chose a back molar, thinking it was the safest place. The decision later proved annoying. Every retrieval left objects dripping with saliva, storage was awkward, and items were sometimes swallowed by accident. Now, though, that hidden tooth was a blessing. With a single thought, a green vial appeared in the dragon's mouth. It clicked its jaws together, shattering the crystal bottle. Potion and shards slid down its throat and into its massive body. The potion called Green Titan had been thrown in as a sweetener when a wandering merchant last bartered with the young green dragon, Yizewire. The dragon had barely glanced at the tiny vial. Claims of massive growth, heightened resolve, fear immunity reeked of marketing fluff, and a single dose hardly seemed enough for a creature weighing several dozen tons. Still, a dragon never turns down free treasure. The merchant had sworn it was worth 20 gold pieces, and refusing a gift is simply bad economics. Now, with death closing in, Yizewire lay on a thorn-strewn floor, reciting the names of every draconic ancestor and begging the instructions not to be a lie. The potion did work, but not as advertised. His bulk had scarcely changed, yet his scales had undergone a fresh, waxy greening that threw dazzling reflections across the clearing, tinting the black-robed sorcerers an unflattering shade of seasick green. The brew's real punch lay in mental resistance and terror immunity, achieved by forcibly dimming one's wits. The emptier the mind, the stronger the shield. Luckily for him, Yizewire had never been celebrated for brains. The black robes, clinging to the hope that their ritual circle was complete, suddenly felt every magical plant fall silent. Looking up, they found the green dragon's eyes blazing red, fangs bared, corrosive drool hissing where it hit the earth, madness and vacancy sharing the same stare. Boom! A roar like rolling thunder burst from the depths of the lair, warping the sigil lines of their array. They held on for a heartbeat. Then the dark formation shattered midair into jagged ghosts of itself. Elsewhere in the misty forest, the wandering merchant had noticed an unnerving hush. Half the monsters and adventurers were gone, and he hadn't struck a single decent deal. He had planned to avoid the penniless dragon had already bled dry after all. His own stock was down to odd scraps scavenged from a ghost village, but on sudden impulse he turned back. He arrived just as his windrider Sparrow and an egg-thieving jungle python were trading blows in a storm of feathers. Snatching a nearly hatched egg, he ran straight into the returning Gale Rock. An air blade missed his neck by inches, and the goblin shrieked, sprinting for his life. Just when the rock was about to catch him, a soul-rattling dragon roar rolled over the forest. The merchant's business radar lit up, ignoring the stunned rock. He had his poison-barbed spider fling a thread of silk, swung around, and slipped into the labyrinth of trees. At the lair he found Yizewire battered and bleeding, the immense body sagging, breath thin, yet those freshly polished scales still glittered like emerald armor. All around lay a dozen skeletons leaking black smoke, some reduced to rubble, others half intact, pale blue witch fire flickering inside their skulls. Black mist wound through shattered bones, knitting them back together. Resurrection was only seconds away, and the spent dragon would never survive another round. The goblin took in the scene, calculated faster than lightning, and sent the poison-barbed spider skittering to a fallen skull. He drew out a vial of crystal-clear, emerald potion thrumming with magic, held it up to the dragon's snout, and raised 2 fingers. Greater healing potion. Full recovery in moments. Special price 200 gold coins. The skull stared blankly at the high-grade healing potion in front of it. Am nothing but a pile of bones. How am I supposed to drink this? Drench myself in it? He examined the vial from top to bottom. On the open market it might fetch 80 gold, 200 at most, yet the goblin's price tag had been greenwashed right along with his skin. Across the way, the young green dragon, Isuir, lay flat on the ground, limbs trembling from the green giant elixir backlash, and the necromancy that refused to let the skeletons stay dead. Watching the goblin set that overpriced potion before a skull, the dragon wondered if head wandered into an illusion. If the goblin were aiding the enemy, why offer a potion? But if he's mocking them, that earnest, shiny green face looks like he's genuinely doing business. Isuir burned his last sliver of mana to open a mind link. Dragon, what are you doing? Goblin, matter of fact, selling wares. Dragon, exasperated. A healing potion for skeletons? You'd be better off handing them poison. I was joking, don't actually do it. Help me finish them before they patch themselves up. The goblin cocked his head. A good merchant only trades, never fights. A good merchant? Since when? Isuir snarled, emerald sparks skittering across his scales. The goblin ignored the dragon's fury. Seeing the skulls show zero interest in his stock, he grew bored until scattered bones in the shadows caught his eyepieces crawling on their own, trying to reassemble. Can these fetch a price? His eyes lit up. He trotted over and reached for a severed hand. Smack! The skeletal claw lashed out. A venom spitter spider sensed the danger first, firing a sheet of white web that pinned the claw to the floor. Isuir burst out laughing. Nice work, little one. Web the rest of them too. The spider hissed and bounded forward while the skulls erupted in curses. Unable to cast without bodies, they could do nothing, otherwise the dragon would already be ashes and he wouldn't have this moment to gloat. To the goblin, a broke green dragon and a bunch of tight-fisted talking skulls weren't customers. Ignoring their ranting, he focused on the hand stuck in webbing. Once sure it couldn't break free, he pried a gem-studded ring from its bony finger, held it aloft, and let the dim light dance across his amber eyes. A satisfied grin spread across his face. Ignoring the necrotic aura that was slowly eating through the web, Lu Sihong fixed his gaze on the other skeletal parts inching across the floor. Whenever something looked suspicious, he had the poison barb spider spit silk to pin it in place, then strode over for a closer look. The strands of silk wound over the ground like tiny ropes, binding the broken bones tight. With brisk, practiced motions, Lu pried apart splintered ribs and cracked plate, pulling out one ruined magic item after another, 5 or 6 in all. Each piece was scrap, yet the rare materials embedded in them still held plenty of value. The goblin who had been spraying webs everywhere hadn't meant to sabotage anything, but had nonetheless slowed the skeleton's assembly and delayed the necromantic array's revival. Squatting nearby, the green dragon bared its fangs in smug amusement at its skeletal kin. The triumph didn't last. Realizing their plan was collapsing, the skulls self-destructed in a burst of black bone dust that hardened into a storm of bone arrows aimed straight at the dragon's head. The arrows pierced the creature's soul. The dragon howled in agony. Its scales were unharmed, yet its spirit felt as though it were being torn apart. A human would have died instantly. Only a dragon's naturally resilient soul could withstand pain that savage. Had the goblin peddler still been alive, he might have whipped out a vial of high-grade psychic restorative and, grinning, asked the dragon if it would trade 2 buckets of dragon blood for it. But the skulls blamed the little green skin for ruining their scheme. Bone shards from the blast swept over him like a storm, riddling him with holes. The poison barb spider flung silk in a frantic attempt to pull its partner clear, but it was half a heartbeat too late. The merchant was packed up on the spot, his trade log acquiring a terse new entry, deceased. While paging through that log, Lu Sihong learned the wandering merchant had slipped into the green dragon's lair hoping to trade with so-called necromantic cultists. At the time, Lu had just accepted a mission and was racing to a frontier outpost to help the garrison clear out a band of orcs. He could only shake his head at the merchant's antics. What truly caught his interest were the words necromantic cultists. His first thought was of the fanatics who had recently attacked the molten domain warped zealots who corrupted creatures and bred mutations. Results almost identical to true undead. Lu was nearly certain they hadn't been wiped out and were active again. Unfortunately, in the wilderness his only way to relay the intel back to the academy was through the Adventurers Guild's long-range messaging array, so it would have to wait until he reached Dosho City. The trade log mentioned a little side deal, too. The merchant had brought back a stormrock egg. The goblin beast tamer snatched it, hurried it to the pens, built a sturdy nest in the hay, and sprawled on top of it to incubate. Lu recalled that Su Yu's bonded beast was also a storm rock, so he knew the growth stages. First would come a black swiftle tharmless, but blindingly fast. With careful care it could evolve into a gale swift, then into a spell-casting storm rock, though advancing beyond that point was notoriously difficult. The more he thought, the stranger it seemed. Even in dense jungle, a poison barb spider could never outrun an adult storm rock, let alone its enraged parents. How had those 2 little misfits stolen an egg from a rock's nest, fled all the way into a green dragon's lair, and even pocketed a magic ring from the cultists along the way? Most of the ruined gear wound up in the goblin smith's furnace, smelted down into alloy ingots. The magic ring, however, was singled out by the ranch appraisers as a finely crafted mage's tool. The last item to earn such praise had been Xiahou Yang's stargold greatsword valued at 5,000 gold coins. They called it a fortress, but it was little more than an improvised camp. A few rows of rough-hewn palisades enclosing a square of trampled earth, watchtowers hastily nailed together from raw logs and sheets of tin, and a regimental banner snapping hard in the wind at the gate. 500 regular soldiers were garrisoned inside, not to charge into battle, but to keep round-the-clock watch on the surrounding hills and give any passing adventurer a safe place to rest. The camp sat dozens of miles from the main front, surrounded by nothing but patchy grass slopes, and low scrub. Now and then a distant roll of war drums drifted over the plain. Because of that isolation, the only enemies who ever reached the palisade were the orc slaves driven out as fodder by their own clans. Within an orc tribe, slaves lived at the very bottom. They did the foulest, heaviest work, survived on perpetual half-rations, and still took the lash for every imagined slight. When they were finally herded out of their pens, escape never crossed their minds. Their rage had congealed into a single purpose: hunt humans for revenge, prove themselves with blood. Yet the moment they were shoved through the mountain pass, the tribal elders had already written them off as bait. Those elders knew human adventurers craved war merit, and waves of expendable slaves would draw their eyes away from the true front lines, keeping veteran raiders from lurking near the tribe's vital points, searching for a chance to disembowel them. The slaves were the rotten meat tossed onto an open field. The hyenas were the seasoned adventurers. Many young adventurers arrived dreaming of glory in a war of hundreds of thousands, while the battle-scarred veterans treated the beast hunt like a routine payday. If the orcs were thoughtful enough to deliver low-risk targets, the old hands were happy to stay put, rack up points, and let someone else bleed on the main line. So when the slave caravans finally reached their assigned killing ground, they did not find helpless villages and unarmed peasants. They found rows of eager eyes instead, adventurers hungry for merit and academy students whose faces were fresh but whose blows were anything but gentle. The camp lay in the jurisdiction of Dosho City, so students from Qingzhou Academy and Hongyan Academy showed up in force. Cadets from other territories appeared in scattered twos and threesome, forming ad hoc squads, others working solo. Most either banded together or joined the Qingzhou and Hongyan parties. Trust came easier among students, and the freelance veterans wanted nothing to do with academy rookies. Team up? No thanks. In a fight, they preferred a wide stretch of ground between them. The styles simply clashed. The students were strong and well-connected, short on experience, but long on nerve, their blows erratic in force. Stick too close, and you risked trouble whether you won or lost. So the veterans gave them a very wide berth. Plenty of cadets were here for their first beast hunt and shouted at every new sight. Bursts of orders and cheers rose and fell, grating on veterans whose nerves were already strung tight. Compared with the orc corpses the goblins had dragged back last time, the slave orcs Lu Sihong saw here showed almost no bestial traits at all. Starvation had pushed their shoulder blades and hips into sharp ridges, leaving their limbs wiry and wasted. Strip away the gray-green skin and harsh features, and, in sheer build, they looked little different from scrawny goblins. The goblins were all scrawny and green. One swing of their captain's morning star sent a dozen of them flying. Mid-battle, they realized things were going south, shrieked in panic, and bolted. The first deserters had barely cleared the camp before a tide of adventurers came thundering after them. At the edge of the raucous battlefield, Lu Sihong couldn't be bothered to move. He stood on a pile of rubble, idly rolling a dark purple gemstone ring between his fingers. The ring came from the Academy's menagerie catalog, tagged as mage equipment. Lu had assumed it would boost his focus or casting speed, yet it did nothing. It wasn't until the recent slaughter of Orcish slaves that he sensed something strange. A chill, as thin as spider silk, seeped into his skin, raising goosebumps. The gem glimmered faintly, a ghostly image swirling across its surface as though it were devouring something. Necromancer junk? A soul siphon? Lu muttered, frowning. If that was true, wearing it could only spell trouble. Clerics and cultists alike would take issue. After a moment's thought, he decided to have it appraised back at the academy. Just then, Xiahou Yang returned with a dozen students in tow. Each carried a string of bloody orc heads as casually as groceries. The Adventurers Guild demanded proof of kills. Heads were the quickest option. You could bring right ears instead, but ears sometimes mutated and slowed the clerks. A guild officer stationed at the nearby fort would tally the trophies and burn them on the spot, sparing everyone a smelly trip back to Dosho City. At the academy, Zhang Peipei spent her free time brewing low-grade potions that students could buy with credits or earn as rewards. Her alchemy skills were so respected that even senior students treated her and by extension Lu Sihong with deference. He always got his share of points and loot, yet no one ever asked him to carry severed heads. Once his companions finished counting their haul, Lu assumed the fight was over. He planned to return to the fort with them, then combed the surrounding wilderness for local plants to transplant into his own nursery. Xiahou Yang handed his heads to another student, turned, and called, "Old Lu, want to scout Gui village?" I picked up the contract. He meant the rubble-filled sinkhole nearby. Once a mass grave, it had sprouted a village that later turned into a haunted wasteland. Fort Intelligence reported a band of orcs slipping inside and needed someone to investigate. "You're into spooky places anyway, coming or not?" Xiahou Yang asked. Lu wasn't surprised. Xiahou Yang's innate attributes countered most specters. What puzzled him was why orcs would break into Gui village. From the side, Lu Li offered her analysis. Those slaves have never left their tribe. They probably thought Gui village was a human settlement. They're likely stuck in there. We're only going as insurance, in case they stir up trouble. Just as Lu Li had guessed, The orc slaves who had been brainwashed before leaving their tribe and were down to the last of the dry rations they'd brought had gone several days without a real meal. When they saw terrified humans and livestock darting everywhere, they assumed they'd stumbled into an Aleocaniate feast. None of them bothered to ask why such a prosperous village sat in the middle of a desolate wasteland. By the time Lu Sihong, Xiahou Yang, and the others arrived, the first thing they saw was a withered, yellow plain-cracked earth, waist-high scrub, and dying weeds stretching to the horizon. In the very center, however, the village looked as if it had been cut out with a knife and set into the desert. Lush fields on every side, corn stalks blazing green, melon vines sagging over fences, vegetable beds so heavy with produce that gourds and tomatoes brushed the soil. Now the place was choked with smoke, flames staining the gray tiles crimson. Packs of orcs swung nicked cleavers through the alleys, cutting down villagers regardless of age or sex. Severed arms and legs were shoved straight into their mouths like kebabs. A woman drenched in blood staggered out of a side street and crawled toward the newcomers. An orc, muscles knotted under mottled skin, lunged after her. One flash of the blade, and she collapsed. As she lay dying, she reached toward the group, her eyes a mixture of pleading and despair. The orc licked the blood from his blade and bared his teeth in a taunting grin. Lu Sihang's team only murmured among themselves. None of them so much as shifted a foot. Something's off. Luli narrowed her eyes. The mud here is like paste, yet she didn't leave a single footprint, and that expression on her face completely bogus. Xiahou Yang snorted. If Sihong hadn't dosed you all beforehand, you idiots would have charged right in. Don't even mention that potion-uk. Someone clutched his stomach, gagging. Sihong, can't you tweak the flavor? It works, sure, but ugh. Lu Sihong shrugged. I can make it taste better, but the ingredients would cost twice as much. Either that, or you'll turn bright green for an hour. Your pick. The orc kept his taunting pose for a good 30 seconds. When no one reacted, his arm froze midair, and even the snarl on his face looked awkward. Still, he forced himself to stick to the script. Hefting the cleaver onto one shoulder, he grabbed the woman's ankle and dragged her down the street, painting a bright red line across the ground. Luli winced. That blood's way too fake. She's been dragged half a block and it's still gushing like a fire hose. And the colors, so even it looks like someone used a paint roller. Xiahou Yang put on an older brother air. All right, save the show and tell. Next time you run into an illusion, I hope you keep those eyes sharp. Luli rolled her own eyes. Who were these people trying to impress? Their companions laughed it off and quietly agreed to buy more potions from Lu Sihong later. The stuff tasted vile, but it did the job. Given what we're seeing, I doubt there's anything left alive in that village, someone muttered. Not entirely sure about that, another replied, uncertainty in his voice. Perhaps realizing its trick had been exposed, the entire ghost village stopped wasting energy on pretense. The illusion peeled away, revealing its true face at last. There were no fleeing villagers and no burning cottages. Among the rotting beams of a half-collapsed settlement crouched only a pack of orcs with crimson eyes and twisted faces, howling with excitement as they fought and tore at one another's flesh. The moment an orc fell, the rest swarmed in, claws shredding skin, fangs snapping bone, reducing their comrade to gore-slick chunks they crammed into their mouths in a heartbeat. One unlucky orc came to a brief, agonizing clarity before death. His scarlet pupils widened as he realized he was being shared by his companions, and the despair and hatred on his face stirred the chilly black mist around them. Above the village, wraiths circled and taunted in shrill voices, diving now and then to skim an orc and steal a wisp of life force. Lu Sihong and the others watched from a distance, their scalps prickling. Suddenly, the black fog at the settlement's center churned violently, and a massive shadow burst through a roof, scattering even the specters that had been reveling in the carnage. The apparition opened its maw and inhaled. In an instant, dozens of brawling orcs were drained dry and collapsed as desiccated husks, while several unlucky wraiths were swallowed by the same yawning darkness. Then the shadow noticed Lu Sihang's group and slowly turned its head. Deathly vapors, thick as night, clung to its form, obscuring every outline except for those enormous blood-red eyes. One sweep of that gaze clenched their hearts. Their minds were yanked toward a distant void where a colossal entity stared back with icy indifference. At that critical moment, a blinding spear of gold flared. Xiahou Yang's illumination spell stabbed their eyes like a bayonet, the pain snapping them back to reality. The enormous shadow reeled as well, roaring and cursing in a low growl, yet it never crossed the village boundary. Instead, it whirled and drew in the remaining startled orcs with a single violent breath, desiccating every living thing before it sank into a ruined hut, trailing coils of deathly mist, and vanished. The rattled spirits wheeled in confusion, then slipped into the collapsed buildings and crumbling walls. Moments earlier the ghostly village had roared with chaos. Now it lay in utter silence, draped in an even denser blanket of black fog that clung to it like tattered cloth. Xiahou Yang's expression was grave. The pressure from that shadow had made it clear they were far out of their depth. After a brief discussion, they chose to withdraw at once, report what they had seen, and warn other students and adventurers to stay well away. In truth, this was not the only place. Similar ghost realms had begun appearing around Beast Fighting City and several other frontier towns. During the annual hunt, both humans and orcs took such phenomena in stride, planning to clean them up once the season ended. At least the human side issued warnings to soldiers and adventurers. Among the orcs, the tribes were fractured, leadership was chaotic, and because the ghostlands lay away from the main fronts and devoured mostly orc slaves, almost no one bothered to report them. Thus, fed by countless orc slaves and the occasional adventurer, those ghostlands swelled in strength without making a sound. Across every beast hunt battlefield, clashes between the human main force and the orc tribes grew fiercer by the day. Splintered spears and tattered banners whirled through the open plains on the wind. The orcs had thrown in nearly everyone they had, even young boys, and the elderly were drafted into support units, pressing every ounce of strength into this prolonged beast hunt. At first, Lu Sihong couldn't understand why the orcs were fighting with such reckless abandon. Orc tribes usually warred among themselves. If they bled themselves dry here, wouldn't neighboring clans swallow them whole afterward? The answer came from a prisoner. The tribes were trying to please their own earthbound spirits. Legend said that if a tribe won a decisive victory in the hunt, a being they called the beast god would protect them for the next year. With that blessing, the victors not only avoided invasion, but could even plunder their rivals at will. Tribes near the Zhejiang Empire that dared to sit out the war or throw a rigged fight would see the blessing turn into punishment. They might lose their lands altogether. While the orcs burned with battle frenzy, certain long-lurking figures finally made their move. Compared with the petty profit of slaughtering orc slaves, or the near-suicidal gamble of earning glory on the front lines, more ambitious adventurer bands fixed their sights on the orc camps left virtually unguarded. The hordes accumulated over many years. One night, beside a campfire, a red-haired man suddenly proclaimed himself the leader of an adventuring party. Raising a hand for silence, he gave a mocking half-smile and announced, "All right, my dear friends, the time has come. As planned, let's head to the orcs' doorstep and collect the treasure we reserved long ago." Firelight flickered over a motley array of faces. Greed and suspicion thickened the air. A burly man with a savage look and a scar slashing across his left cheek rumbled, "The Shirhu tribe still has plenty of guards back home. Isn't it too early to strike?" The red-haired leader Lu Potion swirled the wine in his flask and snorted. "Most orcs seem dim because their chieftains need them to stay that way. Don't underestimate those chiefs, and Shamanthar are sharper than you think." He knew these people were hungry for loot but terrified of dying. Without a clear explanation, he couldn't move them. Patiently, he went on, "After so many years of beast hunts, everyone knows everyone. I don't care about small clans. I'm after a big one, sure who. If you wait until both sides are locked in their bloodiest fighting and the orcs have emptied their village, you won't find a single coin, let alone gold. Right now is perfect. The Shirhu tribe is counting and consolidating its wealth, getting ready to move it somewhere safe. We charge in fast and take everything at once. Think of how much effort that saves. You can do the math." Murmurs rose and fell. In the end, profit won, and heads began to nod. Yet another calculation flashed through Lu Potion's mind. Compared with these fools, those cultists were far easier to dupe. Outwardly, he lifted his cup. "Then let's cooperate in good faith, at least until we succeed." Inwardly, his thoughts were colder. "Once we're done, do whatever you like. With any luck, you'll all kill each other. After all, I'm not here for their filthy coins and rusted trinkets." Watching the adventurers plaster on their polite smiles while hidden currents churned beneath the surface, Lu Potion felt a flicker of contempt. Meanwhile, far from his gaze, a scrawny goblin approached the orc encampment he had been monitoring. It sat astride a venom stinger spider, half pushed, half escorted by 7 or 8 patrolling orcs. The moment the goblin dismounted, it heaved a backpack larger than itself to the ground and, with a metallic clatter, produced a pile of pots, pans, and bowls whose cold sheen glittered in the prairie sun. On this metal-starved steppe, such everyday utensils were rarer than axes or spears. Or was scarce, and the few orc smiths who remained free spent all their effort hammering out crude weapons and armor. Complete sets of cookware appeared only when human caravans were raided, and even then the clan elite kept them for themselves. Yet the goblin kept emptying its pack, vials of alchemical potions, rolls of pristine bandages, even dried meat and honeyed bread. Its asking price sounded almost modest, just a little, well, rather a lot of gold. The orcs, who had never dealt with a wandering merchant, were instantly intrigued and led the creature into their camp. Word spread, and the entire rear guard erupted. In front of reed huts and bone-built lodges, burly orcs crowded in, shoving for a place at the stall. At first they were merely curious how many novelties the talking, walking treasure chest could conjure, but each fresh cascade of goods was like oil on a bonfire, and their eyes burned red with desire. The two highest-ranking orcs still in camp met each other's gaze and saw the same greedy fire. Twin roars split the air as they lunged, both grabbing for the goblin's small pack. The pack, made of some rare hide, did not tear despite their opposing pulls. The merchant itself, however, was pitifully fragile. The shock of their strength snapped its bones, neck, arms, legs in a chain of cracks. Still wearing a placating grin, the goblin died with a strangled whimper. At once the goblin and its venom stinger spider dissolved into motes of light, vanishing along with the pack and leaving only scuffed gray dust. The sudden turn left every orc staring blankly. Was that a human's familiar? When a familiar dies, doesn't the body stay behind? Why did its gear disappear too? Maybe it was enchanted. The muttering rose and fell until someone voiced a darker thought. If that was a familiar, maybe some human sent it here on purpose to traitor to spy. The two leaders, aware they had blundered, bristled under the stares. One growled, keeping his voice low, "What are you gawking at? Got nothing to do? It was only a familiar. If it wants to trade, ITLL come back." The other nodded vigorously. Right in if it was spying, any deals happen outside the camp. An orc had been a step too slow and ended up empty-handed, spoke in a flat, uneasy tone. There are plenty of clans on these plains. Who knows if that creature will ever come back to us? None of them realized that by giving the goblin a brief tour of their settlement, they had just put their camp on someone's list. After roughly 10 days in the beast arena, the goblin captain had been hacking down orcs non-stop, plus one side mission in between, bringing the ranch's experience pool to more than 1,200 points. The captain's only thought, from start to finish, was to lop off more heads and seek out stronger opponents. His evolution requirement had already been met during the bloody clash with the orcs. Zhang Pei told Lu Sihong to dump all the blame on her, but Lu still felt that was too high profile, so he decided to postpone the captain's evolution a bit longer. Since the extra experience was just sitting there, he casually skimmed off a full 100 points and dropped them on the goblin herbalist, who was treating a patient at the time. The little fiend was straddling his victim, prying the poor goblin's jaws apart to pour in some unidentified potion, looking for all the world as if he meant to rip the fellow's tongue out. The next second, the panel flashed. Goblin herbalist has evolved into goblin witch doctor. Drug poison fortification. After years of ingesting huge amounts of herbs, the witch doctor's flesh and blood have fused with multiple toxins. He is immune to most minor poisons and some potent ones, and the venom in his body further boosts his strength. Poison healer. While the witch doctor is alive, all goblins recover from injuries and revive 3 faster. He can add poisonous plants to strengthen potions. The deadlier the plant, the stronger the brew. The evolution left him a little taller, but still all skin and bones, as if a stiff breeze could knock him over. Yet when he glanced down at the patient squirming beneath him, he grined a smile more unsettling than his poisons. "Won't drink your medicine? Fine, I'll beat it into you first." The goblin had only had a few scrapes. 2 days rest would have fixed him. Was punched and kicked until his face was black and blue. Finally, in tears, he gulped down the foul, green, stinking liquid in one go. The moment it hit his stomach, he turned purple, rolled his eyes, and started foaming at the mouth, equal parts horrifying and absurd. Several unevolved goblins nearby huddled together, trembling. The one in the middle suddenly heard a crack, his arm popped out of its socket, and he screamed in agony. The witch doctor looked up at the sound, eyes shining fresh. Patient. He had taken only 2 steps when the terrified goblin shrieked, bolted, and smashed his own head against a rock. His skull caved in, he died on the spot. Lu Sihong scratched his head from the sidelines. "Great, look what you've done to the kids." But an evolution was an evolution, there was no undoing it now. System prompt. Goblin herbalist's wish fulfilled. Random reward received. Basic shop refresh stone. Description: instantly refreshes the shop inventory without affecting the regular refresh timer. Buy what you want before it disappears. The shop had refreshed a few days ago. After Lu bought a book of comprehension, the shelves had stayed empty. This time the screen displayed a single listing. Low-grade timber, 999 cubic units. Price, 50 gold. It took Lu a long blink to accept that the shop even sold lumber. Then he saw the price and rolled his eyes. At the same cost, the Bamboo City logging camp would give him the same amount of good quality wood. However, the lumber on the ranch was running out. The carpenter who liked to tinker kept whittling away at the stockpile, and the goblin herbalist burned even more wood each day while brewing medicines. With the firewood heap nearly gone, Lu Sihong did some quick math. He wouldn't find a new supplier anytime soon. Rather than let that goblin quack toss the craftsman's hard-carved pieces into the furnace, he figured he might as well buy up all the remaining timber himself. Shopper fresh stones had to be hoarded, and gold would soon be needed for potion ingredients. Plus, he didn't have much cash anyway. Even if the store rolled something great, he probably couldn't afford it. While he was still puzzling over where to scrounge more wood, the goblin peddler wandered back into the ranch. Lu Sihong opened its trade log out of habit, only to see a bright yellow exclamation mark floating above the creature's head. Protect your wealth with force. On the road, the goblin wanderer often meets foes who covet its riches. To keep business fair, it must learn a bit of muscle. The system prompt flashed. Lu Sihong raised an eyebrow as the little guy about to switch to a combat class. Without hesitation, he spent 500 experience points and evolved the trader. Goblin Wanderer, Goblin Tycoon. The new description appeared. 1. Goblin Tycoon gifted at commerce. Seems harmless, yet can summon bodyguards in a pinch. 2. Wanderer drifts from place to place. A nobody, goblin lives are cheap. 3. Base respawn time largely unchanged. 4. Summon bodyguards when in danger, can call up to 5 allies from the ranch. They return after the fight or 8 hours. Cooldown equals the sum of their ranks 2 days. 5. Bodyguards fight for food, not glory. If the enemy is judged unbeatable, they'll retreat the moment combat ends. A rich merchant hiring guards makes sense. Lu Sihong nodded, though he remembered the lethal places the trader had visited before and felt a pang of concern. If they bumped into a dragon or a high-level mage, the goblins might never make it home. He decided to keep them in spare gear day to day and only equip the best set when absolutely necessary. No point losing top gear out in the field. Evolution complete, wish fulfilled for the Goblin Wanderer. Random reward granted. Week of Wildness. The system announced. Week of Wildness. Effect. For the next 7 days, every goblin's battle lust and combat power are greatly increased. The buff kicked in and the goblins instantly acted as if pumped full of adrenaline. Their frames swelled, bones creaking under taut skin. A handful of scrawny goblins had been cowering in a corner suddenly roared and lunged at the goblin shaman. The shaman looked frail but struck with blinding speed, snapping their bones with several crisp cracks. Grinning, it dragged the patients to the cauldron, eager to treat them while giving a live demonstration. The display confirmed Lu Sihong's hunch. Week of Wildness cranked up their urge to fight without chopping their IQ. Off to the side, the goblin firebug fidgeted, clay bomb in hand, clearly itching for mischief. It glanced around at the yard full of pumped-up, battle-hungry comrades, mulled it over for half a second, then quietly squatted back down to bake its clay in peace. After reading through the goblin's trading log, Lu Sihong was at a loss for words. He had bought the little fellow a mountain of supplies, hoping it would fleece a few adventurers and turn a tidy profit, yet it had carted everything off to an orc tribe instead. Wasn't that flat-out collusion with the enemy? He muttered to himself that a goblin was still a goblin, so doing business with orcs was not entirely unexpected. Besides, its prices were extortionate, but at least everything was clearly marked, which technically added a bit of foreign currency to the other world's GDP. If anyone looked like a traitorous war profiteer, it was probably him, the beast tamer, who bankrolled the whole venture. Luckily, no one knew who really owned the wandering merchant, so the risk was minimal. The orcs, however, were shameless. The goblin charged cutthroat rates, but never forced a sale. With a body that small, it couldn't rob anyone even if it tried. The orcs had simply roughed it up and stolen the goods, bullying an honest merchant. Lu Sihong opened the dispatch panel and found a new destination orc tribe. The goblins' cooldown had just ended, and he decided on the spot to send a few goblins over to teach the orcs a lesson. Wiping out the whole tribe is unrealistic, but giving them nightmares should be easy, he thought, outlining the plan. 1. Goblin Witch Doctor carry every homemade poison and powder, contaminate every water source, food cache, pasture, and pen. 2. Goblin Arsonist just light fires. No one knew the routine better, and chaos would be guaranteed. 3. Goblin Raider wants flames and poison spread, lurk in the shadows and assassinate targets, rack up kills if safe, hide and wait for extraction if not. For equipment, he weighed the risks. The Witch Doctor and Arsonist would wear nothing but shabby leather. If they died, so be it. The ranch goblins could use a vacation. The Raider was different. It carried 2 gem-studded gauntlets and a pair of shadow daggers, and losing even one of them would sting. The Raider's stealth had improved dramatically after its moment of enlightenment ended. It could almost vanish in darkness and was close to evolving, so Lu felt confident sending it. Night fell. After dinner, Lu Sihong finished his planting meditation, skimmed a book to kill time, and waited until everyone in the base except the night guards was asleep. Then he initiated the dispatch. The timer hit 0, and the 3 goblins were dropped directly above the orc encampment. The sight that met them was nothing like what he had imagined. The orc camp blazed with light in the dead of night, echoing with clashes of steel, furious roars, and dying screams. Rows of buildings were on fire, their glow revealing orc bodies strewn everywhere, with the occasional human adventurer among them. Blood had pooled into rivulets, turning the once dry ground into a sticky, crimson mire. The orcs had the advantage in numbers, but most of them were mediocre fighters. Only half a dozen warriors could fully beast shift into towering monsters. On the human side, however, more than 10 beast masters were able to fuse with their companions. Even with superior numbers, the orcs lagged far behind in strength. They charged the line over and over, blood spraying everywhere, yet never took a single step back. The adventurers' assumed clan law kept the orcs from running and didn't bother to question it. They left a small squad to guard the idol of the beast god in the village center, wove a spell circle to keep any orc away, and then concentrated on slaughtering the rest, planning to pick the place clean afterward. The plunderer slipped into the darkness at once, his figure blending with the shadows as he prowled the edge of the fight. The goblin arsonist was the opposite. The sight of nearby wooden huts catching fire made it cackle with glee. With a snap of its wrist, a fireball blossomed, and it hurled one after another at buildings still untouched by the flames its handler had told it before they left. Cut loose, burn whatever you want, and if possible turn the whole camp to ash. The orc settlement was already in chaos, and the adventurers barely knew one another. When they saw the green runt dashing around, they assumed it was someone's familiar and paid no attention. Only moments later the blaze spread violently, waves of heat rolling over them, and at last someone realized something was wrong. Damn it! Which idiot is still setting fires? Trying to roast us alive? Roast us? Do you smell something weird? Probably the storehouse where the orcs kept spices and herbs. Less talk. Finish the orcs, or everything will burn. Where's the boss? I haven't seen him since we started. Get him out here to give orders. Forget that red-haired clown. Maybe the orcs hacked him up already. Would save us the trouble. Still, I kind of liked his plan. Strange I'm feeling dizzy. Hope it isn't blood loss. Amid rolling flames, atop a half-collapsed tower, Lu Potion half-human, half-dragon let the fire lick across his scaled armor. The stench of blood was so thick it felt solid, drifting on the hot wind. He looked down at the humans busy fighting and dousing flames, a mocking curl on his lips. Naive, he sneered to himself. They thought that occupying the idol and masking it with a spell would prevent the beast god from descending? If that actually worked, the southern warlords would have wiped out every tribe long ago, and scavengers like these adventurers would never get a shot at easy loot. Even without orcs kneeling in prayer, enough bloodshed alone could draw the beast god's eye. Boom. A furious roar split the night. A colossal, translucent shape materialized above the camp. Hooves the size of hills dropped from the clouds, stomping a swath of adventurers and nearby orcs into the earth. The ground quaked, flames shot skyward, and the already burning buildings collapsed under the shockwave. For a moment Lu Patian stared up, mesmerized by the deity's vast form. Sparks and grit whipped across him, forcing him to shield his face. Narrowing his eyes, he gauged the apparition. Weaker than before, even better, he muttered. While the beast god fixed on the fools below, he turned toward the center of the battlefield. Since the god's arrival, the once dull idol now glowed with a faint holy light. Lu Patian bared his fangs in a wicked grin, and in the next instant his body flared into rolling fire and vanished. A burst of orange flame flared beside the beast god's statue, then collapsed into the draconic figure of Lu Patian. When the fire died, he dimmed his glow, hunched low, and slipped into the statue's shadow like a thief. From his robes he produced a clear, colorless mana gem. Suspended in its center was a piece of eerie purple flesh, the fragment he had carved from the eyeball elder god only moments ago. Lu Patian closed his eyes and focused. Threads of mental power seeped into the gem, teasing the dormant runes inside. With the elder god's flesh as the core, a web of circuits formed in an instant. He pressed the gem to the statue's chest, and a deep hum resonated as the statue's holy radiance began to drain away, flowing into the gem like water into a funnel. Golden ripples spread across the gem's surface, and Lu Patian grinned silently. At this pace, a few more minutes, and he could leave with a full haul. As for the adventurers outside, they should hold up under the beast god's wrath for a while. They were lousy fighters, but natural escape artists. If that ragtag bunch scattered like cockroaches, the beast god would have to squash them one by one, buying him plenty of time. Everything should have gone according to plan, but fate had other ideas. On the far side of the battlefield, a panicked goblin hurled his pouch of poison dust into the air. The scorching updraft spread the powder like fog, and most adventurers never realized they were already poisoned. By the time they thought to run, the toxin had clogged their meridians, drained their strength, and turned their skin a sickly green. The beast god was already furious. Seeing a group of humans suddenly green only stoked his rage. Paint yourselves green and pretend to be orcs? Do you take me for a bound-earth spirit? He thundered. In an instant the noisy orc camp fell deathly silent. The hush made Lu Patian tense. He looked up and stared into two enormous flaming golden eyes the beast god's phantom had locked onto him. Damn it, those useless fools lasted only 3 minutes? Lu Patian cursed, lunging for the gem. Before his fingers could reach it, divine power crashed down. A gargantuan hand blotted out the sky and slammed toward him. On the edge of death, Lu Patian turned into a ball of blazing fire and fled. Boom! The descending palm carved a crater, reducing the statue to rubble and spraying stone in every direction. The gleaming gem was hurled away by the impact, vanishing into the smoke and flames. The gem was tough and magically reinforced. It was probably intact. In his haste, Lu Patian marked only a rough direction, but with flames billowing and charred rubble everywhere, finding it by sight alone would be like fishing a needle from the sea. Worse still, destroying the statue hadn't weakened the beast god's phantom. It only made the specter more solid. The massive claw clenched, the air around Lu Patian exploded, and the ruins and flames were crushed and snuffed out. The world itself seemed to tighten. A quick probe told him space was completely sealed. His fireshift escape art no longer worked, and panic stabbed through his chest. The beast god let out a vicious grin, and a colossal hoof whistled toward him. Lu Potion's eyes reddened. He clenched his teeth, spat a mouthful of blood, and turned into a streak of living flame. Like a meteor, he pierced the beast god's hoof and shot into the sky, vanishing in a blink. The beast god's phantom threw back its head and roared, shattering the clouds before glaring down at the scorched orc settlement. It searched for something to vent its rage on, but found only broken walls, smoldering ash, and trembling worshippers prostrating in the rubble. With nothing left to burn, it gave a frustrated snarl and exploded into a shower of golden light that faded on the wind. When the shockwave rolled across the ruins, the goblin firebug and the goblin plague doctor were merely grazed, yet each was pulverized into slurry and recalled to the beast space in a flash of light. One satisfied after an orgy of arson, the other delighted at poisoning half the camp. Few people or orcs had actually died by their own hands, but they had enjoyed themselves so thoroughly that even the corpses in the livestock pens seemed to be smiling. The goblin marauder, better prepared, had hidden in a shadowed corner and escaped the blast. Once sure no danger remained, he slipped out silently. The surviving orcs already felt the poison in their veins, but, cowed by the beast god's lingering presence, dared not move. When the phantom dispersed, the toxin surged, and they collapsed on the scorched earth, unable to crawl. The firestorm had burned every herb and bale of hay, and without spatial gear the orcs could rely only on their own constitution. Those who could endure would live, the rest would die. The marauder melted into the night, his black dagger wrapped in darkness, ending the lives of the unconscious orcs one by one. By the time a still functional orc warrior roared in shock and fury, only a handful of the sturdiest remained. Though wounded and poisoned, the marauder still needed effort to finish them off. After confirming no survivors, he tucked several gold-gleaming magic stones into his leather vest and shoved open the settlement's sole intact stone door. Stacks of ore and debris filled the room beyond. He rummaged briefly, dragged out a rough-cast metal chest, pried it open, and watched gold jewelry, rare enchanted alloys, and jewels of every color glitter in the firelight. His eyes shone with greed. Fortune is a zero-sum game. When one man strikes it rich, someone else must suffer. The orcs didn't count. They had asked for it. The real loser was the flaming meteor that had blazed across the heavens. That meteor finally crashed in a remote mountain range. In midair, Lu Patian separated from his contracted beast. The blazefire Chelan landed with a plaintive cry and burst into light, about to be sent back to the beast space. Moments before the glow faded, scarlet light flared across Lu Potion's body, reversing the death notification. The Chelan's form recoalesced, though its aura was feeble. Damn it, that hit me hard, he muttered through clenched teeth. He had failed to steal the beast god's power, lost the eldritch god's flesh had worked so hard to obtain, put his rebirth talent on a 3-year cooldown, and left the Chelan needing half a year to recover its strength. Still, the Chelan was alive, which was better than having it lie dormant in the beast space for 4 or 5 years. With no other options, he would have to keep a low profile for a while. Late in the night, Lu Sihong faintly heard the roar of a colossal beast. Even from a great distance, the sound stirred a subtle dread in his chest. Almost everyone in the fortress jolted awake, scrambling from their bunks to cluster in the corridors around the braziers, dreading that a monster might crash through the walls at any moment. Only the night watch remained composed. They lifted their torches and soothed the crowd. Relax, it's just the orcs' earthbound spirit throwing a tantrum. Their tribe has been losing the war, so the creature's furious. It can't leave the orc prairie, so forget about it. The explanation lifted half the weight on Lu Sihang's mind. He had only released 3 goblins. There was no way those pests could trigger an upheaval like this. He wasn't some vagabond they called them tycoons now, and not every random goblin could provoke every beast in the misty forest. The darkness thinned, a pale gray creeping across the sky. He had slept barely 2 hours, so he abandoned the idea of more rest, uncorked a vial of stimulant, and drained it. The potion slammed him awake, and he turned his attention back to the goblin ranch. As expected, the goblin witch doctor and the arsonist were sprawled in their huts, wearing eerie yet peaceful smiles like men poisoned but content. Lu Sihong wondered whether they were merely exhausted or actually dead. Near the warehouse, he spotted a fresh pile of timber and tools. The goblin carpenter and the smith were taking turns hammering, with chips flying as they muttered about measurements and joins, clearly intending to enlarge the ramshackle storehouse into a hall big enough for an entire goblin company. Even more surprising, the goblin raider sat on the lumber, hugging a clay jug, gulping cloudy ale, wiping his mouth, and burping with satisfaction. No way, right? Did those 3 really wipe out an entire orc tribe? Lu Sihang's head spun. He hurriedly pulled up the ranch log. All enemies eliminated. Loot collected. Expedition concluded. Confirmed kills. Orc whelps 26. Orcs 157. Humans 16. Assisted kills. Orcs 354, humans 211. Based on the goblin's contribution, you are entitled to 1/10 of the assist rewards. Loot gained. XP 652. A magic gem infused with chaotic divinity and the flesh of an eldritch god. Several lesser magic gems. View details. Several rare magic gems. View details. Magic metals. Several jugs of coarse Orcish ale. Trace amounts of preserved eldritch god flesh detected. It can upgrade the obsidian eye idol, costing 50 gold and 300 XP. Trace amounts of chaotic power detected. It can expand the ranch, costing 1,000 gold and 500 XP. A flood of numbers and notes filled the interface, dense enough to make Lu Sahang's eyes blur. He looked around, saw no one, and quietly summoned the goblin raider into a corner, ordering it to cloak itself. After a laborious session of charades, half-garbled goblin chatter, and a faint mental link, he barely pieced together what had happened. What the hell? The goblins themselves had no idea what was happening. They only remembered charging into the orc encampment and finding humans and orcs locked in combat. The next moment, an impossibly huge creature tore through the sky. Its bovine hooves crashed down and pulped an entire section of the battlefield. The arsonists and witch doctors were killed on the spot. The raider cowered in a burrow at the edge of the camp, and only after the monster lumbered away did he poke his head out to pick through the wreckage. His pack was small, so he took only the items that looked valuable. The chest of rare materials was the real deal, but what was that heap of coarse ale supposed to be? Lu Sihong curled his lip. Orc brew was too weak even to be used as cooking wine. How much could it possibly be worth? The goblins, however, were smitten with it. They gulped it down for half a day without getting drunk and assumed their tolerance had skyrocketed, swaggering about in triumph. Then there was a mysterious magic gem. The raider said he had found it in a corner of the camp and pocketed it because it looked expensive. Lu Sihong could not be bothered to trace its origin. If it could improve the goblin ranch and strengthen the goblins, all the better use it at once. The last time he expanded the ranch's mental power had surged so violently that he nearly blacked out. So this time, he downed a bottle of psychic fortifying potion first. The activation worked very differently this time. Instead of a slow outward growth, a whole chunk of land materialized beside the ranch and slammed into it. Lu Sihong felt as if his head had been smashed flat by his teacher's 800 spiked mace. His thoughts turned to mush and only gradually knitted back together. When he came to, the ranch was almost a third larger. The new meadow looked much like the Orcish prairie, lush and green, perfect for grazing. The creatures that ate the most grass, however, were not the beetles, but the goblins. A few tipsy little fellows, still dizzy from the earthquake, staggered into the field, grabbed fistfuls of grass, and munched away, their eyes half closed in bliss. They looked so content that Lu almost wanted to take a bite himself. A new prompt flashed: evil god flesh consumed. Obsidian eye idol enhanced. Effective radius increased. Lu had no idea what it meant when his eyes suddenly began to itch. He blinked and, though dawn had not yet broken, instantly spotted a tiny insect hiding under the floorboards of a hut more than 300 meters away. So the increased radius applied directly to him. Eager to test it, he looked around, then sat down to meditate and check his mental state. The sensation of being shattered and rebuilt had not been an illusion. In his mind, the sapling that once bore only 4 or 5 leaves had shot up to over 3 meters, its branches sprawling and heavy with buds. A blooming mental tree signified that his psychic power was approaching archmage level. With a bit of luck, he could grasp beast fusion at any moment. The thought that a month of hard work could not compare with a goblin picking up a random stone left Lu Sihong with mixed feelings. On the plus side, his mind had grown absurdly strong. On the minus, his teacher's insatiable curiosity was surely about to erupt. He could already imagine the lecture. Your mental power jumped so suddenly that there might be side effects. To eliminate any hidden risks, we need to run a full examination on you. After more than half a month in the fortress, the lines where Lu Sihong was stationed fell gradually silent, even as the fighting on the main beast hunt battlefield grew increasingly brutal. It was rumored that an adventurer party had raided an orc tribe at night, slaughtering every defender and making off with the wealth the clan had amassed over generations. On hearing the news, orc clans in the vicinity immediately pulled their best troops back to protect their camps and drove wave after wave of unarmed slaves to the front. As long as enough of their own dead littered the field, they could plead diminished blame before the beast god. It was still better than returning victorious only to find their ancestral home in ruins. Lu Sihong grumbled to himself. Could a tribe's entire horde really amount to a single battered chest? They can't have turned it all into cheap barley beer, can they? Odds are the higher-ups pocketed the rest and used the raid to cover their tracks. These seemingly brutish louts were just as filthy at heart. He knew, of course, that the orcs lived by slavery, paid regular tribute to the beast god and the great chieftain, and scratched a living from a mineral-poor steppe. Whatever rare materials they managed to store came only because the chiefs forbade their craftsmen from squandering them. With no battles left around the fortress and the company worn out after the long stay, They chose to return to Dosho City for a spell and decide their next move once they had rested. Tired was hardly the word for Lu Sihong. When he first arrived, he had been eager enough to use orcs as test subjects for his spells, but the novelty soon faded. The slaves offered no real challenge. Most of the fighting was dumped on the goblin captain, and he spent the engagements loitering safely in the rear. What truly wore him down were the living conditions. 4 or 5 burly men crammed into a ramshackle hut, teeth grinding and snores rolling through the night. Even with years of meditation practice, he needed potions just to slip into trance. Back in the city, he had no intention of heading out again. He meant to pick up a few alchemy contracts at the Adventurers Guild, hone his skills, and, when spring came and he had all the ingredients for his ghost mask venom, leave at once for Rongyun territory. Dosho City was as desolate as ever. He later learned why. Many commoners had gone to the front hoping to scavenge wartime spoils, while the richer, more timid families had shipped out to other domains even before the beast hunt began, planning to return only after the war. Lu Sihong scoffed. If they're so afraid of dying, why not settle elsewhere for good? Don't they get tired of the yearly shuffle? Xiao Yang chuckled and explained, you think they don't want to? All their ancestral assets are tied up in this city. Move to another domain, and, with their limited skills, they'd end up as servants. Their pride won't allow it. Hearing that, Lu Sihong's Saidosho City was practically a warehouse for the useless. Despite the general decay, the Adventurers Guild alone stood magnificent. With so few adventurers in town, half the guild's rooms were vacant. He simply took the finest private suite. After a hearty meal, the others retired to their quarters, but Lu Sihong, still brimming with energy, headed for the guild hall. He wandered through the quest hall until he found the board reserved for alchemy commissions. After skimming a dozen postings, he picked a low-level assignment, flashed his apprentice alchemist badge at the adventurer's counter, accepted the job, and returned to his room. Once the door closed behind him, Lu Sihong finally exhaled. He glanced at the paper slypan order for a custom fortifying draft. Commercial versions of this entry-level tonic were sold everywhere, but the client had specified tweaks to the recipe, and the guild would only entrust it to badge-holding newcomers, so the difficulty rating looked particularly friendly. More importantly, the main ingredients were just a few common herbs, all of which he already had in his spatial ring. The ranch storeroom held piles of fresh plants, yet each carried strange magical traces. Use them, and the drinker might break out in green splotches and think had been poisoned, far more trouble than it was worth. The supplies inside his ring, by contrast, were clean stock head prepared before leaving home, and there was enough for several batches. He laid the herbs out in order, set out measuring cups and a mana conduction crystal, and began weighing, slicing, and grinding with practiced ease. The real-time sync wasn't the handling, but the recalibration. The client wanted a stronger early phase boost, so the core ratios had to be rewritten, and the cascading changes forced every auxiliary material to shift as well. Years of wrestling with exam formulas finally paid off. He could run the whole chain of reactions in his head in a single pass. With the newfound precision that came from his expanded mental power, the process felt effortless. What should have taken an afternoon was bottled in a little over an hour. He lined up 3 dark green glass vials in a wooden box and handed them to the guild clerk. Because custom potions required the client's personal inspection, the guild would first send notice, a procedure that would take at least half a day. Unless the client raised an objection, the reward would be cleared automatically, and he only needed to come back later for the money. Leaving the counter, he realized the brewing high still lingered, so he drifted back to the quest board, mentally working through solutions as he read. A shrill voice exploded beside his ear. Where'd this kid spring from? Don't bite off more than you can chew. These jobs are way over your head. Move aside and stop getting in the way of a real alchemist. Lu Sihong turned and met the glare of a short old man. The fellow's hair was white, his skin sagging, but his back was ramrod straight, and his tailored dark robe spoke of money. A quick scan told Lu Sihong the man was an ordinary mortal with no real aura. Something occurred to him, and he let a faint smile slip. Oh, an alchemist from Beast Fighting City? He said lightly. The old man clearly heard the mockery, and his eyes bulged. Brain-dead brat. You hear a few baseless rumors, and think you understand anything? You really think just anyone is worthy of this? As he spoke, he thrust out his chest, the motion flipping his lapel aside to reveal an apprentice alchemist badge of his own. Lu Sihong had assumed that with such swagger the old man had to be an accomplished alchemist, but all his pride rested on a mere apprentice alchemist badge. He couldn't help laughing to himself, and mentally filed the man under frog in a well. Grandpa, he advised, get out and see the world. Don't stay in your little well, and think that's all there is. The mockery made the old man's beard quiver, and his face turned scarlet. He slapped his skinny calf, hopped in place, and showered Lu Sihong with a furious tirade. Seeing those trembling fingers and bulging veins, Lu Sihong half expected him to keel over, but thankfully no one here made a living by faking injuries, so he didn't bother to dodge. The racket drew countless curious looks. Within moments, a dark-skinned, thick-browed staffer burst out of the Adventurers Guild with 2 colleagues behind him. Clearly an old acquaintance of the codger, he steadied him, whispered a few calming words, then glared at Lu Sihong. How dare you insult an alchemist? Lu Sihong arched a brow and smirked, leaping to shield your own. What is he, your father? Better take him home and put him on a shelf. At his age and state of mind, he might fall one day and break his neck. You. The guild worker's roar rose a full octave as he tried to make a scene. Unhurried, Lu Sihong flipped out his own apprentice alchemist badge, clipped it to his chest, and patted it. There, now it's an exchange of insults between alchemists. Oh, and didn't you just curse me too? The man froze, his voice suddenly dropping. You weren't wearing the badge just now. Besides, Master Lu isn't like you. He just hasn't had time to take the guild exam. Otherwise. Wait, did you call him master? Lu Sihong snorted. Beast Tamer City is priceless. No wonder my teacher says the alchemists here are mediocre. Looks like even an apprentice gets called master. The old man, only half pacified, erupted again. Who is your teacher, that you dare spout such arrogance? Zhang Peipei, alchemy master of Green Bamboo Academy. Lu Sihong lifted his chin and pulled up his credentials. Unlike self-deluding veteran apprentices, my teacher holds a title recognized by the Alchemists Guild. This time both the dark-faced man and the old codger froze, eyes practically popping out. So Sima Qingfeng is your senior brother? The trembling, old apprentice asked. And Lu Yue is your senior sister? The guild worker squeaked, voice cracking. The onlookers exploded into hushed chatter. The more Lu Sihong listened, the more baffled he grew. His senior brother specialized in poisons. His senior sister blew things up every few days. What on earth had they done in Beast Tamer City? Judging by the crowd's reaction, their reputations carried more weight than their teachers. While he was still puzzling it out, the old man suddenly clutched his forehead and bent over. Oh my, what a headache. How did I get here? What just happened? Getting old, my memory's slipping. Looks like rain. I've got herbs drying at home. I'd better hurry back. With that he sprang fully upright, delivered a clumsy bit of theater, and, ignoring the stunned onlookers, scampered out of the Adventurers Guild. Damn, no wonder that old geezers lived this long with so little talent, Lu Sihong muttered, marveling at the man's shamelessness. He turned to a staffer whose long, gloomy face had twisted into a fawning smile and pleading eyes. My lords, that face of yours is really something. Lu Sihong sneered, pointing toward the guild entrance. Go stand at the door and shout 10 times, that old man and I are idiots, and he'll keep quiet about you bad-mouthing my senior sister. The dark-faced man's eyes went wide and his voice shook. I didn't. Really? I don't believe you. Lu Sihong raised an eyebrow, his tone icy. The man shivered, scampered to the entrance, and bawled into the street. After 10 rounds of humiliation, he slunk back inside, dust-covered, while everyone else kept their heads down, afraid to meet his gaze. The rush of throwing his weight around left Lu Sihong in high spirits. He exhaled, ignored the sidelong looks, and returned to the mission board. Notices covered the board in layers, and several staffers forced themselves to follow, murmuring explanations. This client's a real miser, little pay and plenty of complaints. Every submission gets docked, so the local alchemists avoid him. That one's from a decent fellow, just complicated. We wouldn't want to waste your time. Lu Sihong nodded now and then, but his attention locked on a slip titled Beast Nurturing Elixir. The formula was new to him, perfect for practice. He was about to ask more when a deep, desolate howl rolled through the hall, like an iron spike driven into everyone's bones. Before anyone could react, daylight outside collapsed into darkness. Black mist billowed in, devouring the street. The guild's mage lights flickered, reflecting an endless void beyond the windows. An alarm shrieked. A magical barrier hummed to life, straining to seal the building. It closed too late. The fog burst through the gap, dragging twisted phantoms into the lobby. Open windows on every floor belched the same black vapor. Enhanced by the ocular idol, Lu Sihong's vision caught the first wraith rushing him, its outline blurred, its grin unmistakable. Bark-like patterns rippled across his skin as he tapped 2 fingers to the floor. A dark green vine erupted, ringed with firefly-bright motes, and lashed the specter. Lights soaked into the ghost, corroding it until it shrieked, dissolved, and vanished. A summoning circle flared crimson. A goblin captain stepped out, iron-spiked club in hand, its faint red aura shielding Lu Sihong. Chaos swallowed the guild hall. Specters screamed and lunged. Weaker adventurers fled while the stronger carved paths for them. Above, windows shattered one after another, the crashes echoing through taut air. Heat still tingled at Lu Sihong's fingertips. He glanced at the mission board. The beast elixir notice trembled beneath swinging lamps. Fixing its position in mind, he turned, shoulder to shoulder with the goblin captain, and charged the next wave of shades. Outside, the black mist rolled through the district like a giant beast. Across Beast Arena City, it was probably no better than hell itself. The specters that burst into the guild hall weren't especially powerful. After a brief skirmish, they were eliminated, yet the black mist clinging to the hall refused to clear. It drifted apart and looked thinner, but it never truly faded, and people soon began showing alarming symptoms. Why is it getting colder? Someone asked, hugging his arms as he shivered. Yeah, It's a bit whoa, what's wrong with your face? Your skin's turning blue. Another adventurer shouted, pointing in shock. Were those things really that poisonous? My wounds rotting already, whole arms numb. The injured man tore off his bracer, revealing flesh that was decaying in real time. Anybody have a purification potion? I need one now. The haze swirled through their panic, stubbornly hanging in the air. This isn't normal smoke, this is necrotic energy. Someone blurted, voice trembling. Come on, it can't be that thick. Even a ghost swarm doesn't. His protest was cut short by a piercing scream. Look! Everyone turned toward the sound. In the center of the hall, staffers were about to remove a civilian corpse that a wraith had just killed. In only a few steps they watched, horrified, as the once fresh body shriveled into a mummy-dry husk. Worse, the moment they drew near, the mummy's eyes snapped open. It let out a raspy howl, braced its withered hands on the floor, and slowly pushed itself upright. Lu Sihong had seen this before. Goblins had once tossed heaps of dead lizard folk into the Sanluo Ghost Marsh because they were too lazy to bury them. Within a day, every corpse had been drained dry. A few days later, some of those lizard folk clawed their way back up, wandering the swamp until they found a pit to bury themselves again. Space was scarce when one dug into another's grave. They fought savagely, the loser dying a second time. But the corpse in front of him was turning undead at a staggering speed. Only one explanation fit. The mist flooding the guild hall truly was necrotic, mixed with something even stranger that magnified its corrosive power. Chaos spread. People dragged off every remaining body before it could rise, while the wounded raced about, begging for cleansing potions or spells. Lu Sihong watched the commotion, then turned toward the main doors. Outside the semi-transparent ward, an ocean of pitch-black fog had swallowed the entire city. It rolled like a living tide. Wraiths hurled themselves at the barrier, only to be swept away by even larger waves of mist. The word flood flashed through Lu Sihong's mind, a flood that smashes, drowns, destroys, but where was its source? A chill crawled down his spine. He fished a teleport talisman from his spatial ring, thumb rubbing its surface. Most of the guild's elite were out on monster hunting contracts. Even the local guild master was away. Only a handful of interim officers remained competent administrators, but lightweights in a fight. They tried to reach the outside world through the guild's communication array, but every attempt failed. All they could do was keep order and haul emergency supplies from the vault, administering potions to the injured before the necrotic miasma consumed them entirely. A clamor rose in the corridor, and Xiahou Yang strode out wreathed in golden light, leading a group as if he were the story's chosen hero. Among his followers were students from Qingzhou Academy and several adventurers staying with the guild. Wherever that radiance spread, the chill retreated. Even Lu Sihong's enhanced eyesight could see threads of black mist sizzling away beside Xiahou Yang. Convinced the light was dependable, Lu Sihong stuffed his escape talisman back into his ring and moved toward them. Staying near someone familiar felt safer in the chaos. As he approached, Xiahou Yang suddenly frowned and muttered, "I've got a bad feeling about this." The words had barely left his mouth when Lu Sihong froze, an involuntary twitch flicking across his eyelids. A heartbeat later, a thunderous roar shook the air as some massive creature slammed into the Adventurers Guild's outer wall. The building juddered. The energy shield, already strained by the black fog and wraiths, quaked and then shattered. With the barrier gone, darkness and spirits poured inside, timbers and stone groaning while panes of glass exploded. Worst of all was the necrotic miasma that had been held outside, dragging hordes of ghosts. It flooded the lobby in an instant. The magical lamps were swallowed by the fog, and adventurers brandished every light source they had, illuminating less than half a meter ahead. Only the halo around Xiahou Yang held steady, carving out a 20-meter circle of safety. Lu Sihong wondered whether the man was a walking calamity or a lucky charm. Still, the glow was both the brightest and the safest thing around, so he gritted his teeth and closed the distance. At that moment, Xiahou Yang spotted him, hurried forward, then suddenly shouted, "Look out!" His left hand yanked Lu Sihong aside, while his right swung a greatsword wreathed in golden fire, driving it past Liu's back. A massive spectral claw lunged from the haze, ignoring the green wind element shield around Lu and spearing straight through him. The golden blade struck the claw, erupting in searing flames that set the entire appendage ablaze. A savage howl echoed from deep within the fog. The unknown wraith jerked its burning limb back and fled into the darkness. "Are you all right?" Xiahou Yang called, glancing down only to freeze, because the figure he had pulled close was not Lu Sihong, but a green-skinned goblin. The little creature's chest was pierced, and it was on the brink of death, yet it still gazed up at Xiahou Yang with adoring eyes before dissolving into motes of light. Xiahou Yang blinked and turned, bewildered. "Lu Li, why did Lu Sihong turn into a goblin? Some kind of spell?" Lu Li clenched her staff, fighting the urge to smack him, and growled, "That's his beast-taming ability. Didn't you see the goblin get death recalled? All right, but where is he?" "Excellent question." Lu Sihong thought bitterly. He wanted to know where he had been whisked off to as well. A dizzy spell struck, and Lu Sihong suddenly found himself engulfed by black fog. In an instant, the haze pressed against his eyes like a translucent veil. Shapes within 100 meters were barely discernible, and everything beyond dissolved into a blur of gray. The mist surged and gnawed at the bark armor he had shaped with mana, thin cracks spreading in a spiderweb pattern. He could only keep drawing on his own energy, patching the outer layer inch by inch. Deeper in the darkness, stray wraiths glided toward him. They believed themselves unseen, but Lu Sihong sensed them long before they arrived. He activated his summoning array, and a pale green glow pulsed as 3 goblins emerged in quick succession. 1. Goblin shield bearer, more than 2 meters tall, faint green light rippling over its frame. It hefted a massive metal shield against its side. The shield might not stop spirits entirely, yet its bulk made for an excellent living barricade. The shield bearer took position at Lu Sihong's left front, ready to absorb the brunt of any attack. 2. Goblin Raider, wrapped in shadow-colored cloth, it almost melted into the fog. Before the wraiths noticed, it was already behind the nearest one. A shadowy dagger flashed, silently shredding the half-ethereal body. A heartbeat later, the raider slipped back into the mist, leaving only a fading afterimage. 3. Goblin Necromancer. The moment it appeared, it inhaled a lungful of the black fog as though savoring vintage wine, its expression tinged with mania. After a failed attempt to raise a gnolls chieftain's corpse, it had captured 2 malevolent spirits and sealed them within its own body. Now it released neither. Instead, a red-clad wraith and a small white ghost materialized at its side, while the necromancer itself gripped an iron shovel and guarded Lu Sihong's right flank. The surrounding spirits mistook it for a corpse and drifted past, but whenever one tried to circle toward Lu Sihong, the shovel swung up with a whistling arc, swatting the intruder away insufficient to kill, yet more than enough to stall. The real spectacle, however, was the pair of summoned dead. The white ghost scanned the area, smiling as if it had come home, then issued a soft chirp and leapt into the red-clad wraith's arms. The wraith raised its slender talons and set the ghost upon its shoulder. The white ghost grinned, cheek pressed to the wraith's neck, and scarlet light burst from its eyes. At once, the surrounding fog churned violently, converging on the duo like a rushing tide and pouring endlessly into the ghost's body. The ghost itself barely changed, but the red-clad wraith swelled like an inflating balloon, its once translucent form hardening until it seemed to possess real flesh and sinew. The pale red garment it had worn after the massacre at the ghost village deepened in color, dark crimson patterns flowing across the fabric. Anyone staring for more than a moment could almost smell the thick, choking odor of fresh blood. Although Lu Sihong could see only in black and white, his mind insisted on painting the malevolent spirit, and the lone slash of dark red looked perfectly natural in the monochrome scene. Ashen mist boiled while the blood-red robe stood between earth and sky like a tongue of flame. With a casual sweep of its arm, the crimson spirit sent the lurking low-level wraiths whirling toward it like leaves in a gale, shredding them to ribbons before they hit the ground. When it met a tougher ghost, the tiny white imp on its shoulder merely opened its mouth and emitted a shrill cry. The victim instantly fell dazed. The redrobed spirit then pounced, tearing the target apart and swallowing the pieces whole. In the span of a few breaths, the surrounding dead scattered, parting like stars making way for a planet. Lu Sihong glanced at the necromancer this guy had been loafing around moments ago, yet was now his primary bodyguard, a shift he found hard to accept. Once he judged the area temporarily secure, he decided to retreat to the Adventurers Guild. Wandering the streets was worse, and help might arrive there first. He barely knew the layout of Beast Fighting City, but the 100-meter bond with his contracted beast served as a compass. The loyal goblin captain had already dashed out of the guild and was sprinting toward him, broadcasting the building's location. He had not taken a step when a massive, blurred silhouette surfaced inside the black fog. A thick giant foot kicked a nearby storefront into the air. Then the creature roared and rammed the guild hall, punching a pitch-black hole through the wall. Lu Sihong instantly marked the guild as high risk. Worse still, the crimson spirit hovering above him was impossible to miss the color bypass sight, and stabbed straight into the mind, yet the necromancer was deathly pale, clearly at the limit of his control and unable to make the spirit restrain itself. The guild hall still rumbled. Survivors inside fought off specters while feeling their way through the murk, stumbling out of the shattered main gate. The building-demolishing behemoth saw living prey, roared in delight, and charged. At that moment, a deep, bestial cry rolled across the sky, and an indescribable aura of dread crashed downward. Human or revenant, everyone quivered under its weight. The giant creature staggered and dropped to its knees, too terrified to move. Simultaneously, every mind echoed with broken, rasping yet unmistakable words. World, decay, death, grace, release. Those with strong will or mental fortitude clenched their teeth and barely kept the corruption at bay. The weak, the injured, and the sick lost focus, muttering to themselves. The swirling black fog seized the opening, flooding into their bodies like water into an open maw. Within a few breaths, their once-living flesh began to change. Skin dimmed and cracked, muscles withered, bones snapped with hair-raising pops, some even pierced the flesh to form spikes or armor. Obsidian claws split their fingertips, razor fangs tore their cheeks. Eyeballs burst, leaving hollow sockets where blue ghost flames blazed. The flesh on their heads vanished until only parchment-thin skin clung to bare bone, turning them into living skeletal shells. The newly spawned dead snapped their heads toward the still-living comrades beside them, shrieked in madness, and charged. Lu Sihong clutched his head, teeth clenched, and vaguely saw an impossibly huge creature drifting overhead. Buildings around him withered under an unseen force, rotting and eroding in the blink of an eye as though centuries had passed. Timber dried out, stone walls grew porous, then crumbled and collapsed into rubble. The crimson-clad wraith that had been raging a moment ago instantly lost its nerve, trembling as it burrowed back into the necromancer's body, while the necromancer himself fell stiffly to the ground and pretended to be a corpse. A strange, piercing hum inside Lu Sihong's skull was driving him mad. Yet he could only mock in his mind, so even a fearsome spirit can be this scared. At last the creature blotting out the sky drifted away, and the noise in his head cut off. Immediately, however, a chorus of roars and heavy footsteps rose from the depths of the black fog, as though a tide of monsters was rushing toward the ruins. At the same time, most of the citizens hiding throughout Dosho City were swallowed by the necrotic mist, twisting into ghouls who howled and burst from the shattered walls. The situation spiraled out of control. Lu Sihong wasted no time. He recalled all his goblins, grabbed his escape talisman, and crushed it on the spot. A magical radiance enveloped him, and he vanished in a wave of vertigo that felt much like his Beastmaster's substitution talent. When his vision cleared, he was still surrounded by necrotic fog, nowhere near the mage tower. His heart clenched. Had something happened in the lava territory? Had even the tower been torn down? In the distance came a jumble of ghoul shrieks, human screams, and beast companion roars. He looked up and realized the fog here was far thinner than in Dosho City. The outline of a village was faintly visible. Hordes of humans were fleeing toward the outskirts while ghouls gave chase. Good news. This wasn't the lava territory. Bad news. The escape talisman had been disrupted and dumped him in the middle of nowhere. Once he calmed down, he grasped the reason. The talisman was a high-grade life-saving item, but it was notoriously sensitive to spatial fluctuations. If the area around the usurer around the mage tower became unstable or was isolated from the world, the charm could misfire. Given the deathly fog and the absurd number of undead creatures, spatial disruption was hardly a surprise. He recalled the colossal beast above Dosho City, far larger than the adolescent green dragon he had met in the misty forest, yet sharing its silhouette. Lu Sihong suspected it might be a fabled ancient dragon, hiding for some reason within the necrotic haze. Watching the drift of the fog, he judged that he was near the periphery. Following the current should lead him out. He glanced at the chaotic village, pressed his lips together, re-summoned his goblins, and turned to leave without hesitation. The undead within the village were neither numerous nor strong, most of them freshly turned humans warped by the sinister black mist. First the frail, the elderly, and children fell, followed by the wounded and the sick, and finally the ordinary folk whose beasts were weak or who had no strength of their own. Even without that uncanny sound, anyone steeped in the black mist long enough was doomed to become a specter. Lu Sihong knew his strength was limited. Rather than waste time playing the hero, he chose to escape the mist as fast as possible. Because the fog's spread was unpredictable, he kept to the roadway to avoid cliffs and rivers. Staying on the main road, however, guaranteed running into other survivors. Hiding a pack of goblins would be impossible. Better to hide himself. He spoke to no one and let no one learn his identity. Rumors be damned, survival came first. Before he ever enrolled, he had packed a stash of spare clothes in his spatial ring. Now he changed into plain travel gear, pulled a loose hoodie over everything, and fastened a goblin rampage mask to his face. Not even his own mother would recognize him. He also rearranged his squad. 1. Crimson Wraith, grotesque face, massive form, floating midair, crimson ghost fire flickering. 2. Goblin Captain Boarsnout mask, spiked club in hand, blood red aura swirling. 3. Shield bearer Doghead mask, spiked shield, faint green glow for protection, flanking Lu Sihong. 4. Marauder shrouded in shadow, flickering like a phantom in the necrotic mist. 5. Beast tamer with a venom-spined spider perched on his shoulder. 6. Giant arm pitcher arms thick as posts. 7. Necromancer shouldering a shovel, skeletal remains flickering in his shadow. The last 3 didn't glow and didn't look like ghosts, but their naturally savage faces were terrifying enough. Moving down a road drowned in black fog, this squad looked like a parade of demons. The surrounding gloom amplified the effect, and the wails they left in their wake hinted at how many people they had scared senseless. As long as no one actually dropped dead from fright, Lu Sihong let the display scatter the crowds, minimizing the chance of being exposed. Whenever a ghost attacked, Lu Sihong rarely had time to give orders before the Crimson Wraith lunged forward to tear the creature apart like a snack. Smarter, higher-level ghosts sometimes tried to skirt the squad and hunt the survivors behind them. Then Lu Sihong would mutter, "What's that supposed to mean? Ignoring me? Looking down on me?" With a wave of his hand, head snap. "All right, boys, take it down." Or head eye an elegant skeleton and muse, "Nice craftsmanship on those bones." Necromancer, you see it too, right? Say nothing if you agree. Good. Knock it flat and toss it into the farm as decoration. At his command, the goblins swarmed, beating the target half to death. Spectral foes were fed straight to the Crimson Wraith. Anything with a skeleton was dragged back to the goblin breeding pens. Though he avoided conversation with other survivors, he still cleared ghosts from the road, leaving a safer path behind him. Partly it was because Lu Sihong wasn't a bad person at heart. Partly, as a goblin tycoon selling supplies at gouging prices, he felt he was profiteering off a national crisis. Doing some good, he figured, might balance out his own and his beast's moral ledger. Back in Beastfight City, Lu Sihong had stocked up on supplies, planning to let the goblin merchant hawk them during monster hunts. He never expected a fortune. Some trade credits and a few random materials would have been enough. Instead, the little huckster ignored him, slipped into orc territory, and tried to cash in on the war. 2 days later, it had unloaded every pot, pan, and standard-issue weapon it carried, stuffed its packs with gold, and ended up dead for the trouble. A few crates of rations were still sitting in the warehouse, coarse grain cakes that tasted like sawdust but kept you alive. Unsure how long his own flight would last, Lu Sihong moved part of the stash into a not-for-sale locker and left the rest for the goblin to peddle. Over the next few days, the creature sold nearly all of them. The goblin never gouged the poor. It went straight for the well-dressed fools with bulging coin purses. A ration that used to cost a handful of coppers suddenly carried a price tag of 1 full gold piece. The wealthy were starving, yet too proud to copy the common folk and chew wild greens. They cursed the profiteers' lack of conscience, pinched their noses, and paid up anyway. Resentment piled up, but most buyers were unarmed scholars and merchants. No one dared provoke the giant venom-spiked spider that watched over the goblin. Then an adventuring party decided the bulging backpack of coins was worth the risk. Their plan was simple: trap the spider first, then take everything. The moment their trap snapped shut, the goblin merchant raised a hand and triggered a skill, yanking a goblin captain and a goblin raider straight from the breeding pens. The adventurers were surprised but not shaken. A captain and a raider, they reckoned, were manageable. Their confidence lasted all of 10 seconds. A glancing hit sent the captain into a bloodrag. Its eyes went crimson as it stomped the head of a wolf-type familiar, then swept a spiked mace sideways and crushed a warrior, shield and all. The remaining fighter whirled to call for the archer, only to see the backline sprawled in the dust, throats opened. The scout who had bragged he could see through goblin stealth lay decapitated nearby, disbelief still frozen on his face. When the brief slaughter ended, the ground was littered with severed limbs. The drops were mostly broken gear and a few scattered coins, but the goblins hauled everything away, corpses, half-mutated bodies, and all. Yet greed is hard to curb, especially among Q-trade adventurers who live by the blade. In their minds, if they could just prevent that strange goblin from casting again, the haul would be easy. Reality proved harsher. The goblin merchant died even faster than they imagined. After all their scheming, a single stray arrow ended its life. Even in death, the goblin merchant stayed true to his miserly nature. He vanished with his rations, his gold, and even the black arrow that had pierced his skull, leaving behind not a single scrap. It was everyone's first real look at a goblin trader's stinginess, and they froze in collective shock. The refugees watching from the sidelines felt a jumble of emotions. Those who had paid for food earlier were relieved, yet annoyed they hadn't bought more. The ones who had refused now regretted it bitterly, offering 2 or even 3 gold coins for a single ration. The higher their bids climbed, the tighter others clutched their supplies. No one knew how far the black mist would spread, and that last mouthful might mean the difference between life and death. Had Lu Sihong overheard the haggling, he would have snorted in contempt. When hunger truly set in, these people would chew grass and bark as fast as any goblin, but before that happened they were far more likely to be corrupted by the black fog. All along the road he had been watching. Aside from the weak in body, those with darker hearts transformed first. Brooding adventurers who bullied the helpless, though uninjured, often turned sooner than children. If the flesh was intact, the contamination had to be striking at mind or soul. The longer the flight, the scarcer the food, the more loved ones died and villains ran free, the easier it was for a heart to slip into darkness. Once the group was large enough, he would know if his theory held. The thought left his face cold and remote. The march was exhausting, and Lu Sihong began thinking about a mount. But aside from the beasts the tamer had brought, there was hardly a living creature left unmutated, let alone one fit to ride. The tamer's poison stinger spider was technically big enough, yet its 8 high, bowed legs made any riding posture feel absurd. Lu Sihong couldn't fathom how the goblin magnate had ever gotten used to it. Remembering the yellow chocobo in the tower stables only deepened his longing. The bird was gentle, obedient, and comfortable to ride. He had left it behind because the trip to Beastmaster territory was long and war-torn. After all the unforeseen troubles, he was suddenly grateful his pet remained safe. Seeing his reluctance to mount the spider, the goblin beast tamer produced a giant beetle. In the breeding pens, beetles sat at the very bottom of the food chain. Adults fed the spiders, grubs fed the fledgling skyfinches, and bored goblins sometimes roasted a few for snacks. Even so, the tamer had singled out a handful with promise, and only 2 survived the careful training. The rest became premium spider feed. The silver-shelled specimen he presented now had undergone a lucky mutation, gaining the ability to gnaw metal and harden its carapace. The new armor made it nearly impervious to harm, but slowed it to a crawl and robbed it of its charge attack, leaving it with little battlefield value. As a mount, however, it was perfect, huge, steady, and as smooth as a 4-wheeled carriage. With a blanket spread across its back, one could stretch out and sleep all the way to their destination. After 5 or 6 days on the run, the black miasma had thinned, and the malevolent spirits that once spewed from it had almost vanished, yet undead creatures along the road were now more common. Along the way, Lu Sihong met 3 new types of threats. The first were ancient corpses, risen from their graves and stiff, with shriveled flesh. The second were beasts and monsters tainted by the black mist, their fangs jutting outward, bone plates exposed. The third were unlucky refugees who had suddenly mutated mid-flight, their eyes glazed and limbs grotesquely twisted. Compared with the high-tier undead lurking deeper in the fog, these newborn skeletons and dried corpses were weak, predictable, and nearly mindless. Ordinary people could handle them with a bit of courage. Lu Sihong's mental strength was close to that of an archmage. He knew only a handful of basic spells, yet his raw power easily surpassed that of certified mages, so he paid these creatures little heed. Now that ambushes were rare and visibility had improved, he worried more about keeping a low profile. That night he stopped in a deserted stretch of wilderness, recalled all his goblins into the beast-taming space, and left only the invisible raider at his side. He removed his feral mask, changed out of his distinctive gear, and disguised himself as an ordinary adventurer. The goblin captain and its spike club were far too conspicuous, so they needed a makeover too. The ranch had already banked 998 experience points, just 2 more, and the captain could evolve to tier 4. Then he would simply need a new weapon. Lu Sihong figured he could hit that mark by taking out a low-level undead. His beard had begun to grow, and the journey left him no time to groom it. The unkempt stubble made him look more mature, which suited his plans. He decided not to shave until he returned to Qingzhou town, letting it grow long enough to pass for a man of 24 or 25. By then, having a tier 4 goblin at his side would draw stares, but still be believable. At dawn, he lashed a half-headed zombie rabbit with a whip of magic vines, earning only a single, pitiful point of experience. Curling his lip, he muttered, "Whoever half-killed this thing has no sense. If they'd left half a rabbit more, I'd probably be set." As he scanned for another target, he spotted a shouting match up ahead on the main road. A dozen people were red-faced, weapons drawn, while nearby refugees scattered in panic. Lu Sihong strolled to a dead tree, leaned against it, and fished out a piece of fruit. The fruit wasn't from his supplies or the Dragondung farm. It was an unfamiliar wild berry the goblin merchant had picked during a deal. The ranch identified it as a tasty wild fruit. Lu Sihong tried a bite, and had to admit it was pretty good. 2 quarreling factions faced off on the roadside. On one side stood 5 plainly dressed villagers with a boy of about 10. Their expressions were fierce yet hesitant, and the hatchets in their trembling hands betrayed their fear. A black dog bared its teeth beside them, a mottled squirrel balanced on its head, both growling low in warning. Opposite them lounged 4 men in scuffed leather-armored adventurers. By the look of it, sprawled across the middle of the road with practiced indifference, contempt written on their faces. A half-man-tall black hunting cat sat at their feet, tail flicking lazily, vertical pupils fixed on the villagers' throats as if waiting for a single word from its master before it pounced. Lu Sihong reclined against a nearby boulder, munching on a piece of fruit while he listened. The adventurers were insisting that the boy's death rot was advanced enough for him to turn into a monster at any moment. They ordered the villagers to abandon the child or get off the highway. At first, Lu Sihong thought they planned to drive the group into the wilderness and rob them, but the villagers were so pale and poor that the dull hatchets in their hands were probably their most valuable possessions. Surely no one would bother ambushing them for that. Setting those guesses aside, Lu Sihong noticed something far stranger. The 4 adventurers looked merely haggard on the surface, dark-rimmed eyes, skin drawn tight, as if they hadn't slept for days, but a dense black mist coiled around them, thick enough to seem almost solid. That was the real sign of imminent death rot collapse. Perhaps because they were one step from total mutation, instinct had driven them to target the frail, yet still living villagers. The boy, by contrast, showed bluish cheeks, blackened nails, and cracked skin, Yet his eyes were clear, full of fear and tension. A body that damaged should have lost its mind long ago. He must have been born with extraordinary strength of spirit. Both parents stood with him, so he clearly wasn't an orphan who had survived on his own, which made the whole thing even stranger. While he analyzed the scene, Lu Sihong muttered under his breath. His voice was quiet, but the adventurers heard it. Every other passerby had already detoured around the dispute, convinced it spelled trouble. Only Lu Sihong sat in plain view, crunching his fruit as if watching a roadside comedy. Mind your own business and get lost, snarled a sharp-featured adventurer, veins bulging at his neck. The fruit core hit the ground with a soft thud. Lu Sihong looked up, and a flash of cold light crossed his eyes. Magic surged outward. The earth split open. Thumpthick emerald thorns erupted like enraged dragons. In an instant the vines bound all four adventurers, and the black cat, which had tried to leap away, ended up dangling in midair, paws flailing. Only after everything man and beast alike was immobilized did Lu Sihong dust off his hands and announce at an unhurried pace, "Summon, Grand Thornbind." Thorn spells were common enough, though these vines were thicker than usual. And who even shouted a spell name after casting it? The adventurers cursed silently, knowing full well that any protest now would only earn them more pain. Ahem, friend, maybe there's been a misunderstanding? The scar-faced leader managed, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace, eyes bloodshot and threatening despite his words. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Lu Sihong snorted. Don't tell me you didn't hear this guy cursing me a minute ago. He pointed straight at the sharp-featured adventurer. The leader shot a vicious glare at his sharp-nosed underling and was about to speak again, but Lu Sihong had no interest in arguing. He nodded to the frightened villagers, offering a brief gesture of comfort. Turning back, he studied the adventurer chief with a calm, yet cutting voice. So you chased them into the wilderness. What exactly were you planning to do with them? The chief forced himself to stay composed. His eyes flickered, then he hurried to explain. You misunderstand, sir. The child was on the verge of turning undead. We just wanted them far away so no one else would get hurt. Lu Sihong snorted. He closed his hand, and thorny, poisonous vines burst forth, driving their barbs into the flesh of the four adventurers. When the vines recoiled, cloth shredded and shriveled skin was laid bare to the cold wind. Thick, dark red fluid oozed from the wounds. Stabbing pain mixed with venom. The four screamed and convulsed on the spot. Look at the state you're in, and you still have the nerve to accuse others, Lu Sihong said with disdain, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. The adventurers finally lost it and spewed curses. Lu Sihong ignored them, channeled more mana, and the vines tightened. Their screams rose, then were strangled into feeble whimpers. He glanced over the crowd behind him. Aside from the child who was nearly fully undead, dark veins spread across the other villagers, as well clear signs of the black mist's corruption. Earlier the mist had been too dense for ordinary cleansing potions to last. Head had to look the other way. Here, though, the haze was lighter, the rot slower, and most importantly the goblin witch doctor was awake. The last time this creature evolved it ran off and got itself killed, so Lu Sihong had never witnessed its toxic healer talent. According to the breeding ground schematics, a goblin could learn the formulas directly, but the resident herbalist had only managed a few low-grade poison powders. Anything more sophisticated was out of reach. Now, the newly evolved witch doctor had instantly mastered both the green titan potion and stoneskin brew. Still, what kind of toxic healer would it be if it just followed the recipe? Of course it had to spice things up, a little extra ingredient that wouldn't kill you, merely paralyze your body, send your limbs into spasms, make you foam at the mouth, maybe bleed from every orifice. The test goblin who swallowed the concoction normally, a total weakling, fought the talent-buffed witch doctor to a standoff thanks to the potion's agony and strength boost. After being beaten black and blue, it collapsed as the toxins hit, foaming at the mouth yet sporting a vindictive grin. Unfazed by the spectacle, the witch doctor kindly poured an antidote down its throat. To keep the victim from running off, he bound it tightly with rough hemp rope, adjusted the formula, brewed a new potion of unsettling color, and forced that down as well. This batch was stronger. The goblin ballooned, snapped its hemp ropes, and pounded the witch doctor all over again. If the shield bearer hadn't hauled it back, the doctor would have joined the berserker on the slab. And the berserker really did end up on the slab. One wild swing made the witch doctor cough a mouthful of dark green, venomous blood. A few drops spattered onto the goblin's lips, and the lingering emerald hulk toxins erupted inside it a second time. Within seconds the goblin convulsed, a grin frozen on its face as the poison killed it. The witch doctor's own state was no better: collapsed ribs, flayed flesh. He knocked back a bottle of self-made venom-infused healing tonic, let antidote and poison tear at each other, then dragged himself to the hot spring and soaked all night. By dawn he could barely stand again. For a goblin witch doctor, self-destructive therapies like these were routine. At first light the goblin shop refreshed. A blue blueprint lay on the shelf, Flesh Bloom Elixir. Recipe: extract life essence from herbs and inject it into the user, replacing corrupted tissue with rampant new flesh. Quickly restores the body and grants minor resistance to flesh-type debuffs. Side effects: heavy lifespan consumption, followed by brief weakness and fatigue. The gifted witch doctor threw everything into a cauldron. No one knew what madness he added. By the time the brew was done, the system had to rename it. Ultra-toxic flesh bloom elixir. Note: anomalous body, purified by venom. Removes most physical abnormalities but delivers lethal poison. Have a strong antidote ready. A cauldron of dark purple liquid boiled with a corrosive sweetness. Every other goblin was busy, so the witch doctor lifted the curtain, scooped a ladle, and swallowed it himself. Bone fractures snapped back into place, fresh skin covered the wounds. Then the backlash hit his face, turned violet, bubbles frothed from his mouth. 2 minutes later he wiped his lips as if nothing had happened. With resistance like his, the test meant nothing. Watching, Lu Sihang's curiosity sparked. Could this ultra-toxic version cleanse necrotic corruption? The child nearby still had an intact soul, only the body was badly necrotized. A simple purification potion would never suffice. With test subjects at hand, he decided to try it on a human adventurer first. Lu Sihang smirked. The array at his feet glowed. A dull green light whisked an invisible goblin marauder back to the ranch. Moments later it flashed again, and several thick-walled glass vials of the dark purple elixir appeared in his hand, fogging with cold, chilling to look at. The adventurers, speared by thorny, venom-laced vines, were drenched in pain sweat and noticed nothing. Villagers saw only the two flashes, missing the details. The sharp-faced adventurer cursed until he realized the vines were steel-hard. Struggling, only pumped poison faster through his veins. Numbness crawled up his limbs. As despair set in, a cold, malicious gaze landed on him. Before he could beg, the vines coiled around his neck, pinning his head. Look at Mesogenerous. You just cursed me, and I'm still giving you medicine. The adventurer parted his lips to protest, but a glass vial was jammed between his teeth before he could utter a word, let alone spit out the potion being forced down his throat. Lu Sihong had never tried the concoction himself and had no idea what it tasted like. He merely watched the man's eyes roll back, while he wretched whether from gagging on the bottle or the flavor. Lu couldn't be bothered to decide. That eerie whirl of purple-green liquid looked revolting enough on sight alone. The potion took effect with terrifying speed. The moment the adventurer swallowed, his body inflated as though a bellows had been rammed into him. Limbs and torso ballooned, clothes and skin popping and cracking. Sensing danger, Lu Sihong threw himself backward. With a dull thud, the swollen body erupted into a mist of blood and flesh, dark violet pus splattering everywhere. The spray did not travel far, yet it landed squarely on the three comrades still bound in the thorns. Sizzling sounds burst forth as their flesh began to rot, and their screams rose in ragged chorus. Lu Sihong brushed a few drops from his sleeve, stood up calmly, and let his gaze drift over the unlucky trio. To keep them from escaping when the burning vines gave way, he urged fresh briars to sprout, replacing the charred tendrils and binding them even tighter. The scrawny adventurer, the one whose necrotic infection had been the worst to begin with, was now missing most of his flesh. His clothes were shredded by the blast, and the lingering toxin had curled him into a ball. Foam dribbled from his mouth. He was so weak he couldn't even groan, looking as if death would claim him any second. Lu Sihong crouched to check him. Critically weak, heavily poisoned, on the brink of death, nothing else unusual. An antidote. High-grade elixirs were expensive, and he had no intention of wasting one on trash. Decision made, he turned away. Nearby, the burly leader with the scarred face was still dangling in the thorns. Meeting Lu Sihang's gaze, the man shuddered and stammered, "He'll talk. He'll tell you everything. Just make it quick." "Huh? Talk about what?" Lu Sihong asked lazily, though he dipped his head in a cool nod. "Go on." Given permission, the leader seemed to collapse, wheezing between sentences. "Our target was that infected kid. A man in a black robe hired us to collect 10 children showing necrotic symptoms once we reached the quota. He promised us an alchemical serum to purge the taint. He also paid 10 gold coins for each kid we caught." Lu Sihong frowned. Why does he want the children? No idea. He always kept his face covered, felt downright creepy, like some cultist. The leader's voice faltered. Cultist, the word sent a jolt through Lu Sihong. He recalled several recent events. The hooded figure goblin had seen in the green dragon's lair, the necrotic miasma spreading through the land, and the bald brute who had transformed into a giant beast to pummel the beastmaster. Connecting the dots, he was almost certain they were all the work of the same necromantic cult. These people were powerful and elusive. If they truly were behind the black fog, lingering here was the last thing he should do. Lu Sihong made his decision at once. Staying was not an option. The adventurer who had tested the potion was already dead, the poison dissolving his flesh. Lu Sihong dealt with the 3 remaining thugs in an instant, twisting their necks apart with a whip of thorny vines. The moment they stopped breathing, the corpses began to mutate, the necrotic taint spreading fast. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Sihong scattered a goblin witch doctor's corrosive powder, letting it work with his enchanted vines until the bodies melted into a dark, sticky sludge. He cleaned up the scene, then turned and offered the nearby villagers what he thought was a reassuring smile. To them, the grin looked more terrifying than any demons, and the cleavers in their hands rattled. Hey, relax. Lucy Honk sighed. He had no time to explain, so another flick of vines subdued them all. In under 2 minutes, the villagers, their black dog, and even a chipmunk were bound tight with smooth creepers, mouths gagged, eyes bulging. They could only watch as Lu Sihong fixed his attention on a young boy. He forced the child's mouth open, flicked the cork from a vial, and poured a full bottle of deep purple liquid down his throat. The boy convulsed and gagged, swelling like a loaf of violet dough. Lu Sihong jumped back just in time. The flesh didn't explode but rotted and sloughed off like melting wax, revealing dark purple tissue beneath. When the potion had done its work, he lifted the boy with vines and shook away the remaining tainted flesh. From his spatial ring, he produced an emerald antidote, tipping it in while muttering, "Kid, this is a master alchemist's premium antidote, 200 gold on the market. I'm loaning it to you, so pay me back when you're rolling in money." The goblin toxin was so potent that even this antidote took half an hour to finish the job. Finally, the boy's skin regained healthy color, and he hung limply from the vines, breathing softly. Only then did the villagers understand Lu Sihong was saving their child. Released, they thanked him over and over, patting their clothes in vain for any kind of payment. Lu Sihong waved it off. "You heard those thugs cultists are active here. Leave as soon as you can." After a thought, he handed over a large sack of rations. "I don't want the kid to starve after all this. This should keep you going for a while, so stop wasting time hunting food." With that, he appended a gale elixir. A cool wind wrapped around him, and his figure blurred into the distance. Time was life, and he needed to be gone before the cultists arrived. The villagers watched his silhouette vanish in silence. The still weak boy leaned against his father, eyes bright with determination. 200 gold, he whispered. "They'll pay him back, I promise." "Wait, look at Sang. Dad, I'm fine. The mage said I'm just weak. It'll be okay after some rest." "I heard him, son. I mean, your illness, it's gone." "Really?" "It is. Only 12. Yet after years of pain, he could still smile at his family. That kind of will was hard to break." 1,000 experience points consumed. The goblin captain has evolved into a goblin chieftain. In the very next instant, a blinding green light crawled across the captain's muscles. His 3-meter frame swelled to well over 5 meters, and his skin took on a sheen like dark gold scales. Goblin chieftain. A massive body and overwhelming strength, ruling the tribe by sheer force. Savage, bloodthirsty, belligerent, and formidable, bearing the title Lord of Dragon Blood. While present, all allied goblins gained increased combat power and teamwork, along with greatly heightened resistance to fear and intimidation spells. Weaker enemies who face him may be stunned or terrified. Lesser red dragon power, access to berserker rage and minor flame control. The captain's wish has been granted, triggering a random reward. Rising tide. Among goblins ranked below the captain, one eligible individual is randomly chosen to evolve for free. The green light descended and landed on a recently resurrected, still dazed goblin arsonist. The goblin arsonist has evolved into a goblin pyromaniac. Goblin pyromaniac. Burn, explode, destroy, let the whole world revel in a sea of fire. Flame devotion, remarkable tolerance to heat and fire. While surrounded by flames, physical abilities rise and energy regenerates rapidly. Fireball frenzy, fireballs hit harder and gain extra blast and adhesive effects. The arsonist's wish has been granted, yielding a fixed reward. Green blueprint, wild torch. A giant magical matchstick crafted from a fire element gem and enchanted timber. One casual swing ignites a searing flame. Primarily a source of light and fire, but it doubles as a staff. Watching the 3-meter captain inflate into a 5-meter colossus, Lu Sihong felt a surge of safety and congratulated himself on the lucky break. Yet the breeding ground chose the arsonist for rising tide instead, even though the goblin raider and goblin artificer also qualified. He suspected some shady manipulation behind the scenes. The arsonist staggered out of his shack, only to be swallowed by the green glow. His size barely changed, but the red tuft on his head blazed brighter, his eyes shone manically, and he threw back his head with a raucous cackle. Flames hissed in both palms as he hopped toward the open ground. "New head get even crazier," Lu Sihong muttered, scratching his head. He was wondering if he should weld an iron cage for the lunatic when the surrounding goblins grew even more agitated. Moments later, the pyromaniac was pinned and pummeled by his comrade's nose bleeding, skin swollen like blistered dough. Squatting by the medicine cauldron, he boosted the shaman's stove with a casual fireball while sniffling. Before the flames could settle, the blacksmith hauled him off to heat an iron billet. With the chieftain's new gargantuan frame, the old squat hut could no longer contain him. He was a leader, now how could he live in a common goblin shack? A new residence would have to be built, and soon. The goblins' approach to construction was haphazard, and the original settlement had no empty plots left. The master builder ordered the lowest-ranked goblins to haul a load of timber onto a nearby meadow, planning to raise a new lodge there for the chieftain. The goblin leader had just finished evolving, his body now so large that his old spiked club looked like a twig in his hand. Fortunately, the armory still held 2 captured weapons he could use for the time being. After weighing a heavy flail, he finally chose the Bone General's spiked club, enchanted hardwood wrapped in uneven metal studs, blotched with yellow rust and dark red blood, shreds of cloth and skin wedged in the gaps, enough to unsettle anyone at a glance. Lu Sihong, however, felt uneasy when this fellow got excited. He liked to pour flame into his weapons, and the wooden shaft might catch fire. The wood seemed dense and heat-resistant, so Lu simply prayed the club would hold until a smith could forge a new one. With the goblin chieftain at his side, Lu Sihong felt bold enough to cross the Black Fog Zone. He had learned on the road that 10 more days along this imperial highway would bring him to Icewind March on the northeastern coast of the Bohemia Empire, over 100,000 li from his home in Lava March to the northwest. If the fog still covered him at such a distance, how much worse must it be for Green Bamboo City or White Moon Town, which lay closer to Beast Arena March? Then again, Lava March was powerful, and his mentor was there, so the danger should be manageable. Fretting would solve nothing. He forced himself to walk faster, determined to reach an uncorrupted town and contact his family and teacher through the Adventurers Guild. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a clamor ahead as refugees scattered in every direction. 2 groups of adventurers were brawling in the middle of the road. 3 familiar young faces accompanied by a cat, a dog, and a crow stood with several plainly dressed fighters, shielding a husband, wife, and their 2 children. Opposite them were a handful of vicious-looking adventurers. Boom! A fireball erupted. A sallow-faced man swung his axe through the flames, yet the splashing tongues of fire still scorched him, and he glared at the pale young maid shaping the spell. Brat, why are you country paupers meddling in rich folks' business? Shindada kept his focus on the incantation, ignoring him. Shin Xiaoli drove an enemy back with her sword, panting. We took an escort contract, so our clients reach their destination alive. You think you can snatch their kids to barter with cultists? Dream on. Well said. An adventurer keeps his word. A brawny ally shouted in praise. Their foes sneered. Those 2 brats are halfway undead already. Keep them, and they're just walking corpses. Let us trade them for medicine. Only then did Lu Sihong study the children. Their skin was ashen, their breathing erratic, and necrosis had sunk into their bones. Their clouded eyes could barely do more than cling to their parents' clothing. Even a lethal antidote would likely leave them hollow shells. Still, they were someone else's kids, and these thugs wanted to snatch them outright, utterly depraved. Since he had stumbled onto the scene, Lu glanced around carefully. No cultists were lurking. Only a few adventurers who could barely handle 2 sick children. Without the escape talisman, Lu Sihong felt anything but secure. He decided to steer clear of trouble for a Walino sense attracting more danger. Yet the rookies brawling in front of him were making a complete mess of things and posed no real threat to anyone. Dealing with them would be as easy as flicking dust from his sleeve. With a snap of his fingers, the ground unzipped, and thick bramble vines surged upward. In an instant they wrapped the heavily necrotized adventurers, venom-tipped thorns punching into flesh while blood trickled down the coils. This single trick was his bread and butter. Thanks to his extraordinary mental strength, he could cast almost instantaneously and lock onto targets with surgical precision collateral damage. Toxin delivered every time. Of course, it also exposed a simple truth. These few low-tier spells were pretty much his whole repertoire. Most wood element spells revolve around growing trees, but that doesn't mean the caster is a glorified farmer. To weaponize plants, you have to understand their anatomy and ideally raise them yourself from seed. With enough horticultural experience, you can even invent imaginary species structurally sound, deadly in combat. Lu Sihong specialized in briars and vines. He had cultivated them personally, and his entire greenhouse was full of the stuff. The alchemical botanicum also housed a collection of carnivorous magical plants, but he found their attack patterns dull. Aside from offering goblins novel ways to die, they were practically useless. The moment his big briar spell landed, the road fell silent. The bound adventurers could only groan, while the burly bodyguard and the 3 rookies scanned the area before fixing their eyes on Lu Sihong. He had been pretending to stroll past, and he froze. I cast that fast, kept the arcane ripple to a minimum. How did they spot me? Is my presence really that dazzling? Anyone hearing his inner monologue would have rolled their eyes. Everyone else on the road had either bolted or taken a wide detour. He alone was sauntering along, openly watching the show. He was bound to stand out. He hadn't washed his face in ages. His hair was long and wild, and a scrubby beard covered half his chin. One could guess his age. Shin Xiaoli spoke first. Thank you, elder brother, for your help. Elder brother? I'd be surprised if he's even 2 years older than me, Lu Sihong thought, suddenly pleased with how effective his beard disguise was. His mind raced, but his expression stayed placid. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his voice. Those 2 children are already beyond saving. Better to end it yourselves than let the cultists get them. He didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. Grief washed over the couple's faces as they turned to their children. Deep down, they had known for some time the kids were lost. They'd just been clinging to a 9,000 chance. They had planned to hold on until the very last second, refusing to give up until the children fully crossed into one death. Yet the parents would rather see their kids laid to rest than fall into cultist hands and be used for walk knows what. Black mist ballooned without a sound, then condensed into a skeletal figure draped in a black robe, which fired dancing in its vacant eye sockets. Lu Sihang's scalp tingled in entrance like that definitely didn't belong to a grunt. Damn it, I knew if thieving lofty morals will be the death of me. He swore inwardly, shooting the robed creature a glare. And you, if you were coming anyway. You could have shown up earlier so I could dodge you. Not wanting loose ends, he had summoned the most virulent Rasha vine at his disposal. Several adventurers already deep into necrosis had died instantly, their bones softening into sludge. Too ruined, even for necromancy, otherwise the scene would never be this quiet. The air felt stretched taut. Everyone braced for a fight, while Lu Sihong quietly sidled backward. Ahem, looks like you have things to discuss. I'm just passing through, so we'll be going? The robed skeleton turned, a sneer etched on its bleached skull. Leave. A wood element mage is rare experimental material. Stay? Negotiations over. Lu Sihang's gaze hardened. He flung out a hand. Goblin Chief Tango. The circle flared. The goblin chieftain burst forth, an enormous spiked club on its shoulder. Flames crawled along its skin, eyes glowing blood red, and it charged straight for the robed skeleton. Since its evolution, the old leather armor no longer fit. The creature's own flames would incinerate ordinary hide, so the smith had slapped together a crude set of scale plates to shield its vitals. As Lu Sihong predicted, the wooden shaft of the club ignited the moment the chieftain entered battle, filling the air with acrid smoke. The robed skeleton hadn't expected such brute force. It staggered back, yet calmly raised a hand. A low roar rolled across the sky as a black-boned dragon easily 10 meters long plunged downward, talons slicing toward the goblin chieftain. Lu Sihong seized the opening and yelled at the stunned bystanders, "Move Itran." Without waiting for a response, he downed his last swift step potion and vanished into the trees. Against that bone dragon, even merging with the chieftain would be suicide. He still had a goblin revival stone. Sacrificing the chieftain was acceptable. The skeleton's real targets were likely the two half-undead kids if he could outrun it. His survival odds remained decent. Then the plan hit a snag. He left the main road, tearing through underbrush for what felt like ages. Just as the potion's boost was fading, an enraged roar erupted overhead. "You wretch! You hit a core of ghost elm in that club set it aflame and poisoned me. They'll kill you know. They'll make you a living corpse so you spend eternity in terror and despair." Lu Sihong tripped, utterly baffled. Huh, that club? I thought you undead loved that stuff. Since when is it toxic? No one could fault Lu Sihong for his ignorance. Enhuai wood, a plant that grows in necrotic lands, is extremely rare and nearly useless, valuable only for a handful of specialized high-grade elixirs and of no benefit to ordinary alchemists or wood mages. The catalog of magical flora is vast, the books on it even vaster, and Lu Sihong had barely scratched the surface, so he had never read the entry on Enhuai wood. He therefore did not know that a staff carved from this wood by the skeletal general was as hard as forged steel, or that once exposed to high heat, it released a colorless toxin that seeped soundlessly into the undead and rapidly corroded their bones. By chance, the goblin witch doctor had earlier smeared several mixed poisons over the club. Undead are almost immune to toxins, so the brew did them no immediate harm, but it catalyzed the wood's combustion and vastly increased the output of the gas. When the goblin chieftain finally fell, the black-robed skeleton sensed something was wrong. The bone dragon's entire frame had begun to soften, and even his own joints felt brittle, damage that would take ages to repair. Lu Sihong knew none of this. All he understood was that this time he had to fight for his life. He used a resurrection stone to revive the goblin chieftain lying on the grass, but deliberately left the creature where it was. Feigning panic, he staggered, fell, and stared up at the bone dragon with terror in his eyes. Let's hope he really does prefer slow torture, he calculated. Even if he charges straight at me, I still have my Beastmaster talent as a fallback. Seeing the little mage sprawled below, apparently stripped of his monster-taming power, the black-robed skeleton felt victory was certain and savored the sight. Shrouded in black mist, he drifted down from the dragon's back, skull twisted in a grisly grin, ready to hiss a few chilling threats and relish his prey's despair. At that moment, Lu Sihang's gaze turned icy. More than a dozen summoning circles blazed into life around him, had left only a few ordinary goblins in the pens to maintain his bond. Every other creature had been called to the field. He unleashed his power, and thick brambles burst from the soil beneath the skeleton's feet. Barbed vines whipped up his ankles, binding him tight. Almost simultaneously, the teleported goblin chieftain roared and swung his metal flail, smashing it into the enemy's chest. Crack! The black-robed skeleton threw up an arm to block, but the wrist shattered, and the right arm hung by a ragged strip of membrane. At the same time, stones from the left, a fireball from the right, and volleys of crossbow bolts and frost arrows from the beastmasters and ice mages converged on him from every direction. The black-robed skeleton let out a low growl, dissolved into dark mist, and slipped free of the thorn's grip. It reformed beside the bone dragon, a gigantic skull materializing above its own head as it roared. The shrill, undead howl swept across the battlefield. Every goblin shuddered in unison, terror flickering in their eyes before combat instinct pushed it down. Lu Sihong nearly bolted, saved only by his stubborn willpower and the goblin shield bearer's timely block. Son of a! Lu Sihong cursed, fury and bloodlust surging together. Without hesitation, he yanked out a fusion experience card, raised it overhead, and shouted, "Goblin Chieftain, merge!" The moment the words left his mouth, he and the Goblin Chieftain turned into two blinding spheres of light that swelled and slammed together. The card's buff sent Lu Sihong's mental limit skyrocketing, while the chieftain's body and its shred of lesser red dragon power swelled in kind. An instant later, a 7 or 8 meter tall brute covered in crimson scales, its face bearing a rough resemblance to Lu Sihong's, roared and hurled itself at the bone dragon. The two titans collided heat-in. The bone dragon's wings spread wide, throwing out crushing force. Scales flew from Lu Sihong's arms and chest, blood spattering. Yet rage lent him brutal strength. He seized one of the dragon's ribs and tore it clean off. The undead colossus made an easy target. Cackling, the goblin fire fanatic raised his hands. Torrents of flame coalesced into a spray of compact fireballs that battered the dragon like a living autocannon. In seconds, he emptied his reserves. The blasts did little structural damage, but the clinging flames raced across the creature, turning it into a blazing skeletal dragon. Heat cracked its bones. Charred powder drifted away in clouds. Seeing this, the frost mage shifted her ice arrows from the dragon to the black-robed skeleton, raised an ice shield, slid in beside the fire fanatic, and spread a slick of frost across the ground to hinder anything that came close. The skeleton wrapped dark mist around its severed wrist to keep itself alive, conjured a black bone shield against flying rocks, yet still took a crossbow bolt square in the forehead. The bolt rang off with a sharp clang, no real harm, but the spell it had been weaving collapsed. The red-clad wraith swooped in. The skeleton turned to mist again, only for a cold gleam to flash behind Ida Goblin Raider's dagger streaking for its skull. Snarling, it blasted out a wave of black fog that hurled the raider away, then condensed deathly energy into a dark arrow that shattered an incoming ice arrow. For the moment, the goblins had it pinned down. Meanwhile, the bone dragon writhed beneath the flames. Lu Sihong, lost in berserk fury, only fought harder. The dragon kicked him away, trying to retreat and smother the fire with its own black haze, but the ground split open beneath it. Vines as thick as pythons lashed out and bound it tight. Lu Sihong flung a flaming length of vine around the dragon's skull, hauled himself up, and landed on its back. Boom! The mighty frame sagged under his weight. Standing amid the blaze, he brought his fists down like hammers, ripping vertebrae loose one after another. Bone shards flew, flames licked through the gaps, and the undead beast bellowed in agony. The black-robed skeleton seized an opening. A giant ghostly claw slammed down, crushing the goblin tinkerer who was busy setting traps. Another swipe formed a black arrow that shot toward the goblin beastmaster, but the shield bearer blocked it. The splashing fog withered the bearer's flesh, only for green dragon regeneration to knit it back together. The skeleton clicked its tongue and looked toward the rampaging dragon spawn, tearing the bone dragon apart, its eye sockets flickering. Damn it! Who is that monster? A devotee of some goblin evil god? Images flashed through its mind. The fire fanatic's manic grin, the witch doctor's sly eyes, the wraith's towering crimson silhouette, and the raider who attacked from the shadows each reeked of corruption. Finally, it stared at the muscle-bound creature straddling the dragon's spine and felt a chill. No matter how you look at it, that guy is definitely not one of the good guys. Lu Sihong paid no heed to whatever plans the bone-headed foe was hatching. His fusion trial card lasted only 10 minutes, and with the rage buff coursing through him, he fought like a lunatic, clawing and kicking, determined to rip every piece off the bone dragon. He had already decided that, if he really couldn't dismantle the dragon, he would swallow a bottle of cheap red dragon's fury, gambling that his evolved goblin physique and the card's boost could contain the violent power. The potion, however, was notoriously unstable. The risk of explosion was merely reduced, never removed, and half a dose did nothing at Allen insane wager. Elsewhere, the black-robed skeleton dissolved into swirling shadow, narrowly escaping the scarlet wraith's fangs. A tiny white ghost coiled around the wraith's shoulder, eerie and seductive, capable of clouding the mind. The skeleton thought it looked familiar, yet knew he had never seen such a spirit, and a prickle of fear crept in. He blinked, teleported behind the goblin beast tamer, drove a claw through his chest, and crushed his heart. The tamer's gear clattered to the ground as his body faded into sparks. Ghost fire flared in the skeleton's eye sockets, bloodlust rising. Glancing up, he saw the bone dragon already torn apart, black flames licking its shattered frame. Doubt surged. He prepared to retreat. A screaming fireball suddenly streaked in. A claw of shadow slapped it aside, scattering sparks that set the brush ablaze. The red-haired goblin stood hands on hips, cackling in open ridicule. Rage erupted in the skeleton's chest. The sight of that pest was unbearable. Boom. The shadow burst outward as he morphed into a giant skull and lunged, jaws agape. Reassuming his true form, he backhanded the nearby frost mage, seized the red goblin's throat, and hissed, "You miserable insect! You dare mock me?" With a crack, he snapped the goblin's neck. Just then, icy chill swept up from beneath his feet. The frost mage had triggered an ice trap, bitter cold racing up his legs. When he tried to melt into shadow again, his limbs felt sluggish. How could a goblin's frost magic be this strong? A blazing red comet plummeted from the sky. Spotting the chance, Lu Sihong abandoned the dying bone dragon and dove like a flaming behemoth. Boom. The skeleton could only harden his claws with necrotic energy and meet the attack heat-in. Lu Sihong ignored his wounds, pinned the skeleton down, then sprang up and hammered it with iron fists, bone shards flying. The skull was knocked loose, bounced off a tree, and rolled until the necromancer woe had been feigning death pinned it under his boot. A flash of white light marked the fusion card's expiration, and Lu Sihong separated from the goblin chieftain. As the rage state ebbed, dizziness washed over him. He collapsed, gasping, drenched in cold sweat. Compared with Lu Sihong's own weakened state, the goblin chieftain was in far worse shape. During their fusion, he had taken the full brunt of the damage. Not a patch of sound flesh remained, and he was hanging on to life by a thread. Just then the goblin witch doctor ambled over with a broad grin, pulled an indigo vial from his bulging pouch, pried open the chieftain's fangs, and poured the entire potion down his throat. The moment the liquid hit his stomach, the half-dead brute jolted upright like a corpse come to life, braced himself on both hands, and dry-heaved. But the brew was already absorbed, and not a drop came back up. The witch doctor flashed Lu Sihong a toothy smile. A chill shot through Lu Sihong's body, goosebumps flared, and desperation squeezed out his last bit of strength. He yanked the stopper from a high-grade healing potion in his spatial ring, knocked it back in one swallow, wiped the blood from his mouth, and forced a grin. Infinigo look after the others. The witch doctor sighed in disappointment, shook his head, and moved on to treat the rest of the wounded. The squad's losses were staggering. 1. The goblin craftsman and the blacksmith were cut down by the black-robed skeleton. 2. The beast tamer's heart was torn out. He died on the spot. 3. The giant-armed pitcher was unlucky. One swipe of the bone dragon's tail turned him to pulp. 4. The flame berserker's neck was snapped cleanly. 5. The frost mage survived long enough to trigger her frost trap, but died after only a few breaths. The remaining fighters were hardly better off. The goblin raider, covered in blood and unwilling to drink the witch doctor's brew, crawled into the shadows and played dead. The goblin shield bearer was at death's door, but his race's natural poison resistance spared him any toxic side effects. Still, the stench of the potion had him gagging for ages. Even the witch doctor himself had 2 cracked ribs, yet one swig of his own super toxic elixir set him right again in an instant. The only member without a scratch was the goblin necromancer, who had spent the whole fight lying motionless while his red-garbed wraith carried the load. In the end, it was this fellow who swung his shovel and shattered the black-robed skeleton's skull, ending the battle. The bone dragon's soul flame was swallowed by the weakened wraith as a tonic. Seriously, does the flame berserker's fire ever burn out? Lu Sihong muttered. He wanted to haul the bone dragon skeleton home and try raising a new one, but if the flames kept burning, the whole thing would crumble to ash. The necromancer's eyes lit up. He dashed over, shovel in hand, and buried the burning bones under layer after layer of dirt. Luckily, the residual magic fueling the flames was almost spent, and the fire was finally smothered, sparing the skeleton. Next, he released his 3 evil spirits, ordering them to sweep the area for every shard of bone the earlier clash had scattered. Not even a splinter was left behind. Was determined to take the complete skeleton back to the Sanluo ghost wastes. Lu Sihong could only laugh and let him go at it. He summoned the remaining farm goblins, spread them out in a net, and after several runs they managed to transport every last fragment of the bone dragon and the black-robed skeleton home. The fight had burned through almost all of Lu Sihong's trump cards, but he was alive and had stumbled onto an unexpected boon. Beast fusion, a skill that normally required a high threshold of mental power, had been nudged open by the fusion experience card had used. Now Lu Sihong discovered he could wield a partial fusion ability on his own. After a brief rest, Lu Sihong told the other goblins to retreat to the Pocket Realm's hot spring, pulled a cloak over his head, and had the necromancer carry him away. The necromancer stood almost 2 meters tall, and with an undead spirit riding its body, it possessed inhuman strength. Lu Sihong felt weightless on its back. Sticking close to the walls, they slipped through ruined alleys, collapsed houses, and the deepest pools of shadow. Bent low with its face half hidden, The necromancer looked exactly like a grave robber out for a midnight haul, perfect in Lu Sihang's eyes, because all he wanted was to stay unseen. If the goblins could just tunnel straight to Frostwind Hold, he would dive in without hesitation. Otherwise, the next time a floating skull showed up, he would have no choice but to merge with the necromancer and play dead. His worry, however, was largely needless. Bone dragons are elite summons, and even among necromantic cultists only a handful exist. It takes centuries to gather the remains of true dragons, offer them to the dark god, and trade them for the arrival of a death breath ancient. The few dragon corpses still mostly intact reanimate under that breath, and only the highest cult leaders can command them. The one Lu Sihong had just slain was precisely the local cult head. Without their commander and with a certain goblin merchant stirring up trouble, the cultists in this quarter were already in chaos, each scrambling to save their own skin. None of them had time to hunt Lu Sihong. That goblin merchant, come to think of it, really did have talent. After getting ambushed a few too many times, it somehow awakened malice sense. Anyone radiating lethal intent made it swerve away long before they could close in. Its odds of survival soared, and so did its business. Prices were steep, but in the wilderness any goods at all were a luxury, and customers stopped quibbling. As a result, shoddy potions that once gathered dust sold out quickly. The cookware it had scooped up in Beast Pit City was almost gone. Even the herbalist's poisons moved in bulk. The bestseller by far, though, was the Green Giant Elixir. Lately, the necromantic cultists, on top of seizing children tainted by the black mist, had begun targeting adventurers whose bodies resisted the miasma. They lacked raw power but excelled at fear magic, conjuring a skull, glaring once, bellowing once, and most adventurers' courage shattered on the spot. Then one day an adventuring party was cornered. The heavy-armored warrior in the group tilted back a vial of Green Giant Elixir and simply let the spells crash against him. He tanked an entire volley, swung his blade, and smashed the hovering skulls to dust, looking every inch a god of war. Though the backlash from so much magic eventually took his life, the onlookers had witnessed firsthand the elixir's potency, and word spread like wildfire. Some adventurers carry tonics that fortify the mind and stiffen the will against psychic spells, but the effective ones are mid to high-grade brews, scarce and expensive. Most people are short on coin and make do with low-tier vials that are merely better than nothing. By contrast, Lu Sihang's Green Hulk delivers real value. It shaves off a bit of sanity, ignites pure rage, suppresses fear at the source, and sends combat power soaring far beyond any ordinary low-grade potion. Unfortunately, Lu Sihong never kept much in stock, and once he fled the field he had no chance to brew more. When word spread that the supply had dried up, the last few bottles in the goblin merchant's hoard sold out instantly. While the crowd was still lamenting, the witch doctor woke from his coma, set up a kettle in the breeding pens, and began to simmer a fresh batch, humming as he fed the fire. Before long, an upgraded potion was ready. Green Hulk Power Boost Edition. Bigger, greener, wilder. Warning, highly toxic. When the effect ends, you must immediately take a medium grade or higher antidote or cast an equivalent detoxification spell, or you will very likely die. Next came the matching antidote. Green Hulk Antidote, a super compound combining detoxification, healing, and weakness recovery. For use only after the Green Hulk Power Boost Edition. Warning, also highly poisonous. Never drink it alone. Last on the table was a tweaked Stone Skin Brew. Stone Skin Potion Corrosive Variant. Tougher, harder, longer lasting. Note, the stone skin is corrosive and will harm anyone who touches it. Mildly toxic. When the effect ends, residual poison must be purged with a basic antidote or spell. An adventurer squinted at the 3 labels from top to bottom, and a chorus of what the hell rippled through the crowd. Everyone traded uneasy looks, Adam's apples bobbing as they stared at the bottles that seemed to radiate menace. It was clear these things would taste awful. And the price is criminal, someone muttered. 100 gold for a Green Hulk, 30 for the antidote, 50 for the toxic stone skin. I thought that swindler was about to raise the price, another whispered. Turns out it's a whole new model, honestly. I'd rather pay the old rate. The warning sheet alone is scary enough. Hey, don't you have the regular Green Hulk? A third adventurer asked, leaning forward as if a skull might leap from the bottle. Holy look, there really is a skull on the glass. Someone yelped. I thought I was seeing things. This is plain poison. Read the label, it says highly toxic. Then why is the antidote poisonous too? The crowd demanded, turning toward the goblin. Alchemy's none of your business. The goblin merchant shrugged. He ignored the pleas for the regular version and lined up the fresh brews in neat rows. No one nearby seemed inclined to rob him, so the goblin wasn't worried. Only 3 prototypes had full labels. The rest were blank, but the colors were unmistakable. Dark green for Green Hulk, deep purple for the antidote, and ash gray for the toxic stone skin. They looked dangerous enough that no customer would mix them up. Once everything was arranged, fresh confusion set in. Wait, that's it. 6 Green Hulks, but only 4 antidotes? Are 2 people just supposed to die? It says a medium antidote works too, someone offered, waving the instruction sheet. Look at this stuff, another scoffed. It claims a medium antidote can clear it. Do you believe that? I sure don't. Aside from the truly wealthy, most adventurers are perpetually broke. 100 gold pieces is an unimaginable fortune to them, and under normal circumstances they would never even consider buying something so costly. But with their lives at stake, they stopped hesitating, scraped together every coin, and even traded the odds and ends they were wearing. In moments the goblin stock of potions was gone. Beyond the 3 standard drafts, one strange vial sat on the stall, labeled hypertoxic flesh bloom elixir. The name alone was chilling, and the note beneath it, 150 gold for a poison that was almost certainly fatal, made every adventurer recoil. No one dared touch it. Meanwhile, several frontier fiefs had already been swallowed by black mist. Once the Wisteria Empire grasped the situation, the neighboring lords moved quickly. Small squads ventured into the fog to investigate, while larger forces scoured the area for survivors. When the necromantic cultists learned that Imperial troops were closing in, they rallied for a final gamble. Seize as many living sacrifices as they could, fall back to the mist's core, and, under the protection of the breathless elder dragon, summon even more undead horrors. The decisive battle erupted. Waves of death worshippers and their massive undead legions pressed forward. One adventurer gritted his teeth, twisted the cap off a green Titan booster, and downed it in a single gulp. Gah! This stuff tastes awful, Raph. Before the last syllable left his mouth, his body exploded in size. From just under 2 meters, he shot up to 2.5, clothes shredding as rope-thick emerald muscles knotted beneath his skin. Bloodshot eyes locked on the enemy. A moment later, the walking bulldozer plowed through ranks of skeletons, tanked necromantic spells, and flattened a cultist's skull with one slap. Holy crap, he really is bigger, greener, and meaner. Another adventurer blurted. Can the commentary? His companion hissed. We paid good money for that potion. Relax, we've still got 3 mid-grade antidotes. We can bring him back afterward. The first adventurer rolled his eyes. Easy for you to say, you're not the one chugging the stuff and getting pounded. I'm not drinking it. He handed the potion to his companion beast, a 3-ma turtle, crimson-furred gorilla. Wait, the handler yelped. That potion drops intelligence. If he goes berserk, he won't know friend from foe. TCH, Kong is plenty smart, only a shade below those bookish mages. Then he shouted, Go Kong. Show them your brains and brawn. The gorilla nodded, took the vial, and tipped it back. How do you feel? Strength through the roof? Good, now smash those. Smack. With a sharp crack, the enraged ape backhanded the chatterbox clear off his feet. Then, to a chorus of shocked gasps, spat at his fallen handler. Damn, that was disgusting. He'll deal with that punk later. The gorilla cursed inwardly as his muscles ballooned again, green fur bristling, while he surged past 4 meters. Roar. The thunderous bellow drowned the battlefield clamor, and the towering gorilla charged headlong into the enemy lines. The sight galvanized the other adventurers. They surged forward after the beast, and even fighters from the distant flanks began converging in its wake. Compared with the rank-and-file fighters, the gorilla was enormous, built to soak up punishment and draw enemy fire. Its flowing green fur alone inspired a strange sense of safety. It barreled through the ruins, thick arms flailing, and amid the clash of flesh and metal, a new uproar suddenly drowned out the battlefield din. Black mist churned in the distance. With an ear-splitting boom, a swarm of goblins burst from the haze, shrieking in their piercing voices, fangs bared as they hurled themselves at the cultists. Hot on their heels marched a detachment of grim-faced human soldiers, the vanguard of Greenwild. Damn it, they weren't supposed to arrive for another 3 days. The cult leader roared. No escape, fight them. Death is eternal. His frantic battle cry had barely left his lips when a lance of blinding lightning ripped across the sky. Boom. The thunderbolt tore the air apart and smashed into the center of the cultists' final line. Dirt erupted, scorched rubble sprayed everywhere, and what had been a tight formation was vaporized in an instant. When the glare faded, a figure haloed in crackling emerald light stood, revealed a woman wrapped head to toe in living lightning. Climbing from the smoking crater, she swept an icy gaze over the scattered bones. With a flick of her wrist, another thick arc shot forward, bursting into hundreds of filaments that leapt from one undead cultist to the next, reducing entire ranks to ash in the blink of an eye. Odd. Weren't we supposed to have a bone dragon here? Did it run off early? The question stirred only mild curiosity in her mind. As the storm light subsided, 2 shapes emerged, a goblin hovering in midair, electricity dancing over its body, and the tall, cold-featured woman herself. The goblin thumped its chest and gurgled excitedly, while the woman brushed dust from her cloak, sounding faintly bored. How disappointing. I thought we'd get a real fight. Leave the rest of this trash to the others. She turned to leave. Bryn Glublo. The goblin chirped, pointing at the rampaging green-furred gorilla nearby, eyes shining. What's that? Pretty color, isn't it? Mischief and greed colored its tone. The woman glanced back and blinked. What kind of mutant beast is that? Why is it so green? Pressing a hand to her forehead, she sighed. Look, you're a goblin, and that's a gorilla. I don't care how pretty the color is, it's off limits. The sparking little creature rolled its eyes and spat, rattling off a string of goblin curses. Who? Who was reading those strange books? All right. All right. I know goblins have dignity. The woman surrendered. Hands up. Those books came from other territories. We don't have the authority to stop them. The Lord has already banned their circulation inside Greenwild. The goblin kept grumbling, apparently demanding to know why its favorite volume had been torn to shreds. She knitted her brow. Fine. Fine. I'll never sneak a look again. It's gone for good. You shredded the last copy yourself. I really shouldn't have brought it up. She silently cursed the genius who had written that questionable goblin series. The moment the books reached Greenwild, they caused an uproar and nearly sparked a mass uprising among tamed goblins. Only a blanket ban ordered by the Lord had calmed things down. Because of the Lord's unique beast-taming gift, the territory hosted 80% of the goblin tamers in the entire Zhejiang Empire. Unlike elsewhere, the tamed goblins of Greenwild lived in town year-round, working, eating, and mingling with their handlers like ordinary citizens. In addition, the forests around Greenwild City held numerous wild clans subdued by the so-called Goblin Emperor, who willingly answered the city's call and coexisted peacefully with humans. To avoid confusion, the territory's children receive their most important lesson early, learning to distinguish between tamed goblins, domesticated goblins, and wild goblins, so they don't mix them up and cause trouble once they venture outside. Lu Sihong advanced with extreme caution. Apart from a few frail skeletal corpses, he met no real trouble. Following the coordinates that pointed toward Icewind territory, he skirted the Goblin Legion of Greenfield territory. The route was marked top to bottom with warnings. Once the Goblin chieftain's wounds healed, he reverted his disguise to that of a necromancer, sparing himself the day someone might exclaim, "Why did that goblin captain suddenly become a grave robber?" After several days of hard travel, the black miasma thinned, and rescuers from Icewind territory finally appeared on the horizon. Most were freelance adventurers, familiar faces banded together, each staking out their own patch of ground, and no one was really in charge. Calling themselves a rescue team, they refused to push into the dense fog, camping only where the mist was thin. They handed passing refugees water and rations, sent the necrotically infected to quarantine tents, and in their spare time cleared out the newborn skeletons nearby. Lu Sihong had no desire to get involved. Days on the road had left him well supplied with food and water, but sleepless nights jolted awake by the threat of lurking cultists shad frayed his nerves. Now that he was in a relatively safe camp, all he wanted was a bed. The public rest area was jam-packed, reeking of sweat and lamp oil. Tent canvas was smeared with muddy boot prints. Even in his bedraggled state, he couldn't bear to squeeze into that stench. Luckily, someone had sensed the demand. Beast-driven carts hauled lumber, while others dug mud and stone, throwing up a row of rental tents and makeshift cabins. He ignored the loud, brawny men advertising their stalls and headed for the outermost line of mudstone huts. A hand-painted sign labeled it an inn, and two girls sat by a campfire at the door, staring into the flames. The area was almost deserted, quiet enough that only the crackle of burning wood could be heard. Rooms tidied by young women, he figured, would beat any floor roll thrown together by rough men. He had covered barely half the distance when two men stepped sideways to block his path, waving with exaggerated friendliness. "Hey, brother, looking for a room? Come stay with us." Lu Sihong glanced at their tent, planted squarely on the camp's main thoroughfare where footsteps never stopped. He shook his head. "Too noisy. I like it quiet." He tried to walk around them, but they slid sideways again, sealing off the path, their smiles stiffening. "Think it over, kid. This place isn't safe. Those two pretty girls won't be able to save your neck if trouble comes." Lu Sihong's eyes went cold. He swept them with a single impatient glance and spat 3 frosty words. "None of your business." The man's expression locked into a hard scowl. "Kid, you're a refugee, so learn the rules of Icewind City. Around here, the fist is the only law. I'm giving you a free lesson today." He never finished. Beside Lu Sihong, a sapphire array more than 3 meters wide burst to life, runes interlacing as ice shards sprayed outward. A moment later, a goblin chieftain, towering over 5 meters tall, strode forward. It glared down at the two men, jagged fangs glittering coldly. Muscles bunched along its massive arms, and the hot breath from its nostrils slapped their faces, whipping their hair aside. The pair froze, hardly daring to breathe, yet the thundering of their own hearts filled their ears. Only then did the crowd react. "That's a goblin chieftain. Look at those arms thicker than my waist. And the scales, they almost look like dragon scales. Get lost. Ever seen a real dragon scale? The kid looks young, but this lineup, is he really about to throw down? I watched it, all those two idiots started it, and just hit a steel wall. Serves them right. No one in Icewind City saves you from trouble you asked for." Voices overlapped without restraint. Lu Sihong's lips curled slightly as he swept a cool gaze over the speechless duo. "So, what lesson were you planning to teach me?" Gulp. One man, drenched in sweat, avoided the chieftain's fangs and forced a half smile, half sob. "Sir, there's an Icewind secret realm out on the sea, constant gales, freezing cold. We saw you dressed light and came to warn you. Yeah, exactly. The other babbled, nodding wildly. Oh, so that's why it's called Icewind Territory, Lu Sihong muttered, the chill finally making sense. Then why are only average adventurers like you two out here? The first man blurted, the secret realm's materials are ripening, so the top fighters went in early. They won't be back for a while. The second hurried on, monsters near the Silver Sea are stirring. The Lord led troops to suppress them, so Icewind City needed a garrison. And after that cult hit Lava Territory killed a ton of people and tore open a spatial rift, the Lord fears the Silver Sea is next. He ordered the defenders to stay put, so only we're patrolling outside. Damn, news about Lava Territory spreads fast. Losing interest, Lu Sihong waved them off. Get lost. Right away, eyes shining with relief. The two backed off under the chieftain's icy stare, then spun and bolted. Holy crap, I nearly died. That boss goblin is nightmare fuel. Bro, my pants are soaked. Shut up. You want everyone to know? I meant mine, damn it. Two decent-looking girls in their early 20s, both about the same height as Lu Sihong, jerked out of their daze when the commotion broke out. Curious, they looked over just in time to see Lu Sihong dismiss his goblin chieftain and stride toward them. Sparks popped in the campfire outside the shabby inn, the crackle mixing with shouts that echoed across the camp. Yet the two young women simply stared at the newcomer. They didn't snap out of it until he was standing right in front of them, and then they shot each other a wide-eyed glance. Not exactly the brightest, are they? Lu Sihong thought, pausing. Maybe I should find another place. The rooms here could be a total dump. His gaze moved to the inn's rough wooden door. At that moment, the short red-haired girl seemed to realize what was happening. She jumped up. Oh, you're looking for a room, right? Lu Sihong nodded. I want to see it first. Sure, she babbled, pushing open the door beside her. Feel free to look around. If you'd rather have the middle room, we'll take a look first. Lu Sihong stepped across the threshold and, out of the corner of his eye, noticed the black-haired girl watching him. Their eyes met, and she quickly looked away, her ears turning bright red. One glance and she blushes like a teapot. No wonder business is slow, he muttered to himself. The interior was Spartan. A freshly made double bed filled most of the space, while a crude table and two stools hugged the wall. For a roadside camp, it was actually decent. Even better, he sensed a faint pulse of magic in the walls and the racket outside was completely gone. Is there a sound dampening array in here? He asked. The redhead blinked, then poked her head out the door. Yujun, is there a spell on this room? The shy girl replied softly, yes. It keeps the noise out and strengthens the walls. The redhead Gu Moxiang parroted, there's a spell. Keeps the noise out, strengthens the walls. Am not deaf, Lu Sihong muttered. How much for one night? Gu Moxiang glanced helplessly at Gu Yujun, got nothing but timid eyes in return, and turned back. Oh, whatever you think is fair. Brilliant, Lu Sihong sighed. A real business prodigy. Really? Gu Moxiang beamed, absurdly pleased. He pressed a handful of silver coins into her palm. If that's not enough, I'll settle up after I wake. I'm exhausted. He shut the door, slid the bolt, and summoned his invisible goblin raider to keep watch in the corner. Then he collapsed onto the bed and was asleep in seconds. He slept straight through from mid-afternoon to the following evening. Outside, the two girls were whispering, worried their guest had died, and debating whether to knock, when the handle finally turned. Stretching, Lu Sihong stepped out and glanced at the sky. Huh, it's evening already. Under the gaze of the two girls, Lu Sihong sat down by the campfire, drew a piece of hard bread from his spatial ring, and held it over the flames to toast slowly. The golden red firelight danced across his face and illuminated several potatoes nestled in the embers, already baked through and giving off a savory aroma. Gu Yiyun pointed at one of the potatoes and gave Gu Moxiang a covert wink. Gu Moxiang instantly understood, fished a few scalding potatoes barehanded from the ashes, and grinned at Lu Sihong. Roast potatoes, 5 for 1 silver coin. Huh. The aroma had Lu Sihong ready to agree, but he heard Gu Yiyun whisper urgently, no money, give them to him. Oh, I mean they're on the house. Moxiang finally caught on. Right, after all the room money he paid, dinner's the least we can do. With that, she dumped the blistering hot potatoes straight into Lu Sihong's hands. The heat stabbed into his palms and his eyes bulged. He nearly yelped. Male pride kept him silent. He set the potatoes on the ground to cool, discreetly wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes, then channeled his energy and used a wood healing spell to soothe the burns. Outwardly, he only said, a bit hot. He'll wait for them to cool. Unconcerned, Gu Moxiang dug another potato from the coals, peeled it with a flick, blew on it twice, and popped it into her mouth. Hot. Seems fine to me, she mumbled. Gu Yuyun, having seen everything, reminded her softly. Moxiang, you're a fire element battle mitch. Of course you can take the heat. Oh right. Moxiang remembered and offered Lu Sihong an apologetic smile. Sorry, I forgot. The corner of Lu Sihong's mouth twitched. He sighed inward, no point arguing with an airhead. After a brief silence, he asked casually, do you two get out much? Huh. How did you know? Moxiang blinked, then launched into an enthusiastic explanation. Gu Yuyun practiced earth magic, focusing on arrays and inscriptions, while Gu Maxiang was a fire magical warrior who specialized in forging and magical devices. The sisters had recently inherited a magic item shop in Icewind City from their grandfather, but their skills were still basic and business was slow, so they survived by selling low-level trinkets. During the off-season, they came to the Adventurers Guild to pick up odd jobs for extra income. Personality-wise, one was boisterous, the other shy. Although they had built a rather decent makeshift inn, their lack of advertising meant Lu Sihong was their only guest so far. Aside from bedding and a few supplies they had to buy, everything else was conjured on the spot with magic, so costs were low. With the room fee Lu Sihong paid, they still cleared a profit of 3 silver coins. By the way, their grandfather was very much alive. He simply decided the girls were old enough to stand on their own, left them the shop, and went traveling. According to Ma Xiang, the old man's got another 70 or 80 years in him. Lu Sihong guessed the man was at least a beast-taming master, but he didn't press for details, afraid Ma Xiang would spin another long, off-topic story. All he really wanted to know was where the nearest Adventurers Guild was so he could contact his mentor and family. After another night's rest, Lu Sihong set out the next morning under the Goose Sisters' guidance, following a narrow trail for 2 days before finally locating an Adventurers Guild in a small town. The town sat on the edge of the Icewind territory. One side was jam-packed with refugees, the other with adventurers coming and going on assignments, and the two currents of people squeezed the already narrow streets to a standstill. Lu Sihong wanted to use the guild's communicator but was told the wait would be 5 or 6 hours. Fortunately, he could sign in, leave, and return at the appointed time while the staff handled the queue. The guild hall was a roaring melee of hoarse vendors and anxious conversations, the noise pounding in his skull, so he slipped outside to explore the town. News from a guild employee buoyed his mood. The black fog had reached the lava domain, yet it had only claimed an uninhabited resource zone and merely boosted the spontaneous rise of natural undead, with no greater impact so far. Even so, the refugee crisis still cast a pall over the town. Quarrels flared at market stalls, people huddled in corners for warmth, and the air was thick with exhaustion and unease. Looking for a quiet spot, Lu Sihong wandered the alleys until he stumbled upon a small, silent bookshop. The bell above the door tinkled, and the smell of old paper filled the empty room save for the proprietor. Though the shop was tiny, its shelves were crammed. He browsed, hoping to find books on Icewind Vale for a more systematic understanding than street gossip could offer. After 2 rows, he found himself in a peculiar section. A young adventurer lost in a goblin Denver, reincarnated as a succubus goblin, taken by a Knoll lord and beginning a harem life. Each exaggerated cover made him wonder if he had wandered into some bizarre corner. A chill ran through him, and he started to leave, but a stranger title caught his eye. The Decadent Life of an Alchemist and Her Ogre Familiar. He frowned and pulled it out. The blurb was explicit. A mediocre female mage skyrockets to genius alchemist status through a special taming technique that lets her share her familiar's power. Resistance turns to depravity, and even an ogre eventually fails to satisfy her. He flipped through it. The book was an illustrated volume, its rough artwork and flimsy plot focusing almost exclusively on the mage's downfall. Lu Sihong's eyes narrowed, a chill surfacing. Throughout the entire Zijing Empire, only Zhang Paipian Alchemy, Grand Master, had an ogre familiar, and her talent was precisely the sharing of an ogre's strength. Interesting. Hey, kid, if you like it, buy it and read it at home. Don't smudge it, the owner growled, rattling his newspaper. Lu Sihong turned slowly, his gaze as sharp as ice. The proprietor's bravado evaporated into a nervous chuckle, and he sank back into his chair without another word. The shop was empty anyway, so Lu Sihong kept reading. He had run the shop for decades and weathered plenty of storms. He knew when to stand his ground and when to yield, though he still couldn't help grumbling to himself. So what if I spoiled your little fantasy? Do you have to act like you're ready to kill someone? And in this godforsaken town, there isn't even a place to blow off steam of Varion's pent-up and irritable, and I have to tiptoe around them every single day. Hey, shopkeep, got a question. The voice exploded behind him. The owner spun around to find Lu Sihong at the counter, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. Luckily, the anger in Liu's eyes had faded, and the owner quietly exhaled. Sure, what can I do for you? Where's the workshop that printed this book? Lu Sihong held up several copies of The Alchemist and the Ogre Tamer's Decadent Life, every copy the shop had. The owner blinked. He hadn't expected that question, though he did know the answer. Icewind City. A little press quality's mediocre, but they're fast and cheap. As for the exact address, he trailed off, hesitation clouding his face. Thinking the owner wanted payment, Lu Sihong slapped a gold coin on the counter. The owner waved his hands. No, that's not it. A few days ago they knocked off the Goblin series, and some folks from Greenwild smashed the place up. I've no idea where they moved after that. Lu Sihong clicked his tongue. They didn't kill them? Pardon? The owner didn't catch it. 2 more gold coins clinked onto the counter. Any way to track them down? The owner glanced at the coins and still shook his head. Then an idea struck him, and he leaned closer. Go to Icewind City and ask the 2 shops that specialize in this kind of pulp. If those printers are still around, they'll keep the supply line open. He'll jot the addresses down for you. He handed over the slip of paper. Lu Xihong thanked him and headed out. Come again. The owner called after him, smiling as the man disappeared. At some point the 3 gold coins had already vanished into the cash box. He muttered, those books were dirt cheap to begin with tch. These guys will make money off anything. After leaving the shop, Lu Xihong skipped the rest of the marketplace and went straight to the Adventurers Guild. He exchanged a quick greeting with the receptionist, waited in a corner, and was soon told he could use a communication terminal. He entered his passkey. The device hummed with arcane resonance, and the link opened. A mechanical female voice spoke at once. This is the Green Bamboo Academy's Mage Tower. Who is calling? It had been a while, and the tower spirit's voice felt almost comforting. Lu Xihong grinned. Kuda, it's me Lu Xihong. Get the professor for me, will you? Beezies de Lu Xihong, you're still alive? The tower spirit's exaggerated shock crackled through the crystal. Oh, come on, stop burning processing power on fake emotions. My connection time is limited. He growled. Very well. The tower master isn't here, so I'm routing you to the lava bastion. You might have led with that. You should express gratitude, not complaints. Thank you, Mr. Operator. Just before the line switched over, he couldn't resist muttering. Seriously, where do these tower spirits get their weird emotion routines? Can't they just be normal AIs? Frostwind territory? How did you get all the way out there? Zhang Peipei's voice was hoarse, laced with surprise. I tried to use an escape talisman, but something interfered with the spell. The coordinates shifted, and I landed right in Frostwind territory. In the misty projection, Lu Xihong hugged his arms and shivered, then asked with concern, Teacher, your voice doesn't sound good. It's nothing. Zhang Peipei rubbed her temples, weary. The Lord fought a death-breath ancient dragon in the black mist a few days ago, and was hurt. He's in seclusion healing, so every trivial matter has fallen on me. I haven't slept in nights, so my throat's a mess. The Lord was injured? Is the lava territory really safe? Lu Xihong's voice rose the moment he heard the word dragon. Zhang Peipei understood his worry and chuckled. Relax, White Moon Town didn't feel a single shockwave. Well, almost none. Corpses left out in the lava territory now risk turning undead. Most slaughterhouses are shut, and if your family wants meat, they'll be in a long queue. Lu Xihong blinked. His teacher truly was exhausted. Even her report was scattered. Zhang Peipei continued, Frostwind territory is chaotic, but the whole Zijing Empire is reeling from those necromantic cultists. Stay inside Frostwind City and keep a low profile. The ancient dragon's hiding in the black mist. We can't deal with it yet. When things settle, we'll find a way to bring you back. The name of Green Bamboo Academy, even Manito isn't carry much weight there, and we might cross old enemies. Don't reveal we're teacher and student. No need to invite trouble. If you're in real danger, drop my name at the Alchemist Guild or the Mages Guild. They'll give me some credit. She rattled off a dozen more reminders. Lu Xihong memorized every word, then reported the batch of suspicious books had discovered in a small-town bookstore. Petty tricks from useless cowards. Ignore them, Zhang Peipei scoffed. They can't touch me openly, so they lurk in shadows. As for who they are, me list of enemies is too long to guess. The pride in her tone told Lu Xihong exactly why she wanted him to stay quiet. Opponents everywhere. Fortunately, their relationship had never been public, and Frostwind territory was remote. If he behaved, no one would notice. The queue at the Adventurers Guild's public communication crystal was long. When his time expired, the magical image winked out. Lu Xihong hurried a farewell, erased the key phrase, threw on his snow cloak, and stepped outside. The lava territory might not be hot, but Frostwind territory was brutally cold. Had taken barely 10 steps when wind slashed his face like knives. Even the undead clawing out of the permafrost carried jagged icicles between their bones, stumbling as they moved. A low-level skeleton pieced from beast bones finally pushed its skull above the hard ground, but before it could roar, a passing adventurer kicked it away. The skull tumbled several meters, vanishing into the pristine snow. Lu Xihong pulled his hand back into his sleeve and sighed. The passers-by were unfazed, chatting as they walked. Each winter, when the frostwind expanse howled its fiercest, the sea for 100 kilometers along the coast froze beneath a solid sheet of ice. Under normal circumstances, the stretch of water near the Icewind territory, nicknamed the Silver Sea for the glaciers that drift across it year-round, remains quiet. The cold-adapted monsters living there usually hide beneath the surface and wait out the freeze. This year, however, something has stirred them into a frenzy, bad enough that the Lord of Icewind marched his fleet out to patrol the waves himself. At the same time, Lu Xihong was shuffling up the highway to Icewind City with a few strangers who had teamed up for warmth and safety. He could hardly keep his eyes off the vegetation scattered across the blinding white prairie beside the road. As both a wood mage and an alchemist, he was drawn to every stubborn sprig that poked through the frost, every faint ripple of mana dancing along a branch. That grass is just basic cold-resistant stock, he muttered. That sapling's giving off a pulse, but it's too small to decorate a cryomancer's pond. A sudden splash of color caught his eye. Blooming at this temperature? He wondered, leaning in for a sample only to discover the flower was a finely carved stone. Which idiot stuck a sculpture out here? He grumbled, stepping off the road to investigate further. Dusk fell fast. Heavy clouds smothered the last light, and the snowy forest turned pitch black. That was when Lu Sihong realized he was lost. An ice slime lunged, ready to spray its chilly goo, but he flicked his whip backhanded and split it into shards. Great, he sighed, shaking the tip clean. His footprints still marked the snow, yet they wound in circles. Retracing them would take ages. Unwilling to backtrack, he picked a tall, straight tree and scrambled to the crown in a few quick moves. Clouds or not, the eyeball idol he carried let him see almost as well at night as in daylight, and he soon spotted a traveler's campfire glowing on the highway. He started down then froze. A pack of snow wolves had gathered around the trunk, a dozen pairs of blue eyes glaring up, their breath like needles in the air. Midnight snack delivered to my door? Lu Sihong chuckled. Shame wolf meat's so tough fine, they'll feed it to the goblins. Mana flickered across his skin, and a wave of vines burst from the snow, coiling around the wolves. At the same instant, a magic circle flared beneath him, its magma-red lines spinning. A burly goblin chieftain stepped out of the glyph, steel meteor hammer over one shoulder. The creature's body heat sizzled two shallow craters into the snow, steam rising in hissing plumes. The wolves inhaled sharply, sheathing themselves in frost. Ice crackled along the vines, snapping them one after another. Before they could bolt, the goblin threw back his head and roared. The sound wave flattened the weaker wolves on the spot and sent the rest whimpering, tails tucked, only to be lashed and bound again by fresh vines that shot out at Lu Sihong's command. This time he showed no mercy. The goblin chieftain charged, barely bothering to swing his hammer. He simply stomped. Bones crunched underfoot, each blow splattering a wolf that the snow instantly froze into grisly mosaics. Lu Sihong dropped from the tree, knelt, and patted his still warm pelt. Perfect, he said with satisfaction. This place is freezing. Tell the artisans to turn these skins into a coat for me. The goblin chieftain tilted his head, monstrous face puzzled. Seriously? With goblin workmanship? You sure you can live with that? At first glance, Icewind City looks as though its buildings stretch from the center of town all the way to the sea dozens of kilometers away. Walk the cobblestone streets, however, and you realize its footprint is much the same as Qingzhou City's. The difference is the lack of walls, so the inner district and the outlying houses blur into one sprawling vista. Inside the core, neat rows of blue-bricked, gray-tiled homes line the streets. The farther out you go, the more run-down the structures become. Near the shore, damp sea winds peel the planks until the houses look little better than makeshift shacks. Lu Sihong first mistook the area for a slum, until the adventurers traveling with him laughed and set him straight. The houses are ruined not by poverty, but by brawls. People fight people, people fight monsters, monsters fight monsters, and sometimes the tide rolls in and floods everything. The team's female warrior explained with a shrug. Every few days a wall needs a new board or a beam needs a nail, and after enough patchwork a house is nothing but a frame. Only when it is smashed to splinters do they slap up a new shell, and no one spends extra coins on a cycle like that. It is no beggar's quarter. The true residents are hard cases who stake turf and battle for the sea's resources. If your fists are strong, you hold the ground. If they are weak, you might not hold on to your life. The fiercest dive daily for monster loot and rare minerals, while the more cautious farm the land or hammer metal in the workshops. The main city and the outer district of Icewind are practically two different worlds. Out there, only strength matters. As long as no one dies or no one reports a death, the authorities stay out of it. In the end, those people are simply ordinary folk unwilling to accept their lot. Anyone with real skill either turns adventurer or enlists in the army. They will not waste energy on a few strands of crystal algae or bits of shell armor. Adventurers, though, often pay a little coin for the low-grade materials those divers bring up from the seabed. Lu Sihong had a different agenda. He wanted to track down that notoriously slapdash workshop his teacher had said it was beneath notice, but he still wanted to see whether a group that could earn money could also spend it wisely. During their last, too brief call at the town's Adventurers Guild, he had forgotten to mention his recent surge in mental power and the partial awakening of his fusion ability. Of course, this was definitely not because he feared his teacher's curiosity might lead to hauling him back as a research specimen. Absolutely not. Before visiting the workshop, he needed lodging. To keep his secrets safe, he intended to buy an entire house with a courtyard, room for an alchemy furnace, a few rows of soil for magical plants, and space for experiments. This world has no real estate agents, but purchasing property is simple. Go to City Hall, pick a house from the public registry, and if you pay the listed price, you can skip meeting the owner and handle the contract, taxes, and transfer on the spot. Sensible buyers, of course, inspect the place first. Drafty corners or beams hollowed by sea winds are much harder to fix than a line in a contract. When Lu Sihong arrived at City Hall, it was already crowded with house hunters, most of them refugees from the border cities. Most visitors were interested only in the cheap listings, peppering the staff with questions yet never buying, and their endless back and forth had frayed everyone's patience. When Lu Sihong stepped up to the counter, a clerk barked at him, "All the information's on the wall. If it isn't written there, I don't know it either." He had no intention of summoning a goblin chieftain to teach the man a lesson doing that would earn him a year or two behind bars and a stint of hard labor. Instead, he moved to the notice board, looking for a house with a yard, somewhere he could plant a tree. The clerk gave him a quick once-over, a bit of stubble on a young face, hair like a bird's nest, clothes that hadn't been changed in days, obviously short on cash. Yet Liu's polite manner calmed the clerk's irritation, and he offered a warning. Places like that in Icewind City start at 500 gold. You might try the surrounding villages if your budget's tight. Only then did Liu realize how rough he looked after weeks in the wild. Rather than slamming coins on the desk, he simply raised his hand, revealing an ornate spatial ring. "Oh." The clerk blinked in surprise. "Just got into town," Liu said with an apologetic smile. "No time to clean up, but money isn't an issue." Inside the ring rested more than 4,000 gold coins, profits from the goblin merchant's medicine trade and the goblin healer's alchemy, more than enough for a city home. The clerk's attitude flipped at once. He spread out several folders. "Here you are. Detached houses from 5 to 1,000 gold, mansions a little over 2,000, and an estate for 30,000. It comes with a hill and a garden, used to belong to a noble family before they moved to the capital." 30,000. Liu chuckled and waved it off. "Let's not get carried away. If my tone was loud earlier, I apologize." The ring clearly gave the wrong impression. "I only need a place for now," he added evenly. "Not sure how long he'll stay in the Icewind territory." The clerk nodded in understanding and pointed to a listing priced at a little over 800 gold. "This one fits. We can keep the title under City Hall, simpler paperwork. If you decide to leave, we'll buy it back. Think of the 2 processing fees as rent. Just know that if you stay long and let the place deteriorate, any loss in value comes out of your pocket." Black and white images printed by a magic projector lined the desk. The lack of color didn't hide the house's tidy layout. After reading the description, Liu looked up. "It seems promising. Could you show it to me?" "Of course," the clerk replied with a smile. The 3-story villa had a stylish facade and roomy interior, with most of the furniture already in place, so Lu Sihong only needed a few everyday items before he could move right in. A large basement lay beneath the Hoshan, ideal spot to convert into an alchemy lab. Stepping outside, he saw several hardy trees raising gray-white branches over a garden where scattered flowers and grass were buried under a thin frost, as though tiny white blossoms had bloomed across the ground. The place had clearly gone untended for a long while. The house was a little too spacious for him, but both the location and the yard were exactly what he wanted. Any surplus rooms could simply be locked to save on cleaning. He certainly had no intention of letting goblins handle the chores. Those creatures were nothing like the cute green sprites from fairy tales. After finishing the paperwork with the agent, he paid extra to have a crew do a quick cleaning and pick up bedding, cookware, and other necessities. By dusk, Lu Sihong carried his small suitcase inside and officially settled in. That night the empty rooms felt unnaturally silent. No familiar tower spirit to chat with, not even a creak. Leaning against the sofa, he caught himself feeling homesick for both worlds. With a soft sigh, he shifted his consciousness into the beast's realm. As batches of goblins filed out of the resurrection altar, the once quiet realm burst back to life. Earlier, worried about accidents, he had held them back for an entire cooldown cycle. Now that safety was confirmed, he immediately formed teams from the idle goblins and sent them against the nearest target that looked promising. The goblin marauders and goblin artificers had already met their evolution requirements, and the frost mage would follow in a month or two, so the experience gap had widened again. Lu Sihong began contemplating heading out to sea in the respectable sense, of course. The waters off Icewind City were rich in resources but swarming with monsters, and naval battles were notoriously tricky. Humans and most beasts fought poorly underwater, and only seasoned veterans knew how to handle sea creatures. Expecting goblins to dive straight in was unrealistic. A stretch of wild coastline just beyond Icewind territory, however, held numerous monster lairs, and he planned to scout it when the time was right. Meanwhile, the goblin warehouse was crammed to the rafters with odds and ends. The goblin tycoon had picked up on its latest trading run, from adventurers pawning gear to cover potion debts to random items scooped off the road. Remarkably, the tycoon had survived a record 9 days this time, nearly breaking the Tendery mark. There was so much loot that Lu Sihong couldn't be bothered to sort it all at once. The goblins, freshly resurrected, eagerly rummaged through the piles for personal trophies. The firebrand clipped a lattice flame gem earring to its ear. The frost mage slipped a minor spell-boosting ring onto its pinky, and the goblin chieftain slung a low-grade strength amulet over its arm. They were all low-grade magic trinkets, and Lu Sihong had no attachment to them. A goblin quack had brewed the potions, a goblin merchant had hawked the hair. If he lost any of it in battle, so be it. He casually sorted the junk, but a metallic flash among the clutter caught his eye. A heavy tag made of the same alloy as imperial gold, polished to a gleam. Nestled between moldy ration bags and cracked vials, it looked jarringly out of place. Lu Sihong picked it up and squinted at the engraving. Greenwild Legion Goblin Badge Thunder Overlord Charioteer Legion Commander Pei Xiaotian. Each title was more intimidating than the last. His vision swam, and he nearly dropped the tag. Great, that trouble magnet skills are getting scarier by the day. Meanwhile, on Greenwild's outskirts, necrotic fog billowed. The Goblin Legion corralled death cultists deeper into the mist, cutting down undead and rescuing refugees tainted by the miasma. Lightning cracked overhead. Hovering in midair, silver arcs coiling around her armor. Commander Pei Xiaotian barked down. Any news on that goblin yet? An adjutant with a bone-spurred short halberd looked up, helpless. Ma'am, you asked this morning. Records show that after it dies, the goblin revives within 3 days, then reappears at random in the Mist Forest, the Qingzhou City sewers, the Qingzhou Academy grounds, even the wasteland from the lava domain to the beast fight domain. Those are the confirmed locations. So after it comes back, there's no guarantee it returns to this front? Pei's voice chilled. The adjutant rubbed the scar at his temple. Statistically, no. The think tank believes the creature is an alchemist's familiar. Whoever made it uses a rare technique that turns every potion green, loves poisoncraft, and roams all over. We could trace them using those clues, but Pei's face fell. No time. I have to report to the Lord. If she notices Little Green's badge is missing, I'm dead. She'll dump me in the wilds and ban me from liquor for 6 months. The adjutant was unfazed. He glanced at the dull sky as if admiring a new spectacle. Nothing but faint black mist above, though the real sight was higher still. A vortex of lightning spun there. A goblin standing on the thunder, eyes half-flitted and grinned sly, as pleased as a fox that just stole a hen. That's what curiosity gets you, he cackled to himself. 3 days ago, after hearing adventurers shout about a strange goblin running a stall, Pei had rushed over. To her surprise, the goblin nailed each item's market value and bought it 50 to 70% in gold. Hooked, she kept shoving trinkets his way. Irritated, the goblin tried to pack up. Pei shoved 2 gold coins at him as a service fee and insisted on continuing, even pulling out her beast companion Little Green's ID tag to test his pricing. That was when a band of necromantic cultists struck. Pei's lightning counterattack left her unscathed, but the goblin merchant beside her was vaporized by stray magic along with the tag engraved Thunder Overlord. The badge had been forged by the Lord herself, both a reward and proof of rank in Greenwild, plus a token that could command wild goblin tribes. Now it was gone, and the blame was hers. Feeling her beast's unrestrained glee, Pei glared daggers at him. What are you laughing at? If I'm exiled to the wilderness, you're coming too. The Thunder Overlord snorted, a string of raucous goblin laughter ripping through the air. Exile? Am a goblin? The wilderness is home, you fool. I'd be delighted. It took Lu Sihong 2 days to get the house in order, clearing the yard of every dead plant and opening up a patch of bare ground. On the first day, he hauled in several sacks of rich black soil from the outskirts, dug out the shriveled stumps one by one, and stacked them outside the fence for firewood. The next day, he carried a new wooden table, metal racks, and a few empty crates down to the basement. With an alchemy furnace, crucibles, and measuring flasks, he managed to cobble together a starter lab. The dim lamps were enough to make the reagents' pale glow refract into fine threads of color inside the glass. When the place was set, he slipped over to the Adventurers Guild and the Alchemists Guild first to register, then to skim the bounty board. Sheets of paper tacked to the planks snapped in the north wind, and the wax seals and crimson reward numbers made every job look irresistible. Registration done, he followed the bookseller's directions left here, right there, and found, deep in a back alley where the streetlights were half dead, the discreet shop that dealt only in yellow books. Snow grains drifted outside. The sky is smudged gray, yet the store glowed brightly and buzzed with customers. The dull bulbs made the sign shine with oily light, and warm air heavy with ink, paper, and a faint cosmetic scent washed over him. To keep things simple, Lu Sihong had disguised himself, wool hat pulled low, round glasses, thick scarf hiding most of his face. In Icewind City's brutal climate, the look raised no eyebrows. As he pushed the door open, a gaunt man with jutting cheekbones was blowing his nose on the way out. He sniff-laughed and muttered, "A real man should walk in proudly. It's just a skin mag, why all the hiding?" Lu Sihong spared him a glance. Pale skin, sunken eyes, the textbook picture of burnout, and thought, "You're half dead already, still bragging? Lay off the porn, man. Every shot you fire is one less beat of your heart." Too lazy to retort, he stepped past the real man, who'd begun a fit of sneezing in the cold, and went straight to the counter. Behind it, an old man, his face a map of wrinkles, cradled an illustrated pillow book, grinning wide enough to eclipse his eyes. For some reason, the lecherous smile made Lu Sihong think, old but vigorous. "Hey, boss, got a question." He spread the book head brought on the counter. "Know where the little workshop that prints these moved to?" The old man glanced up, ready to dismiss him until a gold coin clinked onto the wood. His bony hand darted out like a hawk, the coin vanishing into his sleeve and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Haha, looking to stock up? Talk to Meffel Selection, prices dirt cheap. Lu Sihang's brow creased, voice flat. I'm not here to buy. I need them for something else. Oh, that's so. The lids drooped again, the rustle of pages covering the lazy reply. Clearly he didn't plan to waste breath. Lu Sihang's gaze turned frosty. His knuckles tapped the counter talk, each rap as cold as his voice. Boss, that's not very neighborly. A sneer still on his lips, the old man looked over and met a pair of icy, indifferent eyes above the scarf. The faint killing intent pricked his skin like needles, and his heart gave a jolt. Damn, misread him. I figured he was some out-of-town nobody, but those eyes he spilled blood before. Icewind City's laws are strict. Adventurers don't dare make a big scene. But if this hothead swings first, these old bones of mine won't last until the guards arrive. The old man straightened up a little and said, half helplessly, it's not that I'm hiding anything from you. Last time those punks copied someone else's books, and they took the fall for the author. Lee brought a bunch of guys over and beat them senseless, so they bolted to the outer city. Now even the deliveries are handled by low-level flunkies. I've no clue where they're hiding. Listening, Lu Sihong sized the old man up. Every wrinkle on that face oozed shrewdness, and it was impossible to tell truth from lies. He deliberately raised his voice, drawing curious looks from the few customers in the shop. With the scene getting loud, Lu Sihong had to drop it for now. He let out a cold snort and warned, Boss, this place feels creepy. Maybe you've got something unsavory lurking around. Death's been thick in the air, lately better watch out for ghosts knocking on your door. Please, you think I scare that easily? The old man rolled his eyes. At worst it's a stray spirit or a couple of bones, I've seen it all. Watching Lu Sihong leave, he picked up the smutty booklet again, and a grin spread across his lined face in no time. Night sank over the city. After the last customers paid and filed out, the old man was alone in the shop. He meant to finish the book before closing up. Halfway through, a prickling chill crept up his back, like needles of frost biting into his skin. Even his old buddy instantly deflated. Heart hammering, he whipped around nothing. He exhaled in relief, muttering about a draft, and started probing the room. He checked every window seam and door hinge, but found nothing wrong, deciding he'd call a carpenter in the morning. The mood was gone and it was late, so he moved to lock up. The iron bolts snapped shut, and when he turned around, a deathly pale woman in blood-soaked robes was floating right in front of him. She leaned in, exhaling a ribbon of icy breath. The old man's backbone was stirred-eyed, didn't drop dead on the spot, but his composure shattered. A shrill, duck-like scream burst from his throat as he spun toward the door. But had just locked it, there was no way out. Terror and despair crashed together, his eyes rolled back, and he finally passed out. Several streets away, in a dim alley dusted with flurries, Lu Sihong was bundled up, so only his eyes showed. Hearing the scream, he let a faint smile curl at his lips. Respecting elders and protecting kids cuts both ways, he murmured. Break the rules, you pay like everyone else. His familiar goblin necromancer couldn't understand human speech. Seeing snow for the first time, it shivered like a sieve and scraped at the ground with its shovel. Annoyed, Lu Sihong gave it a light kick. Call the banshee back. Just scare him to drain the old man's life force. He's ancient already. Let him keep what little fun he's got left. The goblin got the gist, retrieved the spirit, so it grinned and broke into a hideous dance. Seconds later, a faint red silhouette rippled in the air. The banshee glanced at Lu Sihong, then slipped into the goblin's body, becoming a snarling crimson mask. That fleeting look made Lu Sihong uneasy. He rubbed his nose and muttered, why does she look more and more like she did in life? If she keeps getting stronger, will she remember what happened and come after me? Nah, shouldn't happen. I wasn't the one who did it. Debts have owner. See if she wants revenge, she should start with the marauders. Lu Sihong wasn't worried about the old man tattling to City Hall or the city guards. The whole thing had just been a scare tactic, and clearly it hadn't scared him to death. Besides, the geezer couldn't recognize him anyway. And even if worst came to worst, what did a so-called lady in red have to do with a goblin tamer like him? What really bothered Lu Sihong was that group of plagiarists. Was the old man's tip reliable or not? The outer district was huge, and he didn't know any of those people. Finding them could be a nightmare. Early the next morning, he followed the address to another bookstore. The street was just as out of the way, but the storefront was wider and even had a clerk on the payroll. Clerks were easier to buy off than owners. A fixed salary of only a few silver coins each month. Lu Sihong laid a gold coin on the counter, and the clerk's eyes lit up like lanterns. The clerk happened to be a diehard book lover who had long despised those plagiarists. Unfortunately, as a low-level employee, he had no say over the inventory. Now that someone was paying him to clean house, he couldn't spill the beans fast enough. Those guys have gotten a lot more cautious, the clerk whispered, leaning over the counter. Even our boss doesn't know which corner of the outer district they moved to. But hey, lucky break me brothers and a gang out there. Last time I brought him something, I saw those copycats walk straight onto the ghostfish turf. Ghostfish gang? Lu Sihong muttered inwardly. Who comes up with a name like that? Sounds downright unlucky. They only changed workplaces, the clerk added. Their homes are still in the same spot. He'll write down the address for you. Gang territory is hard to enter. It'll be easier to catch them at home. Lu Sihong took the neatly folded note, pleased with the value for money. Compared with that old codger from yesterday, he really ought to scare the geezer again sometime. Leaving the bookstore, he slipped into a deserted alley, changed clothes and cloak, and did a quick disguise. Just as he was about to head off, something caught his eye, a weather-worn sign that read Goof Family Magical Supplies. Behind the glass, a bored red-haired girl rested her chin on her hands, looking oddly familiar. A softcore bookstall in a back alley made sense, but a magic item shop hiding here? Curiosity got the better of him, and he pushed the door open. Dingling. Gu Maxiang jerked her head up. Welcome, hey, aren't you? Watch his name? Seeing her rack her brains, Lu Sihong almost laughed. Come on, I never told them my name in the first place. Hello, we meet again. Lu Sihong. Oh, hi. Gu Maxiang. She replied hastily. Lu Sihong asked, intrigued. Weren't you running a shop at the camp? How'd you get back so fast? After you left, we waited 2 more days without meeting a single guest, so we figured we weren't cut out to run it in. We tore the place down and hauled everything back, Gu Maxiang admitted honestly. Lu Sihong nodded to himself. They hadn't even realized their customers had been turned away, clearly not innkeeper material. One glance showed the shelves crammed with low-grade magical trinkets and standard-issue enchanted weapons. The 2 wide-eyed sisters didn't look like swindlers, and an idea popped into his head. You can enchant a weapon that's already forged, right? Of course. Business at last put a spark in Gu Maxiang's eyes. She thought a moment, then added, but it depends on the size and material. We can only inscribe low-level runes now. Complicated enchantments are beyond us. Lu Sihong appreciated her candor. The shop was spacious enough, so he raised a hand and summoned the goblin chieftain. The green-skinned brute hefted an oversized spiked club the goblin smiths had hammered out overnight, letting it drop onto the floor with a crisp clang. Before Lu Sihong could speak, Gu Maxiang was already running her fingers over the spikes and grip. Who made this? The workmanship is crude, but the handle and shape are clearly tailored for a goblin weight. It even comes with a bit of forging enchantment. The goblin chieftain shot Lu Sihong a sideways glare that seemed to say, who's this runt pawing my club? Want a beating? Heat flickered over his body. Worried things might get ugly, Lu Sihong hastily explained, she's a smith. I want her to see if she can enchant your club, add some fire damage or something. Fire? Not a strength boost or a concussive effect? Gu Maxiang asked, puzzled. Concussive strikes just convert some impact into shock waves. The power is limited and it weakens the direct blow, Lu Sihong said, shaking his head. Low-tier enchantments won't make miracles, so better to go Allen on fire. If the goblin chieftain could wreathe himself in flames, he might even grasp fire magic and strengthen his draconic blood linathaw. That was wishful thinking. The real goal was simply to hit harder and channel energy better. Gu Maxiang had only been asking. Since the customer had decided, she agreed. A low-tier flame enchantment is no problem. But this club is big, well need 4 to 6 standard fire gems, either flame rubies or crimson ember stones. Anything higher grade would be a waste. I'll bring the gems myself. What's the labor cost, and how long will it take? Lu Sihong asked. Gu Maxiang stroked the club again to confirm the material. 1 day is enough. As for the fee, 15 8 gold coins will do. Lu Sihong almost laughed aloud. He hadn't said a word, and she was already bargaining herself down. Who still does business like this? Then he remembered she couldn't even calculate room rates. She was living off family savings. Since the seller was lowering her own price, he certainly wasn't going to raise it, otherwise they'd truly become a matched pair of fools. The next afternoon, Lu Sihong pushed open the door of the Gu family's magic item shop to pick up his spiked club, and the smell of scorched alchemical ingredients hit him in the face. Between the shelves, Gu Maxiang and Gu Yujun were restocking glass jars whose walls shimmered with faint runes. Beside the counter stood a lean, red-haired man in his 40s. His arms were corded with muscle, and flecks of metal dust clung to his cuffs. This is Lu Hentian, a professor from Icewind Academy, Gu Maxiang said as soon as she spotted Lu Sihong. He's a master of artifact forging and magic circles. He happened to drop by and offered to test the enchantment on your club. The man inclined his head. Under the shop lights, his scarlet hair looked like threads of fire. Lu Sihong's heart skipped a beat. That name is way too dramatic. He stared at the fiery red for a moment, then frowned. The flame berserker had red hair. Li Qinwei had red hair. Gu Maxiang's was reddish too. Now here came another one. And if he thought about it, some academy teachers even had a bluish tint at the ends. Does elemental affinity change hair color? Would mage turn green? The idea made his skin crawl. If my hair ever goes green, it'll dye it yellow instead. Lu Hentian noticed the boy staring at his hair, and his eyes narrowed, a chill flickering inside them. Damn, I disguised my face but forgot to change the hairstyle. Has this kid seen me before? Still stuck on the thought, Lu Sihong blurted out. Have you ever met a wood mage? What color is their hair? Whatever murderous impulse Lu Hentian had evaporated. He blinked. Wood mages? Their hair is normal black. Really? It doesn't turn green? Lu Sihong's relief was obvious. You stared at me all that time just for this? Lu Hentian's mouth twitched. Realizing his rudeness, Lu Sihong scratched his head. Sorry, Professor Lu. I spaced out. My hair won't go green, right? Wood element isn't as active as fire, Lu Hentian said, shaking his head. Even if there's a hint of green, it's hardly noticeable. Inwardly, he grumbled. A wood mage who loathes green almost scared me off. Lu Sihong chuckled. It's not that I hate green. I just don't want it on my head. Gu Maxiang hefted a thick, rune-wrapped spiked club onto the counter, cutting them off. The enchantment's done. Give it a try. Deciding he couldn't swing it himself, Lu Sihong summoned the goblin chieftain. The green-skinned creature grunted, seized the weapon, and gave it a few experimental swings. Dark red lines flashed across the club, and the air vibrated faintly. Lu Hentian watched the green blur, his scowl deepening. Memories of the orc tribes rushed back, seen a couple of greenskins back then too. TSK, green really is an irritating color. Meanwhile, Lu Sihong studied the spiked club in the goblin chieftain's hand and wondered if a smith could copy the weapon's runic pattern onto something else. Probably not. Different shapes meant different arrays, and the smith didn't even have any mana. Maybe he could douse the fellow in red dragon blood someday, and see if that helped. Another problem for another time. Right now, with the goblin's new toy tucked away, he needed to find out which fearless idiots had dared accept every job in sight. Before leaving, he stopped at the Goose Sisters' stall and bought a practical trinket sunwarm necklace. It offered no shield and cast no spells, but it slowly converted the Bodis wasted heat into a trickle of fire mana, enough to chase off Icewind's biting chill. The moment he clasped it, he stripped off 3 layers of thick clothing. The stiffness drained from his shoulders, and even breathing felt easier. Only then did he realize why so many adventurers in the guild lounged around bare-chested. Cold resistance ice spells and self-heating fire spells helped, sure, but most of those seemingly carefree brutes were probably hiding the same grade of low-tier magic jewelry. Had only been a professional for a few months and had spent most of that time buried in the mage tower, so his inexperience was understandable though still amusing. With daylight fading, he headed for the outer city. On the way, he ducked into a back alley for a quick disguise, a worn cloak, a mask, round spectacles, and a dampened aura. Unfortunately, his natural poise made him stand out even more. Peddlers and passers-by stared openly, the words suspicious character written on their faces. Guided by the bookstore clerk's directions, he turned into a damp, dim lane only to find 7 or 8 thugs blocking the way out. Their leader, a scar-faced brute with a gash across his cheek, curled his lips in a vicious grin. Who are you, and what are you doing on Ghostfish Gang turf? Lu Sihong glanced up and smiled lightly. Your turf? Since when did Icewind's lord hand out parcels of land to you? Do the Zijing royals know about this? The Scarface froze, then his killing intent flared, veins bulged along his arms. Cut the chatter. He motioned for his men to close in. So the outer city runs on might makes, right? Lu Sihong lifted his hand. Green light shimmered between his fingers as a vine as thick as a wrist coiled into existence. Crystal thorns dripping venom that glinted an emerald frost. The gang members blanched. Bravado collapsed into fear, though desperation still burned in their eyes. Crude summoning circles flared beneath their feet, and a dozen small but vicious beast companions thudded onto the cobblestones, snarling and baring fangs. The Scarface forced a respectful but tense tone. Mage, sir, alleys like this aren't fit for someone of your caliber. You're far too strong to fight street dogs like us for scraps. He tightened the chain wrapped around his wrist, ready to lunge the moment the stranger moved. The alley stank of menace, fear, soil, and blood. Lu Sihong remained calm, amusement flickering in his eyes. I'm new to Icewind City, he said, and I heard your district has some interesting seafood specialties. I figured I'd broaden my horizons. The scar-faced brute eyed the dangerous vine in Lu Sihong's hand, a muscle in his cheek twitching. Sir, what exactly do you mean by this? Deep purple tendrils coiled around Lu Sihong's palm, their thorns glinting coldly. A slight shake of his wrist thorns rustling was enough to pull every gang member's nerves tight as wire. The scar-faced man shifted his weight, fingers brushing his hilt before he forced himself to stay calm. This is just a little show of strength to avoid trouble, Lu Sihong said lightly, as if the armed men before him were no more than squabbling sparrows. The thug swore inwardly. There were plenty of ways to prove yourself. Did he have to brandish a toxic vine? If he'd flashed a mage's badge, I'd be groveling already. What he didn't know was that Lu Sihong owned only a shabby bronze adventurer's tag, and a trainee alchemist's past displaying those would make him look like easy pickings. Hands behind his back, the scar-faced man gave 2 quick signals. Dozens of crossbows and swords dropped, their owners stepping back half a pace. The powder-dry tension eased. Studying Lu Sihong's tightly wrapped cloak face hidden, composure obvious decided a fight wasn't worth it. The sea is closed this season, fresh stock is scarce. We've only got dried goods that keep, he said with a strained smile. What category does the Lord need? A glittering fan of imperial gold coins danced across Lu Sihong's knuckles, their clear chime cutting the air. Magical reagents, mainly. But I'm fond of marine products. Why not bring everything out and let me choose? The pale glow of gold lit the thug's scarred cheeks, and his smile gained new sincerity. One sharp glance sent several men sprinting off, faster than when they'd formed their cordon. Lord, they'll need a moment. Why not walk with me? You can browse while the boys lay out the best of the lot. That suited Lu Sihong fine. He wanted a closer look at the outer city and a feel for these brazen operators. He nodded. Very well. I've never seen this distinctive architecture before. Masked, his tone unreadable, the thug chuckled. We build for use, not beauty. Every big tide puts half the outer city underwater. Fish ride the waves right in. It's a mess. No point making anything too fancy. So that's it, Lu Sihong thought. Holding territory in a flood zone with their strength no small feat, he kept the questions to himself. They moved single file through damp, narrow alleys, the scar-faced guide taking extra turns whether for secrecy or to buy time. Lu Sihong couldn't tell. Turning into a side lane, he saw a stone house stacked with books outside. The damp had curled the pages, yet the piles were neatly sorted. Through a shattered window, he glimpsed reams of paper, a printing matrix glowing blue, and a dozen sweat-soaked workers. Lu Sihong narrowed his eyes, the vine's tip twitching. Well, a printing operation? I thought you people dealt only in violence. The scar-faced man shrugged. Come on, we're just a bunch of roughnecks. A friend of our boss got into some trouble and needs a place to lie low, that's all. Behind his mask, Lu Sihong let a thin smile curl across his lips, as if he'd seen through the excuse the moment it was spoken. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed one of the thugs tilt back a bottle of crystalline green Lakita common stimulant. Under the lights it cast a faint emerald glow he knew all too well, and his brows rose as several ideas clicked into place. Back at the academy, a brilliant senior had tweaked that very formula. By adjusting the ratios and slipping in a trace of catalyst almost impossible to detect, Shed made the booster twice as potent without raising the cost. Hidden in the triumph, however, was a lethal flaw. The potion had to be taken immediately after brewing. Leave it for more than 3 hours, and its components would start to catalyze, turning the mixture into a volatile explosive. It looked exactly like an ordinary stimulant. Even a master alchemist would give it a casual swirl and pronounce it decent quality. Tip the vial, though, and it became liquid dynamite. Lu Sihong just happened to have a few vials of that improved edition in his storage pouch. Insult an alchemist, then get blown sky-high by his own concoction. What could be more fitting? He didn't care who was orchestrating this ambush. As his mentor liked to say, there were too many enemies to count. Digging for each name only gave them a chance to cover their tracks. When his wings were strong enough, he would settle every score in turn. After a few dimly lit hallways, the scar-faced man, apparently satisfied the preparations were complete, pushed open an iron door. Bright light flooded out, revealing a makeshift gallery, not an ordinary warehouse for the Ghostfish Gang's goods, but a trophy room. Polished leviathan bones hung on the walls. A petrified monster stood frozen on a central pedestal. Rows of transparent cylinders held marine creatures in ice, every scale pristine. What drew Lu Sihong's gaze most, though, was the 2-meter block of ice directly opposite the door. Suspended inside was an enormous head. Fine blue scales covered its skin, fan-shaped fins flared from the crown, and gill slits like a shark's lined its neck. Strip away the sea features, and the face was disturbingly human. What is this thing? Some sort of mutated human? He asked. The scar-faced man straightened, pride seeping into his voice. This is the Ghostfish Gang's greatest prize. A dozen factions, thousands of people wanted that head, but we're the ones who claimed it. Lu Sihong cocked his head. So it was weak? Realizing head overhyped the tail, the thug coughed. Not exactly. A sea siren is no pushover. It controls water magic, and its song can weave illusions. One this size could overwhelm even a gold-rank adventurer without strong mental defenses. But while the tide tossed it on ashore half dead, and we got lucky. So much for heroic conquest. Lu Sihong suppressed a snort. Sea sirens were uglier than had imagined. Feigning casual interest, he asked, ever run into a real mermaid? What is that thing? Oh right. I've heard that when sailors hear a siren's song they fall under a spell. Picture the creature as a beautiful woman with a fishtail, drift right toward her, and get slaughtered without a struggle. Scarface gave a short snort of disdain. A few unlucky fools get hauled back alive, and the riders pad their tails with flourishes. TCH, must be men who've never seen a real woman imagining a siren as some halfish eye candy. Looks are worthless if the rest doesn't work. One of his lackeys chimed in, joking, exactly. Better to chase beast folk, at least everything's still in working order. Scarface rolled his eyes. Beat it. Don't gross me out. If you're that worked up, take leave and find someone in the inner city, but stop hanging around those idiots who sketch goblins and ogres all day. Let them try their fantasies on their own rashes. Me, am a pure humanist, only care about men and women. While they traded barbs in front of the makeshift stall, Lu Sihong kept silent, his gaze fixed on an ice slab that held 3 palm-sized crabs. Their ruby shells gleamed in the chill, triggering a long-buried craving. Haven't tasted seafood in ages, he muttered, swallowing as his mind raced through recipes: braised, steamed, Poached, stewed. He turned, voice calmly urgent. These large swimmers cough. These specimens, what do you usually do with them? Scarface followed his finger. Even he looked a bit embarrassed. Real magical ingredients were scarce, so they had padded the crates with seafood, assuming a mage would pay no mind. He gave a dry laugh. Just food, no magical reaction, though the flavor beats freshwater stuff. If you're not interested, ill. Pack them up, Lou blurted, then coughed to cover it. I mean, I'm interested in marine anatomy. 10 of each species, please. And 20 of those extra-large crabs, I need a thorough examination. Right? Scarface was baffled. Lou pressed on. How do you normally cook them? Just boil? Yais. Any other methods? Do they carry toxins that need high heat, or anything special to neutralize? Scarface shook his head. None at all, you can eat them raw. Only a few sea snakes are poisonous. If you'd like. No snakes. Lou waved him off. Scarface suddenly remembered something, leaned closer, and lowered his voice. We've got a tide-chasing crab over 7 meters long in the freezer. Uses water arrow and ice shield, big low-level beast. Took a lot to bring it in. Might interest a mage. Oh, does it taste good? So that's it, forget the research. You just want to know how these sea creatures taste, don't you? Scarface muttered inwardly, though his expression never changed. He even felt a quiet relief as he leaned closer and said, there are a few seafood places inside the inner city, sir. They're actually pretty good. For the last few days, Lu Sihong had been either setting up his new quarters or scouring Icewind City for leads on his targets, leaving him no time to explore. He raised an eyebrow and dropped the act. So, is the crab any good? Of course it is, Scarface grinned. Why else would we haul them up from the sea and keep them on ice? Those crates take half the warehouse, and the chillers burn through mana by the hour. Lu Sihong picked out another pile of reagent seed, frost pearls, and the like, all water or ice aligned, and the whole lot cost him just 1 gold. The fist-sized deep-sea ironclaw crab, however, was 5 gold by itself, pricier than most of the materials combined. The blocks of ice holding everything were waist-high, far too big for his spatial ring. So he had the goblin chief haul them into the beast vault one by one. Hands off for now. I want to taste everything first. I don't need you lot gobbling it while my back's turned, he warned. Fortunately, the goblin chief was a powerful contract beast with plenty of room inside, and to bystanders it looked almost obedient, happily crowding in with a stack of fishy ice blocks. With the deal sealed, his goals met, and a surprise bonus in tow, Lu Sihong was thoroughly pleased and signaled to leave. Scarface escorted his big spender back to the main street. Just as they were about to part, a squad of gang members came sprinting up, gasping for breath. Boss Scar, bad news. A bunch of lobster folk burst out of the sea and smashed our docks. How is that even possible? The surface is frozen solid. Where did they come from? Scarface froze in disbelief. Xiaopeng's big fish got into a brawl with a tyrant shark down below and churned up the seabed. The shockwaves cracked a huge stretch of ice on the east side. The lobster folk took the opening, bolted ashore, and headed straight for the outer city. They're starving, boss. They're eating everything in sight. Half the temporary storehouses have already been chewed through. Move. Scarface spun on his heel to start giving orders, then remembered the distinguished customer beside him and offered a quick apology. My lord, urgent matters call. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Take care of your business. Lu Sihong nodded. If I need anything else, I'll come find you. Scarface mused that this mage was remarkably easy to deal with, and he doubted the man had any interest in lobster folk anyway. They were sapient, reeked of decay, and tasted awful. Night fell, and lamps flickered to life across the outer city. Watching the ghostfish gang scramble, Lu Sihong let out a faint smile. Perfect. He would wrap things up tonight and treat himself to fresh seafood afterward. Leaving the main avenue, he waited until no one was looking, then slipped into a dim side alley. The stone pavement rippled faintly. A patch of darkness detached itself from the deeper night and glided up behind him, 2 inky tendrils twining around his waist. Lu Sihong's lips curved upward as he murmured, darkness falls, prepare to feel fear. The shadow burst apart, and swirling black mist swallowed Lu Sihong's body. After a moment of writhing, it condensed into a slightly hunched, green-skinned creature whose face still bore a faint resemblance to his own. This was the incomplete fusion ability he had unlocked in advance with the fusion trial card, a bargain basement Beastmaster fusion technique. A proper fusion stacks the beast's power with the master's, enhancing both. His Q-trait version first cancels part of each side's strength, then merges what remains. In raw combat power, it is actually weaker than letting him and the goblin fight separately. The only upsides were 1. Disguise, his appearance becomes that of a goblin, enough to fool most people. 2. Low drain, the energy cost is equally budget. As long as he avoids explosive skills, he can maintain the fused form for 4 to 5 days straight. The shadow energy painstakingly mastered by the Goblin Raider had become Lu Sihong's muscle memory. With a thought, he melted into the night, a soundless silhouette that slipped around the corner and raced toward the target house. Even when a lamp's glow swept over him, slowing his pace let the goblin's innate stealth cloak his presence. Creak. A rickety wooden door swung open under the cold wind, screeching against the frame. Icy air surged inside, making a stack of papers on the table rustle. The man at the magical printing press shivered, slammed the door shut, and grumbled, "This dump is falling apart. Boss, how much longer do we have to suffer here?" In the warmest corner at the back, a middle-aged man sat beneath a dim lamp, engrossed in the gospel of the saintly mother. Without looking up, he said, "Not long. Finish this batch, wait for the heat to die down, then we'll slip into the inner city. Next time we'll find an even tighter hideout." An artist nearby glanced up and muttered, "Boss, we only copied a few issues of Goblin, and they stormed our place. Now we're about to publish something that mocks that alchemy master. Are you sure we're safe? I've heard she's got a real temper." The middle-aged man snorted. "Do I look stupid? I checked. She's from the lava territory, a long way off, and she's on bad terms with the Icewind City Alchemist Guild. No one here will lift a finger for her. Besides, our story's just about a talentless rookie mage with an ogre familiar. What's that got to do with some genius alchemist? You think she can order the Icewind City Watch to nab us? Heh, if you're taking that kind of risk, the client must be paying a fortune, right?" The artist whispered with a grin. The middle-aged man arched an eyebrow. "Relax. Once we finish this job and those Red Rock people wire the balance, your bonus will be nice and fat." "But boss, how did you know they're from the Hanyan territory?" "They said they'd come from the capital," one of the lackeys asked, curiosity written all over his face. The middle-aged man arched an eyebrow, a lecherous grin creeping across his lips. "Heh, talk about coincidence. I was at Lufang Courtyard the other night, having a heart-o-heart with Xiao Li and the girls, when I ran into those fellows. They booked the room right next to mine, and while they were at it they bragged that they were lecturers from the alchemy department at Hanyan Academy." He curled his lip and spat. TCH, who hasn't heard about the scandal in Hanyan Academy's alchemy department? It's the biggest joke in the entire Zijing Empire. Only wide-eyed country girls would fall for that. A few lonely magic lamps flickered in the storeroom. To save mana crystals, each person lit only the lantern closest to him, leaving the room as dark as a well. In one corner, a shadow slipped by. A gloved hand silently swapped the ordinary potion on the counter for a stimulant elixir explosive edition. The moment the words Hanyan Academy reached him, Lu Sihong, who was mixing a potion, jerked his wrist so hard the vial nearly flew from his hand. He swore under his breath, "What am I scared of? Even if it blows, my Beastmaster talent will cover me. Worst case, it randomly wipes out a lucky goblin." He frowned. "People from Hanyan Academy, are they angry because I killed that idiot trainee and now they blame the teachers? They drew those schematics knowing the target was an alchemy master? They deserve a taste of a goblin's spiked club." The idea clicked, and he chuckled. "Senior sister's recipe, my personal touch, perfect for sending them off." Karma delivered. The method of revenge felt delightfully stylish. Once every bottle had been switched, he ambled toward the door. Passing the middle-aged man, he drew a shadow dagger and traced it through the air beside the man's neck. A chill shot down the man's spine and his knees nearly buckled. He glanced around, convinced sheer exhaustion was playing tricks on him. To keep his crew from slacking, the man stretched, walked to the counter, and grabbed a bottle of stimulant elixir. He always shook his drinks twice, convinced it evened out the potency. This time, after only 2 shakes, the liquid flashed, blinding white boom. The blast ripped through the night before he could even scream. At the doorway, Lu Sihong managed a single curse. The world flipped. The next instant he stood on the roof of the neighboring building. No flames, no smoke. The genius alchemist's clean blast enhancement elixir hurled the entire house into the air, leaving a yawning black crater where it had stood. Everything inside was shredded, raining down with scraps of paper. Lu Sihong had no time to admire the spectacle. He sprinted to the dazed lucky goblin, shield bearer sprawled a few meters away, and recalled it to his beast space. Then he melted into the shadows, slipped past the converging patrols and gawking onlookers, and vanished from the scene at speed. Late at night, a thunderous crash sent the already nervous residents of the outer city into near panic. After the lobstermen's raid, they feared the monsters were about to smash straight through the walls. Even the Icewind City garrison was called out, and the racket kept everyone in the inner city from getting any sleep. The culprit behind the uproar slipped out of the district, ducked into a lampless alley, neatly disengaged from his battle rig, stored the raider in his dimensional pack, brushed the dust from his clothes, and headed home in high spirits. On the way, he strolled into a tavern, scooped up a few barrels of high-proof Icewind ale, and ambled through the city gate. Once inside, Lu Sihong's first order of business was to summon his goblin crew, especially the artisans and smiths, and have them throw the day's haul of seafood from the harbor over an open flame. "Keep it simple. Just roast it," the driver told them, and they understood immediately. Their cooking skills were average at best, but seafood only needed fire to smell divine. As for the 7-meter crab, Lu Sihong never planned to hog it. After so many battles, his goblins deserved a feast. He imposed one rule: the goblin witch doctor had to stay at least 100 meters away, and no one was to touch any spices from the warehouse. He couldn't risk that lunatic grinding homemade herbs into powder and dumping them in the pot again. Even so, while everyone was laughing and drinking, the witch doctor sneaked up to the fire, and the moment the crab shell cracked open with a snap, he shook in a rainbow of spices. Can't season it while it's cooking, doesn't mean you can't afterwards, he muttered with glee. Lu Sihong saw his kin eating with grease running down their chins and figured the liquor had simply gone to their heads. With Icewind ale that strong, a little madness was normal. Amid all the revelry, one figure was absent: the goblin broker. Off on yet another scheme, he missed the entire seafood banquet, a real loss for his stomach. At that very moment, the unlucky goblin was clutching a half-cold chunk of fish, racing across a soggy beach on the back of a venom-spined spider, while a pack of furious giant crabs clattered after him. When he finally shook his pursuers, he looked up to find Icewind's brutal sea wind flinging shards of ice through the air, making the spider's silk tremble. The spider, tough as it was, only seemed a bit drowsy, but the broker's nose ran so hard snot bubbles burst in the gale and frost clung to his lashes. Thankful his wits still worked, he rummaged through his pack, pulled out 2 hides, stitched them together with spider silk, and wrapped himself in the makeshift coat. What truly left him speechless, though, was the sight before him. The sea had frozen into an endless, seamless sheet of ice, an immense, flawless white plain. He had never seen the ocean, let alone anything like this. After wolfing down the fish, the goblin patted the spider's flank and had it test the ice. The creature took 2 cautious steps, then stopped, its 8 legs twitching in protest at the cold. The broker didn't press it. He decided to step down himself. The instant his toes touched the surface, a stabbing chill shot from his nails straight to the crown of his head, and he jerked as if struck by lightning. He yanked his foot back, scrambled onto the spider again, and hurriedly wrapped several more layers of silk around his body. The goblin decided this place was hopeless harsh terrain, unfriendly locals. It sighed and sent a chain of bubbles snorting from its nose. A sharp clang of weapons rang out in the distance, and its pointed ears twitched. Head snapping upright, its eyes gleamed with sudden interest. At the same time, Chung Peng was replaying the most bizarre chapter of his life. He considered himself the strangest beastmaster in the entire Zijing Empire. No chronicle had ever mentioned anyone bonding with a fish, especially a pudgy carp that only ate and never fought. A dozen years ago, he had slipped the creature into the river by his village, and it promptly cleaned out every fish, crab, and shrimp. The villagers were furious, ready to throw him in jail. Only after his parents knelt all night to beg forgiveness did the neighbors relent, then expelled the family from the village instead. That memory still stung. Chung Peng drifted from town to town, living by petty theft and shady deals, clinging to one hope. One day the fathead would evolve into a legendary beast, and he could finally hold his head high. Reality laughed at him. The fish did grow, now over 20 meters long with scales tougher than butcher shop cleaver. See it still knew no spells. Its appetite, however, soared with its size. Ordinary feed was useless. It craved only materials or creatures rich in mana. Such things were either buried in bottomless chasms or guarded by terrifying monsters far beyond Chung Peng's reach. On paper, he was hardly weak. The fish's endless energy feedback had filled his body with grand river-level spiritual power. But his mind affinity was frail, skewed toward wood, so wizardry was out. His craftsmanship was worse, ruling out alchemy and forging. In the end, he became a venom warrior. Bark skin to tank hits, wood healing to patch himself up, and limitless mana to spawn poison mists that slowly wore down enemies. On the battlefield, he was the cockroach that refused to die. With the Icewind Rift about to close, hordes of adventurers would soon flood back to Icewind City, and the resulting auction would sell Rift treasures at breathtaking prices. Chung Peng planned to join the bustle and buy a few affordable magical ingredients for the fish. Just then, the Adventurers Guild posted a job: collect materials from sea monsters. The Silver Sea was now sealed by solid ice. Most powerhouses were trapped in the rift or marching with the Lord toward the ice's edge, so no one touched the quest. The employer panicked and almost quadrupled the reward on the spot. The fat bounty hit Chung Peng like an avalanche. He signed the contract at once, jumped onto a mana-powered sled car, and tore from Icewind's inner city to the frozen surface of the Silver Sea. Drawing on years of scrapping for a living out here, he used a few secret tricks to pinpoint the target, then summoned the long slumbering fish through the thick ice. Spells might be scarce, but a 20-meter body clad in armor-like scales was more than enough to bully lesser sea creatures. Only once the fish surfaced through the ice, things took an unexpected turn. Chung Peng's quarry was also being stalked by a tyrant shark, but the moment the fathead fish appeared, the shark immediately changed targets. Given a choice between a half-full snack and a feast, any predator with sense knew which one to pick. Chung Peng's fathead fish and the slightly smaller, yet vicious, ice magic-wielding tyrant shark fought their way from the dark abyss up to the shallows, even turning a hibernating lobsterfolk nest into rubble. After the two monsters crashed through the frozen surface and blew open a huge hole, the fathead fish burst above the water, and Chung Peng hurriedly recalled it into his beast space. Furious at losing its meal, the tyrant shark turned on the lobsterfolk and gorged itself to a third of its fill, but numbers won out, and the wounded shark was driven off. blood boiling. The lobster folk ignored the biting wind, poured out of the ice hole, and set off to exact revenge on any humans they could find. Sensing trouble, Chung Peng was already racing away on a magic sleigh. Yet the fathead fish was notorious in Frostwind, and pretending innocence would never fly. Mishaps were common on the Silver Sea, and the outer district was designed to soak up risk. As long as the inner district stayed safe, City Hall wouldn't come after him. Still, Chung Peng had to keep doing business in Frostwind, often with outer city gangs. After stirring up such chaos, he would have to fork over some blood money. With tempers high, talking now would only pour oil on the fire, so he decided to lie low for a few days, let everyone cool off, then rely on a thick skin to cut his losses. Hiding out didn't mean wasting time. A surge of outer city alchemists had flooded Frostwind, looking to buy ice element reagents at an upcoming auction and gather coastal specialties. The Adventurers Guild board suddenly overflowed with material bounties, mostly for monster parts scattered along the wild beaches ringing the territory. The beach that day was windswept and bone-chilling. Chung Peng wore only a pair of shorts under a thick shell of old bark armor and gripped a steel rod. He was locked in combat with a 3-meter-long magical creaturia hammerbug that looked like a supersized mantis shrimp. One swing of its claw landed with a dull boom and sent him flying. He tumbled through a rock pile, bounced a dozen times, and staggered up with blood at the corner of his mouth, then calmly raised a hand and cast would heal on himself. Green light sealed the cracks in his bark armor. He tightened his grip on the rod, rolled his neck, and charged again. The hammerbug, meanwhile, had taken a faceful of poison mist earlier. Its shell was now tinged sickly green, and its steps were unsteady. Realizing something was wrong, it turned to flee. Chung Peng's lips curled. One swipe of that claw had made him cough up blood. Who knew how many tonics he would need to recover? And now it wanted to run? Too late. He didn't rush in for a pounding. Instead, he trailed the maul beetle at a leisurely pace, intending to finish it off only after the toxin took full effect and left the creature helpless. Then he could harvest its parts and maybe enjoy a beachside barbecue. The beetle's flesh was laced with deadly poison, but Chung Peng was a venom-based warrior whose natural resistance was astonishing. He was nearly immune to his own plant toxins, and the premium magical feed he had been giving Big Head Carp lately had pushed his stats sky high. Attacks bounced off him, spells struggled to bite. Otherwise, there was no way he could have tanked the beetle's sledgehammer blow wearing nothing but a barkskin spell, coughed up a bit of blood, and climbed right back to his feet. A gold rank adventurer would have needed a full defensive burst and a metal tower shield just to survive. That hit. Most people preferred to dodge or crowd control the beetle instead of standing in its way. While he pondered his next move, stones and sand began to tremble. The beach thrummed like a drumhead. With a muffled boom, a scrawny goblin on a venom stinger spider tore through the dust cloud. The little fellow looked panicked yet gleeful, shrieking wildly as his tangled hair whipped in the cold wind, charging straight toward Chung Peng. Behind the spider came a living freight train of beetles, from 7-meter giants down to knee-high juveniles plowing furrows through the sand. Now that's talent, Chung Peng muttered. Had spent ages stalking a single maul beetle in this pockmarked beach, and this goblin had managed to provoke the whole family and was still kicking. Then he remembered a rumor. An alchemist supposedly kept a goblin on a spider mount, roamed around hawking wares at outrageous prices, and had the bizarre ability to take every last possession with him when he died. The thought flashed by. Faced with the onrushing swarm, Chung Peng felt no urge to flee. Instead, a surge of delight welled up inside him. Fish suffocate quickly on land, and Big Head Carp's massive body made it even worse, so he rarely summoned the creature outside water. But right now, the setup was perfect. A vast summoning circle flared across the sand, runes flowing like liquid silver. A 20-meter Big Head Carp rose in a pillar of light, its scales carrying a few shallow cuts, and its huge eyes gleaming with something that almost looked wise. Hurry up. Don't let all that gold crawl away. While you're still conscious, smash them flat. Chung Peng shouted at his beast. The carp's eye swiveled, giving its handler a sideways look, then it blew a string of bubbles. Its tail lashed once, hurling sand and gravel like shrapnel. The great fish launched itself into the swarm, pancaking maul beetles and cracking carapaces. Not satisfied, it jerked its head and tail again and again, bouncing across the bugs a dozen more times until it burned through the last of its strength. At last it rolled onto its side, mouth opening and closing, glassy eyes fixed on the sky. A second summoning circle flashed, and the carp dissolved into light, returning to the beast's space. Chung Peng clawed his way out of a heap of sand and gravel, rubbing the bumps on his head where the stones had struck him. Emerald light shimmered over his body as he used wood healing to mend his injuries. Then he sprinted toward the half-dead sledge beetle swarm. My stuff, everything here is mine. Hands off, he shouted while running. The goblin tycoon hiding nearby hadn't planned to interfere. In his book, monsters killed so recently still belonged to the one who felled them. Only if the bodies lay abandoned for a while would they become fair game. Moments earlier, Chung Peng's fathead fish familiar had shot out of the sea and slammed onto the wild beach, gouging fish-shaped craters in the sand. The beetles' once rock-hard shells were shattered, their bodies twisted and broken. Most died instantly, and the few limbs still moving were merely twitching on reflex. The survivors were too crippled to resist. Green light flashed in Changpeng's hand. His staff cracked open, sprouting verdant thorns that wound around the shaft, while a razor spike blossomed at the tip. In a blink, the staff had become a spiral spear. Slipping past the dying beetle's spasms, he plunged the spear through each creature's mandibles and gave the haft a sharp twist, snuffing out the last traces of life. Then, with practiced ease, he pried apart the plates where head met carapace and extracted a pale blue, coin-sized crystal. These sledge beetles were ocean dwellers. Because Icewind Territory's climate froze the sea every winter, they either crawled ashore beforehand or dug tunnels straight to land, fleeing marine predators while gathering to mate and lay eggs. That, of course, was why the goblin trader was being hunted. He had heard the beetles clashing with other monsters and, while they were occupied, slipped into the nest through a tunnel entrance to steal a few eggs. The eggs, however, were anchored to the rock. After straining in vain, he cracked the shells instead. Since broken eggs would never hatch, he turned the nursery into a buffet, gulping down yolk with gusto and even inviting his spider partner to join the feast. By the time the beetles sensed trouble and rushed back, more than half the clutch was gone. Enraged, the swarm vowed to pound the two egg thieves into paste to avenge their unborn young, and the chase began only to collide with Changpeng and end in a swift, deadly reunion. The goblin had assumed the human could never haul away so many carcasses. Sooner or later, every one of them would be his. He hadn't counted on Changpeng being just as money-minded. Seeing the goblin eyeing the remains, Changpeng's eyes lit up. He pointed at the scattered bodies and grinned. Thinking about taking these? Tell you what, since you lured them here, he'll sell you the lot for 10 gold coins. The goblin wrinkled his nose in disdain, patted the giant spider beneath him, and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. 10 too steep. Make it 5. For maybe? Changpeng shouted after him, unwilling to give up. When the goblin showed no sign of stopping, Changpeng glanced at the carpet of monster corpses, thought for a heartbeat, and his eyes lit up. Maybe that green runt had discovered something valuable inside the giant hammerbug nest. He sprang to his feet and hurried after it. The battlefield ahead was littered with hacked-up hammerbug limbs, their rancid fluids soaking the soil. Astride his venom-spiked spider, the goblin tycoon surveyed the scene, mind racing. With the adults dead, the eggs inside the nest were ready-made loot. If he could haul them back, they'd be perfect livestock. If not, he'd simply gulp them down rather than waste a profit. With that calculation, he urged the spider toward a crack in the ground and slipped into a dark tunnel. He landed only to realize he was too late. In the center of the chamber, shattered eggshells lay everywhere, and a half-human, halfish creature covered in blue scales was licking its fingertips every last egg already devoured. The siren looked up, stunned for half a second at the sight of a goblin riding a spider. It had seen crustacean beasts in the sea, but a goblin? No clue what that was. The little goblin straightened in its saddle, trying to project a spellcaster's calm. The siren, already full, chose not to pick another fight and began to ease back, tail fin dragging along the floor. Just then, Changpeng arrived, panting, afraid the goblin was looting the nest dry. He stepped through the mouth of the tunnel, caught a flash of blue, and his face went sheet white. Siren! He shrieked, the word cracking with terror, and spun to flee. Psychic creatures were his worst nightmare. The siren's taut nerves actually relaxed at the sight of a human. Its eyes brightened, lips parted, and a clear song rippled out like water. In an instant, Changpeng's mind went numb, and he couldn't help turning back. To his eyes, a breathtaking heiress in silk and jewels beckoned, her sapphire tail flicking playfully, her smile coy and irresistible. "Ha! Rich lady, here I come," Changpeng murmured, eyes unfocused, stumbling obediently toward her. The lingering notes snagged the goblin and the spider as well. The goblin saw a muscle-bound goblin matron with emerald skin lounging atop a mound of gold, waving him closer. The spider beheld an enormous brood mother of its kind, claws spread, inviting it to mate. The siren spared the goblin a glance and sneered inwardly. A worthless piece of seaweed, that's probably what he'd taste like, too. Better deal with the human first. Ignoring the goblin and the spider, it reeled Changpeng in, wrapped both arms around his torso, and its soft expression twisted into a predator's snarl. Fangs dove for his throat. Ag! A sudden scream split the air. A stabbing pain shot through the siren's arm. The song cut off. It looked down to find Changpeng clamped onto its wrist, teeth sinking deep, blood already welling. Why does this rich lattice gold bracelet feel so damn hard to chew? Changpeng wondered hazily. From an early age, Changpeng knew that keeping a woman, especially a beautiful one, was an expensive hobby. Caring for his big head carp had already drained every ounce of his energy and money. Daily feedings, water changes, and special medicines meant the fish was living like an aristocrat. Sometimes he dreamed that a fabulously wealthy sugar mama might fall head over heels for him and bankroll the whole operation. It had to be a sugar mama, Not a sheltered heiress. Most heiresses didn't control the family purse and couldn't help with the upkeep. But a dream was only a dream. Years of mockery and contempt had forged his stubborn pride. He would chase money any way he could, but he would never sell his dignity. The carp's enhancement was far from finished, and he was convinced that if he fought a little harder, he would one day stand at the summit, forcing those who once sneered at him to bow in supplication. That was why, when the illusion took hold, his first reaction was to zero in on the absurdly thick gold bangle on the sugar mama's wrist. He even leaned in and took a bite to see if it was real. The sea siren yelped, its chant broken, and the glamour weakened at once. Though the goblin tycoon was still woozy, instinct told him danger was near, and he immediately triggered summoned bodyguards. With a resonant hum, a goblin chieftain more than 5 meters tall strode out of the magic circle, a savage bone mask on his face and a club as thick as a barrel in his hand. Behind him lurched a flame Zelota madman deep into latest-stage hyperactivity. The Icewind territory was already bitterly cold, and the giant maulworm nest was shrouded in damp chill. The moment the zealot appeared, he started shivering, stomped his feet, and frantically searched for something to burn for warmth. The sea siren's heart skipped a beat. Were these greenskins with the mental strength of chicks really the casters? Compared with the enormous siren Lu Sihong had seen in the Ghostfish gang, this one was barely 3 meters long, tail included. Mediocre talent left it unvalued by its own kind, so it drifted to the coast to hunt alone. Aside from its innate siren song, it only knew minor water manipulation and a pair of low-tier water spells. It had planned to bite this human in half and siphon off some soul fragments to bolster its mind. But the towering goblin chieftain made it panic, and it hastily began to hum again. The chieftain's will was iron, giving him natural resistance to fear magic, yet Siren's song relied on seduction. Even clenching his teeth, he couldn't keep his eyes from glazing over as his mind slid into the illusion. Seeing this, the siren grew bolder. So the greenskin's mental defenses are this weak. Looks like ill feast today. It celebrated too soon. Siren's song is, at heart, pure temptation. If the singers can't hold the vision steady, every target starts filling in the blanks on their own. Worse, among today's targets was someone whose mind was anything but normal. Thus Chung Pong, the other goblins, and even the venom-spine spiders all saw a female of their own species who fit their personal tastes at least for half of her body. To the flame zealot, the Hayao looked like a perfectly carved post begging a goblin to set it alight so it could feel the passionate embrace of fire. So why hesitate? Burn it, burn everything, he screeched, kicking the goblin chieftain in front of him. The recoil sent him rolling across the floor, but at least his view was clear. He sprang up, fiery energy surging over his body, conjured a blazing orb in each hand, and hurled both fireballs at the Hayao's face. The instant they struck, the Hayao screamed. A watery shield snapped around its body. A normal fireball would have fizzled out, but these two extra-hot orbs exploded with a deafening boom. The blast rocked the room, flames clung to the membrane, and crackled fiercely. The Hayao's scream shot up into an ear-splitting shriek. That shriek reached Chung Pong. The glittering rich lady before him suddenly twisted into a fanged monster, and he dropped onto his backside. Yet compared with the siren's charm, this jolt of fear barely affected him. Instead, it snapped him out of the illusion. The goblin chieftain, naturally more resistant to fear, broke free almost at the same moment. Realizing it had been duped, it went berserk. Red light surged over its body, and its wooden club erupted in flames. With a roar, it blurred into a crimson streak, smashed the club onto the Hayao's head, and sent the creature flying in a shower of sparks. The shattered weapon made the chieftain even angrier. Its fingers turned to claws wreathed in fire. Grabbing the Hayao, it pounded the dripping body like a drum, nearly roasting it alive. Only once the enemy fell silent did the goblin stop, though it still fixed Chung Pong with a murderous glare. Chung Pong's heart lurched. Thinking fast, he pointed at the still-dazed goblin merchant. I am here to buy something. Yes, that really powerful potion. Buy something? The word snapped the chieftain back to business. It hopped off its stunned giant spider, bounded over to Chung Pong, produced a vial of inky green liquid, and held up 4 fingers. Best potion. Only 400 gold coins. Chung Pong's eyes nearly popped. No potion was worth 400. Even a premium regeneration elixir cost that much. Under the goblin's probing gaze, he forced a grin and shook his head. No, not this one. I meant another kind. The goblin merchant, patience fraying, produced a toxic stoneskin elixir and a green giant potion. 50 coins. 100 coins. Anything cheaper? Chung Pong tried to haggle, but the chieftain was already growling low in its throat. Holy crap, this goblin really is a swindler. Damn it, it's even trying to strong-arm me into buying. This damn creature won't shut up, and it's keeping me from rebuilding my house. Maybe I should just hack him to pieces. The goblin chieftain, anxious to hurry back to the ranch and start construction, muttered irritably to himself. His new body was enormous, so the replacement hut had to be wider and taller, yet all the lumber on hand was already shaved down into thin, weak planks. Worse, had gotten drunk last night, snorted some of the goblin witch doctor's secret spice, and in a drunken frenzy reduced his old house to splinters. Had just finished laying the foundation this morning when the goblin merchant prince yanked him out through a summoning circle. Across the array, Chung Peng's heart leapt at the chieftain's low, threatening growl. The odds weren't in his favor. A leader the size of a grizzly, plus a mage ready to hurl fireballs. In this cramped stone chamber, he and Fathead Fish would be charcoal if a fight broke out. After weighing the risk, he forced himself to pull out his coin pouch and bought both the toxic stoneskin potion and the green giant elixir in one go. Since he was already spending money, he might as well test them both and see just how potent the exclusive goblin recipe really was. The 30 gold antidote? Head pass. He prided himself on being a poison fighter, and with Fathead Fish's resistance aura, mid-level toxins barely counted. When the human actually paid, the goblin chieftain snorted twin jets of white vapor, his expression still stormy. Nearby, the goblin flame zealot was hopping around a half-roasted sea siren corpse, torch in hand, trying to give it another blast. One kick from the chieftain sent him sprawling. Maybe last night's seafood binge was catching up with him. Staring at the siren, the chieftain even drooled a little. He grabbed it by the tail and dragged it toward the exit, whether for alchemy or cuisine, it would fetch a handsome price. On impulse, Chung Peng blurted, "Hey, finders keepers, don't just haul the whole thing away." He never finished. The chieftain spun, crimson eyes fixed on him, murderous intent prickling his skin. A chill ran down Chung Peng's neck and he backpedaled fast. What I meant was, you'll scuff the scales dragging it like that. Siren scales are prized by armor smiths, ruining them would be a waste. The chieftain looked down. The body was smashed and charred. Almost no intact hide remained. Deciding the human was crazy, he ignored him, stepped to the merchant prince, and, together with the flame zealot, vanished in a flash of green light from the summoning circle. The goblin merchant prince cast one last longing glance at the empty weight tub that had held hammerbug eggs, then noticed Chung Peng slumped in exhaustion. Suddenly remembering something, he waved his venomfang spiders back into the tunnel. At last the stone chamber fell silent. Chung Peng sat dazed on the cold floor until the chill seeped into his bones. Had failed to pull off his heist and burned through a bundle of gold. With a sigh, he recalled the pile of hammerbug corpses outside. They couldn't go to waste. Their mana signature was weak, sure, but they were still magical creatures. If they couldn't strengthen Fathead Fish, at least they could fill a few stomachs. By the time Chung Peng left the mall beetle's nest and rushed back to the battlefield, only 7 or 8 of the original 20 creatures were still there. Drag marks scored the ground, and chunks of stone were smeared with bug eye, clear signs that something had hauled the bodies away. Images of the goblin fence and the giant spider flashed through Chung Peng's mind. Well, damn, looks like they finally met a real opponent. The morning chill still clung to the air when Lu Sihong rolled over and woke up. Out of habit, he glanced at the goblin ranch and instantly bolted upright. The brand new house the goblin chief had just finished was now a heap of splintered wood and stone. In front of the ruins, a waist-high stake had been driven into the ground, and the goblin witch doctor was tied to it, bruised from head to toe. Its limbs were bound tight, its head lolled weakly, and the whole goblin swayed in the wind, face etched with hopeless despair. Still baffled, Lu Sihong was piecing things together when a green exclamation mark blinked above the goblin craftsman's head. Sturdy logs needed for construction. Since the system had spoken, he had no choice but to move. At dawn, he rented an ice alpaca outside the city and headed for the logging camp near Icewind City. Ice alpacas are specialty mounts of the Icewind territory. They shrug off the cold, their thick fleece like a built-in cloak. Unfortunately, they have nasty tempers. Where a normal alpaca might spit, these beasts can hawk up a miniature ice arrow. One hit can leave you numb, or kill you outright. Lu Sihong spent more than 200 gold coins on a cartload of premium timber in every size and length. After paying, he claimed a team would pick up the goods and had the loggers dump the load in a deserted field. When everyone was gone, he summoned his goblins and hustled the logs back to the ranch. Job done, Lu Sihong still felt something was off. On closer look, he spotted a stranger among the goblins. It stood in a corner humming softly, its voice rippling like water, its delicate frame nothing like the usual brutish goblin build. A faint dizziness washed over him. Thanks to his strong will, he snapped back after a brief haze. Fine fish scales dotted the newcomer's skin, its eyes were clear blue, and pale green fins peeked from its joints and crown. Monster? Mutation? He swore under his breath. Where had this thing come from? Even stranger, the other goblins weren't alarmed. They moved as if driven by the most rousing work chant ever, hauling and planing timber with almost supernatural efficiency. Lu Sihong pulled up the ranch log, and a string of notifications scrolled across the screen. A goblin has mutated after devouring a low-tier siren corpse. 0-rank goblin has evolved into Tier 2, Goblin Siren. Goblin Siren. Influenced by siren magic, the goblin's bloodline has mutated, granting partial siren abilities. Purifying its bloodline or consuming higher-tier siren flesh will further strengthen the goblin siren. Siren Song. The goblin siren can enthrall enemies with its voice, trapping them in illusions. Effect depends on the goblin's will, the target's will, and their mental state. Targets with exceptionally high will are immune. Inspire. While the goblin siren is singing, goblins in the ranch ignore negative effects and gain the Inspire buff, slightly boosting their stats and greatly increasing their combat and work efficiency. So you can mutate and evolve by eating things, huh? Lu Sihong stroked his chin. The mission reward was gone, but at least had saved a pile of experience. Still, that raised another question: where on earth did the siren meat come from? Solve one mystery, and another pops up. There was, however, a mangled siren carcass in the fish farm treated like seafood with most of its flesh gnawed away, but in its current state it obviously couldn't tell Lu Sihong where it had come from. After circling the remains and checking the logs, he could only pin the blame on one absurd-sounding deal. A goblin tycoon had once summoned a goblin chieftain and a goblin flame berserker, exactly the sort of team that could have dragged a siren into the farm. Lu Sihong couldn't imagine what that swindler was doing business at sea, but it was the only lead that made any sense. He kept digging and found several detailed enhancement notes. 1. After the goblin frost mage consumed low-grade siren flesh, it received a permanent boost called Power of the Siren, which slightly increased its frost spells and raised its resistance to mental magic. This enhancement can be overwritten. Current stack 11. 2. The goblin shield bearer ate the same flesh and gained a 1-week temporary buff, Siren Physique, which slightly reduced water-type damage. 3. The goblin necromancer swallowed the flesh as well and received the same 1-week Siren Physique bonus. This stuff actually counts as a top-tier ingredient? Lu Sihong raised an eyebrow. He suddenly remembered that the Ghostfish gang kept the head of a high-grade siren on ice in their warehouse. The lump of frozen meat looked like a zombie, and he had no idea whether its properties were still intact. Should he spend some money to buy it and see if it could push his goblin siren hybrid to evolve again? Unfortunately, the relic was the gang's pride and joy, and he had no idea if they would part with it. Earlier files described another harvesting spree the goblins went on right after their resurrection. They dismantled the corpses of a bone dragon and a cult leader to craft feral amulets. Goblin Feral Amulet Necromancy Find. Forged from shards of a bone dragon's skull, it holds breath of the bone dragon, which intimidates lesser undead or allows finer control over them. It also grants power of the bone dragon, greatly increasing the wearer's strength at the cost of potential necrotic corruption. Goblin Feral Amulet Necromancy Find. Polished from the spinal bones of a necrotic zealot, it stores 2 spells: Arrow of Dead Breath, a black bolt that pierces and corrodes its target, and Miasma of Dead Breath, a cloud that eats away at everything except undead. No goblin except the necromancer could even equip these amulets, yet the necromancer's mana was so limited that it had to leave the second one in the shack as a spare. The amulet made from the bone dragon's skull, however, was a perfect match. It boosted its ghost handling abilities and even added punch to every swing of its shovel. As for the risk of necrotic corruption, the creature was already steeped in ghostly energy. It might actually turn the taint into an advantage and even discover a new necromancy spell in the process. Once the goblins finished moving the lumber, Lu Sihong left the warehouse and walked toward the ice alpaca that had been tied up all morning. Apparently annoyed by the long wait, the creature cocked its head and spat a small, icy arrow straight at him. Lu Sihong had seen it coming. He tilted his head to dodge the attack, then landed a solid slap on the creature's skull. The ice alpaca let out a pained bleat and skidded to a halt. Clutching its thick wool, Lu Sihong growled, "Don't push your luck. You just saw something you shouldn't have. Want me to silence you for good?" Whether it was the threat or the memory of the snowplain wolf that had been strangled by thorns halfway up the trail, the alpaca instantly wilted. Its long ears drooped, its round eyes darting about as if to say, "Huh? What just happened? Why are you staring at me?" When Head rented the beast, the handler had warned him. "This animal has a dog's temper and a hide like leather. If it misbehaves, hit it. As long as you don't kill it, there's no penalty when you return it." So Lu Sihong gave its neck a pat, swung back into the saddle, and rode over the soft snow toward Icewind City. Once inside the walls, he didn't head straight home. Instead, he detoured to the Alchemy Guild to restock supplies and see if any Icewind exclusive formulas were up for sale. Sure, the black market outside the gates had recipes often cheaper, but most alchemists preferred dealing with the guild because 1. Less hassle. Plenty of formulas are registered but not public. You can brew them in secret, but sell them openly and the guild will hunt you down. 2. Guaranteed authenticity. On the black market, you can't tell fake from real. At best, you waste your money. At worst, someone tampers with the parchment and your furnace explodes if you're lucky. Think of his genius senior, Lu Yue. If the formulas in her hands ever leaked as standard potions, countless alchemists would be blown to bits, and just as many merchants would go bankrupt paying damages. Most alchemists start out as mages and pride themselves on being cultured. No matter how shady they are in private, they keep a facade of aloofness or humility. The guild is usually silent as a library. Today was anything but. A crowd of townsfolk clustered at the entrance, craning their necks. Inside, even more alchemists packed the hall, laughing and gossiping. In the center, two groups stood nose to nose like fighting cocks, shouting until their faces turned purple. Lu Sihong recognized one set of uniforms. They looked like Red Rock Academy, though the details were slightly off. He asked a bystander, who eagerly filled him in. You know the alchemy department at Red Rock? They swore they'd raise their own grandmaster, then drove out the only prodigy Red Rock territory had seen in centuries. She went to Ancient Wood City and before long became a grandmaster herself. Lu Sihong thought, 100+ years to make grandmaster? Your before long is pretty generous. The man kept spilling tea. Now the grandmaster's disciple is in Icewind buying materials. Ran into the Red Rock lot here at the guild, and boom, instant brawl. So that's it. Lu Sihong's eyes narrowed. Those Red Rock punks are still around? We haven't settled our last score. As for the group from Ancient Wood, the enemy of my enemy is shouldered on. He thought, how well does my teacher get along with that grandmaster from Ancient Wood? The alchemists from Hanyan City looked middle-aged, but no one knew how many decades they had actually lived. With just a few taunts, they had the young alchemists from Gumu City so riled up that the youths were ready to fight to the death on the spot. After a brief standoff, the old hands from Hanyan exchanged a glance, as if agreeing the timing was right. One of them stepped forward and boomed, if you're not convinced, let's settle it with alchemy and let strength do the talking. Someone in the crowd couldn't take it and shouted, have you no shame, you old geezers? Men in their 50s bullying kids in their 20s, you're so tough. Go challenge their teachers. The Hanyan alchemist just shrugged, perfectly calm. These are the master's hand-picked prodigies, trained personally by him. With Gumu City's resources, 1 year there equals 10 for us. Isn't that so? Or are you only disciples in name? Oh, I almost forgot being a great alchemist doesn't mean you can teach. Fine, let's compete. The Gumu youths roared, their faces flushed red. In the crowd, Lu Sihong shook his head. These kids are still green. Can't they see the trap? He had already slipped into the alchemy hall, surrounded by practitioners who knew the inside story better than the adventurers outside. Someone muttered, those Hanyan scoundrels have no shame. They've been lurking here since dawn and finally found their chance. Another frowned. Gumu City brought only a bunch of rookies? Aren't they afraid something might happen to these seedlings out here? Look, aren't there two old fellows from Gumu standing over there? I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't said so. I thought they were just here to watch the fun. They're really going to let their hotheads walk right into a trap? What do you know? They need this kind of tempering if they're ever going to grow. Oh, so you're the expert. Then why haven't you taken on a few apprentices yourself? Give me a break. Keeping my own brat fed is hard enough. They'll leave disciples to those with energy to spare. Following the man's pointing finger, Lu Sihong saw only a cluster of spectators and couldn't tell which two were from Gumu City. Once the duel was set, guild staff wheeled out a gleaming alchemy station and hauled several crates of low-grade ingredients from storage. The rules were simple. Each contestant chose materials on the spot and first brewed a potion that inflicted an abnormal status. Both sides would drink each other's concoction. Then they had to create an antidote. Whoever failed to neutralize the effect, or did so more slowly, would lose. Lu Sihong snorted when he heard the rules. Those kids from Gumu are fools, walking straight into an obvious trap. Yet their faces showed utter confidence, as if everything was under control. For the onlookers outside, the brewing process was deadly dull. There were no dazzling spell effects or flashy moves, just calculations, grinding, extraction, mixing, and so on. The guild's alchemists found the duel irresistible, dissecting every move and even bickering over whose techniques were better. Before the cauldrons, flames crackled and brews roiled while a crowd of gawking alchemists fought to be heard. Jammed in the middle, Lu Sihong had his left ear tuned to Rockflame City's fire control, his right ear to Ancient Wood City's ingredient order, and his mind racing to catalog the spectators' arguments. His temples were about to burst. Soon the potion Rockflame produced its color. Its thickness triggered a strange déjà vu. The teams swapped brews and drank. Instantly the young alchemist from Ancient Wood went lime green from the neck up, his expression blank. Lu slapped his forehead. Rockflame was brewing a Hulk tonic. He swore under his breath. They'd stolen the formula. Then again, had once reverse engineered it himself. At least had never tried to pass it off as original. The chatter around him intensified, greening and brain drain. But no bulging muscles or bloodshot eyes. Some Hulk. Looks like they only cracked half the recipe. Yeah? If ID solved the whole thing, you wouldn't even qualify to talk to me. While the others speculated, Lu had it all sorted. The Hulk tonic was originally called the Goblin Beautification Elixir, meant to polish a goblin's green skin to a glossy shine. Rockflame had stripped out the rage side effect, yet kept the two pillars, turning the skin green and lowering intelligence. Dose a goblin with it, and you get a handsome idiot, perfect for anyone wanting a pliable toy. Leave it to a bunch of seasoned rakehells to dream up something so devious. Ancient Wood's youngsters, meanwhile, had brewed a Stiffinan poison concoction. But Rockflame had anticipated that. They set their cauldron on an antidote path and, without pausing, brewed a counter potion. The Ancient Wood lads were too busy wiping drool off their neon green teammate to figure out how to lift the color curse. In theory, a mid or high tier potion could clear most ailments, but only low tier ingredients were on hand. and even with the right materials those kids might not have managed it. Lou himself wasn't sure what grade would cancel the greening. When Rockflame purged every trace of stiffness and toxin from their own man, the match was settled. The veterans basked in triumph, dripping sarcasm. What's with the death stare? Planning to jump us in an alley later? The beaten youngsters flushed, but had no retort, so they just glared. That offhand alley ambush jab was the veterans' way of grandstanding, yet it lit a bulb over Lu Sahang's head. How thoughtful even supplied a ready-made fall guy. The brash crowd from Hongyan City finally pushed the onlookers too far. A chorus of alchemists accused them of stealing formulas and picking on children, even shouting, "Don't you have any shame?" A hot-tempered giant in the crowd pulled out a flask of murky green hypertoxic flesh regrowth elixir, wrapped the cork against the table, and the syrupy liquid burst out with a sickly sweet stench. In an icy voice he challenged, "If you've got the guts, drink it right now, then brew the antidote on the spot and cure yourself." Lu Sihong blinked in disbelief. Do people actually pay money for that stuff? It's far more poisonous than any other regeneration draft and ridiculously overpriced. No sane buyer would touch it. The alchemists from Hongyan City certainly didn't dare drink it. All they could do was bluster. Borrowing ideas isn't stealing, copying a recipe isn't plagiarism. Tough words, but they knew exactly what they'd done. Seeing the crowd's anger still rising, they decided they'd made their point. Staying any longer meant a beating. Plastering victors' grins on their faces, they swaggered out of the guild. At the door they whispered, "Tavern first, then a long night at Guixiang House." Their lewd laughter drifted away on the night breeze. A faint smile touched Lu Sahang's lips as he squeezed through the crowd to follow. Just past the threshold, he brushed shoulders with a pretty young woman and halted instinctively. Her features reminded him of the Lu siblings, Yue and her brother. He glanced back, but the girl was already swallowed by the dispersing throng. He had only glimpsed Lu Imo once from afar in White Moon Town. The memory was vague. After a long journey, her skin was tanned, and her growing power had sharpened her bearing, so even acquaintances might fail to recognize her. Noticing any resemblance at all showed sharp eyes. He shrugged off the doubt and hurried after the Hongyan City group. Lu Imo had no idea anyone had noticed her. Once the commotion faded, she walked against the flow into the Alchemist's Guild and handed the clerk a list of magical ingredients. The guild charges were always about 20% higher than the street price, but for newcomers wary of being cheated outside, the premium bought peace of mind. Unfortunately, the clerk checked the ledger and apologized. Several high-grade materials were out of stock. Fresh supplies would only appear after the Icewind Expanse harvesting season, and most of what wasn't already reserved would head straight to the upcoming Icewind City auction. With no other choice, Lu Imo bought what was available and left the guild. Timing isn't really the problem. I was going to wait until the harvesting period in the Icewind Secret Realm ended anyway, when the place clears out and I can move freely. The auction, though there are too many wild cards, and I might walk away empty-handed. Lu Imo spoke, then pressed her brows together in worry. Years ago, her parents had discovered a spatial treasure still in its infancy deep inside the Icewind Secret Realm. To give it time to mature, they set up a concealment array, left the exact coordinates and a method to break the seal, and entrusted everything to their daughter. Unfortunately, Lu Mo's current cultivation was barely enough to control the array, and the formation had been running for years. It could fail at any moment. If it collapsed before she got there, someone else could snatch the prize first. She had learned that lesson more than once. At several old sites, she had reached the target only to find fresh digging scars, mounds of loose earth, or even locals who had fenced the place off as ancestral graves. A rumor about burning joss paper and striking buried treasure was still making the rounds. Even counting the times she failed for lack of strength, her overall success rate hovered around 30%. A spatial treasure was worth a fortune, and she trusted her parents' judgment. No matter what, she had to enter the Icewind Secret Realm herself. Night fell. A handful of alchemists from Red Rock City had spent half the evening bragging in a tavern, and by now the tables were a wreck of empty cups and spilled wine. 3 rounds in and Guden drunk, they staggered out arm in arm, swaying through the rickety door toward the brothel next Dorguesian courtyard. Under the ashen sky, a knife-cold northern wind swept the nearly deserted streets. At the mouth of a narrow alley, a lilting, honey-soft song slipped into the drunkard's ears, clear as spring water, teasing as a willow branch, carrying a faint, seductive pull. Their steps faltered, lecherous grins spread across their faces. Like straw men without souls, they drifted after the melody into the alley, their figures swallowed by darkness. Deep in the passage, the real culprit squatted against a wall, bored. Lu Sahang's mastermind, an odd fusion of goblin and siren, watched in horror as several stray tomcats threw themselves at him, yowling for attention. 2 of them even hiked their tails sky-high in a blatant invitation, making for a truly eye-scorching scene. A few minutes earlier, had only wanted to test the charm of his siren's song. Street fights were messy, so he planned to lure the drunken alchemists into the alley, rough them up a bit, no killing. If alchemist corpses turned up in the inner district, the brothers from Ancient Wood City couldn't take the fall, and the forces of Ancient Wood, Icewind, and Red Rock would all poke their noses in. Far too risky. Everything started smoothly. The drunkards were fog-brained, powerless against the siren's song, murmuring Xiao Hong and Xiao Chui as they rushed the blue-green-skinned monster. Lu Sihong slapped them against the wall, ready to let his goblin lackeys knock them out, strip them, and hang them in the wind to sober up. Instead, the men clung to each other, mouth to mouth, tearing off their own clothes with practiced ease. Their dexterity made him suspect every boast they'd made in the tavern was gospel truth. Just as he was about to proceed with the hang them up to cool off routine, the unexpected happened. A gang of roaming alley cats, drawn by the siren's song, bounded over and began courting him. On one side, half-naked alchemists pawed at each other. On the other, tomcats flicked their tails in eager invitation. Lu Sihang's head buzzed. This was way too damn disturbing. Amid the wild, piercing shrieks of alley cats, several alchemists had been stripped naked, trussed up in spider silk, and left hanging all night, nearly freezing to death. Luckily, they were full-fledged mages with tough constitutions and survived until dawn, when passers-by cut them down. Their pocket-familiar tiny insects they carried everywhere had spent the same night in the icy wind, and no one could say whether they would live long enough to be useful again. Because had slipped out to do mischief the night before, Lu Sihong hadn't managed to finish his business at the Alchemist's Guild and had to come back the next morning. The moment he stepped through the doors, he sensed something was off. A handful of teenage apprentices from Gumu City stood around with ashen faces and vacant eyes, looking like broken puppets. A passing alchemist gave them an enthusiastic thumbs up. Well done. That's how a man should beef it needs doing. Do it. The youngsters protested weakly. It wasn't us, we never even went out last night. The alchemist nodded meaningfully. Exactly. No matter what anyone asks, never admit a thing. Why does nobody believe us? One of them howled, clutching his head, then eyed his companions suspiciously. Hey, did any of you sneak out after midnight? His friend rolled his eyes. What nonsense. We were together the whole time. Then he muttered, maybe it was Teacher Li and the others? The group stopped talking to him altogether. Just then Lu Sihong strolled past and commented casually, maybe someone's setting you up. The apprentice's eyes lit up. He grabbed Lu, who had grown a small mustache to look older, and cried, yes. Someone must be framing us. Lu Sihong's mouth twitched. One sentence and the kid believed him? So he threw in another. Could be the guys from Hongyan City tied themselves up, poured the blame on you, and wrecked their own night just to ruin your reputation. The apprentice's eyes grew brighter, practically blazing. All morning they'd endured suspicion, no matter how many times they denied it. Every nod of sure, we believe you, came with a searching, doubtful glance. Now, thinking it through, if they weren't the attackers, maybe those Hongyan City alchemists weren't victims at all. They, better than anyone, knew how devious and shameless the Hongyan crowd could be. Staging a bit of self-inflicted misery to smear Guma City would suit them perfectly. But isn't that a pretty steep price? One companion whispered. Stripping yourself naked, hanging outside, almost freezing your bits off. The newly enlightened apprentice could no longer reverse course. The more he considered it, the more plausible it sounded. His eyes now gleamed with sudden wisdom, as though galaxies were swirling within them. What if their target isn't us at all, but our teacher? The question made Lu Sihong pause, the corner of his mouth twitching. When the earnest young man looked up, Lu Sihong quickly replaced his hesitation with an approving smile, as if nothing had happened. Thank you. The young man bowed deeply. If you hadn't pointed it out, we'd still be struggling to defend ourselves. The enemy might be hiding in the dark right now, watching us make fools of ourselves. Keeping his encouraging expression, Lu Sihong replied in a calm voice, think nothing of it. I'm just glad you worked it out. By the way, I'm Chao Qianjun from Guma City. The young man's sincere gaze made it clear he saw Lu Sihong as a potential friend. Not wanting to invent a full lie, Lu Sihong answered vaguely. I'm Lu Sihong. I just came over from Dosho City. Chao Qianjun's face stiffened. He clearly assumed Lu Sihong was a refugee from the beast-fighting territory. His tone turned apologetic. I'm sorry, my condolences. It's fine. That's all behind me, Lu Sihong said, forcing a nod while rummaging in his mind for some suitably tragic image like Xiahou Yang being torn apart by spirits in Dosho City. The trouble was, the guy had actually been rescued by the Lord and whisked back to the lava territory. Injuries quickly healed thanks to his unusual constitution, so Lu Sihong felt no genuine sorrow to draw on. Seeing the strained look on Lu Sihong's face, Chao Qianjun assumed he was suppressing grief and hurried to change the topic. So, Lu Sihong, did you come to the Alchemy Guild to take a commission today? Oh no. Lu Sihong let out a breath. I'm just here to buy some magic plant seeds to cultivate and maybe browse any interesting alchemy recipes. At the words magic plants, Chao Qianjun's eyes lit up. He produced a small, emerald green orb and gave it a twist. 3 thin leaves unfurled from the top, spinning with a faint magical hum. Like a miniature drone, the orb floated upward as thick roots extended from its base. Lu Sihong leaned in, amazed. What kind of magic plant is that? Pretty neat, right? Chao Qianjun said proudly. It's whirlwind grass, bred by several masters in Guma City. This one's just a toy I cultivated, so it's small. In perfect condition, the leaves reach 3 meters, and the roots can wrap around heavy loads to haul them with ease. Staring at the tiny helicopter, Lu Sihong couldn't help thinking of a blue cartoon cat with a bamboo copter and blurted, "Could it carry a person? Carry a person?" Xiao Qianjun pictured an unlucky soul dangling midair, roots clamped around their head like a giant onion, and shook his head. "Don't even try. It's slow, the roots squeeze your skull, and one jerk could snap your neck or suffocate you." Lu Sihong nodded, though he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Having a clump of roots wrapped around your head did sound a bit too awkward. Lu Sihong had heard that ancient Wood City was home to many wood element mages. Knowing they couldn't use whirlwind grass to spiral into the sky, he asked curiously, "So how do wood mages usually fly?" "Fly?" Xiao Qianjun adjusted the goggles on his nose and thought for a moment before answering. "There are plenty of ways. High-grade magic gear often comes with its own flight function. If not, you can drink an alchemy potion or raise a special magic plant that carries you upward." He shrugged. "Still, you rarely see wood mages airborne. Like earth mages, they feel safer on solid ground. For everyday travel, they mostly ride trance or vine pythons." "Trance and vine pythons? Do they grow those themselves?" Lu frowned, picturing giant trees striding forward and thick vines slithering across the earth. Xiao shook his head. "Both creatures reportedly come from the abyssal forest. Mages capture them, dissect them, and then reproduce them as magic plants using wood energy. The Mage Tower in Ancient Wood City sells the spell patterns, but they're incredibly difficult to master. You need archmage-level mental strength. Wood mages are rare to begin with, and those who can handle these spells are even rarer, so you hardly ever see them, even there." Abyssal forest. Lu suddenly remembered senior brother Simon's Miaowa. What was that giant toad called? "I heard the same species lives in the forest too. Maybe they're plants in disguise. When we get back to Qingzhou City, I have to borrow his beast for research." One-handed summoning of a giant toad, so cool. Xiao had come to Icewind City mainly to gather materials from the Icewind secret realm and attend an auction, so he hadn't brought many seeds. He still had a few left over from earlier practice, though, and he gave them all to Lu. Besides whirlwind grass, there were seeds for an explosive fruit tree. Once mature, its branches bear magic fruit that regrow quickly after picking. Throw one and it detonates on impact, releasing flames and toxic fumes. The larger the fruit, the stronger the blast. "These plants are tricky," Xiao warned as he handed over the seeds. "Use fertilizer with a high energy content, and remember Icewind's constant chill makes them even harder to grow." Lu waved it off. "He'll plant half at my ranch first. Transplanting them later will be easier." He had planned to pay, but Xiao refused. "You already took the blame for me, and now you're giving me seeds. I feel guilty." So he formally issued Xiao a good guy card, which sent Xiao into peals of laughter. After chatting with a few young alchemists from Ancient Wood City, they headed to the Alchemy Guild, restocked on magic materials, and picked up several local ice element plant seeds along with 2 alchemy formulas. 1. Frost oil. Coat a weapon with it to grant brief, low-level ice damage. 2. Ice heart jelly. Boosts the energy activity of ice-type pets, letting them unleash a sudden burst in battle and helping them master their skills faster. Lu had never experimented with temporary weapon enchantments like frost oil, so he bought some to try. The ice heart jelly, of course, was for his goblin frost mage. Although the evolution requirements were almost met, Lu Sihong still thought the frost mage was crawling forward. The flame berserker, by contrast, was happily roasting everything in sight, and its next condition, burning 1,000 enemies to death, was nearly complete, while the frost mage was still meditating. After leaving the alchemy guild, he shut himself inside his quarters and stayed there for days to watch the plants grow firsthand. He had the goblins clear a plot at the dragon dung farm, gave them whirlwind grass and blast fruit seeds, and told them to sow them. Then he chose a corner of his own courtyard, hauled in black soil mixed with dragon dung, and buried several ice element plant seeds. During the day, he poured wood element energy into the seeds in his yard and checked on the whirlwind grass and blast fruit at the farm. At night, he studied alchemy manuscripts for new recipes and finished each evening with his mandatory meditation. Every moment was accounted for. A few days in, the unattended whirlwind grass and blast fruit had only pushed out pale green shoots, even on the fertile dragon dung farm. The ice element seedlings, however, had already stretched up as slender ice blue sprouts, aided by mild weather and a steady flow of wood energy. While tending them, Lu Sihong sensed faint pulses from the frost plants and managed to summon a few chilled magic brambles. If he could call forth frost plants, he was halfway to mastering frost power once he raised fire, lightning, and wind plants too. Wouldn't that make him an alchemy archmage? He smugly told himself. Wood mages really are the best. Meanwhile, the goblin ranch was anything but idle. The goblin witch doctor had hung upside down from a wooden pole for 2 whole days. Only when the goblin chieftain's new house was finished was he finally taken down. The goblin longhouse, built of enchanted timber, served as living quarters for larger goblins. Its comfort boosted injury recovery by 30% and shortened resurrection time by 25%. occupying the footprint of 4 standard huts. Its rough beams were carved with spirals, and beast-shaped totems stood outside. From a distance, the place looked primitive and savage, replacing the former ruins entirely. Because the dispatchability was still on cooldown, Lu Sihong assigned the goblins a different target, a fairly strong lizardman tribe. In the first clash, the goblin chieftain realized brute force wouldn't work and pulled back. After several bouts, the small warriors finally learned to think instead of charging blindly. They rested at the forest edge until late night, and when the lizardmen's vigilance waned, they slipped in again. 1. Goblin raiders eliminated the outer sentries, severing the warning line. 2. The necromancer unleashed a swarm of cheap wraiths, drawing most lizardmen away. 3. The flame berserker lobbed a string of inextinguishable fireballs. Lizardmen ran screaming as palisades and hide tents blazed red-hot. 4. The necromancer ducked into a shadow and played dead while shield bearers raised their bucklers against incoming javelins and stone spears, clearing the way for the berserker. 5. The goblin chieftain met the lizardman leader Hedon, their weapons sparking in the firelight. As the blaze threw the camp into chaos, a scarlet banshee drifted into the lizardman archers with a flock of pale imps. One shriek shattered the line. Lizardmen clutched their heads in terror and scattered. The tribe's spellcaster spun around, chanting to combat the banshee, and at that moment a black dagger slipped from the shadows and calmly slit its throat. The lizardmen tribe ultimately survived, but the goblins returned battered and bruised. Even so, they held out until the mission timer expired. None of them died, and they lugged back a heap of lizardman corpses. As soon as they reached the territory, Lu Sihong hit the evolve button for the goblin raider. A searing flash of green engulfed the creature, and the mangled raider was reborn as a goblin shadow hunter. Shadow hunter, a goblin that willingly embraces the darkness and is favored by it. Embrace of darkness. While in dim light, strength, agility, and perception rise across the board. Attacks gain shadow damage, and its stealth improves dramatically if the surroundings are dark enough. It becomes almost invisible to the naked eye. Sink into shadow. The user can briefly dissolve into a patch of darkness, merging with the ground or a corner wall. During this state, stamina and wounds recover rapidly, but no other actions can be taken, and the skill carries unknown risks. When the evolution finished, the goblin's dark green hide turned inky black, laced with faintly glowing lines that looked like natural arcane runes. Lu Sihong wasn't worried about demonic possession. On this world, beasts that awaken enough energy often develop such markings. The flame berserker and frost mage had similar patterns, just far subtler, so he figured the bold lines were tied to embrace of darkness. Stats and abilities alike left Lu Sihong more than satisfied. Teaming up with the Shadow Hunter would make everything from slipping away unseen to pulling off assassinations several times easier. Right afterward, the system displayed evolution rewards. Fulfilling the Goblin Raider's wish had earned 2 random drops. 1. Green Blueprint, Goblin Makeshift Staff. 2. Green Blueprint, Savage Staff. The description pulled no punches. Take some high-grade material, jam a magic gem into a chunk of enchanted wood or stone, and voil an entry-level staff that markedly boosts a goblin caster's efficiency. Staring at the blueprint, Lu Sihong grumbled, "Seriously? Stick a gem on a stick and you dare call it a staff? Talk about half-baked." Stranger still, the shape looked oddly familiar. Down by the spring, the goblin flame berserker vaulted out of the hot pool, steam curling off his skin. He shook himself like a wet dog, grabbed the wildland matchstick from his back, and slashed it through the air. Whoosh. The tip erupted in flame. So his gymnastic can actually spit fire, yet my makeshift staff just ups casting efficiency? Lu Sihong muttered, at a loss for words. Maybe it was because the goblin chief had lost his temper earlier and left the goblin witch doctor hanging upside down from a pole for 2 full days. But the flame berserker had been keeping a low profile lately, no longer running around the livestock pens bellowing at random. With nothing else to do, he would hole up in a corner and breathe fire onto a heap of dirt. Over time, he discovered a bizarre craft, kneading wet clay into odd shapes, and then firing them with his high-temperature breath, forcibly smelting the stuff into translucent ceramics and glass. Although the finished pieces were bizarre in shape and color, an eyesore if you looked at them for too long, neither Lu Sihong nor the other goblins interfered with the fellow's artistic pursuits as long as he didn't cause trouble. He tore his eyes away from the flame zealot and opened the ranch's basic shop. Recently, the goblin tycoon had been making a splash in Frostwind territory, riding the auction's buzz. It had built quite a reputation. Alchemists poured in, pockets bulging, eager to sample the so-called goblin swindler's potions. They chased after it, buying everything in sight. Even the absurd ultra-toxic nutrient potion moved more than a dozen bottles. In no time, the little goblin's purse had swelled past 8,000 gold coins. The good times ended abruptly when a jealous rival ambushed it, knocked it out in one blow, and shipped both goblin and fortune back to the ranch. Profits from earlier deals with adventurers in the Black Mist Zone had stacked up as well, so the shop now held more than 1,200 trade points. A firm believer in the 10-pull guarantee, Lu Sihong splurged on 12 pulls. When the wheel stopped spinning, 8 bundles of common materials flew into storage. Low-grade lumber, standard timber, iron ore, copper ore, inferior stone, and low fertility soil everything represented. He also drew a bundle of fine enchanted wood, a fist-sized heartwood emerald worth about 500 gold, a small pouch of assorted low-tier magic gems, and a single shrine blueprint. Blue blueprint, wild toad idol, carved from fine enchanted stone or magic wood, then have a cleric-type goblin perform prolonged rituals to activate it. Once placed, it boosts every goblin's toxin resistance within the ranch, and the strong can even become immune to minor poisons. Crafting the statue would be simple enough. Once the remaining goblin artisan evolved likely into a goblin carpenter, the carving could be left to him. The real choke point was the cleric-type goblin. If the shop refused to stock the right item, and judging from his latest gacha luck, relying on random evolution to produce one seemed improbable. Suddenly, another divine candidate came to mind. Would the necromancer in the Sunluo necropolis qualify? Following the thought, he looked toward the ghost-soaked enclosure. After the lizard-man corpses had been dumped in, the miasma had thickened. Once they rose as undead, that prime bit of real estate would surely spark another turf war. The goblin necromancer had lost 2 wraiths on the last expedition and was now shoveling up the lizard-man bodies. It broke into an odd dance, then stuffed a burly, crackling black-boned skeleton and a newly minted wraith into its own body to fill the gap. Only then did Lu Sihong realize the little ghoul could store solid skeletons inside itself. Its luck was ridiculous, and its body was tough as iron. With its undead roster restored, it couldn't sit still. First it whispered to the comatose bone dragon's skull, hoping to wake the behemoth. When that failed, it hopped onto the Knoll chieftain's grave and started dancing, nearly earning itself another beating. After watching for half an hour and achieving nothing, Lu Sihong finally wrote off the idea as hopeless. Frost cold oil is a specialty of the Frostwind territory. Several of its ingredients grow only in climates this harsh. Unfortunately, it barely sells at home. Local monsters are either born with ice affinity or have developed staggering frost resistance after years in the cold. The dab of low-tier freeze damage the oil adds to a blade feels like little more than a tickle. Once Lu Sihong had learned the formula by heart, he quit brewing and stuffed the few finished vials into his spatial ring. They would expire sooner or later anyway. Ice hard jelly, by contrast, was a showstopper. Perfectly clear, cool, and silky on the tongue, its effects even outperformed entry-level ice element fruit. After sampling it, a few cryomancers shaved a huge chunk off their usual meditation time. The ranch's supply of test subjects soon ran dry. After some thought, Lu Sihong decided he'd better head into the wild to hunt magic beasts and pick up a few Adventurers Guild contracts to refill his experience bar. Just then, he received an invitation to the Frostwind City auction. The letter listed 3 upcoming sessions, an open auction for everyone, a mid-tier auction that required proof of assets, and a grand finale strictly by invitation. By custom, the Alchemists Guild and the Mages Guild sent invitations to most practitioners in their fields, while the Adventurers Guild accepted only gold rank applications. As a bronze rank adventurer and apprentice alchemist, Lu Sihong had expected nothing. Yet the invitation came from Frostwind City Hall. Apparently, they pegged him as a generous spender who could help drive up prices. Lu Sihong had little interest in auctions. Low and mid-grade materials would hit the open market sooner or later. He could buy them when the need arose. High-grade materials were beyond his current requirements, and who knew whether he'd ever need them. What truly mattered was the spring alchemist certification exam, followed by the formal mage license credentials meant smoother travels, and without them he'd have no one to lean on if trouble struck. While studying, he realized he wasn't as isolated in Frostwind City as had thought. In fact, he had a powerful ally in Zhang Peipei. She had plenty of enemies, sure, but no shortage of friends. During his potion brewing and magic plant cultivation, Lu Sihong ran into a series of tough problems. As an apprentice, he couldn't access much of the guild's archives. Luckily, the Alchemist Guild operated a paid magical link to its own tower. His mentor was swamped, and Lu hated to bother her, so he contacted the easygoing tower spirit, Kuda, instead. Nearly everything on the tower's shelves was mirrored in Kuda's memory. Even the master alchemist asked the spirit whenever he needed to look something up. Zhang Peipei didn't want Lu Sihong to lean on the tower spirit too heavily, so whenever a problem came up she usually made him dig through books for the answer. This time, though, things were different. Ice element seedlings were mutating one after another, and he had no references on hand, so he pressed the tower spirit, Kuda, into service as a makeshift search engine. With his secondary clearance, he verified his identity and gained partial access to the database. The tower had been nearly empty lately, so with no one else to chat with, Kuda was in high spirits, babbling non-stop while it searched. Lu Sihong was long used to the spirit's personality, playing dead when you needed it, hogging processing power when you didn't. That was Kuda's everyday routine. Your little yellow bird hasn't been ridden lately, Kuda reported. so it isn't getting any exercise and is getting fatter by the day. Then stop feeding it, Lu Sihong muttered, rolling his eyes. Pull up anything on developmental deformities in ice element seedlings. I don't feed it. It munches the botanical garden's leaves on its own, and students slip it snacks while gathering materials. Jealous it's more popular than you? He shot back. Also give me the basic alchemic reaction chain for ice materials and the causes of the following anomalies. Jealous? Hardly. I'm just worried about its health. It's acting strange lately. Make it exercise, then. If that fails, let an ogre chase it. I've retrieved everything. If that's all, disconnecting this comm link isn't cheap. Kuda's voice had barely faded when a clear female voice cut in through the headset. Are you really that hard up for money? Lu Sihong froze, then recognized Zhang Peipei and couldn't help smiling. Professor, are you done for the day? Not even close, she replied, sounding full of energy. That old geezer got a tiny scratch and is pretending he's dying, so everything landed on me. After a brief complaint, she went straight to business. I need a favor. You're in Icewind City, right? Yeah. There's an auction in a few days. I need you to pick up a few items. The last round is invitation only, so it might be tricky. Covered City Hall gave me an invite. Lu Sihong quickly explained how had bought a house. A standard invite should work, but the lots are expensive and I doubt you've got that much cash on hand. He had wanted to boast. I've got over 10,000 gold. But the memory of getting fleeced at City Hall made him swallow the words and nod. Fortunately, I have a wealthy acquaintance in Icewind City, Zhang Peipei went on. Drop by her place in the next day or two. She's dealing with a minor mess, see if you can help. Lu Sihong's brain stalled for a second, and he blurted, wait, you actually have a friend here? A half-second of silence followed. Ahem, I mean your network's amazing friends even this far out. We're not that close, just acquaintances. Help if you can. If not, don't push it. Her tone was casual, making it sound like the woman really wasn't all that important to her. In the bustling heart of Icewind City, Lu Sihong paused before the ornate gates of a noble estate, staring at the gilded sign that read City Lord's Manor and wondering if his memory had failed him. He had followed the address his teacher provided, so had the place been torn down overnight? Or had his teacher simply been duped? Frowning, he checked the slip of paper in his pocket again and again, growing increasingly uncertain until his odd behavior caught the guard's attention. The two guards looked him up and down, and one stepped closer to ask in a low voice, Are you Mr. Lu Sihong? Yes, that's me, Lu replied woodenly. The guard's eyes lit up, and he signaled to his companion, who promptly summoned a snow-white avian familiar that shrieked once before taking to the sky and flying toward the manor. Turning back, the first guard's manner became markedly respectful. Mr. Lu, please follow me inside. All right, Lu answered, though his heart was pounding. Could his teacher's so-called ordinary friend actually be the city lord or a close relative? He followed the guard through the tall wrought iron gates and onto a broad stone path lined with magical lampposts whose pale blue flames danced with elemental energy. Nearby, the lawn was trimmed as smooth as velvet, and the air carried the faint fragrance of unfamiliar flowers. While Lu admired the surroundings, brisk footsteps approached. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and perfectly groomed, came hurrying toward him. Forgive me, should have greeted our honored guest at the gate, but an urgent matter detained me, the man said, his tone unfailingly polite. I'm the one arriving unannounced. I hope I'm not causing trouble, Lu replied quickly. The man smiled and introduced himself. I am Xia Xingwang, the steward of the manor. You may call me Steward Xia, or simply Old Xia. Hello, Uncle Xia. I'm Lu Sihong, and I'm here too. The city lord is waiting for you in the small garden, Steward Xia interrupted gently, leading the way. As they walked, the steward explained, most visitors are received in the parlor. Only those especially close to the city lord are invited straight to the garden. Lu kept a polite smile, though inwardly he muttered that the reception felt far too grand for someone who was merely a student of a casual acquaintance. Even so, the subtle magical aura of the exotic plants along the path held his attention until the steward stopped, bringing him back to the moment. A delicate pavilion stood at the center of a sea of flowers, its red pillars entwined with pale violet wisteria. A poised middle-aged woman sat at a stone table inside, greeting them with a gentle smile, while a girl of about 10 peeked at Lu with wide eyes before shrinking shyly against the woman when he looked her way. Lu bowed at once. Greetings, my lady. No need for formality. Just call me Aunt Xia, the woman said with a smile. The name startled Lu. So the seemingly charming Xia Yueming was actually the city lord of Icewind City. Steward Xia watched Liu's reaction, then spoke hesitantly. My lady, do we truly need not inform the lord? Xia Yuming's expression cooled. Why bother that old man? He loves war but refuses to handle affairs, so he should stay out of this and spare Peipei any displeasure. Understood, the steward murmured, bowing before withdrawing from the garden. With a warm smile, Xia Yueming beckoned to him. Don't just stand there, come and sit. Lu Sihong perched on the edge of the wide leather sofa, hands folded neatly on his knees, his polite smile offset by eyes that darted around in nervousness. Amused by his tension, Xia asked, Did Peipei ever tell you what she and I are to each other? My instructor said you're a close friend of hers, Lu answered honestly. Xia chuckled and shook her head. Never mind. If she chose not to explain, I want either. She changed the subject. Peipei said you're a wood element mage and an alchemist, right? Lu nodded. Good timing. I have a small problem. Xia angled her body toward the little girl beside her, her tone softening. This is my great-granddaughter, Huzine. She used to live in Greenwild territory, but I've brought her to Icewind. At the mention of home, the girl's shoulders slumped, her dark eyes reddening as tears welled. Xia sighed, patting Zian's back. She has a very important pet that's in trouble and needs a wood mage's help. Icewind's climate is harsh on plant-type creatures, and wood mages are rare here. I was about to try my luck at the Alchemist Guild when you showed up. A pet problem usually calls for a beast tamer, not a wood mage, Lu thought. But the question died when he caught sight of the pet. On the table a slime sat quivering in a tight ball. Its once translucent emerald, now tinged with frosty blue, the cold, was pushing it from forest slime toward ice slime. What an unusual taste this girl has, Lu mused. People sometimes keep magical beasts, but they're either cute and harmless or smart enough to bond. A low-tier slime is just a mindless blob. Keeping one as a pet is almost unheard of. Xiao patiently explained, slimes often change element when the environment shifts. But this one means the world to Ziyin, and we don't want it becoming an ice slime. A wood mage needs to feed it pure wood mana bit by bit until it reverts to a forest slime. After that, well, brew a slime potion to evolve it into a first-tier wood slime and lock in its growth path. Clutching her great-grandmother's hand, Ziyin looked up at Lu with watery eyes and said in a tiny voice, Daddy says little dumpling will turn into a flower sprite one day. Flower sprite. Lu nearly burst out laughing. The books say a wood slime either grows into a giant lump of grass or becomes a walking grove. Even if it blooms, at best you'd call it a garden, nothing like a flower sprite. Clearly her father had fed her a story, counting on her not being able to read yet. The thought made Liu's chest tighten. The mayor hadn't given details, but the child's parents were likely gone, and the slime might be her last link to them. While silently criticizing someone else's lies, Lu completely forgot the wild tales he himself once spun to lull his little sister to sleep. Say what you will, but the girl's slime is remarkable. The moment she told it to stay still, it froze, letting Lu Sihong press his palm against its body and slowly channel pure wood element energy inside. The soft, gelatinous surface rippled under the infusion like jelly being gently pressed. As the energy kept pouring in, the deathly white hue faded, replaced by a vivid grassy green, like a dumpling sprouting its first tender shoot. The slime's color deepened bit by bit, and Huzian's eyes shone with delight. Seeing that Lu Sihong had not yet stopped, she clapped her hands over her mouth, forcing back a cry of excitement for fear of disrupting the final stage of treatment. Only when Lu Sihong lifted his hand did she rush forward, lightly touching the glossy green slime with her fingertips and whispering, Little green bun, are you all right? The slime wriggled toward her touch, releasing a string of bubbles with a soft gurgle, as if replying. Its moist feelers patted the back of the girl's hand affectionately. This slime is really smart, Lu Sihong marveled. Though a trace of doubt lingered in his eyes, it seemed to be more than just intelligent. The Lord of Icewind City smiled knowingly. It's had a rather special encounter. A mutation in its spiritual power has made it much more perceptive. With the explanation, Lu Sihong finally nodded in understanding. The Lord continued, Next we'll need an evolution potion for it. He'll have people capture some wild slimes, but he'll still need you to handle the brewing. The recipe Lu Sihong had just seen flashed through his mind. Fluids had to be taken from live slimes, mixed with several distilled reagents, and the whole process completed within 5 minutes. Essence from more than 20 slimes would be turned into separate doses and then fed to this forest slime so it could reach tier 1 in a short time. Aside from the need for live materials, the brewing itself wasn't difficult. He couldn't see why the Lord insisted that he take charge, yet he readily agreed. The 2 goblins in his ranch were eager to evolve, but still short on experience, and he had already planned a trip into the wild to train and gather points. If he could catch a few slimes along the way, all the better. Whether he would actually find any was another matter, so he kept quiet about that part. Had learned long ago that things you don't want always pop up, while things you're looking for tend to hide. In truth, the sewers beneath Icewind City were crawling with slimes and oozes, but both the Lord and Lu Sihong tacitly ignored that filthy, shadowy place. Just then, the little girl turned from playing with the slime and called out sweetly, Thank you, Grandpa Lu. Lu Sihong froze. Grandpa? Am a teenager in my prime, did I just get bumped up a whole generation? He screamed inwardly while his face stayed stiff. The Lord chuckled. By our family tree, Zine really does have to call you Grandpa. Can't we keep that separate? Lu Sihong muttered under his breath. He resolved to ask his master later or pry it out of Katato, figure out exactly what connection he had to the city lord. At the end, he mentioned that he already had an invitation to the auction, yet the Lord of Icewind City still told the steward to give him another. Despite his protests, the steward dutifully handed over a second invitation. She explained that the card was a VIP invitation, complete with a private box at the auction hall. since his teacher was planning to buy something valuable. Using the box would help them avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Sihong understood and nodded repeatedly. He brushed a finger over his spatial ring. Inside lay more than 300 gleaming diamond coins, their heft making his palms damp with sweat. Thank goodness had never mentioned to his teacher that he was actually pretty well off, or the pressure he felt now would have been an avalanche instead of a mountain. Beside him, Xia Yumeng tilted her head, her tone colored by an odd mix of emotions. If Pei Pei needs materials, she could just tell me, she said. Why bother with an auction? In the Icewind City governor's granddaughter and heir to the territory. Skimming a few rare items from the warehouse isn't shady dealing, it's basically collecting taxes. The Icewind Rift belongs to my family anyway. She pointed toward the governor's mansion, as if to remind him of how many treasures were hoarded there. Lu Sihong merely smiled. He neither agreed nor argued. He would do exactly as his teacher had instructed. Zhang Peipei's orders were simple. Bid if the price was fair, and walk away if it wasn't. The world is never an even playing field. Some people clutch several invitations and shove the extra private boxes on their friends, while others wear out their shoes and still can't get through the door. With only 2 days left until the final auction, Lu Mo was among the empty-handed. Just when she was about to give up, a middle-aged man who called himself a black market trader blocked her path. He whispered that he had a spare invitation for sale. Because Icewind City strictly forbade private resales, he told her to bring plenty of gold and meet him outside the walls, in the wilderness. Lu Mo was wary, yet the sliver of hope was irresistible. A few pieces of enchanted gear boosted her confidence, so she followed him. The wind howled over the scrubland, bushes rattling in the cold. After glancing around to ensure they were alone, the trader finally drew a finely crafted invitation from inside his coat. For an instant, delight sparked in Lu Mo's eyes. She had thought he was up to no good, yet he really did have a card. She cheerfully produced a fistful of gold coins, and the panic on his face melted into a wide grin. As the coins clinked together, a patch of snow-white fur materialized behind Lu Mo, a four-tailed snow fox with aquamarine eyes that shimmered like molten ice, both eerie and pure. It flicked a casual glance at the trader, and an illusion closed around him. The world inside the man's eyes twisted. The wasteland became the Icewind City constabulary, and Lu Mo now wore the armor of a city guard. Quite the nerve, selling invitation cards on the side, she barked. The trader's knees buckled, and he fell with a thud. Spare me, officer. The card is fake. I copied last year's template. I confess, they'll do time. Anything, just don't kill me. A fake, and you still dare to ask 300 gold? Lu Mo's brow shot up, anger rushing to her head. She swung her fist and cracked him across the skull, knocking him out cold. Staring at the unconscious man, she gritted her teeth. Got me all excited for nothing. No one's around to see it. Might as well bury him. The thought had barely formed when a soft rustle sounded behind her. She spun to see a goblin astride a giant spider poking its head through the shrubs, offering her a friendly smile. The goblin tycoon had several invitations to the upcoming auction. They hadn't been handed to Lu Sihong by the city hall. The goblins had pried them from 2 low-grade storage rings after mugging a few alchemists from Red Rock City and stripping them to their underwear in a back alley. Inside the rings they found a bit more than 300 gold coins, assorted alchemical odds and ends, potions, dubious tonic wine, smutty magazines, and 5 auction invitations issued by the Alchemists Guild. Lu Sihong doubted those alchemists were the entire party. Either their companions had made other arrangements, or these few, knowing they were unreliable, had stored anything truly valuable with the guild before going out drinking. With barely 300 coins between them, were they planning to bid or just show up to be laughed at? After the scene they caused in the guild, everyone there could recognize their faces. Whether they would ever dare attend another auction was anyone's guess. That day a feral cat in heat yowled at Lu Sihong until his eyes burned and his ears rang. Afraid the racket would draw passers-by, he left hastily and told the goblins to dump all the loot in a warehouse. Because nothing seemed especially important at the time, he promptly forgot about it. The goblin merchant knew nothing about auction invitations or their worth, but by chance Lu Mo arrived to trade. With his enhanced vision, keen hearing, and instinctive commercial nose, he sensed a lucrative deal at once and raised 8 fingers. 800 gold coins. 800? You greenskin bandit, that's highway robbery. Lu Mo exploded. The goblin stuffed the invitations back into his bag and rolled his eyes. If he could speak human, he would have snapped, I get 300 for knockoffs. Why shouldn't the real thing cost you 8? During the standoff, the snow fox behind Lu Mo received her signal. Its blue eyes flashed as illusion magic gathered. The goblin sensed the hostility first and yelped. The venom-spitting spider reacted instantly, spewing acid and flinging a broad sheet of web, then dragged the dizzy goblin away at full speed. Lu Mo dodged the sticky net, sprinted after them, and shouted, Don't run. He'll buy it. He'll take the invitations. A gust of wind cleared the goblin's head. He glanced back at the gasping Lu Mo and lazily lifted 9 fingers. The price had gone up. Nearly getting hit by illusion magic deserved hazard pay. Already winded, Lu Mo nearly fainted at the sight of those 9 fingers. But with the spider pulling farther ahead, She gritted her teeth and yelled, 900, deal. I'm recalling my beast, no more tricks. When she actually sent the snow fox back into her beast space, the goblin patted the spider's carapace and signaled it to halt. A big sale was worth a bit of risk. The moment Lou Mo caught up, the goblin extended his hand. Grayless customers. Pay first, take the goods later. Lou Mo had long heard about the goblin's business style shady, yet never short on weight or measure. Since she was in the wrong this time, she accepted it and forked over the money. Still, as she scraped the coins from her palm one by one, she couldn't resist asking, hey, can't you knock a little off the price? The goblin kept its hand out, expressionless, but its slit pupils clearly spelled, no bargaining. Its business was always strictly sticker price. If the cost could be lowered, that would mean it had lied before something it would never allow. With no way around it, Lou Mo braced herself and counted out 900 gold coins, piling them into a miniature mountain on the dusty ground. The crisp clang of metal was music to the goblin's ears. Its eyes practically turned gold. It leapt from the back of its barbed spider mount, crouched, and gleefully shoveled the coins into what looked like an ordinary little backpack. Watching the carefree, green-skinned shrimp, Lou Mo felt a surge of temptation to slash it and grab the pack. But she knew better. Others had tried. The enchanted bag seemed welded to the goblin, impossible to yank free. Even if you pinned the creature, nothing could be pulled from inside. Worse, the moment you tried to rob it, it became your sworn enemy, and every future deal was dead. People on the streets had a saying, kill the goblin merchant, and a little extra gold will calm it. Steal from it, and you'll never be forgiven. Once the coins were verified, the goblin pulled an auction invitation from the bag and handed it to Lou Mo with both hands. Business concluded, it turned to leave. Lou Mo unfolded the letter, then suddenly called after it. Hey, you were the one who swiped my frost orb last time, right? Huh, frost what? The goblin feigned ignorance, fished out a plain glass marble devoid of magic, and quoted smoothly, 50 silver. Lou Mo was no fool. She recalled the trap fire roaring in the underground ruin. No way those flames reduced the goblin to ash. Clearly, it had died and been recalled to its beast space frost orb and all. In the whole Zhejiang Empire, only this goblin could carry items back with it on death. Fine, think of it as something you just found. I want to buy it back, she said through clenched teeth. Name your price. She wasn't actually desperate for the orb. She only wanted to force the goblin to slip and give her some answers. Inside, the goblin wailed. Are you insane? I'm a powerless little traitor, and you want me to rob a frost mage? What if he turns me into an ice sculpture and hangs me from his roof for a week? That cold-faced mage is ruthless. I'm not messing with him. It couldn't be bothered to explain. It simply rolled its eyes, gathered its things, scrambled back onto the barbed spider, and headed off. Lou Mo remained there, face knotted with frustration. Damn it, just give me a straight answer. What kind of monster raises a beast with a personality like that? I could kill that little runt. After the harvesting season ended, the chill that poured from the Frostwind expanse eased, temperatures across the Frostwind territory climbed, and even the ice sheet covering the sea began to thaw. The Lord of Frostwind had barely finished a brutal fight against sea monsters when he mounted up again, leading his men straight to the Black Mist Zone to cull the undead that had multiplied overnight. The townsfolk could talk of little else. At roadside tea stalls, soldiers bragged that they had seen the Lord himself clearing a path through the fog with a corpse in each hand. With the situation temporarily under control, Lu Sihong spent 2 days in Frostwind City restocking rations, potions, and spare mana crystals, planning to camp in the wild for a couple of days. He could not leave yet, though the alchemy ingredients his mentor needed had not arrived, and the final auction was mandatory. Frostwind City hosts an auction hall that operates year-round. The grand sale that follows each Frostwind expedition always draws the most attention, but smaller auctions are held between seasons as well. Today was the headline event. Nobles and wealthy merchants packed the place, and their retinues crowded the street outside shoulder to shoulder. In the crowd, several figures wrapped like mummies hugged the wall, craning their necks as they skulked along. Who could possibly recognize you when you're dressed like this? Hissed Zhao Lishan, leading the group, though the anger in his voice was hard to miss. If anything, you're even more conspicuous. The group were alchemy students from Hongyan Academy. Sent to Frostwind a few days early to gather intelligentsia routine assignment, they tried to impress their superiors by picking a fight with a team of young alchemists from Guma City. Instead of lying low afterward, they celebrated in a tavern until they were blind drunk, ended up stripped and strung up in the street for a whole night, and even had rumors spread that they had tangled with alley cats. The Academy's reputation took a serious hit. Unlike his dim-witted companions, Zhao Lishan fancied himself a schemer. He had once provoked the master alchemist of Qingzhou and walked away unscathed. That incident taught him to step into the spotlight before danger could reach him. When he discovered that Zhao Xiaowei had vanished in the lava territory, he became convinced he was caught in a vast conspiracy. He went first to the Qingzhou City Hall, then made a scene at Qingzhou Academy, keeping every eye fixed on him. Only then did he quietly stock up on supplies, disguise himself as a commoner, and slip over the wall in the dead of night. He trekked across mountains, living on wild berries and rainwater, detouring around every village in the lava territory, and nearly starved in the barren hills before finally staggering back to Hanyan City. After hearing his companion's account, he was even more certain this was no mere revenge by the Gomu alchemists. The sketchbook workshop that had taken their deposit a few days earlier and then vanished without a trace felt like a warning that an unseen net was closing. He had planned to buy the ingredients the old man wanted and leave at once. But now he suspected he was already inside the cage his unknown enemy had woven, and he would need a new plan to escape. In a way, Zhao Lishan's intuition bordered on the preternatural. He always misidentified the cause and effect, yet somehow kept edging closer to the truth. And, in fact, he might have stayed ahead of the game if all that thinking hadn't slowed his pace just enough for the real mastermind, strolling along at leisure, to bump right into him. Of course, he could always count on the help of the trusty friends lurking behind Zhao Lishan. Outside the auction hall, the place was packed. Many guests kept their faces hidden under cloaks, but none slunk around quite as suspiciously as Zhao Lishan's little crew. Lu Sihong spotted them at once, and right at the front making no attempt to hide strode Zhao himself. Lu Sihong's heart tightened. He instinctively raised a hand to shield his face while his thoughts flashed ahead. If that idiot pops out to sneer what's an apprentice alchemist doing at an elite auction, I could flash my VIP invitation and slap him right back. That would feel good. But Zhao Lishan isn't that dumb. He'll stay polite and look for a subtler way to trip me up, maybe even expose my connection to my mentor and lure out the old man's enemies. So he decided to lie low and wait for the perfect chance to hit first. He was sure Zhao had masterminded the picture book fiasco. Revenge in this world could simmer for centuries, and he would happily ruin the man the moment the opportunity came. For now, he would let Zhao make his bids, then drive the prices sky high just to watch him squirm. Lost in the thought, Lu Sihong nearly walked straight into an elderly noble coming the other way. He stopped short and bowed in apology. The old man was gaunt and impeccably dressed. He said nothing, merely waved off the apology, leaning on a jet-black cane as he headed for the main doors and handed the guards a standard invitation. Lu Sihong watched him go, frowning. He sank his consciousness into the beast space not for sale vault and drew out 2 rings lying side by side, one the goblin had yanked from a necromancer's corpse in the green dragon's lair, the other the keepsake left behind by the necromancer who had hunted Lu atop a skeletal dragon. The rings looked nothing alike. When their effects were dormant, they appeared to be ordinary gemstone bands, and most people would never notice any connection between them. Since receiving the Goblin Eye Idol's enhancement, however, Lu could always see a faint ghostly shadow clinging to each ring. Moments ago, when the gaunt elder had lifted his hand, the dark red gem on his antique ring had briefly shown the silhouette of a pale arm, as if it were trying to reach through the stone straight into Lu Sihong's mind. This man's got some nerve, Lu muttered. When the ancient Dracolic had descended with its black mist, humanity had quickly sensed something was wrong. After a night of purges, the authorities uncovered dozens of necromancer moles planted in their own ranks. In just a few short years, those cultists had built a vast underground network. Fortunately, raw personal power still ruled this world. The cultists couldn't risk revealing their full strength, and their societal influence stayed limited. Most were captured or killed, and the rest fled into the black mist. Lu Sihong had never expected to run into one of them outside an auction hall. Lu Sihong memorized every detail of the necromancer's attire, but he did not queue with the crowd. The VIP invitation in his hands spared him the congestion. The attendant at the entrance bowed, guided him past the main doors, along a thick carpeted corridor so silent he could hear his own footsteps, and ushered him into a private box on the auction hall's second floor. One wall of the box was fashioned from enchanted crystal, a flawless one-way pane. Through it, he looked down on the auction floor and the bustling crowd below. The attendant patiently demonstrated the arcane conveniences, the dimming crystal, the soundproofing runes. The bidding terminal then stepped outside to wait at his call. Below, the chairs were loosely spaced. Despite the crowd, nothing felt cramped. The lighting was deliberately subdued, perhaps to protect anonymity, perhaps to keep every gaze fixed on the rostrum. Faces blurred in the half-shadow, yet Lu Sihong's keen eyesight caught every contour. He located the necromancer first, then spotted Zhao Lishan and the other familiar figures. The mingled chatter never grew oppressive. A ceiling ward kept the noise comfortably in check. The auctioneer's voice, carried by an amplifying crystal, reached every corner with ease. Bidders were not expected to shout. Unlike the showy provincial sales, no one here relied on volume for attention. Each seat was fitted with the same bidding device found in the boxes. A touch lifted a glowing number above the chair, while a bid from a box blossomed across its crystal window. The system discouraged secret deals and kept the competition lively. With a clear, elevated view and spending neither his own coin nor buying for his own workshop, Lu Sihong remained cool as he bid. One elbow propped his chin while half his attention stayed on Zhao Lishan and the necromancer. Whenever either raised a paddle, he nudged the price higher. Armed with past hammer prices provided by Steward Xia, he kept his offers just above their likely ceilings, high enough to itch if they quit, and to sting if they continued. Time after time, Zhao Lishan and the old noble turned to glare at the opaque crystal wall, forced to swallow their frustration. With nowhere to vent, their anger melted into bewilderment, a look that amused Lu Sihong to no end. He was only stirring the pot. The real nerve belonged to Lu Mo. Whether it was the half-mask she wore or the lack of ties in Icewind City, she bid without hesitation whenever she fancied a material, driving the price up until the last coin in her purse felt hot. Before long, she had wrested several rare components from both Zhao Lishan and the necromancer, winning the undivided attention of the two men. Zhao Lishan only grumbled under his breath, cursing the woman whose half-hidden face he could barely see and vowing to remember her. The necromantic cultist swept his icy gaze over Lu Mo. A streak of black shadow slipped from beneath his feet, gliding noiselessly through the dim light until it merged with the darkness at Lu Mo's heels, where it lay in wait. Lu Mo successfully won the materials she needed and beamed with satisfaction, unaware that danger was coiled right beneath her. When the auction entered its latter half, the lots became more luxurious and the opening bids routinely climbed into 4 digits. The room grew quieter, and Lu Sihong grew more anxious as he faced the costly reagents his instructors had specifically requested. Elsewhere, the petty Zhao Lishan fixed his stare on the VIP box that had made things difficult for him earlier, determined to take revenge. Yet the moment the auctioneer announced the reserve price, it shot up. As he tried to follow, the seat's smart console beep had insufficient funds, participation denied. Flushed with humiliation, he slumped back into his chair. Before long, unease crept over him. Who exactly was inside that box, targeting him so precisely? Suspicion turned to panic. His hands went numb and cold sweat trickled down his back. Little did he know that Lu Sihang's casual gestures had already frightened him half to death. When the final gavel fell, attendants delivered the magical materials Lu Sihong had won, verified his payment, and escorted him out through a side passage. He roamed 2 streets, then doubled back to the auction's main entrance. At first he had planned to report the necromancer to the city lord, but delaying might let the target escape and he was riding a wave of confidence. He chose the simpler plan, handle it himself. His escape talisman and fusion trial card were gone, but his evolved goblin plunderno, a shadow hunter, opened new tactics. By merging with the shadow hunter, he could vanish from sight. If an enemy possessed true sight, he could cast sync into shadow before they could react. During tests, he would drop into a void wrapped in pure shadow energy, where thoughts slowed, limbs felt heavy, and sense of reality faded. Mental interference weakened the shadows slightly, yet raised his affinity, making the skill easier to wield. Unless an opponent also wielded shadow power, they could neither locate nor touch him. There was a risk of being camped the moment he emerged, but his beast-taming talent covered that. Stay in the shadow zone a bit longer, wait for cooldown, take the random 100-meter displacement that triggers when attacked, then dive back into darkness. As long as it was night and he avoided charging straight into an enemy stronghold, he was practically untouchable. He'd in fighting? Leave it to the other goblins. If they lost, he would only forfeit a few goblin trinkets, ugly gear the enemy might not even want, and he could probably pick it up again. All told, after every exchange the enemy could win or lose odds about 50-50, while he himself was almost guaranteed to survive and stay hidden. Why not take the fight? The detour took longer than Lu Sihong expected, and he was beginning to fear the necromancer had already left. Only when he reached the far side of the decrepit warehouse did he spot the man still rooted in a corner, cane dangling at his side like a dust-colored statue. Unsure of the old man's intentions and unwilling to stare from the street, Lu eased back 2 steps while the pedestrian's eyes were elsewhere, then slipped into a narrow alley. The passage was murky. Darkness coiled around him as he activated invisibility and adopted the form of a green-skinned goblin. He won't notice me if I watch from here, he calculated. Moments later, the statue lifted its head, slowly turned, and began hobbling away. Twilight was thickening. The old man moved at an unhurried pace, and Lu trailed him from a comfortable 100-meter gap without even needing to hide in the shadows. The necromancer's real target, though, was Lu Mo, whose ghost-filled shadow he had already locked onto. After the auction, ordinary buyers had to pass through individual transaction rooms before leaving, which delayed Lu Mo. Once the paperwork was done, she prudently changed clothes inside the hall, looped around a couple of blocks to be sure no one was tailing her, and only then returned to the inn. What she didn't know was that the necromancer could track her by sensing undead energy. He never needed to see her directly. With his aura completely suppressed, the old man looked like any retiree out for a stroll. He picked a small street-side eatery near the inn, ordered a few snacks and a drink, and opened a book, turning pages at leisure. Watching from the dark, Lu Sihong muttered, "An undead who can eat, drink, and read? So he isn't a pure-blood ghoul after all." He began to wonder if the geezer had sensed his presence and was deliberately stalling. Liu's stomach growled. He considered dropping the fusion, and grabbing a quick bite was close enough to keep tabs on the target even if the man decided to leave. Just then, several familiar faces passed the old man, Zhao Lishan and his teammates. all looking sour, clearly having fared poorly at the auction. They ducked into a nearby inn, and Lou had to smother a grin. If he didn't have more pressing business, he'd have loved to give them a little surprise. Night deepened, and the shops along the street began to close. Right before the eatery locked up, the old man snapped his book shut, paid, and left. After wandering a few steps, he turned into a dim side alley, pressed his back to the wall, bowed his head, and fell utterly still. From a distance, Lu Sihong watched the figure seem to dissolve into a rigid corpse. Anyone passing by would never guess a living person was standing there. Lu Sihong thought the man looked eerily like a necromancer in a feigned death trance. Had he not been watching so closely, he might have forgotten the old man was there at all. Night hung over Icewind City like a wet curtain, and only the wind moved in the back alley. Crouched in the shadows, Lu stared at the white-haired elder who seemed fast asleep and cursed his choice to follow him. If he'd known he'd be stuck here this long, he would have gone straight to the city lord or to Steward Xia. He tightened his grip on his short dagger, tempted to rush in and slit the man's throat, but reason called that suicide. Better to summon a goblin, finish it in one strike. The streets were empty, collateral damage unlikely. Even if the kill failed, once the cultist's cover was blown, the patrol would come. Lu could dismiss the goblin and slip into the shadow realm unscathed. As he settled on the plan, the corpse moved. Head bowed, the old man chanted, his words vibrating in the air itself. A moment later, necrotic energy thick enough to drip seeped from his body, frosting the ground and walls. With the bite of winter, grotesque wraiths clawed their way out of him and spiraled around, hissing, snarling, wailing in turns. Without the eyeball idol's vision upgrade, Lu wouldn't have seen any of it. Great, the guy's stuffed with ghosts, Lu muttered. Typical cult, scum tougher than goblins. The necromancer snapped his head up, venomous eyes locking on a room in the inn across the street. His rasp carried clearly. Retrieve the item, and teach that little girl a lesson she'll never forget. If she even gets another life. Hey yeah. Every specter bared a cruel grin and vanished. A freezing gust slid along the wall as they shot across the street and climbed the inn's exterior. Liu's gaze hardened. A summoning circle flared green beneath his feet. Once the goblins swarmed the old man, he'd have to recall the ghost's perfect. Everything went sideways. The moment the wraiths reached a certain window, it blew outward with a bang. Splinters flew, and several figures stood inside, faces fierce, spells already primed. Orangered fire lit the night. Zhao Lishan's eyes gleamed violet as he leveled his staff and spewed a thick jet of flame. So manic he seemed ready to ignite himself. Ha! I knew someone was after me. You didn't expect this, did you? Your plot has been seen through by Zhao Lishan. While I live, no one can stop the rise of the Red Rock Alchemy Department. Huh, Zhao Lishan? What the hell is he shouting about? Lu blinked, his summoning circle dimming at once. What does that idiot have that a necromancer would want? Whatever, let's watch. He glanced back to see the necromancer's rigid face twist into a clownish mix of shock, confusion, and regia as if someone had ripped off his mask. Clearly, the script had gone off book for him too. At the windowsill, alchemists and specters clashed in a storm of clangs and roars. Fire and chill tangled, flickering light across the alley. Watching the pack of lunatic alchemists, the necromancer howled inwardly. Damn it. Where in the world did these maniacs come from? After returning to the inn, Luimo checked her spoils, confirmed nothing was missing, and went to bed early. She had no idea how much time had passed when a violent clash jarred her awake. Her mind was foggy, but her body moved on instinct. She summoned her four-tailed snow fox, then lunged to the window and pushed it open. In the room below, several mages were locked in close combat with a pack of undead. Fireballs screamed past, one nearly exploding against her face. Luimo sucked in a sharp breath and activated the enchanted charm she always wore. A golden radiance wrapped around her, turning the banshee wails outside into meaningless static and clearing her thoughts at once. Before she could relax, a shadowy specter crawled out of her own silhouette, claws and fangs bared. The moment its talons brushed the golden light, it shrieked in agony. Holy fire swallowed it whole, and the ghost disintegrated into ash. The snow fox sprang in front of its master, tails flicking as razor-cold ice arrows formed in the air, ready to finish the job, yet the target was already a charred smear. Outside in the darkness, the necromantic cultist witnessed everything and scowled. His plan had been a quick strike while everyone slept, but the entire inn was now alert and the target clearly prepared. Cursing under his breath, he melted back into the night. As he retreated, he shot Zhao Lishan a venomous glare, burning the man's face into his memory. That single glance revealed a new problem. On a windowsill across the street, crouched a reedied man staring at the road like a hunting beast. Beside him sprawled a gaudily dressed kobold, its nostrils flaring as it tracked a scent. The kobold suddenly raised its head, gaze locking with uncanny precision onto the cultist's hiding spot, and rumbled a low warning growl. "Ha, there you are." The man roared with manic glee, leaping from the second floor with his beast. Midair, man and kobold fused, muscle and fur twisting into a seven-meter turtle, four-armed, dog-headed monster. Two human arms hefted a heavy pickaxe and a manure fork, while the canine arms gripped a colossal staff wreathed in orange flames, which came crashing down on the fleeing cultist. Die, all of you. Woof. Everyone dies. Boom. Boom. Explosions followed each strike, the flaming staff gouging craters into the street and taking out two nearby houses for good measure. Forced back, the cultist dissolved into black mist, shedding all pretense of weakness. Deathly energy poured from him, condensing into a towering Oni more than 10 meters tall. It threw back its head and howled, the spectral roar carrying a psychic shockwave that sent nearby residents screaming out of their homes, scattering through the streets like headless chickens. Lu Sihong felt needles stabbing his brain, but it wasn't lethal, so he still had room to complain. Holy crap, how did something that big fit in there? And how's that body even holding together? The giant Oni's greedy gaze swept over the panicked humans. It reached out a claw, eager to snatch a few for a taste, but this was no time for a meal. The commotion just now must have roused everyone in Icewind City. Any minute a mob could come pouring out. Planting a boot on the rubble, the necromantic zealot forced a rasping roar from his throat. Idiots! The kobold is your target. Kill it. Wipe out the rest of those bastards, and bring the woman back to me. His voice boomed with menace. Yet he whirled around and bolted. Getting boxed in by city guards and guild masters would be a one-way ticket to a beating. At a nearby corner, the four-armed kobold loosed a shrill cry at the night sky. Golden light flooded together, layering around its body until it formed a much larger kobold phantom. Though translucent, the projection was plated in thick dragon scales almost identical to the goblin chieftain's, only heavier and harder. The kobold had shrunk to half its former size and was supposedly at a power disadvantage. Yet each time its staff smashed down, the golden phantom swung in perfect unison. When it spat a fireball, the phantom opened its maw and belched a cone of molten gold. The massive demon, caught in the twin blaze, writhed and howled, its form collapsing in seconds. Under cover of darkness, the zealot had sprinted a good distance only to slam into a lone figure. Bathed in a faint golden glow, the man held a great sword in both hands, striking a pose that practically begged for a punch. His tone was disconcertingly calm. End your own life. A snow-white giant wolf sprawled beside him, yawning theatrically and pointedly looking away from its eccentric master. The zealot's pupils contracted. Prince Xiaoxua. Oh, you know me? The prince replied, sounding genuinely pleased. A shriek answered him. The zealot's body erupted into swirling black mist, disgorging more than 100 wailing specters that lunged toward the surrounding houses. Really? Opening with your ultimate? The prince swore, then barked at the wolf. Old White, stop daydreaming. Golden energy flooded his greatsword, stretching a 40-meter arc of light from the blade. He swept it like a windmill, reaping ghosts and erasing over half in an instant. The wolf howling snow wolf king rose unhurriedly, curled its lip, and let out a long howl. A frigid gale plummeted from the clouds, raining countless ice blades that skewered the remaining spirits and froze them into glittering shards that shattered across the street. Wind and light scattered the black mist, yet the zealot was already gone. The prince scowled at his beast companion. Wolf King, that nose of yours is supposed to be king class. How can you not track him? Slacking off? The howling snow wolf king rolled its eyes and snorted twin jets of frost. You're a human prince with a dog's brain stuck on your neck. Who are you to question my nose? The necromancer's black haze smothered vision and blocked detection spells, exactly like the death mist Lu Sihong had faced in Beast City. Color vanished at once. His world shrank to black, white, and gray. Inside that pallid fog, the necromancer brushed past, face dark and cold. The chill of death raised every hair on Liu's body. Yet the feral instinct he shared with the goblin inside him overwhelmed all fear. He held back, then couldn't. The shadow hunter sprang. A gleam of steel drove for the old man's throat. Shadow energy surged around the blade. Liu felt a brief snag, as if piercing tough rawhide, then heard a wet pop as the dagger slipped into flesh. A twist of his wrist, and blood vanished into the darkness. The necromancer's head parted from his neck, still wearing a stunned expression. Rotten Chi billowed. Malice flared in the old man's eyes, and he opened his mouth in a silent roar, only for head and corpse to explode into a storm of deathly blades howling toward Lu Sihong. At that instant, a giant goblin thrower appeared out of thin air and planted itself before him. Blades riddled its body, turning it into a sieve. Before it could cry out, its skull burst like a melon. The figure wavered, then dissolved into motes of light that scattered back into the beast-taming space. When the shockwave passed, Liu's head rang. His vision swam, and he found himself dragged dozens of meters to a street corner. In his palm sat a ring head ripped from the necromancer's hand, a reflexive bit of larceny from the shadow hunter. He stared at it, exasperated. Elsewhere, Prince Zhu Zishi and the howling snow wolf king were searching the streets for the necromancer, debating whether to double back and deal with the giant wraith before it leveled the block. Suddenly, a blast of black fog erupted at a nearby alley mouth. When it cleared, a figure stood there, skin dark green, 3 parts human, 7 parts goblin, wrapped in shadow and ghostly mist. Firelight flashed across Zhu Zix's golden armor. For a moment, he was speechless. Another cultist of some dark god? Lu Sihong caught the prince's shining gaze. Fury shot to the top of his skull, and he snapped, "Cultist? Your whole family worships dark gods." Zhu Zishi narrowed his eyes and let out a frosty laugh. "You've got nerve. One sentence, and you've insulted the Zijing royal house and the god of contracts. You're finished. No one can save you." The weight of that threat slammed into Lu Sihong. His heart lurched. Bad news. He spun and dove into the alley behind him. Black mist rolled out, and he vanished. "Run? Let's see where you go." Zhu Zishi bellowed. His great sword blazed with golden light, a colossal searchlight that banished every shadow, turning night to noon. The alley sat empty. Not a soul remained. Seriously? Gone again? Unconvinced, Zhu Zishi gave the wolf a light kick. The wolf growled, wind and snow exploding from its fur in a white torrent that scoured the street. When the storm cleared, there was still no trace of their quarry. The wolf tilted its head at its master, amber eyes gleaming with glee, as if to say, "See? Talking too much let him slip away." Zhu Zishi wouldn't let it go. Fuming, he circled the area and spat curses. "Damn it, so it's a shadow type. Must have slipped into the shadow realm to run. If you weren't some cult fanatic, you should have said Soy thought a ghost had crawled out of nowhere." Unfortunately, had only guessed half right. A goblin shadow hunter was at best a half-formed creature of darkness. Its skills were incomplete. It could burrow into the shadow realm, but it couldn't move freely there, let alone use that space to escape. Right then, Lu Sihong was being swallowed by a void so black, he couldn't see his own hand. He wondered if the Empire would slap a bounty on him if they saw him like this. A swarm of bounty hunters would jump at the reward. His thoughts scattered, his body refused to move, and his mind dulled, so he decided to meditate or just fall asleep. The moment he settled, a faint, eerie whisper brushed his ears. It sounded like someone murmuring his name, coaxing a reply. His willpower held. He severed the lure and snapped awake. The whisper vanished, leaving the dark as silent as a tomb. He warned himself, this place was hiding something nasty. Until he understood it, he couldn't charge in again. Time was hazy in the shadow realm, measured only by the thinnest change of light. Unaware that Zhu Zishi had long since gone, Lu Sihong stayed hidden 4 or 5 more hours. When daylight finally brightened the real world, he kept invisible and squeezed through a gap back outside. Last night's clash had wrecked the block. Icewind City officials and guild members were swarming the scene, surrounded by curious onlookers. Under cover of the shadows, Lu Sihong slipped to another corner, ended the fusion, recalled the shadow hunter, and blended into the crowd. After listening to a few residents brag about surviving 2 giant beasts barreling through the street, he quietly headed home. Maybe he had stayed in the shadow realm too long. His limbs felt like lead. Too tired to cook, he collapsed and slept till night. On waking, he wolfed down some grain, then sent his consciousness into the beast space. An exclamation mark hovered above the goblin shadow hunter. Its evolution requirements had updated. Hunt the shadows. 1. The shadow hunter has detected numerous strange life forms hidden in the shadow realm. 2. Lure and hunt these shadow creatures to absorb their secrets. Remembering the whispers, Lu Sihong understood immediately. If had answered, something would have found him. The mission practically wanted the shadow hunter to use him as live bait, draw those things in, then strike. Problem was, once he fused with the goblin, he couldn't move at all in the shadow realm. That was less bait on a hook and more throwing an entire fish into the lake. He rolled his eyes. Real fishermen at least hook the bait. He'd be feeding himself to the sharks. Still, he decided to dig through his notes for a safer plan. If that failed, he'd find another way to boost the goblin's shadow power. Goblin evolution requirements were always fluid. They could shift at any moment and complete themselves when he least expected it. The ranch's basic shop had just refreshed its stock. A low-tier ranch expansion scroll occupied the most prominent spot on the shelf. Its tag reading slightly increases the size of the goblin ranch, 4,000 gold. Next to it lay a white blueprint titled Goblin Statue Fountain, described as a stone sculpture of a female goblin holding a vase. Once placed in water, a simple channel inside would send a jet from the vase. 200 gold. 200 gold for something that does nothing? My dad could work the farm his whole life and never see that much, Lu Sihong grumbled, yet his hands moved fast, buying both items at once. Take from goblins, spend on goblins, he figured. A fountain in the hot spring zone might lift their spirits while they soaked. Only after paying did he spot the catch. The statue's carving requirements were beyond any goblin craftsman, so the blueprint would gather dust beside the toad god plans. As for the 4,000 gold scroll, he used it on the spot. The result was understated, a few new blossoms and tiny fruits at the crown of his mental tree, yet his mind power still leapt straight to archmage level. Lu muttered, "That's it?" but couldn't wipe the grin from his face. With the surge in willpower, beast fusion went far more smoothly. Where he once pried the door open a crack, half the door now swung free. Fusion no longer weakened itself, though it added no extra boost either. Meanwhile, the energy in his body had reached river rank, rushing audibly, and at one bend a small whirlpool was forming into a shallow pond, the embryo of lake rank. On paper he was now an archmage, even if he still knew only beginner spells. Technically the scroll's primary job was to enlarge the goblin ranch. The mental breakthrough was just collateral benefit. In Liu's eyes, both purchases were for the goblins, proof he was merely a kind-hearted tamer. When the auction ended, he headed for the Frostwind territory to grind experience, so the ranch's sole legitimate caster Frost Mage could evolve faster. He also planned to take a few Adventurers Guild quests to rack up points and trade his bronze badge for silver. If he ran into any slimes, he'd scoop them up to practice brewing slime potions. At Frostwind City's Mount Rental, he instantly recognized the spit-happy ice alpaca. Its foul temper kept customers away, but the shaggy coat radiated cozy warmth. Chuckling, Lou buried his fingers in the thick wool and thought, too temperamental? A few smacks and it'll settle right down. This fellow can read the situation well enough. He's just not very bright. Out on the open plain, Lu Sihong watched the ice alpaca wrestling with a frozen slime, a helpless smile tugging at his lips. The alpaca bared its fangs with a strange howl, spitting a fist-sized lump of ice that slammed against the slime's translucent hide and exploded into glittering shards. The slime shuddered, unwilling to be outdone, then opened wide and fired a slender icicle at the alpaca needle of ice that sliced through the air with a cold gleam. Spring was setting in. The surrounding frost was melting layer by layer, and the rising temperature dulled the chill in the slime's magic. The nimble alpaca slipped behind a boulder and hopped aside, dodging the icicle with ease, then craned its neck and let out a triumphant, high-pitched bray. With its thick frosted coat and natural resistance to cold, the slime's attack felt like a mild tickle, yet the alpaca still strutted about as if fighting this bottom-tier beast to a draw were a glorious feat. Lu Sihong had seen enough. He swatted the alpaca aside with a casual slap, then drew from his spatial ring a wooden rod topped with a green magic gem. The wood was polished smooth, but its odd shape made the staff look rather ugly. He tapped the tip against the ground, and a wave of frost raced outward. Countless frost-tipped vines burst forth, weaving into a tight net that pinned the frozen slime in place without leaving a single scratch. When he first saw the blueprints back at the ranch, he had dismissed the staff as cheap-looking. But after watching goblin craftsmen embed an emerald core into the enchanted wood, curiosity made him keep one for himself. Ugly or not, the thing worked like a charm. He had assumed, like goblin amulets, that only goblins could trigger its magic. To his surprise, it responded perfectly in his own hands. Dubbed the Savage Thorn Wand, it is a crude staff haphazardly pieced together from rare spellstones and premium enchanted timber. Its lines are angular, the seams openly visible, yet the gems still gleam with a ghostly emerald light, and a faint current of mana flows through the wood grain. Because the materials are exceptional, the wand remains highly practical. It amplifies wood element spells, lowers their mana cost, and significantly shortens casting time. The wand comes preloaded with 2 wood element incantations. 1. Leaf Dagger. When invoked, the wand condenses at least 1 razor-edged magic leaf, the exact number determined by the caster's focus and the energy supplied. The leaf traces a graceful arc, slicing through the air before striking the target, and upon impact or midair dispersion it bursts into a pale green poison mist. 2. Blossom of Thorns. The caster summons a mass of barbed, venomous brambles that erupt from the ground and race outward to entangle the target. If additional wood element mana is provided, the fully grown vines bloom and release pollen laced with paralysis and hallucination toxins. After several practice swings, Lu Sihong noticed that while chanting either spell, he could faintly perceive its underlying structure symbols, energy pathways, and nodes flickered at the edge of his consciousness. With a little more practice, he felt confident he could recreate both spells from memory alone, even without the wand. The discovery startled him. Ordinarily, artificers and erasmiths engrave a complete magic circuit onto gear, so the user need only supply mana or rely on the embedded gemstone to activate the spell, leaving almost no room for improvisation. This wand, however, actively displayed the spell's blueprint during casting, as though offering a hands-on lesson. Lu Sihong ran the numbers in his head. If every wand produced at the ranch carried this teach the spell feature, the moment the news spread, people would fight tooth and nail to get one. Low-tier mages and warriors lacking innate talent, yet desperate to learn, along with scholars and artificers eager to study the mechanism, would all pay a fortune. Still, as the owner of the Goblin Ranch, he could not be sure the effect worked for anyone but himself. If a wand failed in someone else's hands, explaining that would be difficult. Lu Sihong pulled out a syringe-like tool, its barrel thick and oversized, and drove the needle hard into the restrained frost slime. A brittle crack sounded as the tip touched the thin layer of rime on the creature's surface. Once pierced, the half-set, jelly-like interior quivered. He yanked back the plunger, and the translucent, icy fluid surged into the tube, filling more than half its volume. The slime convulsed, then burst with a muted pop, spraying shards of ice and frigid water that spread into a chilling mist and soaked the ground. An ice alpaca watching nearby flinched at the sudden explosion, staggering back several paces, clearly unwilling to stay too close to Lu Sihong. Unfazed, he produced a wide-mouthed glass beaker, emptied the slightly viscous slime fluid into it, and added a prepared extract of magical reagents. Pale blue runes ignited along the glass, and he adjusted the glow by feeding in measured pinches of powder, leaves, and crystal sand. After half an hour, the magical fluctuations settled, and the first vial of slime tonic was complete. Because it was his maiden attempt, the constant recalibration had taken extra time. He figured that, with practice, he could finish the same brew in 10 minutes. The Frostwind territory borders the sea, and marine monsters often come ashore to hunt, so aside from Frostwind City itself, coastal settlements are virtually non-existent. Years ago, a self-proclaimed powerful adventurer gathered tens of thousands of people and founded a seaside town in the wilderness between Frostwind and Greenfield. At first, they repelled several monster assaults and harvested abundant beast materials. But the deep ocean harbors unknown terrors. In a single night, the entire population vanished. Some say the Siren King's song lured them away. The buildings were intact, while others insist a colossal sea beast swallowed the town whole, pointing to the eerie mucus left behind. Lu Sihong could not say which tale was true. Mustering tens of thousands of stubborn souls at once seemed unlikely, but one fact was clear. The closer you are to the sea, the denser the monsters, and the slimmer your odds of survival. Even so, makeshift adventurer camps stilled the coastal plains. Teams erect these crude outposts with spells and whatever materials are on hand, and when they move on, they rarely bother to dismantle them, leaving shelter for the next arrivals. Eventually, a monster raid or a clash between rival parties reduces each camp to rubble. Some hotheads or scoundrels even flee from mighty beasts and lead the threats straight to the camps, turning them into fresh ruins. Lu Sihong chose one such shattered campsite, summoned nature magic, and let vines erupt, binding shattered stones, boards, and torn canvas into a rough frame that would keep the wind and rain at bay. When the work was done, he scanned the area to make sure no one was tailing him. For safety, the shelter offered almost nothing, just enough to hide a bit of firelight and draw a little less attention from prowling beasts. Hovering invisibly overhead was a scarlet wraith. A necromancer sprawled in the corner pretending to be a corpse. A shadow hunter melted into the darkness, and a goblin chieftain sat cross-legged by the fire, lost in thought. This eerie entourage was the reason Lu Sihong could sleep in the wild with confidence. Most people would be wide-awake under a dangling ghost in red, but after countless nights with these companions, Lu Sihong had long since buried his fear. In the cold night, he dug up a patch of freshly sprouted wild mushrooms, confirmed they were harmless, skewered them on twigs, and propped them near the flames. A savory aroma soon drifted out, and the taste proved surprisingly good. Even so, he made a few goblins from his menagerie sample several skewers. First, no one keeled over, so he finally helped himself. Perhaps intimidated by the goblin chieftain's savage aura, the ice alpaca lay curled up, lips clamped shut as though locked, an odd smile tugging at the corners of its mouth. Lu Sihong leaned against its thick fleece and prepared to meditate. His psychic power had surged again today, and he needed time to get used to it. His eyes had barely closed when distant hoofbeats broke the stillness. The necromancer corpse in the corner scratched his backside, rolled over, and stared blankly into the night sky with half-lidded, lifeless eyes, perfectly reenacting a dying man's final apathy. Alert! Lu Sihong climbed a tree and squinted into the darkness. 3 figures were sprinting straight toward the campfire, chased by more than a dozen skeletal bulls. His gaze sharpened. They must have spotted the fire and lured the monsters here. Were they pleading for help or shifting the danger onto him? Before he could decide, the trio veered away, sprinting harder, yet their brief hesitation had allowed the Deathbull herd to close most of the gap. In the flickering light, he recognized their faces and froze for an instant. Those 3 idiots? They actually escaped the black fog zone. Excitement pricked him. He dropped from the tree, recalled a few goblins guarding the perimeter, and swung onto the ice alpaca. Go chase those undead. The alpaca froze, turning its head in silent protest. Lu Sihong smacked it between the ears. Quit stalling. Catch them, or it'll roast you for the goblin's midnight snack. Remembering the chieftain devouring a medium-rare wolf, the alpaca shuddered, bleated in misery, and thundered after the chilling death aura. Though the black fog hadn't yet blanketed this area, nearby lands were still affected, and spontaneously spawned undead were on the rise. City Hall and the guilds posted warning after warning, while the Adventurers Guild board overflowed with extermination contracts. What baffled Lu Sihong was where those 3 had gone to provoke such a uniform herd of skeletal cattle in one shot. Had the undead been a mixed assortment, he might not have wondered so much. Determined not to end up as roast mutton, the ice alpaca sprinted with everything it had. Its powerful hooves kicked up flurries of snow like white surf, while Lu Sihong lay flat against its back, his cloak snapping in the icy wind, finally overtaking the three rookies before they ran out of breath. In the darkness, he hoisted the fist-sized emerald at the tip of his staff. An emerald light flared, bathing the woods in his own Phaeacian and eerie green. All power to the front. Let the gear do the rest, he muttered, pouring a torrent of mana into the staff. The light burst into hundreds of glowing leaves that whistled through the undergrowth like a swarm of blades. The pursuing skeletal aurochs never even had time to bellow. The leaf blades shredded them, and the bones collapsed in a clattering heap. The sudden rescue froze the three youths in their tracks. They were panting like spent oxen, but dared not move. Without night vision, they could only listen to the brittle rattle of bones across the ground. Not until Lu Sihong rode from the shadows on his white alpaca, emerald staff in hand, did they recognize him. "Hey, it's you, big bro. I knew you weren't dead." Shen Shaoli's voice cracked with relief. "Seriously? I was about to say I'm shocked you're still alive, but you beat me to it." Lu Sihong swung off the alpaca and cleared his throat. "Anyway, I didn't expect to find you out here." Remembering their last chaotic parting, Shen Shaoli rubbed his nose in embarrassment. "Can't believe you saved us again. We only got away last time because you lured off that bone dragon. Like hell I volunteered for that. The thick-skulled beast just decided it hated me." Lu Sihong rolled his eyes, but he still led them back to his makeshift camp and settled them by the fire. While devouring their rations, the boys explained what had happened after they were separated. During their escape, they'd managed to drag their employer and his wife along, but the couple's two children were too deeply corrupted by the black miasma to be saved. They brought the bodies back to Icewind Hold, where the grieving nobles rewarded them handsomely before departing with their children's ashes. With the money, the trio bought new gear in Icewind City and at least looked like proper adventurers, though their skills remained questionable. Just a month ago they'd been crawling before a single bone bowl. Now they could at least stay alive a little longer. "Not bad," Lu Sihong said, clapping Shen Shaoli on the shoulder. "But where'd you stir up a whole herd of skeletal bulls?" "Well, it was Shen Shaoli began, then faltered, glancing at his companions for help. The rookie mage Shindata hadn't heard a word. He was staring at Lu Sihong's club-like staff, trying with his limited knowledge to figure out why such a powerful wizard would wield something so odd, hoping to glean a hint of enlightenment. Thankfully, Shen Shaohua was the more level-headed one. Seeing Shen Shaogui in trouble, he hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth. "There's a valley to the northeast," he blurted out. "We went looking for fresh shoots, but the place was full of bleached cattle bones. Before we could get a closer look, the bones started to wake up. The so-called fresh shoots appear near Icewind territory once the long winter ends. Some serve as gourmet ingredients, others as low-grade magic materials, so the Adventurers Guild posts collection jobs every year." While hunting for these shoots, the three rookies had blundered into what looked like a necrotic zone. The Zijing Empire has fought the orcs for generations, and the borderlands are littered with undead hotspots. Centuries ago, the cult of Undeath used dragon remains to lay sacrificial arrays in those areas, calling in carrion dracolics and necrotic mists from alien gods. Now the Empire is hyper-vigilant. The guilds and every major city pay hefty bounties, demanding immediate extermination or at least a report whenever undead are found. Lu Sihong had recently lucked out in Icewind City by killing a powerful necromancer, and he feared the cult was active again. Then he remembered that three novices had escaped alive. Whatever lurked in that valley probably wasn't all that strong. The next day, guided by the teenagers, the group marched half a day before reaching the valley. One glance from the rim told Lu Sihong everything. This was a graveyard for bovine beasts. When aging wild bulls felt death coming, they instinctively wandered here to die. Over the years, their bodies carpeted the floor with bones. The gorge is enclosed, so death energy collected inside. Normally, it would just keep scavengers away, but the recent spread of necrotic mist had spiked the concentration until every skeleton reassembled into a skeletal bull. A bitter wind howled at the gorge's mouth. More than 1,000 skeletal bulls drifted through the white fog, hooves grinding against stone in a steady, oppressive crunch. Shen Shaogui felt his scalp prickle. "That's way too many undead," he said. "Something bad's bound to happen. We should report this to the Adventurers Guild and let them send a cleanup team." Lu Sihong was already crunching experience points and nearly blurted out the classic line. "Back off, let me have all the EXP." Clearing the valley would more than cover the experience needed for his frost mage and goblin carpenter to level up. The rookies would only slow him down. If he sent them off, their round trip to the guild would take 4 or 5 days, and by the time reinforcements arrived, he'd have emptied the place. He put on a thoughtful frown and nodded gravely. "You're right. There are too many skeletal bulls. It won't be easy. I have urgent business elsewhere, so we'll leave the reporting to you three." Noticing their unease, he added, "Don't worry. From the look of things, the bulls stay in the valley and aren't a danger for now." A twinge of guilt hit him for stringing the newcomers along. He took out several glass vials and handed them over. "Think of these as supplies, well, compensation. The road's not exactly safe, so be careful. I'm an alchemist. These potions are practice batches. Keep them, all right?" After Shin Shaoli and the other two left, Lu Sihong walked around the valley once, then picked a secluded spot. He led the ice alpaca behind a sturdy elm, looped the reins around a hidden root, and tied them tight. Giving the fluffy head a casual pat, he said, "You've learned too many secrets, so I can't let you go home." The ice alpaca froze. The sly sparkle in its eyes vanished, replaced by a vacant stare, as if it were asking, "Who am I? Where am I?" What did that mean? Before his words even faded, the shadow behind Lu Sihong split open. Two emerald claws reached out, then spread into a huge blot of darkness that swallowed him whole. The alpaca's eyes bulged, and it brayed in terror. "Shut up. You'll draw every undead in the valley," Lu Sihong barked. "You strut around like a tough guy, but your courage is pathetic." The alpaca bit the reins, ready to break free, but his shout stopped it cold. The dull look returned, now mixed with wounded pride. Lu Sihong merged with the shadow stalker not to start a fight immediately, but because the goblins were likely to stir up trouble. If a horde of monsters swarmed, he could vanish in an instant or slip straight into the shadow realm. While bonded to the stalker, he was also harder to track. Adventurers occasionally roamed these mountains, and he didn't want anyone discovering his secrets. The ice alpaca was a potential leak, but Icewind City treated alpacas as common mounts. As long as this one kept a neutral expression, nobody would recognize it. Once he felt secure, Lu Sihong carved a dozen summoning circles into the clearing. When the sigils lit up, every advanced goblin appeared, except the merchant still out on business and the giant armed hurler lounging at home. He pulled the goblin chieftain close. "Watch the flame berserker and the mad document. Don't let those two lunatics run off." Then he nodded to the goblin siren. "Try the song of the deep. If you can lure some undead, perfect." The siren sang its lungs out, but only the wind echoed back. Either these undead lacked the minds to hear, or the skeletal bulls simply had no romantic instincts. They didn't react at all. Instead, the goblins grew more and more pumped, battle auras stacking until they were dying to charge in. At that moment, the ice alpaca, riled by the singing, let out a screech 2 pitches higher than the sirens. A few skeletal bulls on the edge turned, ghost fire flickering in their skulls, and thundered over. The chieftain stepped forward and smashed them to fragments with 3 rapid swings. Watching the chieftain's ease, Lu Sihong wondered if he had been too cautious. With that power, the chieftain could handle 100 bone frames alone. The valley held maybe 1,000 skeletal bulls, but they'd never attack all at once. After a quick thought, he waved his hand. "Go for it." Released, the chieftain led the way, the goblins advancing steadily. Bone hooves scraped rock, goblin war cries rang out, and deeper undead soon stirred. The moment the clash began, distant herds reacted like an anthill kicked over, surging toward the fight. They were many, but the goblins showed no fear. After a few exchanges, the chieftain went berserk, his club blurring, scattering bull bones like snow. He was breaking skeletons faster than the herd could replace them, leaving the other goblins with almost nothing to do. As the goblin chieftain's body boiled with flame and the goblin siren's song swelled behind him, the pyromaniac's eyes grew wilder, the crimson crest on his head quivering. He finally snapped, splitting his mouth in a shrill cackle and streaking toward the valley like red lightning. Bounding over loose shale and dead branches, he moved so quickly that he skipped past the ice mage's frozen traps without breaking stride. Fire, explosions, and piercing screams fused into a blinding sea of flame that seemed to roar without sound. Cloaked in a scarlet aura, the goblin swung an oversized matchstick and darted about in giddy frenzy. A herd of skeletal bulls wreathed in fire thundered after him. On the lead bull, tongues of flame lashed out between its shoulders. The wind fanned the blaze, and every collision spread the fire to the rest of the carcasses in an instant. More undead poured into the chase, stoking the inferno, and the pyromaniac's crimson glow flared brighter as his speed spiked again. Near the center of the valley stood an unusual corpse, its bones sheathed in icicles that radiated biting cold. Paying no mind to power levels, the pyromaniac slipped past a charging skeletal bull and casually slammed a fireball into its empty eye socket. Stubborn even in death, the bull took it as an insult and exploded on the spot. A scalding shockwave laced with frost hurled the pyromaniac into the air, and he tumbled across the ground. Before he could rise, the enraged herd trampled him, iron hooves pounding like war drums. He managed 2 strangled screams before his body dissolved into motes of light, and the giant matchstick shattered to dust under their weight. With their target gone, the bulls charged on for a few heartbeats, then drifted apart. Some still burned as they walked, creaking to pieces mid-stride. Lu Sihong watched the ranch interface as experience points shot upward, unsure what expression to wear. "Call it a walking bomb," he muttered, "but at least that bump pushed me past 700. The ice mage was useless for now, so Lu recalled it to the ranch and triggered an evolution. Goblin Frost Mage, Goblin Grand Frost Mage. Evolution details appeared one by one. 1. Lesser Frost Bloodline, high resistance to frost damage. Energy recovery accelerates in cold environments. 2. Spell upgrade unlocks advanced versions of low-tier spells, such as Chain Ice Arrow. 3. Special quest. Glacial Insight travel to an extreme cold zone to master deeper frost power. After fulfilling the Frost Mage's wishes, the system dropped a random reward blue blueprint. Bone Mask. Blue blueprint. Bone Mask seal the soul of a freshly slain enemy inside its skull, then forge the facial bones into a mask to terrorize others. Depending on the enemy's former strength, the mask grants bonus mental power and resistance to mind-affecting magic. After resummoning the Frost Archmage, Lu Sihong lifted his head slightly. The goblin that once barely reached his shoulder now stood a full 1 eternity tall, a veritable tower of ice and steel. Shards of frost drifted around its body, locking together in an instant to form a gleaming shield. When the ice gem at the tip of its staff tapped the air, the surrounding chill constricted with a roar. 7 or 8 crystalline arrows shot forth, piercing the skulls of several skeletal bulls in a heartbeat. Frost exploded along the cracks, their horn skulls shattered, the ghost fire inside torn apart by the cold, and the heavy frames crashed to the ground. Calm eyes and an unruffled face. This was exactly how Lu Sihong imagined a spellcaster. Nothing like the maniac who had just charred himself, the fool pretending to be dead on the floor, or the lunatic trying to pour potions down a bull's throat, huh? His gaze locked onto the mushroom in the goblin witch doctor's hand. Its gray-white cap looked from afar like a miniature skull. The very wraith mushroom needed to brew ghoul mask toxin and evolve ghoul mask spiders. The fungus spoiled quickly and was nearly impossible to store. It was worth some coin, but not enough to justify powering a preservation array. Lu Sihong had planned to post a commission at the Adventurers Guild, but the frigid climate of Frostwind Province had brought the mushrooms out early. What a pleasant surprise. With the flame berserker gone, the goblin party advanced without resistance. Lu Sihong tugged the witch doctor over and started harvesting. True to his herbalist roots, the goblin pried apart bone piles with his nails and yanked out clusters of mushrooms as if they were weeds. While the two of them worked, the rest of the goblins trailed their chieftain toward the depths of the ravine. The progress lost to the flame berserker was quickly regained, and they soon reached the valley's center. The necromancer still lagged at the rear. Each time the goblins moved ahead, it ambled after them, picked a heap of bones for a bed, and sprawled out, unfazed by the cold or the hardness. When it stepped into the valley's heart, it was about to flop down again when a shiver ran through its body. It tried to greet the Scarlet Wraith Thimpless Edition who was helping the goblins butcher cattle, but the wraith was too absorbed in the killing to respond. Shrugging, the controller scratched its backside, hefted its shovel, and trotted to a mound of bones, where it began digging with gusto. Moments later it unearthed an enormous bovine skeleton shrouded in black miasma. Glancing around and snickering, it suddenly released a piercing banshee howl. One of the demonic mask tattoos representing its evil spirits dissolved into black smoke and vanished. Swaying their hips, they pranced around the pile of bones in a provocative jig. Lu Sihong was crouched beneath a stand of dead trees digging for mushrooms when an enraged howl split the air, the sound laced with a violent psychic shock. The sudden pressure made his hand jerk, and the oversized mushroom he had just pulled free burst in his grip. Thick white sap sprayed everywhere, coating his cuffs and boots with sticky slime. Almost at the same time a fist-sized green object hurtled over, thudded to the ground, and rolled twice before stopping. It stared up with cloudy eyes, then fell silent, its whole body reeking of death like a mummy untouched for 1,000 years. A jolt shot through Lu Sihong. He whipped around and saw a skeletal bull more than 4 meters tall and nearly 8 meters long, wreathed in boiling black mist. Blood-red light flooded from its eye sockets as it lowered its skull and charged. Crap, he yelled, but the world blurred before he could finish. An instant later he materialized behind the mist-shrouded monster. At the same moment 2 green figures were tossed skyward by the bull's horns. They slammed down with 2 sharp cracks, then dissolved into motes of light, and were forced back into their beast-taming space. Seriously? The flame berserker isn't here, so you idiots decided to get yourselves killed? Lu Sihong snarled at the goblins playing dead, then melted into the air and vanished again. The skeletal bull started to wheel around for another charge, but its target was gone. It hesitated for half a heartbeat, then fixed its hatred on the goblins still locked in battle with the undead farther away. Black mist suddenly boiled out of the dead necromancer's body and condensed into a short, black-boned skeleton crackling with arcs of lightning. Moving on all fours like a living bolt, it crossed the distance in a blink and smashed into the bull. The bull bellowed and tried to gore it, but the lightning skeleton slipped aside, caught a horn, flipped onto the bull's spine, and perched there with perfect balance. The great beast bucked and thrashed, yet the fog clinging to its bones did little against a fellow undead. One claw hooked around a rib while the other fist, wreathed in sizzling electric serpents, pounded the bull's skull, sending chips of bone flying and cracks spreading fast. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Sihong narrowed his eyes. That skeleton had clearly been a Knoll warrior in life, and it was even fiercer in death. He muttered to himself, "Don't tell me this is the system's overdue compensation package waiting for me after I die." His thoughts churned. He dropped his invisibility and drew his savage thorn staff. He had planned to let the goblin chief and its crew handle the skeletal bull, but the field had shifted. Apparently that mangy mutt the necromancer raised had tried to absorb the bull and paid the price. A black bull 4 meters tall and 8 meters long, wrapped in swirling mist. If he could ride that thing into battle, the spectacle would be insane. The idea sent a surge of heat through his chest, and his fighting spirit spiked. He remembered the ghost-haunted abattoir at the ranch. Plenty of animal bones were buried there, yet no undead like this had ever appeared. The reason was obvious. Goblins always stewed the meat with the bones still in it. The chieftain and the shield-bearer especially could crunch bones until they popped. Even if a few bones survived, who would take the time to reassemble a skeleton after dinner? You certainly couldn't expect a bear or a boar to put its own remains back together with nothing but a skull, then rise again as an undead and stagger to its feet. Lu Sihong swung his staff, and thick thorny vines erupted beneath the skeletal black bull's hooves, trying to bind the undead creature. Ebony hooves hammered the shattered ground as the huge frame bounded through ash and rubble, straining to break free by brute force. Every time the swirling black aura touched a vine, the plant withered to dust, yet Lu Sihong kept channeling mana. As long as power flowed into the thorn staff, the spell circle rebuilt itself, and fresh tendrils burst from the earth. After several futile attempts, the bull realized the lightning skull clinging to its back would not be shaken off. It suddenly folded its forelegs and toppled sideways with a crash of splintering bone. The massive roll forced the lightning skull to spring clear, a blue-white arc crackling through the air. The bull tried to use that momentum to charge, only to find its spine and ribs locked tight by vines that had grown at insane speed. Soul fire flared in its hollow sockets, psychic waves rippled outward, and black miasma jetted from between the bones, scorching the plants to ash. Before the dust settled, the ground split again. More vines coiled upward, their bark bursting into blossoms of red, yellow, blue, and purple. From every flower drifted poisonous clouds, paralytic, hallucinogenic, corrosive. They hardly troubled the undead, but they showed Lu Sihong was finally cutting loose. In the swirling haze, the vines wove a net, wrapping the bull into a gigantic green cocoon. Only a dark red soul fire throbbed wildly through the gaps. Meanwhile, the goblin necromancer that had been playing dead shifted position. Its empty eyes locked on the bound bull, and it suddenly leapt up, shovel in hand, sprinted over, and began circling the thrashing bones while dancing with exaggerated hip swings. The ridiculous sight made the bull's soul fire blaze higher. Lu Sihong felt a twinge of sympathy. Anyone yanked from peaceful slumber only to watch a goblin twerk around them would want to stomp the pest flat. Sympathy aside, he was already picturing himself riding this impressive skeletal mount, even wondering if it could plow a field. At last the black bull was completely sealed beneath layers of greenery and toxic blooms. The goblin formed a hand seal. With a flash of ghostly light, the entire skeleton dissolved into thick black smoke that poured into its body, settling on its abdomen as a dark bull skull sigil. Huh. The bull's mark landed on my waist, Lu Sihong muttered, stroking his chin. Maybe I should add a tiger and a snake and complete the set. The necromancer ignored his daydreams, re-summoned the skeletal bull, and sent it charging into the chaotic melee against the goblin squad. Then it flopped onto the ground again, struck a languid pose, and went right back to playing dead. Lu Sihong curled his lip in muted frustration. He had planned to merge with this creature and take the skull bull for a spin, but that idea clearly had to be shelved. The undead clustered in the valley's center were far stronger than the skeletal bulls on the outskirts, larger, with denser bones, and capable of minor necromancy and frost spells. A few hot-headed ones would even detonate without warning, instantly slowing the party's clearing speed. The goblin beastmaster loosed bolt after bolt, yet the tiny heads of his quarrels barely scratched the white bone. Once the venom-spitting spider ran dry, it resorted to gnawing and tearing, only to be battered back, bruised from skull to thorax, before slinking to the beastmaster's side. Seeing this, Lu simply broke his fusion with the shadow hunter and let the hunter roam. He merged with the beastmaster instead, whipped out his leaf knives, and focused on every undead that looked primed to explode. The blades sliced through the air with a crisp whistle, pinning joints with surgical accuracy and snuffing out each potential blast. Roughly 2 days later, nearly 1,000 undead lay in pieces, and the ranch's experience bar rocketed to more than 5,000 points. The haul was respectable, though still shy of the 7,000 or 8,000 he had hoped for. Many bulls were so flimsy that a casual nudge from their own kin shattered them, pulverizing skulls and denying Lu the XP. Still, 5,000 would keep things running for quite a while. Evolution requirements for the goblin chieftain and several other goblins were still up in the air, and the shadow hunter's follow-up quest was a complete mystery. The flame berserker was moving quickly, but Lu had little interest in its upgrade. The beastmaster needed his tiny skylark to evolve into a windswift sparrow, and who knew when that would happen. If the goblin witch doctor managed not to get trampled, A few more days brewing poison and a field test or two would finish its requirements. As for the goblin shield bearer, today's brawl had focused fire on the chieftain, leaving the shield bearer idle and its progress bar frozen. The only unit ready to advance immediately was the goblin artisan. Tier 2 goblin artisan evolution initiated. Tier 3 goblin carver has emerged. Goblin carver, an adept with tools, capable of sculpting wood and stone and gifted in construction. Artisan's wish fulfilled. Random reward granted. Book of Faith. Liu's eyes lit up at the thin goatskin booklet wreathed in pale gold. Huh, interesting. He picked a run-off-the-mill goblin and had it use the item. Book of Faith consumed. Goblin has evolved into Tier 1 Goblin Acolyte. Goblin Acolyte, though called a believer, it is anything but exclusive. To gain power, it happily worships many gods. During each prayer, however, the current deity is treated as the one and only. Born saint, Goblin Acolytes readily earn divine favor and acquire special powers. The newly evolved Acolyte bulked up slightly, spat out a half-chewed tuft of grass, and strode solemnly to the eyeball idol. There it dropped to both knees, clasped its hands over its chest, and murmured a prayer, every motion fluid and devout, as though hardwired from birth. For all its apparent piety, the ranch's description made Lou frown. Something about this believer just felt off. The goblins were sent into the valley to search for devil ghost mushrooms, and, while they were at it, to haul out any leftover or half-buried undead and put them down for good. The cleanup yielded only a trickle of experience, yet every bit counted, and Lou Sahang's original goal was more than met. With the agreed-upon date to brew the slime elixir for the Lord of Icewind fast approaching, he decided not to linger in the wilds and began the journey home. Because Shin Xiaoli might be combing the area with people from the Adventurers Guild, however slim the chance, Lu Sihong made a wide detour and took a different mountain path back to Icewind City, avoiding potential complications. He rode his glassy-eyed ice alpaca at an unhurried pace for most of the day. Along the way, he drained several slimes and brought down 2 plump snow deer. The deer were handed over to the goblins to process at the ranch, while he sliced off a few lean steaks and tucked them into his spatial ring, planning to roast them over a campfire that night. Toward dusk, he spotted a plume of gray-white smoke. Nestled in a hollow ahead was a makeshift adventurers' camp, and he decided to spend the night there. Roughly a dozen adventurers were scattered into 3 small groups, clearly from different parties. In the wilderness, adventurers could be as dangerous as monsters. The first thing they did on meeting strangers was size them. Yupan sometimes pick potential prey. Leading the ice alpaca into the camp, Lu Sihong felt 3 sets of eyes sweep over him. He curled his lips into a faint smile and nodded in greeting, receiving only a few perfunctory replies. Unkempt from days on the road, he and his mount looked like drifters who had just crawled out of the wilds. That became everyone's first impression. A down-on-his-luck yet confident young man who dared to roam alone. Anyone able to travel solo usually had some skill and seldom stooped to banditry. Once the onlookers judged him low risk, their interest waned. A few showed open disdain but couldn't be bothered to speak. Lu Sihong paid them no mind. He tethered the ice alpaca, strolled to an empty stone beside the main fire, and produced the fresh deer steaks. To disguise the quality of his spatial ring, he quietly turned the inlaid magic gem toward his palm so the others would assume it was a cheap model. Threading the crimson venison onto a whittled stick, he propped it near the flames. Fat sizzled and dripped, and the rich aroma drifted outward, drawing side glances from several adventurers who, pride wounded, refrained from striking up a conversation. As the firelight flickered, night deepened. A short while later, a female adventurer with a bow on her back approached from the darkness. A half-mask concealed the lower half of her face, and loose black hair spilled across her shoulders. She surveyed the camp, noted the 3 distinct groups, and decided it was safe enough. Only then did she step inside and spread her cloak in a corner. Most of her features were hidden by the mask and her hair, yet her eyes and brows remained delicate, the partial veil lending her an elusive allure. Although they only spared one another a fleeting glance, the 3 seemingly unrelated groups of adventurers exchanged subtle signals and shared knowing smiles. By the campfire, a man kept stealing looks at the lone woman in the corner, his eyes full of lechery. A companion grabbed his arm and growled, "Quit staring before you scare her off." The man laughed awkwardly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. The logs crackled, yet the flames remained low. "Fire's dying, add some wood," someone suggested. Grabbing 2 thick logs, he shoved them into the pit and tossed in a few extra splinters. Dry wood met flame, sending pure pine fragrance into the night air. Off to one side, Lu Sihong studied the woman. Her features felt familiar, though he couldn't place where had seen her. The fire was already hot enough, yet the others kept feeding it. Their odd insistence narrowed his eyes and curled his lips into a faintly mocking smile. He produced a finger-length vial, uncapped it, sprinkled a pinch of fine powder over a half-cooked slab of meat, and set it back in the hottest part of the flames. Heat awakened the spice, and a rich, exotic aroma washed over the camp, smothering the earlier undercurrent of lust. All three groups swallowed hard, eyes locking on the meat in Lu Sihang's hand. In the corner, the woman Lu Moa is still chewing on dry rations. The scent unsettled her. The biscuit in her mouth suddenly felt like cotton. She looked toward Lu Sihong, open hunger flashing in her eyes. Under those watchful stares, Lu Sihong suddenly frowned. Great burned it, he muttered, then tossed the sizzling, fragrant meat straight into the flames. Grease hissed, and several adventurers nearly lunged to snatch it out. Idiot! Save some for us. Curses erupted. Anger focused on the shabby-looking man. A few fists twitched with the urge to strike him. He merely shot them a strange glance, yawned, brushed off his clothes, and wandered to the farthest wall. There he slumped against his pack and fell asleep almost instantly. He's out already? Maybe he's frail. Or just tired, leave him. Their words concerned Lu Sihong, but their eyes drifted toward Lu Mo. She had just helped Icewind City Hall investigate a battle with necromancers, and was now racing to the Icewind ruins for treasure. The sudden shift in their gaze set off alarms. She rose at once, ready to leave. The moment she straightened, the world spun far beyond ordinary lightheadedness. An accomplished archer, she understood at once, she'd been poisoned. Sensing their prey's distress, about a dozen adventurers shed the last of their disguises and closed in with predatory smiles. Lu Mo raised one hand to summon her beast companion and activated a waist-mounted magic device with the other. A nearly invisible shield shimmered across her skin. Fighting the vertigo, she tried to channel energy into her legs, aiming to vault clear of the camp. A lance of pain stabbed her temple before the skill could trigger, scattering her gathered power. Her knees buckled, a soft cry escaped her lips, and she collapsed, consciousness slipping into darkness. The four-tailed snow fox bared its fangs and shielded its tamer, its eyes blazing an electric blue. In the biting wind, a dozen adventurers crouched low, eyes locked on the fox, ready to strike. With a flick of its tail, the fox released a silent illusion that blurred the world around them. While everyone struggled to separate mirage from reality, the ground beneath the fox erupted with a deafening boom. A colossal grub clad in plates of stone burst upward, a moving pillar of rock that sent the fox flying. Before the fox could right itself, the worm's ring-shaped maw snapped open, rows of needle-sharp teeth glinting coldly. One crunch, and the fox vanished in a spray of flesh and light, its dying wail swallowed by grinding jaws. Left with an empty mouthful, the armored worm rumbled in irritation. The adventurer's leader patted its back. Easy, easy. You'll eat your fill later. Let the boys have some fun first. He flicked his cape and turned to the captured female summoner. The illusion lifted, and the adventurers broke into a cold sweat. Damned an illusion-casting mutant snow fox. Good thing the boss dug that pit ahead of time. Ha, told you. The boss stoneshell worm never fails. Someone snickered. You praising the worm, or checking out the girl? Her shield's about to crack any second. Laughter rippled through the group. Rolling up his sleeves and hitching his belt, the boss stepped forward, then felt an icy chill in his gut. Nothing moved below the waist. Panic stabbed him, though he kept a calm face. He cleared his throat. Forget it. I'm not interested. You guys handle her, and strip her gear clean. The little brothers hooped. Thanks, boss. We'll pick her dry. Yet despite all the noise, no one moved. The air turned awkward and still. The boss said you first, big head. Why are you standing there? You were the eager one. Ahem. I last too long might break her and leave you nothing. Charcoal, you're the quickest. Your turn. Shove it. Who's quick? After much shoving and cursing, still no one acted. Finally someone burst out. Wait, none of you can either, can you? Instant uproar. You're the one who can't. Mine's Ironheart. The shouting died as everyone exchanged uneasy looks, the same chill settling over them all. Either? Hell, we're cursed. The boss growled, oddly relieved it wasn't just him. He opened his mouth to warn the others when a yell came from behind. What the when did that kid get there? All eyes whirled around. Lu Sihong stood a few paces away, hands in his pockets, smiling pleasantly. Several adventurers felt their hearts jolt and summoned their inner energy, only to have it flare out of control, rampaging wildly through their bodies. A spurt of blood burst from the adventurers' mouths. Their faces went deathly pale, and they collapsed as if every ounce of strength had been drained. You used poison? You filthy coward. The last adventurer to attack shouted hoarsely at Lu Sihong. Liu's grin froze, and his lip twitched. Oh, so you can use poison but I can't? Give me a break. Mine's only a sleeping agent. Staring at his opponent's righteous outrage, the alchemist suddenly wondered whether he'd studied the wrong branch of alchemy. The adventurer leader glared at him. He's alone, just bury him with our beasts. But make him spit out the antidote first. Antidote? Sorry, there isn't one, Lu said with a shrug. Goblin witch doctor spice temporary paralysis, no after effects. He flashed a grin. And who said I'm alone? While the dozen adventurers stood gaping, more than 20 summoning circles flared on the ground. Alongside the usual creatures appeared 9 green-skinned goblins, tusks gleaming, brandishing crude weapons. The leader reacted first. A giant sand beetle clad in rocky armor burrowed with a crash, streaking toward Lu from below. But Lu was ready. A streak of pitch-black light flashed, and the leader's neck erupted in a fountain of blood. His head flew skyward, landed, rolled twice, and came to rest in the dust, eyes wide with disbelief. The headless body twitched, then toppled over. With their master dead, the sand beetle gave a shrill wail and crumbled into shards of shell, vanishing. The remaining adventurers were ordinary at best, and their beasts little better. The goblin chieftain roared, veins bulging as the power of red dragon blood exploded outward. Several summoned creatures dropped to the ground, trembling. Chaos followed. Some adventurers charged in desperation, others bolted, and a few fell to their knees begging for mercy. You stumbled onto a secret this big and still expect to leave alive? Lu sneered. The adventurers cursed silently. You're the one who showed us this secret, and with that bird's nest hair nobody could recognize you anyway. Lu was done talking. He drew his rough-hewn wild thorn staff, ready to lay down fire support for the goblins. At that moment, a newly evolved goblin cultist doubled over, a croaking laugh bubbling from its throat. The sound made Liu's ears twitch and his heart sink. He forgot his incantation and turned. The goblin stood with arms raised as though holding something invisible, while a ghostly, bloodshot eye the size of a boulder slowly formed above it. A wave of madness, savagery, and rage swept over them. Liu's reflexive glance made his eyes feel as though doused in cold water. He blinked hard, alarmed had he already been ensnared? While he felt only a creeping dread, the adventurers shattered under the eye's gaze. Faces twisted with terror, they screamed themselves hoarse, swung their blades wildly, and turned on one another. The chaos on the scene was over in less than 30 seconds. A giant eyeball hovered in the air, and the goblin cultist stood beneath it with both arms raised, clearly unable to bear the power coursing through him. In the next moment, he popped like an overfilled water skin, spraying blood and chunks of flesh across the ground. The phantom eye that relied on him flickered, then dissolved into nothing. Lu Sihong frowned, and swept his mind through his beast's space. Sure enough, that creature had already crawled back to play dead. Certain his own side was unharmed, he waved a hand, signaling the remaining goblins to finish off the adventurers who had just escaped the illusion. The skirmish ended quickly. The goblins dragged the bodies and scattered gear toward the breeding pens, tidying up the ground as they went. He left the loot entirely to them. Judging by the look of this bunch, there probably wasn't anything valuable anyway. Icewind City had reputable places that were safe and reasonably priced. If these people had real money, why would they come all the way out here to rob others? Simple robbery for coin is quick enough, but if you want to assault someone, even working fast is 3 minutes per victim. With this many customers in line, that's at least half an hour. All it would take is a patrolling paladin, a superwoman dropping from the sky. Well, there were no superheroes in this world or some powerful old man out for a midnight stroll. One flick of the wrist, and this whole crew would be dust. As his mind wandered, his gaze settled on the unconscious female adventurer lying on the ground. She looked familiar, but he couldn't place her. He reached for her mask, only to be blocked by a thin, pale blue energy shield. He paused a heartbeat, curled his fingers, and several magical vines burst from the earth, coiling around the barrier. Thorns scraped and sparks flew. In less than 10 seconds the shield was ground away. The instant it vanished, the unconscious woman Lu Mo seemed to sense danger. Her breathing quickened, and a soft, almost teasing moan slipped past her lips. Half-crouched, Lu Sihong reflexively sprang back. Great, did those bastards dose her with an aphrodisiac? After watching for a few breaths, he saw her settle down again. Still uneasy, he summoned more vines, wrapping her like a dumpling and leaving only her head free. Once convinced she was secure, he leaned in and removed her mask. Freed from restraint, her face twitched with panic and fear. Tears still clung to the corners of her eyes. She looked like a timid, fragile white flower. Stroking the stubble on his chin, Lu Sihong studied her. Had definitely seen her in Icewind City a few days ago. No, earlier than that. A snowfox beast tamer? His eyes lit up. That was the girl who had gone to the misty forest with Xiao Yang. Lu something. Lu Yuhui and Su Yu had mentioned her before, but he hadn't been listening and never bothered to remember her full name. So Senior Lu Yuhui had been right all along. This girl was either his cousin, or maybe second cousin. So she really pulled off the old playing dead trick and slipped away. Should I tie her up and haul her back to Shiji? But Shiji doesn't seem to care, and while senior brother worries about whether she's alive, he never said to bring her home. Big clans always have skeletons in the closet anyway. Forget it, he'll just act like I don't know her. He'll let Kuda get in touch with Shiji or senior brother later and ask what they want. With that decided, Lu Sihong checked once more that Lu Mo was still unconscious. Her breathing was steady and her face calm, so she couldn't have seen the bloody fight just now. Knowing there wouldn't be another captive girl in his basement, he finally relaxed. When the drug wore off, she'd come around on her own, and he had no intention of fussing over her. The magic vines rustled apart and sank back into the earth, leaving Lu Mo sprawled on the ground. Lu Sihong beckoned the ice alpaca that had been hiding in a corner since the battle, leaned against its soft white fleece, and closed his eyes. As for whether the girl might catch cold, He figured she was carrying some kind of warming charm. She wouldn't freeze lying there. Dawn broke, and the bitter wind of the Icewind Barrens whipped through the low shrubs. Lu Mo blinked awake, gave a startled cry, curled into a ball, and scanned the area warily. The ice alpaca, busy grazing, lifted its head, fixed her with dull eyes, curled its lip in something like mockery, and went back to chewing. Beside the fire, Lu Sihong glanced over but said nothing. The rabbit he was roasting had turned to blackened crust. He frowned, tossed the charcoal-like half into the flames, and muttered, "Tisish," burned again. Then he pulled a piece of bread from his spatial ring, skewered it on a twig, and tried to reheat it. Lu Mo hurriedly checked her clothes and body. Vine marks streaked her tunic and her mask was missing, but she was otherwise intact. She exhaled in relief. A quick look around showed bloodstains, drag marks, and scraps of flesh on the ground. The goblins had cleared away the adventurers' corpses in haste, leaving chaos behind. The sight made her swallow hard. Images of tentacled horrors from adventure manuals flickered through her mind, and for a moment she felt a chill as she stared at Lu Sihong's back. "Thank you for saving me," she ventured. Lu Sihong, biting into his scorched bread, grunted in acknowledgement. "Why did you take off my mask?" she asked, still puzzled. "How else would I know who I was rescuing? What if you'd been an enemy?" He answered matter-of-factly. Oh, she nodded. It sounded reasonable. Then another thought struck her. Was it you who drained the crystal on my protective necklace? Lu Sihong tossed the mouth-searing bread into the fire and yanked out a fresh piece to gnaw on. "You didn't lose all memory of last night, did you? Those creeps wore the shield down bit by bit. When things looked bad, I ran them off." "Ran them off?" Lu Mo paused, then offered a sincere thank you. Her four-tailed snow fox had died in the fight and wouldn't revive for at least half a month, so the Icewind ruins were out of the question. Without a beast companion, she wasn't even sure she could make it back to Icewind City safely. The plains weren't far from the city and should have been relatively tame, but last night's carnage had left her jumpy. Certain danger lurked in every gust of wind. She pulled her cloak tighter and kept scanning the empty horizon and the treetops. The blood on the ground hadn't dried, and the morning breeze carried a faint metallic tang. She licked her chapped lips and made a silent vow. Never again would she let her guard down. One moment of carelessness had nearly cost her life, and now every rustle in the grass felt like another threat waiting to pounce. Lu Sihong rode his frost alpaca at a brisk pace toward Icewind City. At least, that was how it should have gone. "Seriously, why are you following me?" he complained. The alpaca exhaled icy mist, its hooves clicking crisply on the frozen stone road. One of Lu Sihong's hands pressed on the creature's head to stop it from spitting ice foam. The other rested on the saddle horn as he glanced back at the girl clutching the alpaca's tail for dear life. "Aren't you heading to Icewind City too? Take me with you." Lu Mo looked up, her eyes shimmering like a rain-drenched lake. "You know the way. Go by yourself. My bonded beast is dead. Not my problem. I didn't kill it." Impatience seeped into Lu Sihong's voice. "Without a beast to guard me, it's dangerous out here for a girl." She sniffled. "What if I run into the kind of trouble we had yesterday?" "Yeah, well, be careful then." He brushed her off verbally, though he was muttering inside. "You pulled off a fake death escape and sprinted from the lava territory to the Icewind territory on your own. Quit acting like some delicate lotus." Grumbling aside, he never truly shook her off. Same surname, same clan, she was one of his own, after all. While he lounged comfortably on the alpaca's back, Lu Mo had to jog every so often just to keep up. Travelers along the road stared. A boy perched on a snow-white beast, a girl panting behind, yet neither paid any mind. Lu Sihong calculated in silence. "I only rented this alpaca for a few days. Looks like I'll have to cough up extra and buy it. I'm 17. Walking too much might stunt my growth. Riding is completely justified." To Lu Mo, everything felt perfectly normal. In her eyes, Lu Sihong was powerful and eccentric. He talked about leaving her to fend for herself, but still let her tag along. A restrained expert was the safest company for a girl, every book said so. Besides, lifelong bachelors were more likely to become great cultivators. On that point, Lu Sihong agreed. Skip the distractions of romance, and you gain more time to train. He had been single his whole previous life and was used to it. At his current age, no one found it odd, which suited him fine. Those clickbait articles preaching marital bliss. Total scams. The 3-day return trip passed without further trouble. At night, Lu Sihong magnanimously ceded half the alpaca as a backrest. The woman, 5 or 6 years older than he was, slept fitfully, still shaken by earlier events. She murmured in her dreams and flailed her limbs. With his temple throbbing, Lu Sihong finally uncorked a sleeping potion and forced it down her throat, securing himself a quiet night. On the third morning, Icewind City's spires and walls rose from the mist. Lu Sihong exhaled in relief, reined in the alpaca, and tipped his head to the girl. "We're here. You don't need me to walk you through the gates, right?" "No. I've got things to do, so we'll see you around." Before she finished, he clicked his heels, and the frost alpaca dashed ahead, carving twin arcs of snow spray. Thank you." Lu Mo cupped her hands around her mouth to shout, her voice torn to pieces by the northern wind. Lu Mo was left standing there with her hand half raised, her forced smile freezing in the biting wind. Lu Sihong wasn't brushing his cousin off. He really was in a hurry. Days ago, he had arranged to meet the Lord of Icewind City today to brew a batch of alchemical potions at the manor. If he hadn't been saddled with Lu Mo at the last minute, he would have had plenty of time. Worse yet, the trek across the wilderness had left him dusty from head to toe, so he still had to dash home to shower, change, and tame his hair. Even so, he managed to reach the manor just before noon. The city lord meant to exchange a few pleasantries, but his granddaughter Huzine kept urging him on, so he waved for the butler to escort Lu Sihong straight to the alchemy room. The place was a hastily converted hall packed with equipment and ingredients. Rows of clean reagent vials, neatly sorted magical materials, and more than 100 slimes trapped in special mesh bags water, earth, frost, and wood variants, all squirming together like a bubbling pot of rainbow glue. It was the first slime greenhouse Lu Sihong had ever seen, and he couldn't help scoffing inwardly. Huzian's slime only needed about 20 potions to evolve. There was no reason to stockpile this much. The Lord must be afraid he would botch the job, so had prepared an absurd surplus. As if the success rate for a low-grade potion were just 1 in Feeve wondered what kind of report his teacher had given the city lord. In fact, he had already brewed a dozen or so slime potions while practicing in the wild, 7 or 8 of which were good enough to use right away. Only another 10 were needed. Still, recipe or not, he played it safe. He selected a handful of 0 and first-tier wood slimes, drained their fluids, and distilled a fresh batch. Once had confirmed the potions were perfect, he went to report back. A little over an hour later, he returned to the sitting room. The city lord raised an eyebrow in surprise, but smiled and nodded to Huzine. The girl, all nerves and anticipation, dragged Lu Sihong straight to the garden, where the green slime was being kept trapped in layers of plants said to stabilize it and keep it from turning into an ice variant. Gulu gulu at Huzian's soft call, the green slime oozed out from the shrubs, practically quivering with excitement. Lu Sihong wondered what rare treasure it had eaten to get this smart. If he could, he'd take some home for that blockhead Zhang Yiming as brain food. One after another, 20 small vials were poured down its gullet, and the slime swelled like a balloon being pumped full of air. Lu Sihong stared at the wobbling jelly, half afraid it would explode. Huzine was tense herself, but still tried to reassure him. It's fine, sometimes slimes eat even more. She said it without looking away, eyes glued to every tremor. Her attempt at calm made him chuckle. He nodded, ready to say something soothing, when out of the corner of his eye he saw the green slime start to convulse violently. The gelatinous body bulged, shrank, then suddenly went taut and duong, popped into a huge ball with a head of bright green fur. Under normal circumstances, a slime evolves at a glacial pace. Influenced by its surroundings and the mana inside its body, it slowly changes shape and gradually displays elemental traits. A patch of grass might sprout from its crown, or a hard shell of rock might form along its surface. Yet with what Lu Sihong knew, a freshly advanced Tier 1 slime could never turn itself into the springy bouncy ball now rolling before him. That form belongs to a Tier 2, Tier 3, or even Tier 4 slime, and only one with a strong enough sense of self to deliberately mold its body into a sphere. He reached out and brushed the slime's rounded top. Beneath his fingers were a few slender blades of grass, tender shoots that looked as if they had just broken through the soil, begging to be played with. Lu Sihong sent in a thread of wood element energy. Instantly the shoots shot up, pale green stems stretching as though urged on by spring rain, and a scatter of tiny white and yellow flowers appeared. So it really jumped straight to Tier 2, Lu Sihong muttered. It's only just finished evolving, so the mana hasn't fully settled, and its new traits haven't all shown up yet. He was about to announce the name grass slime when a soft cry reached his ears. Huzine stroked the blossoms atop the slime, her eyes curving into crescents as she turned to him. Grandpa Lu, look. Dad wasn't lying, little green is blooming. It's definitely going to evolve into a flower fairy, right? The girl's eyes brimmed with hope. Lu Sihong quickly mirrored her smile and nodded gravely. Absolutely. One day, it will be a beautiful flower fairy. He added silently. Who says a flower fairy has to be humanoid? From a slime's perspective, a mountain-sized blob could still count as a fairy. After the evolution, Lu Sihong did not hurry to leave. He stayed to play with his granddaughter for a while, using the time to get familiar with the grass slime's abilities. When the Icewind City Lord finished her paperwork and arrived, she drew him into the garden pavilion for a casual chat. The sun was already tilting west, a cool breeze rustled the leaves, and their conversation wandered from city trivia to imperial gossip. Suddenly, Butler Xia hurried in. Prince Xiaoxue is here. Moments later, he led 2 men into the garden. Lu Sihong looked up and recognized them at once. Besides Prince Xiaoxue, the other man was the one who had leaped from a tavern window that night, fused with a kobold, fought a giant demon, and demolished 2 whole streets in the process. Back then he was as savage as a wild beast. Now he stood silent and aloof, his expression distant, as though the world had nothing to do with him. Hey, Auntie, Xian's here too? Prince Xiaoxue greeted the city lord first, the same irreverent lilt in his voice, a touch of familiarity woven through it. The city lord answered with a faint smile, though her eyes settled on the man beside the prince. Prince Xiaoxue guided his companion to a seat. This is Yui, a friend I picked up on the road. I remember, the city lord murmured. I've already seen what he can do. Prince Xiaoxue scratched his neck, embarrassed. His village was wiped out by cultists. He was the only survivor, so he's a bit traumatized. Whenever he sees a cultist, he tends to lose control. The city lord lifted an eyebrow. If he's unstable, what's your excuse? Those specters would have gone down in 2 strikes, but you still managed to rip apart 2 of my streets. Prince Xiaoxue spread his hands. I was chasing cultists, wasn't I? Come on. The lord of Icewind City let out a sardonic laugh. Several shaken residents had already reported to the city guard. Some odd fellow, glowing gold from head to toe and leading a giant wolf, had stood in the middle of the street for ages before casually slicing a roof clean off. I figured you knew you'd cause trouble and had already skipped town with your friend. Prince Xiox's face fell. He frantically waved his hands. We weren't running. I spotted a suspicious stranger and dragged my friend over to investigate. As he spoke, he produced a shard of bone from his cloak and handed it over. Lu Sihong recognized it immediately. It was the goblin wild talisman the giant armed pitcher had dropped. He grimaced inwardly. Great, the gossip has come back to bite me. Prince Xiaoxue went on. I picked this up where the necromancer cultist died. It clearly isn't necromancer gear, so it must belong to that stranger. I'm an inspector for the Temple of Contracts, so I have to look into people like that. Oh, the city lord arched a brow. So what did you learn? The prince's mouth opened and closed. Nothing. Humph. The city lord snorted a second time. Feeling the tension, Xiaoxue rushed to change the subject. His gaze landed on Lu Sihong, who was trying hard to stay invisible. Ah, and this young man is? The city lord knew he was deflecting but played along with a smile. This is Lu Sihong, Pei Pei's new student. He's a wood element mage and a decent alchemist. Aunt Pei finally found her talent, then. Xiox's eyes lit up. Lu Sihong muttered silently that his teacher's resume grew more outrageous by the day, yet he managed a polite smile. After a few pleasantries, the prince began to complain. My big brother sweet-talked me into becoming an inspector for the Temple of Contracts, but nobody said divine magic was luck-based. I've been at it more than a decade, and all I've mastered is radiant blessing. It just makes your weapon shine like a torch. How's that different from a basic light spell? Curious, Lu Sihong asked. Isn't divine magic granted directly by a god? Exactly. That's what I thought before I joined. Xiox's voice rose in frustration. The city lord grunted. The royal tutors covered all of this. You skipped the lessons, and now you blame your brother? He turned to Lu Sihong and calmly explained. When we speak of our gods, we mean 2 beings, the god of contracts and the god of trials. When they descended to this world and saw humanity's plight, they altered certain rules. They let us bind beasts through contracts and gave adventurers the chance to earn the god of trials' blessings. Though they left countless miracles, these 2 don't crave worship and rarely answer prayers. One of them simply has no use for the paltry power of human faith. The other, the god of contracts, has enemies across the multiverse and fears that widespread devotion here would draw disaster onto us. You've heard, haven't you, about the rift in the magma territory? The evil deity behind it is said to be nothing more than an eyeball that fell from a dark god the god of contracts slew. Softening his tone, the city lord added, and of course, god of contracts and god of trials aren't their real names. They're merely titles reflecting a portion of the divine authority each one wields. After returning from the city lord's mansion, Lu Sihong immersed himself in brewing ghost-face venom, tossing the ice alpaca into the yard without bothering to tether it. I left you 10 days worth of feed. Eat when you're hungry, drink from the pond when you're thirsty. If it rains or hails, find your own shelter. If I step outside and this place is a mess, you're getting roasted. With that threat, he disappeared into the underground alchemy lab, acting as though the creature understood every word. Ghost-face venom was far trickier than the slime potion. Batch after batch boiled down to worthless sludge, blackening his precious ingredients until an entire stockpile was gone before he finally caught on. Mushrooms spoil fast, so he couldn't slow down. He spent 4 straight days and nights in the lab, never once glancing at the sky. By the time he emerged, he reeked of chemicals and his eyes were bloodshot. He collapsed onto his bed and slept like the dead. When he re-entered the goblin ranch, it bustled more than before. 2 new structures dominated the center, a carved wooden toad and a stone goblin holding a vase that poured water. Wilderness Toad Idol, a statue of the wild deity worshipped by goblin tribes, imbued with mysterious power, but inactive due to insufficient faith. Goblin Fountain Statue, carved from ordinary stone with surprisingly fine workmanship, continuously produces clear water. The low-tier goblin believers, whose respawn time is short, were already lively again. They now knelt solemnly before the toad idol, looking like devout monks, nothing like their earlier frenzy. The system offered no numbers for how much faith was needed to activate the idol, so Lu Sihong had to wait. At that moment, a new evolution quest appeared for the goblin believers. Quest broad faith, to better master divine power, simultaneously worship multiple gods, and conduct comparative research on their abilities. Are you kidding me? Lu Xihong almost laughed in disbelief. Fine, you're not human, but even for goblins this is insane. In his experience, believers traded devotion for blessings, who worshipped multiple gods just for academic comparison. Anger one deity, and there might not even be ashes left. To play it safe, he decided to keep the goblins at home, letting them worship only the wild god. Ranch-grown trouble was easier to control. If they ever wandered off and attracted an eldritch deity, both goblins and master might vanish together. The goblin fountain, though, was unexpectedly beautiful clear stream, polished stone. If goblins didn't look so inherently goofy, he'd hire the sculptor to install one in his own yard. While admiring it, he noticed the goblin beastmaster lying motionless on the ground. The goblin witch doctor and the fire fanatic were nowhere in sight. The beastmaster should have been safely stationed here. How had he ended up dead? Scanning the area, Lu Xihong saw the shadow hunter still nursing his wounds. He suddenly remembered something and glanced at the goblin merchant's hut. As he had guessed, the fellow was sprawled lifeless inside. Lu Xihong immediately knew what had happened. He stooped to pick up the goblin merchant's trading journal lying by the door and skimmed the densely written entries. 1. Entered the Silver Sea coast and tried to sell frying pans to giant claw crab, failed, was chased. 2. Sensed hostility from a colossal sandworm, narrowly avoided its pit trap. 3. Found adventurers battling a hammer beetle, sold 1 medium healing potion. 4. Reached the Frostwind wastes, sold 1 toxic Hulk potion and 1 Hulk antidote. 5. Ventured into the Black Mist zone, escaped an undead ambush, peddled potions to survivors. 6. Hunted by necrotic cultists, summoned a goblin shadow hunter and goblin beast tamer for backup. 7. Heard the wails of vengeful spirits, died on the spot. Loot gained 1,530 gold, 153 trade points, 83 experience. New dispatch sites: giant claw crab nest, colossal sandworm pit, hammer beetle lair, ice shell turtle habitat, sea serpent hideout. So the beast tamer got killed because of this clown, Lu Xihong muttered. The shadow hunter must have slipped into the shadow realm and outlasted the summon timer. If the merchant's ability didn't have such a long cooldown, he'd be showing up here half dead every other day, and ID never dare leave the safe zone. He swept his eyes across the ranch to confirm there were no bigger threats. In the pens, 2 stinger spiders of different sizes lay exhausted. A mutant giant beetle nibbled on grass. Several little skyfinches flitted around fallen insects. By the hot spring, a goblin siren flicked her tail fin and struck a sultry pose while humming an off-key sea song. Not far away, in the haunted corner, a jumble of skeletons wrestled with a goblin necromancer. Then he noticed wisps of black smoke curling from the necromancer's shovel. A closer look showed 3 rings, looted from necrotic cultists, embedded in the wooden handle. The tool had become a new magical device. Name: Wraith Shovel. Components: superior enchanted wood handle, 3 rings of malevolent power, iron shovel head. Soul Drain. Automatically absorbs residual soul energy from nearby dying creatures, storing it in the rings. Soul Strike. Releases stored energy on impact, blasting a target's mind. Depending on the target's will and spirit, it can cause confusion, madness, feeble-mindedness, or outright annihilation. Soul Feed. Stored energy can be channeled to heal allied undead. So that's possible. Goblin carvers really are geniuses. Rubbing his chin, Lu Xihong glanced at his bramble war staff, ideas for modifications racing through his head. The intel head pride from Kutna still rang in his ears. His seniors had once suffered terribly under a 2-headed ogre archmage and had mastered frantic barrel rolls to stay alive. He refused to repeat their mistake. She needed better gear now. His mentor prefers a spiked club. Maybe I should mount a hammerhead on the bramble staff. When I'm not in combat, I could even use it for strength training. After wrapping up his work, Lu Xihong headed to the Adventurers Guild to use their communicator, hoping Kuda could put him through to either Lu Yuhui or Lu Yue. The crystal chandeliers filled the hall with light, and the silver guild crest on the wall gleamed. The fees here were less than half of what the Alchemist Guild charged. Exactly why he had come. Renting a device there cost at least twice as much. As soon as the arcane crystal activated, a metallic voice announced, "Security check complete. Basic access granted." "Wow, you sound formal today. System resources tied up?" Lu Xihong quipped. Kuda answered, as concise as ever. "Compiling data on ghost sightings in the Lava Dominion to build an early warning system." Xihong frowned. "Is the situation in the Lava Dominion that serious?" "Overall threat is low, but it disrupts civilian life significantly." "Low threat still means people could die," Xihong muttered, thinking of Baiwa Town. Sensing his concern, Kuda added, "Baiwa Town is far from the Black Fog Zone and faces minimal danger. Current data rate the area as extremely low risk." Xihong finally relaxed. "Kuda, can you connect me with Senior Lu Yuhui or Senior Sister Lu Yue?" Command received. Contacting the Lu family's communicator assigned to Lu Yue. They have their own unit? Sihong was surprised. Installing a basic communicator costs only 3,000 gold coins, Kuda said evenly. 3,000? Not bad. Maybe I should. His eyes lit up. He fancied himself rich enough to install one at home and stop visiting the guild. Kuda doused that notion at once. You still need a mana reactor matrix and magical conduits. To cut operating costs, a mana gathering array is recommended. Minimum total, 25,000 gold coins. Knew it was too good to be true. Sihong sighed, then laughed at himself. One day, he'll invent a phone in this world wireless, wired 2 cups and a string. Forget it. He'll just focus on magic. Link established. The Lu household has notified Lu Yuhui, Kuda reported. Moments later, a static-ridden voice came through. Hello, this is Lu Yuhui. This is Lu Sihong, Sr. Why do you sound so off? Lu Yuhui cleared his throat, surprise in his tone. Oh, it's you, Junior. I thought my sister was calling. Basic communicators pick up ambient mana interference, so the audio warps. Sometimes you can't even hear a word. Listening to the crackle, Sihong wondered how secure these magical calls really were. My sister said you're in Icewind City, right? What's up? Snapping back to business, Sihong described meeting Lu Mo in the Icewind territory. I wasn't entirely sure at first, but she called me a good person and gave me her real name. The memory left him feeling a touch guilty. Lu Yuhui let out a quiet chuckle. She was quick-witted enough to deal with the old geezers in the family, yet she had never faced real hardships. Most of the time, she either hid at home studying in secret or acted like a fool in public. So why was she determined to flee the Lu clan? The answer was simple, those half-dead elders. Years ago, Lu Mo's parents were killed in an accident while traveling, and rumor claimed they had left behind a treasure of staggering value. The moment the old folks heard the word treasure, they immediately labeled it family property and could hardly wait to ransack every trunk and drawer. Their scheme was obvious to anyone with a brain. Before their deaths, Lu Mo's parents had loved exploring ruins and collecting curiosities. Whenever they found something interesting, they turned it into treasure maps and travel notes to spark their children's curiosity. Lu Yuhui had received several of these keepsakes herself, so she assumed Lu Mo had even more. Watching Lu Mo travel all the way to Icewind City, Lu Sihong quietly guessed she was searching for her parents' hidden trove. Now that Lu Yuhui was in full storytelling mode, she went on. Back then, Lu Mo had handed over a few worthless trinkets to placate the elders. When the old dogs realized they had been duped, they decided to use Lu Mo as a bargaining chip for a political marriage. Even that was not enough for them. They soon set their sights on Lu Yuhui's older sister as well. Lu Yuhui's parents objected, but the elders invoked family interests and pressured the patriarch Lu Sihang's grandfather to give in. When the news spread, Lu Yuhui's grandmother stormed into the Lu estate and had a fierce argument with them, only to faint from rage. That very night, the scheming elders were all poisoned, their bodies paralyzed so badly they could not move an inch. The clan urgently sent messengers to the Alchemists Guild, but the alchemists only sneered or made excuses. People later discovered that Lu Yuhui's grandmother had once been close friends with Zhang Laoshe. Because her talent was limited, she had entered old age early and avoided contact with him, afraid the clan would exploit their friendship. Zhang Laoshe was a quiet man who seldom visited anyone, so outsiders assumed their relationship was casual. Several shameless elders even went to the Lord's manor to press charges, only to be asked for evidence and nearly thrown in jail. If the patriarch had not begged for mercy, those elders might have grown old behind bars. Afterward, Zhang Laoshe accepted Lu Yuhui's sister as his student, and no one dared lay a finger on her again. By contrast, Lu Mo had no one to back her up. She decided to play the fool, hoping to ruin her reputation and force the other family to break off the engagement. Unfortunately, they only wanted the title Miss Lu and did not care whether she was stupid or not. Besides, she had never done anything truly bad. Her talent was poor, her temper worse, and her mind dull. But compared with the real scoundrels of the clan, she was merely an easy-to-feed freeloader. While listening, Lu Sihong silently judged that this cousin seemed to fit the cute but clueless stereotype. He planned to let her stay away for a few years, clear out the old dogs, then find a way to annul her engagement. If she was willing to come home afterward, he would bring her back. At that thought, Lu Yuhui's serene smile floated into his mind, and he could not help grumbling to himself. If he had heard correctly, clear out probably meant exactly what it sounded like. Yet her tone had been almost warm. How was that possible? People from great clans really were terrifying. The lava territory is a mess at the moment, and even Lu Yuhui has been hauled off by Zhang Peipei to help. So as the heir, Lu Yuhui can hardly catch a break himself. On the other end of the link crystal, Lu Yuhui spoke in a rush, exchanged only a few words with Lu Sihong, and was immediately urged away by someone outside. So he waved an apologetic goodbye and plunged into the next catastrophe. The connection snapped and quiet settled over the contact chamber in the Mage Tower. Lu Sihong rubbed the ache from between his brows, then gestured for the tower spirit Kuda to pull up every entry on shadow creatures. A light screen blossomed, yet only a handful of records held any value. Nearly all described ordinary magic beasts that merely wielded shadow power. not true natives of the Shadow Realm. What did catch his eye was an alchemist's cooking notebook. One page described a creature called the Shadow Rat, no longer than an arm, but with tender meat that carried a faint mix of smokiness and a chili spice. More importantly, the author had included a homemade bait recipe. Take scraps of magic beast meat, mix in shavings of tier 3 or lower reagents, and finish with several appetite-stimulating spices. Then let the mixture rest for 3/4 of an hour. That single line sparked hope in Lu Sihong, and he copied the recipe word for word into his notes, marking appetite-stimulating in bright red. Still, the scattered data in the tower would never be enough to uncover the Shadow Realm's core secrets. The real trove lay in the Magic Guild archives, but access there was tightly restricted. Anyone looking into Shadow Realm materials had to be a certified Grand Mage. Although Lu Sihang's attributes matched that rank and his combat ability surpassed a full mage, he had never bothered with the guild's bureaucracy. He did not even hold an apprentice license, and was, on paper, a rogue spellcaster. They would probably demand additional proof, turning the whole affair into a headache. With that thought, he dismissed the light screen and left the contact chamber. The moment he stepped into the Adventurers Guild hall, a strange pressure washed over him. Groups clustered everywhere, whispering or eyeing a pack of unfamiliar adventurers in gray-black leather armor at the front counter. "What are those vultures from the Vulture Squad doing in Icewind City's guild?" boomed a man at the nearest round table, lowering his voice, yet still making the rafters vibrate. His companion chuckled. "Haven't you heard? One of their teams vanished on a job, and now they're asking the guild to open an investigation. About time something like this happened." The loud man snorted. "Vanished? More like they finally paid for all the nasty things they've done. Investigate my foot, just a waste of guild resources." The friend tugged his sleeve. "Keep it down, will you? That's the Falcon Adventuring Company. They've got serious backing that most folks wouldn't dare cross." Lu Sihong glanced at the brawler. The man wanted everyone else to hush, while his own bullhorn voice rattled the beams. "Backing?" scoffed someone at the next table. "Even Lord Huiyun can barely fend for himself these days." He slammed his cup down and rattled off. "Half of Huiyun territory is shrouded in black mist. More undead crawl out of it each day than living souls remain. In just half a month, tens of thousands have died. The settlers are fleeing, and soon the city lord will be little more than a figurehead." A newcomer frowned. "Isn't there still the Huiyun lord? Won't he stop the mist from spreading?" "Huh." The scoffer tapped the table. "The lord's old and stubborn. While other border lords were forced to escort refugees away from the Death Breath Elder Dragon, he charged straight into the black mist to fight the beast Hedon and nearly died for it. They hauled him to Ancient Wood City, broken and bleeding, for treatment." He paused, then added, "Even his bonded beast, the ancient Fire Crow, was slain. Reviving it will take 5 or 6 years at best." "Huh." The loud man burst into thunderous laughter that filled the hall. Without the Huiyun lord watching his back, that city lord must be losing sleep every night. The burly man's voice boomed so loudly that the Falcon Adventurer party could no longer pretend they hadn't heard. One by one they turned, glaring daggers at him. The other adventurers stared right back, raising their voices on purpose, clearly itching for a fight. Behind the counter, the guild staff pretended nothing was happening, letting the tension build. With no one to back them up, the Falcons had to swallow their anger and act as if they'd heard nothing, which only emboldened the other side to shout even louder. "Wrong again," the big man bellowed, slapping the table hard enough to make it hum. "The ice on Silver Sea just thawed, right? Lord Huiyun wants fresh seafood so badly, he sent a pack of dogs to haul it back." "Seriously?" someone nearby yelped. "Huiyun territory is hanging by a thread, and he's thinking about dinner? Huh. Lord Huiyun used to be somebody, but every generation gets worse." Laughter and the clink of mugs mixed with the crackling tension, as if half the room was here for the show. Standing in a corner, Lu Sihong had been waiting for fists to fly when another phrase caught his ear: fresh seafood. He remembered the Ghostfish Gang saying some sea harvest spoils almost instantly and can be taken only when the ice melts. He made a mental note: drop by the Ghostfish Gang later and see what he could bring back. The food in Icewind City was good, but outrageously priced. While the goblin healer was still out cold, he wanted the goblins to have a decent meal. The crowd buzzed with more rumors. "You won't believe this, some idiot heard that Qingzhou City in Lava Territory has no lord and actually wants the job. He thinks Lord Lian struck gold. He's insane. Qingzhou City can't have a lord, it's Lord Lian's memorial to his wife." "Lord Lian? I heard he had a temper even when he was young." "Had. He's still fiery as ever, only he's too strong for anyone to mess with." Sarcasm flew back and forth. When people looked at the Falcons now, there was a hint of pity, but mostly schadenfreude. The Falcon members, faces dark as charcoal, stayed silent, finished their paperwork, and slipped out of the guild hall. Watching them leave, Lu Sihong frowned. Lord Lian was still injured and had dumped all the territory's problems on Teacher. The region was already chaotic. Now these clowns wanted to stir things up? And that so-called Lord Huiyun, just the name sounded dim-witted enough. Plotting for Qingzhou City? He'd remember that. Lost in thought, Lu Sihong barely noticed Lu Mo suddenly pop up beside him, eyes shining. Wow, it really is you. I almost didn't recognize you. Out in the wild, Head looked like a vagabond. Now, freshly cleaned up, Shed checked twice before approaching. She glanced at the retreating falcons, then dragged Lu Sihong aside. What? He asked, puzzled. Be careful around them, she whispered. Huh, how did you know ID put them on my blacklist? He wondered if his face had given him away. She signaled with her eyes. Their squad's been missing about 7 or 8 days. She left the rest unspoken. The clue hit him. She suspected the captives from the makeshift camp were the Falcons' missing team. Really? They're a proper adventurer party with a city lord behind them. How could they end up in that state? He muttered, though inwardly he was already on guard. He focused his mind on the ranch space. After the goblins had stripped the adventurers bare and tossed them into the forest of wraiths, all their random belongings had been dumped in the warehouse, something Head never bothered to check. Inside the wooden warehouse, Lu Sihong discovered a few shabby plaques engraved with the words Falcon Adventurers. The material was cheap, the workmanship poor, and dust clung to the rough edges. Yet they proved those people had indeed belonged to the Falcon Party. Damn, after eavesdropping on the whole affair, I've just realized the culprit under investigation is actually me, he thought, then amended himself. No, this is just payback. That dim-witted city lord who covets Qingzhou City will eventually understand this vanished adventuring squad is a silent warning. I left no trace. If he has any brains, he'll figure out why. He couldn't be bothered to explain such intricate logic to the big sister airhead trailing him. Head assumed Head cleaned things up neatly, only to have a search party appear and rattle him for a moment. Glancing at Lu Mo beside him, he dismissed the matter. Those people I scared off? No idea where they went. With that, he headed for the Adventurers Guild counter. A Frost Grand Mage needs an area of extreme cold to grasp the laws of ice. He planned to buy a copy of notes on the Icewind Expanse for research. The Expanse's name predated the territory itself, and most information about the rift was public. The guild had compiled it into a booklet that cost only 10 silver coins. As he flipped through the pages, Lu Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. You're going to the Icewind Expanse? Yeah, need a place that's bitterly cold. Lu Sihong replied absent-mindedly, skimming the text. I know it well. She jumped in. There's an unfrozen lake inside the coldest spot in the whole rift. Anyone underleveled has to wear specialized gear and drink mid-grade or higher frost resistance potions, or it's deadly. I'm heading there too, and I've already packed everything. Want to team up? Her face brimmed with expectation. Lu Sihong's mouth twitched. She's probably hunting the treasure her parents left behind. Not afraid he'll get greedy? Maybe she's got a fallback plan. Still, she's my senior sister's kid sister, half a teammate at least. He looked up. Didn't your beast companion die? It'll take time to revive, right? A shadow crossed Lu Mo's face. Yeah, about 10 days more. 10 days is fine. He'll find you then. The unfrozen lake sounded dangerous enough. He needed to prepare as well. Really? Lu Mo's eyes sparkled again. She nodded eagerly. Once you're ready, come to the guild. I'm staying here for now. With her in demolished and her campsite nearly fatal, the Adventurers Guild was the only safe place left in Icewind City. Sure. I'm off. Lu Sihong turned to leave. She hurried after him. What should I call you? Even a code name would do, otherwise I can't shout for you. Lu Sihong almost invented a story on the spot, but imagining how awkward it would be when she eventually learned the truth, he gave his real name instead. Lu Sihong. Oh, you're a Lu too? What a coincidence. Lu Mo's eyes lit up. He laughed to himself. Coincidence? The real coincidence is that I'm a student at Qingzhou Academy, and am the one who killed those worthless friends of yours. The thought flashed by. He merely waved it away without explaining. See you later, brother Lu. He'll wait for you right here. Lu Mo called after him, waving enthusiastically. He paused, almost laughing, beard or not. Did he really look old enough to be her brother? Fine. If she wants to call me brother, he'll call her sister. Fair's fair. After they parted, he headed straight for the Mages Guild. Becoming an apprentice mage was far simpler than qualifying as an apprentice alchemist. You placed your hand on the guild's testing crystal. If your mental strength and internal mana known simply as energy met the standard, a light came on. Then you cast any spell you liked. First, though, the guild demanded a 50 silver coin deposit. If you passed, they returned it on the spot. If you failed, you lost it. The guild didn't need the money, it was just a filter to keep the talentless and brainless from wasting everyone's time. To a pauper, 50 silver coins could be years, even a lifetime, of savings. Anyone with a hint of talent could scrape it together after a few months of hard work. In every sense, this world was brutal. While idly musing on all this, Lu Sihong sailed through the test and received a bronze-colored apprentice mage badge, almost identical to his bronze adventurer emblem. He confirmed with the staff that full mage certification required another test plus a detailed report of one's mental and mana statistics. His own numbers were absurd. If they came to light, they would draw far too much attention. Better to wait until his teacher was free. Perhaps the old man had friends in the guild who could push the paperwork through quietly. The thought lifted his mood. Meanwhile, life was falling apart for Scarface of the Ghostfish gang. A few days earlier, Head led a crew against the Lobstermen. Out of nowhere, Those artist types they'd been hassling set off an explosion. Only 2 derelict shacks went up. No fire reached the warehouse, so Scarface hadn't cared. People died in this slum every day, hardly news. The city watch took a cursory look and left, and he thought that was the end of it. But the victims' families wouldn't drop the matter. They insisted it was deliberate murder and went to the Bureau of Public Security. Investigators came, collected some evidence. Scarface assumed it was routine, it would blow over. 2 days later, a squad of city guards stormed in and put every member of the Ghostfish gang in irons. They grilled them about their links to the painters, especially the mage who'd bought seafood that day. Their faces were hard, and Scarface felt certain the gang was doomed. He even started composing his last words. To his astonishment, after hours of interrogation, the guards abruptly left, taking only the gang leader with them. After several nerve-wracking days, word finally came from the boss. Had run into trouble he never saw coming and would have to cool his heels and lock up for a while. But business was to carry on as usual. His one hard rule: the boys were to stay away from yellow books, especially the heavy stuff featuring goblins or ogres. Anything like that was absolutely forbidden on Ghostfish turf. Scarface couldn't make sense of it. Since when did Icewind City start a morality crusade? He immediately sent a few runners into the inner city to sniff around. The brothels at Goatian Court and Lover's Spring were still blazing with lanterns and packed with patrons, yet the 2 adult bookstores the gang frequented were shuttered tight. Rumor had it the city watch had kicked in the doors the night before and hauled the owners away in chains. The underlings dug deeper, and the stories got darker. Not only the shopkeepers, but anyone who tried to pull strings on their behalf ended up arrested as well. By the time that news reached them, the whole gang fell silent. Word on the street said the crackdown came straight from the city lord's mansion, though no one could tell if it was true. While everyone else guessed blindly, Scarface began to see a pattern. Every print shop and illustrator tied to those books had been picked up. The day the watch stormed in, they swept up every last artist. When he sent people to check on their families, not one had been spared. Everyone had vanished without a trace. So the trouble almost certainly started with those artists who drew the filthy comics. But did any of it connect to the mage they'd crossed paths with that night? He was still stewing over that when Lu Sihong suddenly appeared at the gate, making Scarface's heart leap. Had the mage broken out to settle old scores? How'd you get out? Scarface asked, his voice wavering while his mind raced. If the mage had come back for revenge, every one of them who'd sold him out was in deep trouble. Lu Sihong looked baffled by the reaction. He rubbed his own face, finding nothing wrong. I heard the silver seas thawed and the seafood's never been fresher, he said. Thought I'd drop by. The city watch hasn't bothered you, has it? No, everything's fine, Scarface answered with a forced smile. Maybe those arrests really had nothing to do with the mage. Seeing all these men pale as ghosts, Lu Sihong wondered if they'd stumbled onto a pack of undead Ghostfish gang. Was an ominous name after all. Once Scarface was sure the mage wasn't here for payback, he led him toward the warehouse. Take a look at what we brought in the last couple of days, he said. After you've picked your favorites, wait a bit. The boats are bringing in a fresh haul, and he'll save the newest for you. Last time, Lu Sihong had paid generously, never haggled, and even tipped for wine, so Scarface knew he was well-heeled and wouldn't kill anyone over a warehouse of exotic seafood. He headed straight for the cold storage room. A blast of icy fog rolled over them as mage lamps lit up a forest of bizarre creatures from distant seas, their shells gleaming in ghostly blue. Lu Sihong stared, transfixed. Just then, a group of thugs came in dragging a fishing net, and inside it, a man lay foaming at the mouth, skin tinted an alarming shade of green. It was Chung Peng, the fat headfish handler. Hey, what happened to him? Why is he greener than seaweed? Scarface asked, puzzled. Lu Sihong shot Scar a puzzled look. With symptoms this obvious, why was he cracking jokes? Scar, you know that goblin brew? A lackey asked, grinning. Oh, the stuff that turns you bright green. 1 bottle's worth more than a whole warehouse of Green Hulk? Scar raised an eyebrow. That's what he drank. Wait, you think our little haul of seafood is worth 100 gold? The lackey muttered, baffled. Scar's eyes nearly popped. Come again, how much? Lu Sihong glanced at the sickly green figure on the ground and cleared his throat. Shouldn't you give him an antidote? He looks like he's about to keel over. Scar frowned. Sir, he bragged his poison resistance is higher than a mid-grade antidote. Mid-grade's all we've got, so it'd be useless. Don't worry, he's tough. If we weren't afraid a sea beast might drag him off, would have left him on Ice Island to wake up on his own. The lackey nodded earnestly. Seriously, when we found him, he was charging a whole squad of serpent folk solo. Ice arrows, water orbs, she took them like mosquito bites. Lu Sihong crouched for a closer look. Chung Peng was riddled with craters, bones bulged under torn flesh, yet his breathing stayed steady, and the green blotches were fading by the second. Remembering the lackey's words, Lu Sihong tucked his antidote away. Serves him right for buying Green Hulk without the detox kit. Scar's mind was elsewhere. Serpent folk? Didn't the Lord drive their army off recently? No clue, the lackey said, scratching his head. Maybe stragglers after the rout. They weren't strong. Chung Peng hacked them to pieces. Otherwise would never have dared collect the bodies. You bring those corpses back? Yep, they're right behind us. Better report this to the city guard, Scar muttered. Reward mine. Chung Peng's bloodshot eyes snapped open. Hoarse and straining, he forced out the words. Scar glared. Relax, it's all yours. Nobody's touching your loot. Reassured, Chung Peng's berserk state faded. Pain flooded in, and he blacked out with a grunt. Crap, did he die? Two lackeys rushed over, checked his breath, then shook their heads. Not dead, just out cold. Scar rolled his eyes. If he's alive, quit shaking your heads. Get him inside, and pour some healing potion down his throat. Keep the empty vial, he's paying for it. They hauled Chung Peng indoors. Staring at the hulking, green-tinged body, Lu Sihong marveled, unreal. Even a barbarian healer's poison can't put this guy down. Lu Sihong had picked up a heap of unfamiliar seafood from the Ghostfish gang, and Scarface even threw in a copy of the Silver Sea Seafood Compendium. While waiting for the savage healer to resurrect, he had the few surviving goblins gather around a campfire and tuck into a one-pot stew of crab claws, moray eel, and blue-shell shrimp. Thick steam drifted across the makeshift camp, but there was simply too much seafood. Even after belching, they still hadn't finished it. So Lu Sihong separated out the rankest barrels, the ones pungent enough to make eyes water, planning to turn them into special bait for shadow rats. The cookbook, left behind by a chef who doubled as an alchemy master, stated clearly that any mixture meant to influence monsters had to contain energized magical beast meat. Certain low-level sea creatures held the same kind of energy and could, in theory, be substituted. Lu Sihong figured that even if the recipe flopped, had only be out a few fish heads and crab legs, no big loss. Next, he made a supply run to Icewind City, buying every anti-frost potion, cold weather outfit, and magic trinket required for venturing into the Icewind secret realm, along with the magical reagents and beast meat his bait would need. As for the spices that boost appetite and sharpen aroma, he didn't have to shop at all. The Savage Healer's herbal blend was already absurdly potent. A single pinch filled the air with a sweet and spicy scent that set stomachs growling. Its built-in toxicity wouldn't kill outright, but the weakness and hallucinations it caused were a mixed blessing for trapping rats, though those drawbacks became advantages once the shadow rats collapsed under the fumes. Catching them would be child's play. The book's standard capture method went like this. Find a spot saturated with shadow energy, lay down a magic array or equivalent, rip open a slit to the shadow realm, then lure the shadow rats through with bait. Their attack power was modest, but their stealth was exceptional, and they could open a door back home the moment darkness touched them. If you lacked the muscle to face them heat in, you had to slam the shadow gate shut the instant they appeared, then flood the area with light to cut off their escape. Lu Sihong had neither a suitable shadow-rich site nor a sophisticated array ready to go. What he did have was a better idea. The basement head converted into an alchemy lab was sealed and perpetually dim. He packed away the instruments, minced the seafood and beast meat, stirred in the healer's spices, and produced buckets of lurid, eye-watering bait, which he set before the shadow stalker. Smear the fishy batch on your left foot and the magic octopus mix on your right. Hey, don't eat it. The goblin healer went heavy on the spices. If you pass out, the rats will chew on you before you wake up, he warned, waving away the stinging fumes. His plan was simple. Treat the shadow stalker as a live lure. Once it was coated head to toe, drop it into the shadow realm to fish for rats. Movement there was limited, so if a shadow rat drew near, the stalker would yank itself back immediately, ideally hauling its target out with it. Even if the first run failed, that was fine. As long as the shadow rats remembered there was free food here, a few more attempts would eventually tempt them into sneaking out for a bite. Of course, all this was only Lu Sihong's theory. If it didn't work, there wasn't much else he could do. There was no way he was going to fuse with a bunch of goblins, dive into the shadow realm alone, answer those eerie whispers, and risk luring back walk knows what. After smearing the bait that reeked of coppery sweetness, Lu Sihong snapped off the magic lamp. The shadow stalker in his hand slipped into the darkness as if sinking into ink. All right, I'm leaving this to you, he told the goblin archmage. If anything happens, get upstairs and tell me at once. And if a shadow rat actually bites, remember to turn the light back on. The goblin hugged his orb-topped staff and nodded. Once Lu Sihong had gone, he set an ice trap where the shadow stalker vanished, then added identical traps to all four corners of the basement just to be safe. With that done, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Ice blue mana rippled out beneath him, and a thin layer of frost spread across the flagstones. 2 or 3 days passed with no sign of movement from the shadow stalker. Bathed in shadow energy, however, the creature's tolerance for darkness clearly improved these days. It could even wiggle its toes while submerged in the void. The basement's temperature plummeted as well. The goblin archmage seemed to inhale every bit of outdoor chill and breathe it back out. Frost coated the walls, icicles dangled from the ceiling, and the whole place looked like a walk-in freezer. Lu Sihong winced. Had he known, he wouldn't have rushed to cook all that seafood. It could have kept for days down here. With the shadow stalker quiet, trouble showed up among the goblin boulder hurlers. Lu Sihong still had more than 4,000 experience points, but experience is never enough. When the breeding ground dispatch list refreshed, he sent the goblin chieftain and four grunts to a seemingly routine mission titled Rock Bear Denver. The plan looked solid. Rock bears are solitary creatures. Even in mating season, they only travel in pairs. The chieftain could handle two on his own, and the four extras would make the fight a breeze. What he didn't count on was the hibernating rock bear, having evolved rock bear greater rock bear. It had ballooned in size, its strength skyrocketed, and its control over earth magic had become ridiculous. Worse, the battle took place in its own den, a reinforced cave where stone spikes erupted from the floor, walls, and ceiling. The hidden ones beneath the ground were the nastiest, ready to neuter any goblin careless enough to miss them. The greater rock bear's hide was practically fortress armor. One swipe sent the goblin chieftain into a berserk rage, the next knocked him stupid. The shield bearer's spiked metal shield turned to scrap after a few blows, and its owner nearly became a goblin pancake. Stone shots from the boulder hurlers only raised chips from the bear's rocky plating, dealing almost no damage. The sole effective attacker was the dragon blood-enhanced chieftain. His massive metal mace could finally chip away bits of armor and leave bruises on the creature's actual flesh. The flame berserker was still asleep, and the frost archmage was stuck in the basement fishing for shadow rats. Short on manpower, Lu Sihong had no choice but to send the goblin witch doctor and the necromancer to reinforce the team. The necromancer had no chance to loaf around anymore. When the boulder bear went berserk, stone spikes burst from every wall and boulders whistled down from above, striking friend and foe alike and turning even corpses into sieves. The moment he charged, the wraiths he summoned were swatted to mush by a single swipe of the bear's paw. The skeletal bull and the lightning skeleton knew they would be pulverized just as quickly, so he recalled them into his body to bolster himself for the moment. At the center of the cavern, the crimson wraith darted about clutching a small white ghost. One slash of its talons tore through the air and bit into the bear's rocky hide, gouging out shards and dark mist. Yet the bear's stone paws crackled with earthen magic, and any solid hit could erase the spirit outright. The wraith had to keep blinking away, hunting for an opening. Across the chamber, the goblin witch doctor was forced to roll and scramble as stone spikes erupted beneath him. When the boulder bear's attention shifted toward the goblin chieftain's piercing scream, the doctor went wild and flung every packet of powder and every toxin pill he carried. A rainbow cloud of poison filled the cave and refused to disperse. In the sealed space, each breath dragged the dust deeper into everyone's lungs. Even the hulking bear staggered after a few choking inhalations. The poison finally took hold. The boulder bear's limbs went limp, and its massive body crashed to the floor. Its rocky armor cracked, leaving it helpless. The goblins were hardly better off. Their skin was scored by flying rubble, and their eyes swam from the fumes. The resistance the doctor had built through daily training bought them, at most, a heartbeat longer than the bear. The witch doctor himself should have been immune, but a spell burst from the bear had knocked him cold with a falling rock. Seizing the chance, the crimson wraith shredded the bear's soul inch by inch. Amid its agonized howls, the colossal monster finally collapsed and died. The goblins dragged the carcass back to the breeding pen in a clumsy scrum. Much of the meat was blackened by poison, but the thing was so huge they muttered, "It's still worth gnawing a few bites," and dove into a feeding frenzy. Halfway through their feast, the goblin hurler convulsed. A dusky yellow glow rose from its skin and hardened into a thin layer of rocky armor. It pressed a palm to the ground, drawing in swirling sand that solidified into a jagged stone sphere. A system message appeared. The goblin hurler has consumed boulder bear flesh and gained a permanent boon 11 force of stone and earth. New spell-like abilities acquired. Shape mud to stone, rocky aegis, might of the land. The hurler licked the stone-colored blood from its arm and felt earth magic surge through its muscles, meshing perfectly with its brute strength. If mastering this power meant evolving into a stronger form, it would pay any price. The requirements were spelled out clearly. Spend 500 experience and gather enough earth-aligned materials, magical beast cores, energy crystals, enchanted metals, arcane plants, and so on to complete the evolution. Seeing the prompt, Lu Sihong hit evolve without a second thought. A pile of assorted monster cores already cluttered the goblin farm's warehouse. He had no idea what beasts they came from and didn't care. If the materials ran short, he could always buy more outside. After burning through several monster cores and a few chunks of metal ore, the goblin's evolution requirements were finally met. A sheet of green light spread upward from the goblin heavy-armed pitcher's feet, wrapping it in a flowing film. Muscles bulged, bones stretched and thickened with sharp cracks, and a translucent system panel chimed into view. Second-tier goblin heavy-armed pitcher has evolved into third-tier rock goblin. Rock goblin. 1. Bloodline mutation. Gains control over earth element spells. 2. Lesser power of the land. While standing on solid ground, its strength increases. Rock armor now costs half the usual time and energy. 3. Stone arms. Both arms can turn to solid rock, serving as hammer-like weapons or shield-like defenses, can instantly form stone projectiles for ranged attacks. 4. Precision lock, enhanced vision for long-range targeting, can also detect out-of-sight enemies through ground vibrations. When the light faded, yellow magical markings spread across its skin, its height rose half a head, and its shoulders broadened like a fortress wall. Each arm was absurdly thick, forcing it to move almost on all fours, resembling a giant green-skinned gorilla. With the evolution complete, the system issued a random reward blue blueprint. Goblin Treasury. Blue Blueprint. Goblin Treasury. Function: a magical vault for precious items, imbued with potent effects that manipulate time and space. Construction requirement: spatial magic materials currently insufficient. Spatial materials? Lu Xihong frowned. Cheap spatial gear isn't hard to find. A dozen gold coins buys a pocket item with a basketball-sized interior. The space ring on his hand uses a gemstone worth 2 or 3,000 gold pieces and holds only about 100 cubic meters, roughly a large living room. Anything better usually costs tens of thousands. He remembered a monster core head seen at the Icewind City auction a few days ago. It allegedly came from a beast with spatial powers and sold for 50,000 gold. Forged into equipment, it could provide 600 cubic meters of storage. If the Goblin Treasury needs a material on that level, it will have to wait for another chance. Meanwhile, after acting as bait in the Shadow Realm for several days, the Shadow Hunter finally drew something in. Because Lu Xihong had used magical octopus meat, the newcomer wasn't the expected shadow rat, but a pitch-black creature with dozens of thick, stubby tendrils like a monstrous sea anemone. Its dark tentacles slid from the shadows and clamped around the hunter's right calf, cold and slimy. The central mass followed like a yawning black maw, rings of jagged teeth gleaming as it snapped at the goblin's toes. Fortunately, the hunter was half shadow creature himself. Sensing danger, he jerked back, trying to exit the shadow realm. But the shadow anemone refused to release him. Its tendrils tightened like a dragnet, dragging him toward the realm's frigid depths. While the frost archmage was meditating, a strange twinge made him open his eyes, and he saw the shadow hunter's head suddenly burst through the floorboards, bobbing up and down in an odd rhythm without fully emerging. Gob glurk blin glurk. The shadow hunter sounded like a drowning man, spitting out half-formed words each time his head surfaced before some unseen force dragged him back down. Frowning, the archmage tilted his head, trying to decipher the fragmented plea. After a moment, he caught the meaning, conjured an ice arrow, and blasted it through the basement's heavy wooden door with a thunderous crack that made Lu Xihong upstairs jolt in surprise. The archmage then grabbed a handful of the hunter's hair, gritted his teeth, and yanked, hauling the man's entire head above the floor. Blimblu, the shadow hunter, shrieked, half from the pain of being pulled by the scalp, half to warn his companions that a creature below was biting at his legs and had to be contained. Taking the hint, the frost archmage sent a wave of cold toward the floor, hoping to freeze both the hunter and the unseen monster. But the chill hit the boundary of the shadow realm and rebounded, nearly turning the hunter's head into an ice sculpture. At that moment, Lu Xihong charged down the stairs into the basement. Surveying the chaos, he instantly summoned the strongest goblin chief in his retinue. The brute clamped its fan-sized hands around the shadow hunter's head and heaved upward like pulling a stubborn carrot, ripping the hunter bodily out of the shadow realm with a wet pop. The violence made Lu Xihong's heart pound, but at least the hunter's head stayed attached to his neck. The pull was so fierce that the shadow anemone lurking below, unwilling to lose its prey, tightened its tendrils and was dragged into reality as well. Under the magic lamps, the pitch-black, tentacled mass shuddered, instantly releasing the hunter's thigh and writhing to escape. Once the dark tendrils recoiled, everyone saw that the hunter's right foot had been gnawed to bare bone. What kind of monstrosity can stomach goblin meat too? Lu Xihong muttered, reflexively activating his windguard necklace so a pale green shield wrapped around him. The goblin chief, however, was exhilarated. It seized its spiked club and swung in a wide arc. The basement ceiling, 5 meters high, still couldn't handle the blow. With a boom, a gaping hole appeared overhead. Finding the space too tight, the goblin switched to a short-handled warhammer, while the shadow anemone, bloated with prey and swimming in its own toxins, moved sluggishly. Crash! The hammer smashed into the floor, caving it in and leaving a crater. The anemone's body flattened under the strike. Then it spat a jet of black slime and let out a piercing shriek, a psychic shockwave ricocheting around the cramped basement. Lu Xihong felt needles stab his mind, the dizziness vanishing as quickly as it came. The goblin chief clutched its head, howling, eyes blood red, a fiery aura of rage blazing around it. Damn it, take it easy, don't bring the whole house down. Lu Xihong shouted, summoning thorny magical vines that lashed toward the massive anemone. Jolted by pain, the shadow anemone finally reacted. Its tentacles kicked off the ground, and the creature shot forward like a spring. A heartbeat later, it slammed straight into the frost archmage's waiting snare and was entombed in a thick slab of ice. Fine cracks spread across the surface, hissing black vapor seeping through every fissure until the entire basement was drowned in darkness, and even the mage lights were smothered. In the pitch-black room, the anemone clawed at the floor, ripping open a tunnel of shadow. Normally, it could slip inside with a single wiggle, yet its body was out of control. After a long struggle, only half of it managed to squeeze through. Then a blazing spiked club swept across. The goblin chieftain had joined the fight. The crushing blow splattered corrosive black ichor, drew a piercing screech, and hurled the anemone across the room. It smashed through the wall, carving cracks in the stone before sliding limply to the floor. I told you to take it easy. First you break doors, now you're demolishing walls. Lu Sihong grumbled, the spectral eye floating over his head wobbling in irritation. He raised a hand and summoned thorn vines. Thick stalks burst from the ground, spearing and binding the shadow anemone like an iron cage. Seeing this, the frost mage rotated the runes on his crystal staff to mist mode. Abandoning his chain of ice bolts, he exhaled a chilling fog that coated the monster in an instant frost shell, pinning it completely. Once the target stopped struggling, Lu Sihong fished a regrowth elixir from his belt pouch and tossed it to the shadow hunter. The hunter examined the bottle, confirmed it wasn't one of the goblin witch doctor's horrors, and downed it in one gulp. The potion detonated inside him. His face twisted, veins bulged, and he clenched the ragged stump of his thigh. Within a few breaths, fresh scarlet muscle climbed over bare bone and fused into a whole leg. Though still shaky, the hunter ignored the fatigue. He seized twin shadow daggers and charged the anemone. Cold steel flashed again and again, probing for some vital core. At last, the dying creature shrieked, disgorging a denser black mist that poured straight into the hunter. The goblin tilted his head back, eyelids half closed, body trembling like someone savoring forbidden powder. The dark sigils etched in his skin grew a shade deeper. Lu Sihong rubbed the stubble on his chin and hissed. So that's how shadow creatures absorb power? Creepy. He judged that, despite its size, the anemone was too weak to trigger the hunter's next evolution. Glancing around the wrecked basement, he wondered whether to call in the stone goblins for repairs or just hire a craftsman from town. Refreshed by the stolen energy, the shadow hunter strode to a barrel, scooped up the reeking bait inside, and started smearing it over his body. The stuff had sat for days but was still fresh, the basement now cold as an icehouse. Still going fishing? Lu Sihong arched an eyebrow. The hunter kept working and shot him a meaningful look. Without fishing, how would I evolve? Fair enough, tough guy. But you don't have to slather that gunk on yourself. Have the smith make you a few traps, load the bait inside, and just take them down with you. At that suggestion, the hunter froze. The bait hit the floor with a wet slap. Though goblins couldn't speak human tongues, his glare and the wave of indignation pulsing through their mental link told Lu Sihong exactly what he thought of the idea. Lu Sihong felt a little sheepish. It had simply slipped his mind. Spreading his hands, he muttered, how was I supposed to know I'd hook some freak like that? Shadow rats aren't even that dangerous. And who in their right mind bites a goblin? Must be that witch doctor's spices, yeah, definitely the witch doctor's fault. Meanwhile, in the breeding pens, the goblin witch doctor was grinding toxic powder at a stone table when a violent sneeze rocked his crooked nose, sending a cloud of emerald dust billowing into the air. The two unlucky goblins pounding herbs beside him didn't even have time to blink. Their eyes rolled back, foam bubbled from their mouths, and they collapsed flat on their backs. Gubu? The witch doctor scratched his head, torn between fighting poison with poison or walking all the way to the storeroom for 2 bottles of antidote. He didn't really care if the goblins lived or died. Losing free labor just meant he'd have to mash every ingredient himself, and that was a hassle. While he hesitated, a deep croak echoed from the far end of the pens. A faint green ripple swept over every goblin, seeping into their skin like mist. After countless prayers, the goblin cultists had finally awakened the wild toad idol. Bathed in the green glow, the 2 poisoned goblins sprouted a translucent toad-shaped aura above their heads. Their eyelids fluttered open, and they slowly sat up, swaying. The witch doctor's eyes lit up like lanterns. Scooping up another fistful of toxin, he was eager to test this brand new poison resistance. Just then, the goblin chieftain freshly recalled by Lu Sihong stepped into the pens and gave him a cold, expressionless stare. The witch doctor's wrist twitched. He jammed the entire handful of powder into his own mouth instead. Crunching loudly, he felt a strange heat surge through his body and fell into deep thought. Something feels off. Outside, Lu Sihong had planned to order the goblin smiths to forge traps, cages, and hooks, but the spectacle inside the pens caught his eye. Wild toad idol. Material: toad statue carved from enchanted wood. Effect 1. Grants all goblins the power of venom, greatly increasing poison resistance and immunizing them against certain low-grade toxins. Effect 2. A trace of toad venom now flows in goblin blood. Anyone who eats a goblin suffers moderate poison damage. Effect 3. The goblin witch doctor gains the idol's favor, altering his evolution path. Evolution path. Cost: 500 XP. Tier 2 Goblin, Witch Doctor. Tier 3 Goblin Plague Priest. Goblin Plague Priest. 1. Venom augmentation. Learns additional extraction methods and toxins. Constant exposure to poisons toughens the body, allowing it to shrug off most pure toxins. 2. Deadly husk. Upon death, releases stored toxins as a cloud of lethal venom. 3. Toad hex. Channels a fraction of the wild toad's power. Toadling summon. Calls a small venomous toad that spits toxic mist. Toad egg parasite. Poisoned enemies may incubate parasitic toads within their bodies. 4. Priest's blessing. While the priest lives, all goblins revive and heal 8 faster. 5. Hexed elixirs. Potions brewed by the priest carry an additional parasitic poison effect. The goblin witch Doctorno. The Sunto plague priest licked the green powder off his tusks, a satisfied gurgle rumbling in his throat. Only one thought remained. New poisons, new power, but why does this fresh batch of potion look like it has something wriggling inside? It's only a bit of medicinal sludge and protein. That's all. After the goblin witch doctor's wish was granted, the system immediately popped up a reward spring of the wilds. This potion accelerates the growth of every plant in the farm for a limited time. Lu Xihong glanced at the reward and started ranting internally. When did that quack go to Miaojiang for advanced studies? And is that toad really from Earth? He shook his head and gave himself a strict order. He would not touch a single drop of any potion brewed by a goblin witch doctor. The earlier mixtures had been bitter and mildly toxic, but at least an antidote kept him alive. Now he suspected he might be allergic to protein itself. Meanwhile, the goblin blacksmith was busy forging animal traps and hooks of every size, linking them with heavy metal chains. Once the order was ready, the shadow hunter packed them with bait and slipped back into the shadow realm to fish. Using Lu Xihong as chum had worked too well last time. This time he had barely set the snares when a shadow rat followed the scent right to him. Since absorbing the shadow anemone's power, the shadow hunter's mobility in the shadow realm had skyrocketed. His body felt pinned to a wall by a thumbtack fixed in place, yet able to extend and flex his limbs at will. Tempted by the bait, the shadow rat crept forward, nibbled, and was instantly caught in the mechanism. As it tried to break free with its own shadow energy, the hunter yanked the chain around his waist, dragged the prey to him, and drove a dagger into its heart. The corpse twitched, a wisp of dark mist seeped out, and slipped into the hunter's body. Compared with the torrent head received from the shadow anemone, this trickle was negligible. It stopped almost as soon as it arrived. He frowned, then spotted movement in the distance. The shadows churned and several small figures bolted away. Only then did the self-proclaimed rookie angler realize a whole pack of shadow rats had come, and the one he caught was just the scout. If Head waited a few more seconds, he might have hauled them all in. Annoyed, he inhaled the faint metallic reek of rat blood. The smell could scare timid kin, yet lure fiercer predators, so he dragged the body out of the shadow realm at once. The driver had already ordered that any captured shadow rat be preserved. Listed as a delicacy in an alchemist's compendium, it was something Lu Xihong definitely wanted to taste, so the corpse was stored with care. The basement was loaned to the shadow hunter for fishing, and while Lu Xihong stayed out of the alchemy lab, he was far from idle. At the farm, the whirlwind grass planted in the dragondung plot had gone berserk. What started as ping-pong ball-sized radishes had swollen to the size of basketballs, and the 3 leaves on top were nearly mature. Whirlwind grass originated in an alchemist's lab in Gomu City, and almost no information existed on the market. Everything Lu Xihong knew came from the young alchemist Xiao Qianjun. According to him, the plant was essentially an otherworldly cargo drone used to move heavy loads. A greedy goblin once tried to taste a giant radish, and the 3 high-speed leaves minced him into a fine spray. Damn, if a full-grown whirlwind grass were summoned on the surface, anything over 2 meters tall would be sliced to ribbons. Unfortunately, when Lu Xihong tested it, he discovered that tornado grass leaves were mediocre in strength, good only for carving up goblins at best. Against a shield-bearing goblin, they left little more than a few scratches, and when they struck a metal tower shield, the blades snapped before they could bite through. With the breeding grounds at his disposal, he spent several days experimenting until, at the far end of the greenhouse, he conjured the first fully formed magical tornado grass. The plant was no larger than his palm, and the wind blades it produced could barely keep a book spinning in the air. Still, he knew that with enough mana and nutrients it would one day lift him sky high. Before that, a more practical idea came to him. The shadow hunter had been fishing beside the pond for days, and his cache of shadow rat bait was running low. Cutting the meat by hand left coarse chunks that worked poorly. Now, with tornado grass razor leaves, he simply tossed rat meat and prepared reagents into a metal drum, sprinkled in the goblin witch doctor's special seasoning, then released a stalk of tornado grass to shred everything at high speed, quick and effortless. The spice was stronger than ever. One sniff made Lu Xihong's stomach churn. He suspected the witch doctor had secretly increased its toxicity. The mixture hadn't even been heated, yet the odor alone brought sweat to his brow, as though poisoning were imminent. On the botanical side, progress was smooth. Tornado grass was thriving, and the nearby explosive fruit tree was shooting upward, though buds had yet to appear. It seemed he would have to wait a while before it produced detonation-ready fruit. Meanwhile, unexpected changes were unfolding in the beast pen. The goblin mogul's mount of venom-spined spider had either overeaten or been fed something strange. After swelling to the size of a small cottage, it stopped growing. Then its carapace darkened, and its 8 legs and 2 pedipalps thickened. One day the mogul took it out, and when he returned the spider had transformed. Its body gleamed jet black, its joints bulged with power, and bone blades like knives jutted from its pedipalps. The creature now went by the name steel carapace hunt spider. Its shell was harder than iron. It moved like a blur, leaping effortlessly among rocks and trees. Its webs were tougher, its venom deadlier, yet it clearly preferred to use sheer bulk and explosive speed to pounce on prey though, as the goblin mogul's mount. Its true specialty remained turning tail and running. With the steel carapace hunt spider's power spike, life for its kin wasn't bad either. The 3 spider eggs in the pen had been stolen from another nest, and, in theory, weren't related to the hunt spider. Even so, Lu Sihong worried that if inbreeding occurred the hatchlings might not be too bright. The shadow hunter had roasted a shadow rat and offered it to Lu Sihong. But Lu declined, complaining about the barbarian healer's spices. Left with no choice, the hunter speared the rat and devoured it himself. Thanks to the toad idol's protection and the fact that the rats had eaten little by the suffered only a mild stomachache. The roast was undeniably fragrant, just too lean, and the goblin decided to catch a few more so his companions could try them. Unfortunately, those rats that had fled earlier must have spread the word, because the shadow hunter never managed to reel in another shadow rat. During that stretch, its only catch was a blob of shadow slime. Dragged into Lu Sihang's basement, the creature was stabbed for half a day before it finally burst, spraying thick, pungent shadow energy enough for the goblin to drink his fill. A surge of shadow power either saturates or corrupts, and the goblin's body was rapidly edging toward that of a pure shadow being. Thanks to this, the shadow hunter finally cracked the gateway trick. Instead of crawling into the shadow realm himself, he could just toss bait and traps through like a laid-back fisherman and wait outside for something to bite. One day, a violent tremor shook the far end of the portal, and he yanked out a gigantic black slug. Its bulk splattered shadow slime everywhere, and poisonous vapor rolled off it in waves. The frost archmage rushed over, and together they fought a battle that shredded the air. During a lull when the creature's toxins flared, they landed the killing blows and harvested a rich haul of shadow power. Lu Sihang's basement, however, was a total loss. After a few quiet days, he took a short walk. When he returned, the once neat space had collapsed into a deep cavern. The walls, covered in pre-carved arrays, kept the rest of the house from falling, but the rumble and crash alerted the neighbors and brought the city guard to his door. Lu was ready. Every goblin had been moved back to the breeding pens, and he left a vial of his senior sister's healing potion amid the wreckage as a decoy. He claimed an alchemy mishap had caused an explosion. Expecting a long interrogation, he was surprised when the captain simply reminded him to experiment safely and walked away. Lu knew the reason but couldn't be bothered to dig deeper. He then spent 1,000 experience points, and the shadow hunter evolved on the spot. Goblin Shadow Assassin. 1. After absorbing enough shadow energy, its life form is nearly identical to that of a native shadow creature, and it can step into the shadow realm from any dark corner. 2. Skill Embrace of Darkness. While in darkness, all physical attributes skyrocket, stealth improves dramatically, and attacks deal extra shadow damage. 3. Skill Shadowborn. Can open a shadow passage in any gloomy place and move freely between the material world and the shadow realm. Its appearance upgraded as well. Height shot from 1.8 to over 2 meters, and its skin now shifts at will between bright green and deep forest green. When it channels shadow power, black runes ripple across its skin and mist coils around it, turning the creature into a monster sculpted from smoke. With the evolution complete, the system tossed out a random reward. Blue Blueprint, Goblin Wilderness Stew. Dump any ingredients into a cauldron, add rough spices and herbs, and you'll cook a fragrant wilderness feast that grants a 3 to 7 day stat boost. Whatever goes into the pot determines the additional bonuses. Blessed by the spirits of the wild, the meal also grants poison resistance, true sight against illusions, and a small boost to mental attributes, improving resistance to mind-affecting magic. Even with the poison resistance, the Goblin Witch Doctor's skill at brewing toxins grows right along with it. Anyone who eats his cooking is still almost guaranteed to be poisoned. Clearly, it's best to tie up the Goblin Witch Doctor whenever it's time to cook. Icewind City is home to Icewind Academy, founded at the Lord's behest shortly after the city was built and counted among the earliest schools of the Zhejiang Empire. The academy clings to a snow-covered cliff, its white spire jutting into the gale like an icy spear. The Icewind Lord, who also serves as the academy's first headmaster, has held the post unchallenged for more than 2 centuries, his single rule carved into every student's mind: the strong prey on the weak. Under that creed, gifted and powerful students receive a constant stream of resources: crystals, spell books, elixirs, even coveted slots in ruin expeditions. Those lacking strength become regular targets during hunting season, often slain by upperclassmen or even ambitious juniors, stripped of stipends, and relegated to menial chores. At first glance, it looks like pure survival of the fittest, yet the true beneficiaries are usually nobles groomed by their clans or children of renowned adventurers. A poor student with extraordinary talent might be rescued by an interested mentor, but anyone merely average survives only by swallowing endless humiliation. In theory, the Academy's regulations offer everyone a path forward. In practice, the Lord is aloof in his tower. Most instructors focus on their own cultivation, and disputes between students are ignored once the day's minimum lessons are done. If someone disappears and nobody turns up, the matter is quietly labeled off-campus training or voluntary withdrawal. As the saying goes, if no one reports a crime, no official will investigate. Resentment festers. Some victims leave to become freelance adventurers. Others cling to the Academy's libraries, equipment, and subsidies, burying their hatred until the right temptation drives them to snap. Lu Hentian stands at the edge of that mire. Born Lu Erga's second dog Lu, a name he despised, rechristened himself Lu Patian, Heaven Shatterer, and once roamed countless ruins with a beast companion capable of shifting forms at will. By day the beast was a blazing Chelan, its crimson armor laced with molten veins. By night it devolved into a fire dragon horse, smaller, its scales hidden beneath skin for stealth and recovery. In that form its aura shrank and wounds healed several times faster, a lifesaver in lethal battles. Fate turned against Lu when he infiltrated an orc tribe. Their war god, wielding a colossal hammer, forced him and his beast into a corner. To escape, he ordered the beast to unleash a life-burning ultimate move that hurled him clear of the battlefield at the cost of the companion's death. Fortunately, Lu possessed a violet talent from the trial grounds, beast resurrection. A fallen partner could be rebuilt in flesh and soul, but would then lapse into prolonged weakness until the moment it was meant to die had passed. Potions, runes, and rare materials could shave off some recovery time, yet nothing worked better than the trial ground's own rewards items no one else could use. Lu is still far from meeting the conditions for the next trial descent, an event that usually threatens all of humanity. He knows it won't be triggered on his schedule, and waiting idly is pointless. Instead, he has stepped back from the front lines and reinvented himself as a low-key master of magical devices. Leaning on his resume and skills, he secured a lecturing post at Icewind Academy. He arrives on time for class, then retreats to the Academy's well-equipped mage tower to monitor his beast's recovery through intricate arrays. He occasionally borrows materials from the storeroom, demonstrating on-the-spot crafting for students while sneaking tonic into his companion. To outsiders, he is a mild, tinkering part-time instructor. Only he knows that if the Academy's brutal rules ignite chaos or the orc tribes march south, he can unfurl the scroll hidden in his sleeve and teleport 1,000 miles away. The mage tower's coordinates will serve as his anchor, and the resources he siphons today will become tomorrow's escape talismans. He had no interest in scouring the wilderness for cultists, yet they insisted on showing up right in front of him. On a rare whim, he offered an advanced magical artifact crafting workshop at Icewind Academy, expecting an ordinary class. Within minutes, he sensed something was off among the students. Outwardly, they sat with perfect posture, but after a century of studying dark gods, Lu Henshin's perception had been honed razor-sharp. The faint taint of heresy clinging to them was impossible to miss. In his pursuit of transcending mortal limits and turning flesh into divinity, Lu Hentian had dissected countless deities and fiends. Over 100 years he joined one cult after another, presided over, assisted in, or merely observed ritual after ritual, all to extract the secret of apotheosis from the eldritch. The more time and effort he spent, the more failures piled up. Years of meticulous planning would collapse overnight because of some absurd oversight, drawing the wrath of churches and city guards alike. Among the devotees he had encountered were peasants driven by poverty and ignorance, mediocre fools who fancied themselves extraordinary, and lunatics seeking revenge for real or imagined persecution. During the Beast God Descends incident, he built a divine power siphon, using the god's own flesh as a conduit to drain power from its idol, his closest brush with success. Unfortunately, the stolen energy slipped back to the beast god in the end. Compared with all that, these students were the lowest rung of the ladder, destined either for sacrifice or a swift purge by the city guard. What interested Lu Hentian was the hand pulling their strings. Still, since the cultists had delivered themselves, he might as well take advantage and fish for useful information or materials. After several days of covert watching, he discovered the students weren't even hiding. They were actively spreading their creed inside the academy. They targeted poor, bullied classmates, offering favors and flaunting eerie powers, and had actually recruited a fair number. They called themselves the Commoners' Mutual Aid Society, claiming to resist noble oppression, but the signs were obvious enough that even Icewind's most inattentive instructors would soon notice. Lu Hentian had no desire to meddle in these minnows' childish expansion. He wanted the puppeteer. So he shadowed a few suspected ringleaders for days, finally tracing them to a hidden base in a barren mountain cave on the edge of the Icewind territory. At the entrance, he draped himself in a rockmelt cloak infused with earth mana, blending perfectly with the surrounding stone and waiting in silence. Becoming a master artificer had always been about crafting tools for infiltration, ambush, and eavesdropping, exactly what his dealings with cults required. By the dim light of torches, he first saw a ring of slick, scaled sea serpent men. In their midst stood a finely carved idol, not of their usual nine-headed serpent god, but of an eight-armed serpent demon. The sight sent a chill through him, and he scrutinized the creatures. Under the flickering flames, scales that should have been pale blue were now pitch black and jagged, absorbing every hint of color. Their fangs, claws, and pupils glowed with a cold, evil red, and their proportions had twisted under demonic influence. Lu Hentian needed no further proof. These serpent men had been utterly corrupted by the eight-armed serpent demon's power, transformed into malignant, half-demonic monstrosities. After discovering that a demon was pulling the strings behind the cult, Lu Hentian felt a twinge of disappointment. Blue incense smoke coiled beneath the gloomy temple dome as he looked up at the stone effigy of a serpent fiend, its emerald eyes still glittering, as though greedily siphoning the power of devotion. Lu Hentian had nothing against demonic strength. If these serpent folk could truly bring the fiend's body into the world, he would gladly give them a nudge, then step in during a grand righteous purge in Icewind City to harvest a few samples of rare demon flesh for study. Unfortunately, abyssal old foxes preferred sulfur power bargains. They either stretched a claw through the plains or sent a worthless projection to collect the fee. When a true body did appear, it was usually some low-ranked demon tossed in as expendable fodder specimens Lu Hentian could acquire on his own without any trouble. Within the entire cult, the only item worth noting was the serpent idol that gathered faith. Yet he had already dismantled and studied it. He knew 1,000 ways to amass belief, but turning that belief into personal strength remained beyond him. Seeing no real profit here, Lu Hentian decided on a simpler plan: report them. Handing the cult over to the Icewind City enforcers would polish his image as a helpful citizen, likely the greatest return these snakefolk could still offer him. Resolve set, he was about to slip out when hurried footsteps echoed outside. Several figures in black robes swept down the corridor, a breath of icy death rolling ahead of them, withering the moss on the stone walls. Necromantic cultists. Lu Hentian's pupils tightened. He pressed flat against the wall and activated a custom windborne sound membranio wafer-thin crystal that arced in the air, magnifying distant voices to his ear. More than the shock of seeing serpent folk and necromancers together, what they discussed mattered most. A silver bell hiss, sharp and rasping with an awkward human accent, broke the silence first. We had a deal. We draw the Icewind Lord's attention and shoulder the heat, and you hand over the refined frostblood elixir. It's been ages, where is it? A hollow, chill voice floated back as if squeezed from a coffin's depths. There was an accident, some ingredients went missing. We've secured replacements. Once everything arrives, the prelate will brew the potion himself. The serpent folk speaker let out a cold laugh, its slender tail cracking the air. Fine. Finish the potion, then we'll talk cooperation. A flicker of scales, then the passage lay empty. Only a handful of necromancers remained, black-gloved bone fingers intertwined as they spoke in silence through mental waves. These foolish snakes. Our objective is achieved. They're useless now. Why keep humoring them? Wrong. They're still valuable. One Dracolic alone can't face the Zhejiang Empire outright. If these serpent folk keep expanding and draw the Empire's gaze, we gain a few more years to strengthen ourselves. Rely on those idiots? Runaways from the serpent folk empire and that skulking demon high priest who won't even show his face? It stays out of sight, which means it's cautious enough not to vanish for no reason. Even with the Hydra god watching, it can still lead that demon cult wiped out more than once into stirring up a clash between the serpent empire and the humans without breaking a sweat. Is that real strength, or? Anyway, any news from the Orcish prairie? Hey, those greenskins are getting pincered by monsters from the north and goblins out of the Yellowstone wasteland. They're so busy fighting for their lives they don't have time for us. Sounds promising. Why are you laughing so hard, though? Because fat greenskins are getting thrashed by skinny greenskins. How is that not funny? Hey. Laugh all you want, but the Greenwild orcs have us boxed inside the miasma zone. We've even lost several necrotic sites. Lu Hentian couldn't tap into the telepathic chatter of those necromantic zealots, but he didn't care. He had already changed his plan. Since the demon cult couldn't give him the intel he wanted, he would use the serpent folk as a bridge to contact the necro church, then find a way to approach that ancient death breath dragon. Who knew what unexpected rewards might come of it? Unfortunately, time was tight, and he still knew next to nothing about the demon cult's inner workings. The sea serpents were scrambling to gather sacrifices. Spreading their creed in Icewind Academy wasn't enough, so they extended their reach to the entire city and the nearby villages. Both inside and outside the walls, countless people hungered for power. With the slightest tease, they would gladly embrace a demon. Sea serpents didn't know human society well, but they understood one truth better than anyone: the weak crave strength. Back in the Serpent Empire, the earliest demon followers had used power to lure the oppressed lower castes, those seething with hatred but too feeble to retaliate, and that was how today's cult was born. The cult expanded too fast. Too many low-rank sea serpents were offered up as sacrifices, drawing the Hydra Temple's attention. Forced to act early, the first high priest launched his plan and was wiped out, leaving most of the demon cult destroyed. The survivors hid under a new high priest and rebuilt in secret. Later, the new high priest cut a deal with the Necro Church, provoked the Serpent Empire into attacking the Icewind domain to distract its lord, while slipping cult members into the Serpent Army so they could vanish amid the chaos and escape imperial control forever. In sheer combat power, these serpent folk weren't top tier, but when it came to spreading demon worship, they were unmatched. 1. They gave new converts systematic lessons on concealing themselves from Icewind officials and every other watchdog. 2. Half a month passed, and the demon cult still left no trace. 3. Human believers marked as sacrifices kidnapped more victims in exchange for power, even their own parents and children. 4. Some earned the eight-armed Naga's favor and were promoted from future sacrifices to full-fledged cultists. One more large-scale ritual would gather all the offerings in one place, and the serpent folk's mission would be done. But the sheer density of hidden demon worshippers in Icewind inevitably caught the eye of a passing kobold handler. Perhaps Yuye's wish was so intense that his bonded Biasta kobold priest granted him a peculiar talent, a mutated sense of smell that let him catch the cloying, blood-tinged scent of dark faith within 100 meters whenever a cultist drew near. Prince of Howling Snow Zhu was thunderstruck the first time he met Yui. As an inquisitor of the Covenant Temple, he commanded countless rites for tracking heretics. Yet compared with Yuye's knack for sniffing out the enemy while taking a stroll, those elaborate spells were laughable. While the array was still being laid, Yui had already pointed the way. Zhu Zishi now planned to leave Frostwind Province with Yui, finish their investigation in the Black Mist Zone, then bring him back to the Covenant Temple so the Hierophants could examine the young man's mind. If no cure existed, so be it. Someone with a gift like his could stir up any amount of trouble, and the Bauhinia royal family would still shield him. As Zhu Zishi calculated, the expressionless, slightly wooden Yui suddenly went rigid. A heartbeat later, he loosed a low howl, crimson eyes locking onto a passerby, as barely checked fury surged through him. A pale gold glow flowed from Zhu Zix's palm as he brushed Yuye's shoulder. Not yet. Follow and observe. The cool radiance coursed through Yuye's bones, smothering the storm in his head. He rasped for breath, nodded, and followed. A serpent folk professor had taught the demon worshippers every counter-surveillance trick he knew, but against overwhelming power and innate tracking, those little stratagems were useless. Keeping their distance, the pair shadowed the suspect and soon found the cult's hidden meeting hall. Torches flickered over stone walls, and a gore-stained statue of an eight-armed serpent demon towered at the center, while throngs of devotees knelt in prayer. The sight sent Yuye's rage boiling over. He fused with his kobold priest, bones cracking as he became a four-armed, dog-headed colossus whose roar tore the air and shook dust from the walls. Whether they had joined willingly, been seduced, or been forced to submit, anyone carrying the cult's taint faced a single verdict in Yuye's death. Only the frightened children, whose scent was faint, made him hesitate. If he judged them not yet fallen, he would spare them for the moment. The human followers struck first, but the instant one reached for a massive staff, his bones shattered and flesh sprayed everywhere. Spattered with their comrades' remains, the others saw their borrowed confidence evaporate. Terror reignited. They tried to flee or begged for mercy. They soon discovered every exit was sealed beneath a thick crust of ice, frost spreading like veins across the stone. Even the serpent folk who attempted ice magic were frozen into grotesque statues. Still, the cultists refused to die quietly. Those who thought the demon's gifts made them invincible charged forward, only to be pulped by the giant staff and scattered across the floor. Slick with their friends' remains, the survivors finally recognized the certainty of death. They turned to run or knelt sobbing. But the heavy ice barred every door, and the serpent folk who dared resist stood locked forever in bizarre, crystalline poses. A single massive snow-white wolf lounged atop the dais, looking down on them with detached indifference. Beside the wolf, Zhu Zishi frowned at the yawning, twisting pit at his feet. The damp walls gleamed with a clammy sheen, and he could not decide whether to jump. Sensing his hesitation, the howling snow wolf king gave a low, resigned growl. What? The lower tunnels have already been blown apart by magic? You never even went down there. How can you be sure you felt an ice spell? Zhu Zix's eyes narrowed. Then he remembered the serpent folk were skilled in ice magic as well. Good, if he could avoid crawling into that filthy hole, all the better. The fugitives could be hunted later. He shifted his gaze to the floor below. More than 1,000 human devil worshippers lay where Yui had smashed them, blood and body parts strewn everywhere. The scene no different from a dark ritual. Only a few young children still breathed, knocked unconscious by the dog-headed monster's roar and the psychic shock that came with it. Zhu Zishi had expected Yui to quiet down once it ran out of targets, but the creature suddenly twisted its head and issued a low, threatening growl into the distance. Far off, an aging unfortunate met Yui's furious eyes. He also noticed the snow-white wolf on the dais now focused on him, and he calculated at lightning speed. The escape talisman in his hand could whisk him away instantly, yet materializing inside the Academy's mage tower would alarm his colleagues, and the trail he had left on the way here would expose the public identity he had spent years perfecting. He drew a deep breath, dismissed his disguise, and rattled off. I'm Lu Hentian, a teacher at Icewind Academy and a master of magical device crafting. I followed several students whose behavior seemed suspicious and came to investigate. Following the direction of Lu Hentian's finger, Zhu Zishi rummaged through a heap of gore until he fished out a few intact scraps of cloth. The Icewind Academy emblem was still visible. Seriously? These idiots came to a devil gathering without even changing clothes? He muttered. Maybe sticking together felt safer, Lu Hentian answered lightly. People whose brains have been fouled by demons do enjoy turning on their fellow believers. Zhu Zishi arched a brow. Oh, judging by your tone, Professor Lu, you've been watching them for quite some time. No, Lu Hentian protested, waving his hands. I just read a lot on the subject and know a bit about cultists. Even so, his eyes kept drifting toward the hole beside Zhu Zishi. The chapel lay in ruins, yet the serpent folk had escaped with the serpent demon statue. Re-establishing contact with them would take work still. If the skull of the necromancer church merely wanted allies among devil worshippers, the serpent folk weren't strictly necessary. Lu Hentian kept a polite smile while his mind raced. Suddenly, he felt killing intent settle on him. Turning his head, he found the four-armed, dog-headed monster Yui staring in silent conflict, an icy glint in its eyes. Clutching for weapons, the beast studied the self-proclaimed teacher. There's none of that disgusting stench on him, and yet I can't shake the urge to beat him into a pulp, piece by piece. The dispatch cooldown at the Goblin Ranch had finally expired. The near disaster against the evolved Stonehide Bear was still fresh in Lu Sihang's mind, so he chose their next destination with extra curry, would accompany Lu Mo into the Frostwind secret realm in 2 days, and needed to stay in peak condition. The evolved Stonehide Bear had long since been dismantled. Its thick pelt and glittering crystal core were in the workshop. Its meat had become a goblin feast, and only scattered bones remained. Several strong goblins sliced and polished the skull, forcing it into a grim, new mask. Bone Mask Stonehide Bear, crafted from the bear's facial bones and sealed with its soul power. The wearer gains spirit warding and a boost to mental strength, heightened resistance to psychic magic, and a minor intimidation aura that amplifies fear or terror abilities. The bones, once as thick as a shield, had been trimmed until they fit the goblin chieftain's face perfectly. His natural tusks jutted beneath the mask, making him look even more savage. After staring for a while, Lu Sihong still couldn't decide whether the mask made the chieftain more menacing or oddly less so. After some thought, he decided the chieftain would keep the mask off most of the time, wearing it only on missions or during shady deals when a hidden identity would help. The red dragon scales embedded in the chieftain's skin were far too conspicuous, so the best solution was to keep the goblin out of crowded areas. Scanning the new coordinates unearthed by the goblin merchant prince, Lu Sihong settled on the ring-tailed silver serpent underground nest. The name alone promised seclusion. Ring-tailed silver serpents were amphibious beasts native to Frostwind territory, laced with potent venom, able to spit toxic mist, and partially resistant to cold. Some even awakened the mutated spell Frosted Venom Cloud. Ordinarily, they were of modest value, but it was breeding season and hundreds were gathering. The toxins they exuded altered the surrounding environment troublesome rather than lethal, so most adventurers kept their distance, especially from a nest deep underground. Lu Sihong had no idea how the goblin mogul had found the place. You couldn't exactly negotiate with a ring-tailed silver serpent. By now he had stopped trying to understand that goblin's business logic. He wasn't worried about combat. Since the toad idol had been erected at the ranch, every goblin's poison resistance had skyrocketed. A pot of wilderness stew before departure would boost their stats even further, and his medical kit would be heavy with antidotes near foolproof. He drew up the roster for this operation. 1. The formidable goblin chieftain armed with the bone mask. One glare could scare half the life out of a little serpent. 2. A goblin shadow assassinable to slip into the shadow realm at will, and nearly unkillable in dim tunnels. 3. A goblin necromancer only tier 2 on paper, but far stronger in practice. His summoned undead are completely immune to the serpent's neurotoxin. 4. A pyromaniac goblin so long as he doesn't lose his mind. He can turn the entire cavern into an inferno in an instant. So long as he doesn't lose his mind, a single goblin could wipe out every venomous snake. The shield-bearing goblin was only there to rack up experience. Its whole job was to keep the other goblins safe so it could meet its own evolution quota, and it figured the easiest way was to clamp a hand around the flame berserker's neck. With such an all-star lineup standing shoulder to shoulder, every goblin was certain the mission was absolutely foolproof. Yet they tripped up before they even left camp despite having tied the goblin witch doctor to a post in advance. The chefs managed to poison themselves after their wilderness feast and spent half the day writhing on the hatchery floor. The reason was simple. They thought the stew was bland and tossed in a handful of odd-colored seasoning powder. Fortunately, the toxin was mild, and after a short delay the squad finally set out. Ring-tailed silver serpent venom barely affected goblins, and each snake was only as strong as 3 to 8 trash goblins. As soon as the fight began, the goblin chieftain donned a bone mask and unleashed lordly terror. The twin mental shocks hit like thunder. Whole swaths of serpents collapsed on the spot, too dazed even to flee. The chieftain laid about with both arms, but without ever triggering his berserk effect. The brawl quickly grew dull. Elsewhere, the flame berserker pinched by the shield bearer couldn't charge around, yet it still lobbed a string of fireballs that turned half the cave red hot. The necromancer flopped onto the ground and played dead, its bone claws glowing white in the dim firelight, while the shadow assassin dissolved into black mist, darted through cracks in the rock, and casually pocketed a few snake eggs and wild spell plants. When most of the ring-tailed silver serpents had been cleared out, a loud crack split the ceiling. A dozen mud-smeared, black-scaled serpent folk dropped straight down, dragging a stone statue of an 8-armed serpent fiend, and landed in a bonfire fed by burning snake corpses, howling as the flames seared them. These sea serpent cultists had fled a demon ritual, practiced runners. They had mapped out an escape tunnel before the ceremony began. The moment trouble hit, they grabbed the idol and slid into the slick, winding passage, sealing the way behind them with ice magic. They thought they were safe until they found a band of goblins already squatting in the hideout. The goblin chieftain didn't hesitate. He charged through the flames, and his metal morning star came down with a crash, splattering one serpent's brains on the spot. The survivors tried to strike back, but a glance at the bone mask sent tremors through their bodies, freezing their limbs. The serpent folk spellcaster, however, had a tougher will. It endured the twin terrors, threw back its head, and let out a piercing shriek infused with demonic power, hoping to rouse its comrades and stun the enemy. To the chieftain, it was just noise. Dark red patterns crawled across his skin, his frame swelled half an inch, and he swung the burning iron club again. 2 serpent folk were smashed in half, flung against the cave wall, and slid to the floor without another sound. The serpentine spellcaster fixed the goblin chieftain with a murderous glare and hissed through his fangs. Every black scale bristled as he flung his jaws wide, spewing a blast of midnight vapor laden with bone-deep frost. The cloud swept away dying embers and snake carcasses, then whirled back on itself and solidified into a 10-foot shadow python that lunged at the chieftain's throat. An instant later the leader vanished inside the swirling gloom. Demonic miasma and icy sorcery gnawed at him, yet the scarlet glow in his flesh only burned hotter, as though he were winding up for some wild retaliation. At that same moment, the shadow assassin who had been walled off by molten rock finally found his opening. When the flames were scattered by the black fog, he sprang from the darkness behind the serpentine mage like an arrow of night. Twin daggers shrouded in shadow sliced through the frost shield, ignored the iron-hard scales, and drove deep into the back of the caster's skull. Bone cracked under the twisting blades. As he yanked them free, black blood sprayed. A savage grin split his lips while a pool of absolute darkness opened beneath his feet, and he dropped from sight. By the time the other snake folk reacted, their spellcaster had already crashed lifeless to the ground. Before they could scream, a thunderous roar burst from the cavern's heart. A pillar of searing fire tore the black mist apart, revealing the goblin chieftain, eyes blazing crimson and utterly berserk. One look was enough to shatter the snake folk's resolve. They shrieked and bolted for the exit. The rock underfoot split open, and a massive red-clad wraith clawed its way up, its twisted face emitting a piercing howl. A tide of terror engulfed the serpents. They stumbled through phantasmal horrors, oblivious to the flames blistering their scales. A handful of deeply corrupted serpent demons, hardened by constant torment, managed to steady their minds. Frost formed over their skins, and with a single slippery glide they sped toward the cave mouth. The goblin chieftain roared in pursuit, and once the remaining goblins finished off the foes inside, they surged after him. Firelight and battle cries faded into the night. Darkness thickened over the forest where a band of adventurers pressed on. Up ahead, flickering firelight suggested a fellow traveler's camp, and they considered sharing the warmth. As they closed in, something felt wrong. Although the woodpile burned hot, thick black smoke belched from the flames. 2 grotesque figures, one waving a torch, the other gripping a shovel, danced around the fire, cackling with eerie delight. Beside them, 2 hulking shapes sat motionless like statues, slowly turning a spit suspended over the blaze, and on that spit roasted a one-legged human corpse. Behind the bonfire loomed a statue of an 8-armed serpent demon, its savage visage thrown into sharp relief by the dancing light. fangs and slit pupils glinting with cold menace. A chill ran through the adventurers, and almost unconsciously they drew their weapons. The whisper of steel leaving scabbards reached the monster's ears, the dancers froze, and the two statues slowly turned their massive heads. One wore a wild, grotesque mask, the other, a ghastly white skull visage. For pairs of indifferent eyes locked onto the intruders. The bone mask's oppressive aura sent the adventurers' hearts hammering, fear piling up in their chests like an icy tide. Just as the tension reached its limit, a figure wreathed in black mist seeped soundlessly out of the ground. An instant later, a gigantic ghost draped in crimson robes materialized above, a white wisp cradled in its arms, flashing the crowd a twisted yet friendly grin. A piercing scream no one knew who split the air, and panic finally broke loose. The party scattered as if their boots were greased. Farther off, the goblin chieftain traded baffled looks with his shield bearer. The message was clear, no idea what was happening. The snake folk might be mediocre fighters, but they were born escape artists. By the time the goblins reached the cave mouth, the ring-tailed silver serpents had vanished without a trace. Because the snake men hadn't been wiped out, the dispatch was marked a failure, leaving the goblins with nowhere to report. With nothing better to do, the goblins dragged out a lone snakeman to see how it tasted. The overseer only forbade eating humans. Everything else was fair game. The creature's humanoid arms didn't bother them in the least. The real problem was the fresh, waterlogged firewood. The pyromaniac finally lit the pile with a fireball, but thick black smoke poured out, making it impossible to tell whether the snakeman was being roasted or smoked. Deep inside the cave, an ancient statue of an eight-armed serpent demon stood silent. Centuries of demonic worship had saturated it with foul faith, and if left alone it might very well draw a demon lord's gaze. System prompt: spend resources to convert it into a goblin wild deity idol. At the ranch, Lu Sihong nearly turned pale when the demon statue suddenly appeared. Wasn't the destination supposed to be a ring-tailed silver serpent lair? Why a demon idol and these snake demons and snake folk tainted by infernal power? He scratched his head. Could snake men be an evolved form of the serpents? It sounded plausible, but the Icewind City Adventurers Guild manual clearly stated that snake men were deep-sea outsiders who worshipped otherworldly gods and reveled in sacrificing sentient beings. While he brooded, he spotted a dwarf yanking an unfortunate goblin toward the idol, apparently intent on a dark ritual. Lu hurriedly ordered the others to tie the lunatic up before a real demon lord showed up. Then, with a thought, he chose to convert the statue. Spent dark gem 3, gold 1200, experience 1000. A shroud of black mist engulfed the sculpture, reshaping the stone at alarming speed. From within came a furious, echoing shriek that set Liu's nerves on edge, but it faded as quickly as it had come. When the fog cleared, the 8 arms were gone. In their place coiled a colossal obsidian python, tongue flicking, cold slit pupils staring down at the spot where worshippers ought to kneel. Wilderness black python idol. Carved from abyssal stone, it embodies an ancient predator that commands the power of darkness. While the idol stands, all goblins gain increased resistance to shadow damage. In darkness they also receive bonuses to stealth and perception. Goblin shadow assassins blessed by the black python wield greater control over shadow, allowing their strikes to trigger shadow serpent bite for additional damage. Expended 500 experience points. Tier 2 Goblin Shield Bearer has evolved into a Tier 3 Goblin Guardian. The system prompt had barely faded when Lu Sihong watched the goblin's muscles swell and its skin thicken under a flash of green light, as if it had slipped into a natural suit of armor. That brawny body, padded with fat and reinforced by the tough hide and regeneration granted by low-grade green dragon blood, turned the creature into a walking wall of flesh. With the newly acquired skills bark skin, wood healing, and toxic hide, it could shield its kin while scaring the life out of anyone in melee range. He had just closed the stat window when another line of golden text appeared. Wish fulfilled, Goblin Shield Bearer. Random reward obtained green blueprint, bone club. Green blueprint, bone club. Materials, the bones of a powerful creature. Trait, every swing carries a heavy soul shock. Seriously? First it was skulls, then whole face bones, and now we're even looting thigh bones? Lu Sihong groused at the glowing panel. No sooner had he spoken than the goblin smith dashed into the necro grove, smashed a lesser bone skeleton with a single hammer blow, rummaged through a pile of remains, and finally hauled out a thigh bone thicker than its arm. The thing was still streaked with blood, obviously pried off the stoneback bear corpse whose facial bones had been ripped out for a mask not long ago. His first thought was, how did a goblin keep from gnawing on a bone that big? His second, a club that massive can only be swung by the goblin chieftain. Picturing that chieftain roaming around in a bone mask and wielding a thigh bone club, Lu Sihong felt a jolt of deja vu. Wait, bone mask plus thigh bone, I know that look. It's you, gotta goblin. He muttered, then shifted his attention to the other 2 yellow exclamation marks. Both the goblin acolyte and the pyromaniac had met their evolution requirements. and there were still more than 2,000 experience points in the ranch's pool. But trouble from those two wasn't something numbers could measure, especially the pyromaniac, whose growth rate was downright broken. Lu Sihong silently thanked himself for throttling its experience. If not, the thing would already have outpaced the goblin chieftain, run wild, and torched the entire ranch. Even imagining that scene made his scalp prickle. Elsewhere, Lumo's four-tailed snow fox was almost ready for resurrection. After double-checking that the prepared potions and gear were packed into his spatial ring in the ranch warehouse, Lu Sihong paid the caretaking fee at City Hall, hired someone to watch his little house, and finally set off for the Adventurers Guild to meet Lu Mo before heading to the Frostwind's secret realm. Inside the guild hall, adventurers clustered in small circles, debating the latest oddities. While waiting for Lu Mo, Lu Sihong drifted closer and eavesdropped, his expression quickly turning odd. I swear, my buddy saw it with his own eyes, definitely a goblin revenant. He wet himself on the spot. No way. There are no wild goblins in Frostwind. These greenskins can't stand the cold, and the Greenleaf territory is right next door. Every stray goblin was drafted by the Greenleaf Lord ages ago. That's why I'm saying it's a haunted zone. Must be ancient goblin spirits, roused by the death breath dragon's resentment and back for revenge against humans. The argument kept escalating, and Lu Sihong's headache grew right along with it. Although the storytellers sounded utterly convinced, the other adventurers clearly weren't buying it. TCH, goblins dancing around with shovels and torches? A towering fiend in a skull mask, what on earth were they when they were alive? One man sneered. And a crimson wraith with a human face? Since when do goblin spirits mingle with human ghosts? It's a Changgue. The first speaker raised his voice. Those goblins were roasting human flesh. That red-clad spirit has to be the vengeful soul of their victim. Oh please, like you saw it yourself. The man beside him rolled his eyes. Why not haul over that friend who wet his pants? Unless that friend was you all along, huh? He didn't finish. The moment he looked up, the storyteller's face had gone deathly pale. Whoa, what's with that look? Don't tell me I was right. Sitting nearby, Lu Sihong grew more uncomfortable by the minute. As soon as Lu Mo rushed back from the lodgings after the staff's call, the two of them slipped out of the Adventurers Guild. The Icewind Expanse hangs high above the center of the Silver Sea, its frozen gales howling downward year-round. Those winds have sculpted a cone-shaped berg directly beneath it, floating on the water and never melting. Townsfolk simply call it Everfrostile. The slowest way up is to scale the berg's slick outer wall, but sane adventurers just cast a spell or use a flight device to hop onto the summit. When the sea freezes solid in midwinter, you can stroll across the ice to the island's base. That thawed long ago, only scattered flows now to the Silver Sea. Luckily, gangs from the outer city run shuttle services. Pay the fee and they'll ferry you by boat or swimming beast straight to Everfrost. Getting home is just as easy. Ships and adventurers crisscross these waters non-stop. Wave from the shore, and someone will gladly earn a little side money. Go by daylight. They'll hire the wrong crowd after dark, and you might lose your coin and end up tossed overboard with no one the wiser. On the Ghostfish Gang's recommendation, Lu Sihong contacted Chung Pong, a beast handler head met only once, to take them out. The price was steep, but Chung Pong's reputation was spotless and far safer than the gang's rickety boats, provided he didn't dive too deep and draw the attention of bigger predators. A black fish larger than any whale exploded from the summoning circle on the water's surface, making Lu Sihong and Lu Mo gasp in unison. By size alone, the creature could have served a lord-level master. Seriously, man? You run a taxi service with a beast like this? Lu Sihong blurted. Chung Pong just shrugged. So it's huge. There are plenty bigger down there. Put it on land, and it's useless 3 flops, and it's done. Despite his casual tone, he scrambled onto the creature's broad head and patted its rough black skin. The beast radiated contentment, and an unbidden smile crept across Chung Pong's face. It took only half a day for Lu Sihong and Lu Mo to reach Everfrost Island, and the voyage was uneventful until they watched a fishing trawler dragged beneath the waves by an enormous tentacle that burst out of nowhere. The slick, dark green limb churned the water into a froth, and every nearby vessel scattered in panic. Fortunately, the fishermen scrambled over rails and rigging onto other boats, and, against all odds, no one was lost. Chung Pong barely glanced up, explaining in a flat tone that it was probably a giant octopus out hunting for seafood. Even so, the big-head carp picked up speed, eager to leave that stretch of sea far behind. Everfrost Island rises from the ocean like a slab of solid ice. It has no worthwhile resources, only an infestation of cheap, annoying monsters. Usually the place sees nothing but adventurers bound for or returning from the Icewind Nexus, or the occasional ship that stops for repairs. Icewind territory once considered building a base here, but the creatures offshore were too hungry. Serpent folk wanting humans for sacrifice, sea nymphs looking to turn travelers into supplements, and deep-sea behemoths that fancied trying a land dweller for a change. After several disastrous attempts, people realized the cost far outweighed the gain. and the plan was abandoned especially since lesser folk can't even survive the peak of midwinter's chill. The moment the pair stepped ashore, they ran into several monster packs. A herd of ice shell turtles was holding what looked like a mating festival on a frozen shelf, each one the size of a moving ice fort. As long as you didn't disturb them, they couldn't care less about you. But ruin their fun, and they would chase you to the ends of the earth. Freezing slimes bounced across the snow like translucent ice balls, while amphibious ice jellies identical at first glance hid long tendrils inside their bodies, ready to unfurl the instant they touched water. None of these creatures posed much of a threat, so there was no need to detour. Lu Sihong even thought about clearing a few for easy experience, but Lu Mo had her four-tailed snow fox weave an illusion that lured every monster away, sparing them the trouble. The ice cliffs were far too steep to climb by hand. Lu Mo produced a flight charm. A breeze coiled around her and lofted her to the summit in a heartbeat. Lu Sihong hauled an odd-looking chair from his spatial ring, settled into it, and brandished his thornwood staff. With a surge of mana, a turnip over a meter wide materialized, its roots writhing around the chair as three giant leaves spun like propellers, lifting him skyward at a leisurely crawl. The wind on the peak was brutal. After a long wait, Lu Mo finally saw the turnip flyer wobble into view. She took one look at Lu Sihong's clothes glazed with frost, hair frozen into bizarre spikes, and doubled over laughing. Seriously? We're not even inside the Nexus yet, and you're already an icicle? Once he touched down, Lu Sihong dismissed the whirlwind grass that powered the contraption, carefully scrubbed the rime from the special chair, and stowed it back in his spatial ring. Freed from the brutal gale, the heating charms finally kicked back in, and the frost coating Lu Sihong's hair and cloak crackled as it melted and flaked away. He cursed under his breath. Using whirlwind grass in a place like this had been a terrible idea. The frigid air froze the leaves solid the instant they unfurled, killing their lift and nearly grounding him. Yet the airflow beneath each blade was so strong that adding a wind screen would make the device bulky, while a magical barrier would drain too much mana. In short, the improvised spellcopter had plenty of design flaws, but the real culprit was the extreme climate. In normal weather it should have worked just fine. The entrance to the frostwind expanse was a pitch-black, twisted rift in space. Braving the surging cold, the two of them stepped through and found themselves on a vast frozen island adrift in endless void. Everywhere they looked was blinding white. A thick sheet of ice sealed the ground, yet stubborn plants still poked through the crust, some rooting directly into the ice. Overhead, rainbow light warped by icy mana stretched across the milky sky like spokes of a wheel, bathing the pocket world in illumination and other, less nameable energies. The environment was brutal. Only during the gathering season did the layered cold mana conjure large quantities of high-grade reagents. The rest of the year, you might pick up a few worthless scraps at best. The island's monsters, however, had been tempered again and again by the same mana, becoming dangerously powerful. Even when elite adventurers swept the place during harvest, two types of creatures always survived. Those so strong that even top rankers avoided them, and those sly enough to slip through the cull by sheer luck. Apart from people like the Lu siblings, who had their own agenda, the only visitors here were thrill-seekers and ice-aligned adventurers looking for a training ground. In half a day they had not seen a single soul in this gigantic natural freezer, but they did stumble into an iceberg slime and nearly got turned into sieves by falling icicles. That creature had started out as a common freeze slime, yet the realm's mana had forced it to evolve into a 708 Turtle Hill. Because its color matched the surrounding drifts, it had lain motionless until the moment Lu Sihong and Lu Mo walked past, then erupted. First came a skin-flaying blizzard, followed by a barrage of icicles. Luckily, the behemoth possessed only weak mental faculties and cast spells purely on instinct. The environment had merely shrouded it in a buff. The four-tailed snow fox acted instantly, its illusions dragging the slime's mind into fog and redirecting its attacks to a nearby glacier. Explosions echoed as the storm of icicles shattered the ice mass, startling a swarm of Tumterlong frost fleas that burst out in panic. Small as they were, their numbers were overwhelming. Being frost creatures themselves, they were highly resistant to cold-type magic, could bend light to vanish, and moved at terrifying speed. In the ensuing three-way melee, the enormous iceberg slime was driven back step by step. Realizing it could neither win nor flee, it simply swelled with a low hum and blew itself apart in a deafening blast of shards. The Lu siblings had already fled a good distance when the detonation rolled across the ice behind them. Looking up, they saw a giant insect encased in a block of ice plummet from the sky and smash to pieces on the ground. Typical insect-type beast. Even smashed into pieces, it still wasn't completely dead. A thick leg, wrapped in shards of ice, kept kicking violently. Lu Sihong stepped closer, planning to haul the carcass back for study. The moment he bent down, the snow beside him burst open and an armored hunter spider leapt out. 8 metallic limbs punched into the ice, and the whole creature sprang like a compressed spring onto the twitching leg. 2 loud snaps later, the leg was gone, chewed to nothing but grit. Perched on the spider's back, the goblin merchant clutched a battered wooden staff studded with crystal fangs. His head tilted at a 30-degree angle as those yellow-green eyes studied Lu Sihong and Lu Mo with odd amusement. What the hell? Lu Sihong started to ask why the goblin had shown up, then remembered it was about time for the creature's revival cycle. Being inside a secret realm must have pulled their coordinates closer. It still irked him that the goblin had stolen the leg he had claimed first. Even this guy dares to rob a summoner. Born profiteer, he thought, while keeping his face impassive. He pointed offhandedly. The ice mountain slimes blew insect chunks everywhere over there. And you came to steal one leg? The goblin merchant followed his gesture. His eyes lit up as though someone had flipped on a lamp. He patted the spider's helmet-like carapace. With the last scraps of insect meat still clamped in its jaws, the spider kicked off the frozen ground, blurred across the tundra, and vanished. Watching goblin and spider disappear, Luemo looked genuinely surprised. The rascal's poison stinger spider actually evolved into an armored hunter? Lu Sihong nodded, about to reply when Luemo continued. That fellow was trouble even before. Now that his mount has evolved, it'll be worse. Which eccentric alchemist would train a beast like that so far? Lu Sihong rolled his eyes inwardly. What does a goblin's mischief have to do with me? He was about to fire back a snide remark when a thought struck him and his expression changed. Something's wrong. We need to move now. Huh. Luemo hadn't caught on, but the urgency on his face left no room for argument. She whistled for the snow fox and hurried after him. Before entering the realm, they had mapped the terrain, yet the frostwind expanses, blizzards, and magnetic turbulence had warped every landmark. Fortunately, their target, the unfrozen lake, lay close to the entrance, and its broad, dark blue surface was unmistakable. Braving the razor wind, they reached the lake quickly. Upon arrival, they split up at once. Luemo headed for the ruined tower on the eastern shore in search of treasure. They agreed that if she hadn't returned in 4 or 5 days, Lu Sihong would head back to Frostwind City alone. Mist boiled around the lake while the air was bitter enough to bite bone. Even from a distance, Lu Sihong felt as if the cold were tearing at his soul. The frost archmage he had summoned, however, looked as though he had come home. Drawing a deep breath of mana-laden air, the old mage's blue-white face relaxed in pure bliss. Quit wasting time, Lu Sihong snapped. The goblin merchant is still loose in here. If he riles the monsters into a rampage, I'm gone. Whether it was the threat of a rampage or simply that Head had his fill of cold air, the archmage finally moved. He gripped his frost crystal staff, crunched across the thin ice to the water's edge, and stared at the mirror-smooth lake, a flicker of hesitation creasing his brow. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against touching the water of the unfrozen lake directly, and instead shaped a block of ice over its surface with a spell. The instant the block met the lake, it melted away, or rather, it broke down into its most basic frost mana, and slipped noiselessly into the water. Lu Sihong glanced at the frost archmage beside him. The goblin's brow ridge twitched, clearly taken aback by the lake's ruthless chill. A brief exchange of thoughts told Lu that the archmage longed to reach the center of the lake where the frost aura was strong. Gesto grasped deeper ice magic. Yet his own body could not withstand the bone-deep cold. After thinking it over, Lu raised his hand and conjured an oversized whirlwind grass. Its emerald blades spun like propellers, surrounding him and the archmage with wind elements that carried them slowly toward the lake's heart. The closer they flew, the more tangible the cold became. Rime formed on the plant's surface, and its rotation visibly slowed. Within a few breaths, the stalk froze solid, stalled, and plummeted into the lake, where it was instantly reduced to raw magical energy. The archmage shrugged in disappointment, while Lu rubbed his chin and analyzed the failure. Presently, the goblin sat cross-legged on the shore to meditate, and Lu drew his savage thorn staff, chanting softly to try again. He had once bought various frost affinity plant seeds from the Alchemist Guild in Icewind City and cultivated them at home, so he knew their quirks. First, he summoned frost briars, which had decent resistance but poor offense. Then inspiration struck. Graft that resistance onto the whirlwind grass spell and see if it could endure the lake's chill. 1 test, 2 tests, 3. Suddenly the surrounding frost mana surged, flowed into his spell matrix, and a gigantic whirlwind grass veined with silvery frost took shape in midair. It still could not ignore the cold, but it slowed the erosion dramatically. Lu sent it skimming toward the center. It stayed aloft for a full 2 hours before icing over and falling, several times longer than before. A quick calculation told him he could keep the goblin at the lake's center for perhaps an hour and still bring him back. Adding a smaller whirlwind grass to boost speed might buy another dozen minutes at most. The archmage was delighted, eager for more trials. Lu produced a custom metal chair and let the goblin try it. Though not tailor-made, it fit his lean frame and didn't hinder his meditation posture, so Lu decided to use it. When everything was ready, Lu summoned 1 large and 1 small frost whirlwind grass. Their roots wrapped around the metal chair, forming a crude magical helicopter that carried the goblin straight toward the lake's core. As they flew, Frost mist thickened and ice formed ever faster on the blades. Yet the situation remained manageable. Minute by minute the time slipped away. Before the allotted hour was up, the lake suddenly heaved with violent mana. Whether the unfrozen lake's frost energy was too dense or the Archmage's talent too exceptional, a roaring tide of cold converged on him in an instant. The goblin and his flying rig froze into a single blue-white crystal, snapped, and plunged into the water, vanishing without so much as a ripple. Lu Sihong paused, gathered his thoughts, and sent his consciousness into the ranch, only to find the Frost Archmage's body missing, which made him frown. Damn, could he be half frozen and trapped at the bottom of the lake forever? The idea made Liu's heart skip a beat, but he quickly reassured himself the Archmage had mastered ice. His cold resistance was ridiculous. Maybe he had just held on a little longer. Sure enough, a second later a notification popped up. The Frost Archmage's corpse has returned to the goblin hut. The line must comprehend ice power to continue evolving vanished, replaced by a striking blue phrase power of extreme frost. Power of extreme frost. By glimpsing the secrets of frost in an environment of absolute cold, one's understanding of ice increases dramatically. In short, even without additional ice attribute materials, the Frost Archmage can now meet his evolution requirement simply through meditation. So that's settled already? Lu Sihong muttered in surprise. Securing that perk was the only reason he'd come to the Icewind's secret realm. Still, he had promised Lu Mo he would wait for her by the unfrozen lake, so leaving right away was out of the question. With little else to do in this harsh realm, he kept refining the magic design of frost whirlwind grass, and whenever he grew tired, he slipped into the ranch to watch the goblins scurry about. The Icewind's secret realm had no cycle of day and night. Twisted ribbons of multicolored light flowed endlessly across the sky. Now and then those bands shed glittering motes that dissolved midway down. Lu Sihong knew they were energy the realm drew from the void-raw elemental matter that sometimes carried odd bits of Wakanwat. By his count, about a day and a half later, a wiry yet radiant old man sauntered in from the direction of the entrance. He gave Lu Sihong a casual glance, saw him spacing out, and offered no greeting. Instead, he strolled to the lake's edge and, with a swish, spread out a pile of alchemy gear. Lu Sihong stared. Someone was really brewing potions in this forsaken place? He considered stepping away, but the spot was his first, and the old man clearly didn't mind an audience, so he sat at a distance and watched. One look left him stunned. The old man's techniques were razor-sharp, his control of heat and elements frighteningly precisia bona fide master alchemist, probably stronger than Liu's own teacher. Sensing his gaze, the old man's lips curled in mock amusement. With that look, anyone would think you actually understand what you're seeing. Lu Sihong grinned. I couldn't reproduce it, but I can follow along well enough. Oh, the old man arched an eyebrow, half convinced, half doubtful, but didn't press. He bent down, plunged his bare hand into the unfrozen lake, scooped up a handful of water, let the chill frost over his palm, and tipped the ice-blue liquid into his cauldron. Lu Sihong's jaw dropped. He didn't even dare approach that water, let alone touch it. The Frost Archmage had turned into a giant ice block and sunk just from living on cold air, yet this old man was dunking his bare hand in. Had he missed that cautionary tale entirely? Once water from Budong Lake leaves the lake itself, the frost law attached to it will dissipate within 5 minutes at most, the old man remarked casually as his hands blurred across the alchemy bench, mixing reagents faster than Lu Sihong could track. Cold mist rose from the table. Ice-blue lake water flowed through a silver conduit into a crystal flask, frosting the glass in an instant. The old man moved like an afterimage. Powders, herbs, and magic cores dropped in one after another, and even his stirring looked like a performance. Lu Sihong watched while griping inwardly. Seriously, Grandmaster, you think I can handle that stuff? The moment I touch it'll give you a live demonstration of instant frozen corpse. Brew potions? Yeah, right. Outwardly, he only curled his lips, his gaze glued to the potion. Though he couldn't decipher most of the old man's technique, years of cramming theory let him guess a thing or two. The potion, its magical glow almost spilling over, was clearly an ice affinity elixir meant to purify the bloodline of a contract beast or magical creature. If an ice archmage downed a vial of it, they'd probably freeze to death a second time. Moments later the brew was finished. Pinching the bottleneck, the old man frowned slightly, unsatisfied, but too lazy to start over. He shook his head, stuffed the potion into his belt pouch, and began tidying up the apparatus. Just as he turned to leave, he shot Lu Sihong another look, as if something had just occurred to him. So you're a wood element mage? And an alchemist as well? Lu Sihong looked up. The man had pegged his affinity, even though he hadn't cast a single wood spell, not even barkskin. Puzzled, he still nodded obediently. The old man's eyes grew distant, as though dredging up an ancient memory. He opened his mouth, but an enraged dragon's roar detonated overhead, shattering the words before they could form. A colossal shadow plummeted toward them on a gale. At the same time, in a valley not far from Budong Lake, Lu Mo was hunting for treasure alone. The area had once been a plain blanketed with ice-attribute flora. More than a decade ago, her parents had hidden a cache here. The terrain had since changed beyond recognition, yet the magic array still hummed, and the beacon on her treasure detector glowed bright. Following her parents' notes, she chiseled a Boda-sized pit through the thick ice, revealed the array, arranged the materials in sequence, and wait while luminous lines outlined the formation. An icy lid split open with a soft crack. Beneath the ice stood a crystal sapling over 2 meters tall, its branches shimmering with prismatic light. The spatial crystal tree, an exceptionally rare, high-grade spatial material. Once cut up, it could yield at least 20 top-tier storage rings. One of Lu Sihang's level would fetch 40 to 50,000 gold apiece at auction. The material couldn't be stuffed straight into a storage device, but a contract beast could carry it. She ordered her four-tailed snow fox to clamp the tree in its jaws and stow it in the beast-holding space. Just as she exhaled in relief, a pitch-black fissure yawned open ahead. A translucent serpent's head poked through the rift, its icy eyes blinking in confusion at the unfamiliar surroundings. Thinking it had taken a wrong turn, it withdrew. Barely 2 seconds later, it lunged out again, gaze locking on the empty spot where the spatial crystal tree had stood, disbelief flooding its eyes. It had only gone out for a meal and a nap. How could its home be gone and its treasure stolen? The serpent's pupils contracted, murderous intent boiling over. In the distance, Lu Mo sprinted across the snow, footprints scattering behind her. The giant snake let out a shrill howl, its sound waves sharp as needles, then tore open a new spatial rift and plunged after her. Lu Mo was sprinting for her life with her bonded beast when a spatial rift split open ahead of her. A colossal serpent thrust half its body through the crack, rearing high, its savage eyes fixed on her while a menacing hiss vibrated in its throat. She couldn't understand snake speech and assumed the monster had come to kill her, unaware it was actually demanding the space crystal tree. The four-tailed snow fox leapt forward, blue light flashing in its eyes. A clear fox cry rang across the desolate ice field, successfully drawing the serpent's attention. For the brief moment their gazes met, the serpent's mind wavered. Seizing the opening, Lu Mo blurred into an emerald streak and shot several dozen meters away. The serpent recovered, rage boiling, and smashed its head against the rift. Its entire body poured out, spanning several kilometers in a heartbeat. No sooner had it emerged than invisible ripples howled across the plain. Icebergs and vines were sliced clean in two, shards scattering everywhere, yet the prey was nowhere to be found. Only then did the serpent realize it had fallen for an illusion. With a low hiss, it tore another hole in space and retreated. Elsewhere, Lu Mo used those precious breaths to activate her portable magic device. A gentle wind lifted her, green runes skimming the ice beneath her feet as she hurtled toward the secret realm's exit. The four-tailed snow fox bounded behind, paws tapping the frozen ground. They had barely covered 100 meters when a dragon-like roar exploded ahead, spiderweb fissures racing across the ice. The fury behind the sound felt capable of ripping the realm apart. Lu Mo's heart clenched, but before she could react, space churned behind her. The serpent slipped out without a sound. Instead of hissing, it released two barely audible whistles. The snow fox's fur bristled, its tails whipped, slamming Lu Mo aside. An instant later, an invisible ripple swept past, shearing off two of the fox's snowy tails at the root. Beads of blood froze in the wind. Howling in agony, the fox forced itself to fight on. With its remaining tails, it flung a volley of ice arrows that shrieked toward the serpent. Contempt gleamed in the serpent's eyes as it shrank back into the rift once more. A new tear burst open at the fox's flank, and the snake's head lunged. Anticipating the move, the fox raised a thick ice shield, blocking the fangs and using the recoil to leap back, blue light gathering in its pupils again. But spatial ripples flared behind it. A translucent tail stabbed forward, piercing the fox's skull in a blink. The snow fox went rigid, then dissolved into drifting motes of light. With the fox slain, the serpent lifted its head, its icy gaze locking onto the emerald streak still racing in the distance. Convinced the space crystal tree was still on Lu Mo, it vowed to reclaim the treasure before devouring the pesky thief. A heartbeat later, the serpent burst from the void, skimming past Lu Mo in a sweeping strike. The magic shield around her shattered like glass, and she was hurled like a cannonball, carving a long arc through the air. Calculating her landing point, the serpent opened another rift and slipped inside. Inside the Icewind Sanctuary, a black-armored giant spider raced for its life, while the sly goblin riding on its back strained to shove a pale blue egg larger than he was into a tiny rucksack. The goblin merchant had just tightened the drawstring when a dark blur dropped from the sky and slammed onto the shell before him, nearly pitching him over the side. The steel-plated wolf spider felt the extra weight but kept its 8 legs pumping, skittering across the shattered ice. The newcomer was Lu Mo. Wind magic swirled around her, bleeding off most of the impact. Lying on her back atop the carapace, she locked eyes with the goblin, an awkward pause hanging between them. "Greylisted, are you?" The goblin frowned, debating whether to boot this troublesome passenger. Offering a ride was one thing. Traveling with a known robber was quite another. Luamo started to explain, then her pupils shrank. She stared into the sky behind him, terror draining the color from her face. A snow-white shape dived from the cloud sand, enraged white dragon unleashing a torrent of freezing fire straight at the damned black-armored spider. At that moment a spatial rift tore open overhead. The giant serpent hunting Lu Imo shot out, eager to ambush the human thief. The wolf spider, half prepared, leapt aside and narrowly dodged the icy breath. The snake caught it full on, head and soul freezing solid before the corpse toppled silently from the rent sky. The sudden twist left Lu Imo blinking. Her fear of the dragon momentarily dulled. The goblin merchant spun, saw the snake's corpse, and his eyes practically flashed gold. His greed felt almost tangible. You wretched thieves! Hand over the dragon egg. The white dragon's roar shook the entire sanctuary. Lumo's eardrums rang, and her heart clenched not just from the volume, but from the words dragon egg. What? That little creep stole a dragon egg? Nope, I'm getting off. Let me off now. She tried to sit up, but the wolf spider swerved sharply, tossing her flat on the shell. She clawed about in reflex. The goblin slapped her hands away, whipped out a strand of spider silk, bound her tight, and with a gleam in his eye barked a command to trigger his ability. The ice split wide, spitting out 3 bewildered goblins. The goblin acolyte landed on its knees, slid a long way across the slick surface, and began shivering as the cold wind hit. The goblin siren, until a moment ago lounging by a hot spring, suddenly found itself staring into the dragon's furious slit pupils. Body rigid, trembling lips, it burst into a reflexive chant. The goblin witch doctor stayed the calmest. It had tried to flee the moment the summons tugged at it, but the merchant's power allowed no argument, yanking it here with no chance to resist. Had Lu Sihong been present, he would surely have quipped, swap the goblin siren for a pyromaniac, and you could call this the crooked merchant wiping out goblinkind's 3 plagues. The goblin merchant couldn't care less about whatever the dragon overhead was ranting about. All it saw was the enormous, fabulously valuable snake corpse lying below. It had chased a graylist client all the way here, only to watch the white dragon accidentally kill the serpent with a single frosty breath unclaimed loot, free for whoever got to it first. While several hired guards strutted about on the ground, trying to draw the dragon's eye, a tremulous, lilting tune suddenly rippled through the air. The atmosphere shivered like a pond struck by a pebble, and the 3 goblins instantly perked up. Luimo, lashed to the back of a black giant spider and frantically picking at the webbing, froze and followed the sound. The singer who called himself a goblin siren suddenly struck her as irresistibly attractive. His frost-shivering body, bluish-pale face, flaring nostrils, and quivering lips set her cheeks burning and her heart racing. Boom! A house's-sized chunk of ice plummeted from the clouds and smashed the goblin siren into pulp. An adult white dragon is immune to petty charm spells. In fact, the goblin's simpering had disgusted it so much that it conjured an ice boulder and buried the creature on the spot. The dragon might not have gagged, but Luimo certainly did. She turned ghost white and nearly threw up. She swore that once she got back to town, she would buy some high-grade gear with mental resistance enchantments anything to calm her nerves. The moment the white dragon finished crushing one pesky bug, a stabbing sense of danger washed over it. It snapped its head around to see another goblin cultist convulsing and howling. Within the cries, the spectral outline of a giant toad hardened, its pitiless eyes locking onto the dragon aloft. Furious cold surged inward, coating the dragon's scales with a layer of thick ice armor. Yet an instant later the goblin cultist detonated like a firecracker, splattering into a red mist, and the toad's apparition vanished with him. In more than 2 centuries of life, the white dragon had never witnessed such absurdity. It hovered, momentarily stunned, until the goblin merchant on the black spider whistled past its very nose and fled. Then it roared, raised a claw, and summoned a storm of ice lances. Luimo, who had nearly wriggled free and was about to leap off, looked up to see the hail of icicles pouring down like a torrential rain. A chill seized her body. Mind blank, she hastily wrapped the loosened silk back around her wrists and let out a shrill scream. The goblin merchant frowned, pulled a frosty ice fruit from his pouch, and shoved it into Lumo's mouth. Then he cinched the small dimensional backpack on his back and adjusted his seat. While his 2 companions sacrificed their lives to distract the dragon, he and his spider partner stuffed the snake's body into the dimensional pack. Unfortunately, the skull was too big and too hard. For now the enormous head had to dangle outside. The contribution counters on the other 2 goblins were maxed out. They had both died gloriously, leaving only this last one. The merchant shot a sidelong glare at the goblin witch doctor sitting beside him, full of disdain. Instead of keeping the dragon busy, the so-called bodyguard had climbed onto the spider and turned into a passenger the moment the merchant started looting the serpent's corpse. The goblin witch doctor bristled at the merchant's look of disdain, been peacefully mixing tonics at the ranch when this dog of a traitor dragged him out, and now the fool dared to glare at him? He almost dosed him with poison on the spot. The wolf spider didn't care that another greenskin had climbed aboard. Even with every passenger combined, they still weighed less than the serpent's head it had once carried. Its 8 long legs powered forward, body blurring as it wove through the deadly forest of ice spikes. Silk snapped taut, and with one final leap it burst beyond the spell's reach. Violent stops and jerks made the ride unbearable. Luimo saw stars, blacked out in midair, and now hung limply against the spider's back. The witch doctor clamped both hands around a seam in the carapace, flapping like a rag in the wind. When the spider touched down, the world spun so hard he crammed a fistful of yellow-green powder into his mouth, just to calm his roiling stomach. The goblin merchant handled it far better. He wound his hands in spider silk, flattened himself against the shell, and kept the jostling to a minimum. His gut still churned, but compared with nearly having his spine snapped when the spider first surged or cracking his skull during a jump, this was nothing. After shaking off the wide area spell, the armored wolf spider's stamina was drained and its speed inevitably dropped. That pleased the adult white dragon. Instinct told the dragon that killing the vile greenskin would bring back its stolen egg. Had it heard the goblin's reputation, it would know the egg was gone forever, even if the creature were torn limb from limb. The white dragon dove, its roar splitting the sky. A pall of frigid mist swallowed the ground. Frost coated the goblin and the spider's shell alike. Exhausted, the armored wolf spider's legs quaked, scattering ice chips until it finally froze solid, its 8 limbs pinned to the permafrost. Landing with a crash, the dragon fixed its icy blue slit pupils on the speck of green. Thieving wretch, return my egg. Perhaps he'll be merciful enough to let you crawl away alive. Shivering beneath a crust of frost, the goblin witch doctor still managed to glare at the dragon as though it were an idiot, then turned to meet the goblin merchant's silent prodding. Bodyguard, your turn, the merchant's eyes said plainly. You expect me to fight a dragon? The witch doctor's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Bundled in thick pelts, the merchant looked far better off than the witch doctor clad only in leather, but his mouth was as noisy as ever. Blah blah, gob gob, blurp blurp, what else can we do? We can't run, so show me what you've got. We're already here. Fine, since you insist so strongly, the witch doctor's teeth chattered. Yet he finished the incantation and flung out both hands. 2 flashes of green coalesced into a pair of toads the size of basketballs. They'd just lifted their heads, ready to loose an earth-shaking croak, when the howling northwest wind and icy fog filled their mouths. Their bodies stiffened instantly, and in a blink they became twin blocks of ice. That's it. The goblin merchant stared in disbelief. Pathetic. Even those goblin cultists can at least blow themselves up. The witch doctor shot him a cold, sideways glance. Keep fooling around out there and see how many chances I get to poison you. Just wait. The white dragon watched as the 2 accursed greenskins ignored its threat and even found time to juggle. Feeling provoked, it narrowed its savage eyes and prepared to act, but a sudden stab of icy pain pierced its chest. The chill spread from breast to tail. Before it could draw breath, roiling black fog erupted in midair, and the alchemy elder shot forward like a loosed arrow, scattering snow and hovering before the dragon. Ho ho ho, I hunted you all over the Silver Sea and never found a treaty, so you were hiding in the Icewind's secret realm. Wrapped in black fog, the old man looked up at the dragon's 100-meter armor of crystalline scales, his eyes burning with frenzy. You're late, but not too late. You'll make a fine zombie dragon, and I can even keep some of that frost power intact. Flames of rage ignited in the dragon's pupils. It roared and opened its jaws, unleashing a torrent of azure frost flames straight at the old man. The black fog boiled. With a cold grunt, the elder spread his hands, and the viscous death key split into 3 streams. The first condensed into a 10-meter-tall ebony skeleton that raised a bone shield in front of him, only to be flash-frozen into a crystal blue statue the next heartbeat. The second soared upward, reforming into a bone dragon several times larger than the white dragon, wings beating as it dove from above. The third stretched into a wrathful spirit wielding a black bone scythe. Cackling madly, it blinked behind the dragon, its blades slashing for the dragon's skull. Howling ice dust blotted out the sky. The old alchemist raised a hand, and Deathkey surged around the frozen skeleton, exploding the frost that coated it. The skeleton bellowed and lumbered forward with its massive bone hammer, but after only 2 steps a rising tornado of rhymes swallowed it again, entombing it beneath half a foot of ice and locking it in place like a frozen tower. High above, the white dragon collided head-on with the bone dragon, shards of frost and clouds of necrotic miasma twisting into a dreadful vortex. The realm's frigid environment granted the dragon extra might, yet the bone dragon, bathed in death energy, was nearly immune to cold magic. Every swipe of its talons tore away whole plates of scale. The wraith's obsidian scythe lurked for openings, slicing at the dragon's soul, while the alchemist in the distance kept weaving spells, arrows of death energy, and chains of binding one after another. Within only a few dozen breaths, the white dragon's scales had shattered into ice chips, its spirit had been ripped repeatedly, and its aura was fading fast. It was no battle-mad red dragon. With death looming, a single thought filled its mind escape. The dragon egg it had cherished like a jewel meant nothing now. Without its own life, what use was an egg? Besides, even if it wanted to retrieve it, that chance was gone. When the fight began, the frost tornado it released had already swept away the frail goblin merchant and, incidentally, the sturdier goblin witch doctor, freezing them both into solid statues. The two rigid green figures were now sliding along the icy wind toward the goblin pens, destined to lie there like corpses. Earlier, Lu Sihong had watched the alchemist bolt from the cavern the moment he heard the dragon's roar, and curiosity led him to follow. Along the way, he found the unconscious Lu Mo half buried in the snow. "You really can fall asleep anywhere," he muttered helplessly. Seeing the aerial battle grow ever fiercer, gales and blizzard blotting out the heavens, he seized the moment while the alchemist was absorbed in combat. Hoisting Lu Mo's limp body over his shoulder, he sprinted toward the exit of the secret realm. He had thought the old alchemist was simply a big shot, and that he might get to watch a live dragon-slaying show. He never imagined the man really was that powerful. Unfortunately, on the enemy's side, Lu Sihong was sick with regret. If had known the old man belonged to the opposing faction, wild horses couldn't have dragged him here. Curiosity really can kill. Now he was sprinting across the snowy plain of the Frostwind's secret realm, praying the poor white dragon could last a few more seconds to keep the necromancer occupied. If the dragon died at once and the old man turned back to silence witnesses, he'd have to drop Lu Mo, fuse with his shadow assassin class, and gamble on slipping into the shadow realm. With the boundary here so unstable, one misstep could dump him straight into the void and finish him for good. He was still juggling plans when a violent gust exploded overhead. The wind felt strong enough to tear him and the snow beneath him apart. A colossal bone dragon whipped past, dragging the white dragon's mangled corpse and nearly shaving off his hair. Damn, that white dragon was pathetic, he cursed, legs churning even faster while hoping the old man never noticed a speck like him. Up ahead, the bone dragon suddenly folded its wings and hovered. The alchemist stood on its skull, hands clasped behind his back, gray-white hair snapping in the wind. His gaze landed on Lu Sihong, carrying a strange, wistful sorrow. Lu Sihong's heart pounded. Should he beg first, or toss Lu Mo aside, activate his Beastmaster talent, hide, and look for a chance to jump to the Shadow Realm? The old man sighed. My grandson was a wood affinity genius alchemist too. If it hadn't been for that accident, he broke off, shook his head, and urged the bone dragon away. One powerful wing beat kicked up a wall of snow, and both figures vanished. Had they lingered a second longer, Lu Sihong would have called him grandpa on the spot, anything to show respect and stay alive. The brush with death left cold sweat on his back. When the wind hit him, his legs turned to jelly. He flopped into the snow to catch his breath. With his luck, two more top-tier experts could start trading blows at the exit, and he didn't want to be collateral damage. The sudden drop made Lu Mo, slung over his shoulder, groan. She had been half-conscious since the wolf spider's venomous web, then battered by the clash of white dragon frost and necrotic energy. Every protective trinket on her had blown. Now her face was ghost white, lips blue, and chill burrowed into her bones. Well, nice of you to wake up, Lu Sihong muttered. He laid her flat and uncorked one potion after another, healing, antifreeze, stimulant, purification, anything he could think of. The liquid was icy going down, but Lu Mo gulped it all, chest heaving until her breathing steadied. Her belly, however, swelled like a drum, and she dry heaved for ages without bringing anything up. When her mind cleared, she glared at him. Couldn't you just give me one premium healing potion? Why torture me with all that watered-down junk? A premium costs 60 gold. Those bottles together were under 10, Lu Sihong said, stone-faced and smugly frugal. Same effect, why waste money? Lu Mo clutched her stomach and growled. Just wait. Once I'm rich, they'll bury you in cash. Sure, sure, Lu Sihong flashed a dazzling grin. Make sure you humiliate me with diamond coins. Her expression froze. Diamond coins? That would only be a few dozen at most, and who'd actually throw diamond coins? One tiny chip and you'd cry your eyes out. After leaving the Frostwind dungeon, Lu Sihong swept the area with a careful gaze. Once he was sure no fighting had broken out nearby, he and Lu Mo launched themselves down the mountainside. The snow squealed beneath their boots, carving a long arc of ice chips in their wake. Halfway down, Lu Mo steadied herself and muttered, "Is that necromancer really so terrifying? From what I've heard, the Church of Undeath only has that ancient dragon of decay worth fearing. The rest of its zealots are average at best." Huh. Lu Sihong shot her a sidelong look, a cold smile tugging at his lips. You fainted at the sight of a white dragon, yet you doubt someone who flattened one. I didn't faint because of the dragon. Lu Mo's face flushed crimson. It was that damn giant spider tossing me around, and I was wounded too. Sure, whatever you say. Lu Sihong nodded dismissively and glanced at the gray sky. TCH, still midday. Wonder if we can catch the return ship before nightfall. Seething at his tone, Lu Mo stomped the snow and trudged toward the edge of Everfrost Isle. Hey, Stow your beasts, unless you want another magical creature to scare you senseless, Lu Sihong called with a chuckle. Lu Mo snorted but obediently followed. They skirted the massive sea turtles basking by the shore. En route, Lu Sihong summoned his goblin chieftain, who made short work of a few low-tier monsters blocking their path. Soon they picked a broad rocky ledge with a clear view of the coast and paused to rest. The sea wind howled, salty and sharp. Waves hammered the distant ice cliffs, bursting into glittering spray. Luomo folded her arms and drifted into a stare. Outwardly just as vacant, Lu Sihang's mind had already slipped into his private goblin ranch. What that guy do in the dungeon to provoke a white dragon? He couldn't have stolen a dragon egg, right? The thought had barely formed when he spotted an enormous, blindingly white egg in the beast pen. Intricate runes veined the shell, and tendrils of frost leaked from the seams. A white dragon egg, slightly underdeveloped, yet for a species that lays so rarely, a pureblood egg ranks just below a dragon's full hoard in value. Holy hell, he really did swipe one. Lu Sihang's pulse spiked as he tallied the possibilities. 1. The Yoke Prime Alchemy stock. 2. The Shelltip grade forging material. 3. Treat himself to the mother of all omelets. Hatchet. He rolled his eyes. Raise a dragon like some ancestral idol? It takes 50 to 100 years to mature. Think of the resources. By then he'll be strong enough to one-hand an adult dragon anyway. Resolving to ditch the money pit idea, he froze. The Beastmaster was sprawled across the egg like an oversized brooding duck, channeling body heat into it. Seriously? Born to hatch eggs. Crack. Hairline fractures spread between the runes. An instant later, the shell burst apart, and a snow-white, fuzzless hatchling tumbled out, wobbling after the Beastmaster in wide-eyed wonder. Lu Sihong rubbed his temples with a sigh. So much for my dragon egg omelet. Watching the tiny creature chirp, he suddenly reconsidered. Forget it. Maybe in 80-odd years it'll become this world's first dragon rider. A mage on dragonback, that sounds pretty good. Although several beastmasters call themselves dragon riders, their mounts are nothing more than draconic beasts strengthened by dragon blood. A pureblood dragon is an entirely different story. If he could really become history's first true dragon rider, the dream his teacher never stopped talking about might come true ahead of time. Just to be safe, Lu Sihong even toyed with the idea of giving the hatchling his grandmaster's name, but the thought felt like betraying one's elders, and he could only rub the bridge of his nose in embarrassment. While his mind wandered, a system prompt suddenly appeared. The Goblin Beast Tamer quest had changed. Evolution requirements were now met. He could advance at any moment. He had thought he would have to wait for the little sparrow to evolve, yet simply hatching a dragon egg had unlocked the branch early. Spend 500 experience points. Light flared, and a Tier 2 Goblin Beast Tamer was promoted to a Tier 3 Goblin Beastmaster. Goblin Beastmaster. 1. A goblin specializing in breeding and taming magical beasts. 2. Fluent in beast tongue, able to communicate with most magical creatures. 3. All beasts raised in a goblin ranch gain bonus growth speed. 4. Can take 1 to 3 beasts into battle simultaneously. A special reward followed for fulfilling the tamer's wish. A blue blueprint. Shadow cloak. Blue blueprint. Shadow cloak. Materials. Ample shadow creature, hide magic runes. Activation, consume shadow power. Effect, the wearer is enveloped in dark mist, greatly enhancing shadow affinity and stealth. Anyone who stares directly at the cloak may suffer blindness, vertigo, or similar effects. Duration depends on both parties' mental strength and the wearer's shadow affinity. While equipped, the user might draw hostility from other life forms. The perfect outfit for sneaking around. Lu Sihong stroked the blueprint, then frowned. It required enough shadow hide. Yet after half a year of basement fishing, the shadow assassin had caught little more than shadow rats. Everything else had been slimes, octopi, or sea anemone-like things with neither fur nor decent bones. Gathering the materials would be tough. Had better have the smith upgrade the fishing gear for higher efficiency. His train of thought broke when he noticed the goblin blacksmith and goblin carver crouched over a massive serpent carcass, its head wrapped in ice, measuring and studying the scales. Where did that come from? Not long ago, Lu Mo had mentioned she had nearly been bitten to death by a powerful serpent-type beast, only for a white dragon's breath to flash freeze it. The goblin trader had then stuffed the whole corpse into his pack. This had to be the one. The ranch's appraisal panel lit up. Void Python Hatchling Corpse. Race. A powerful creature that drifts through the void. Trait. Innate control over space. Note. Even as a hatchling, its body is a top-grade spatial material. Nice. Judging by how eagerly the two craftsmen were rubbing their hands, they now had the core component for building the goblin treasury. A structure that manipulates time and space now that sounded seriously hardcore. He could hardly wait to see what it could do. Besides the dragon egg and the giant snake, the goblin trader had picked up plenty of junk along the way, most of it low-grade frost materials and magical beast parts, flea legs, blocks of ice from an iceberg slime, and so on. After reading the goblin merchant's travel log, Lu Sihong finally pieced together what had happened. The creature had first provoked another powerful monster, wandered past a white dragon's lair, And then, while the two giants were busy fighting, slipped inside and stole the dragon's egg. The white dragon had probably left all kinds of safeguards illusions, maze wards. Who knew what else, but the goblins still managed to blunder in and make off with the prize. Lu Sihong stared up at the sky, at a loss for words. He couldn't believe the little thug had planned any of it. Some goblins, he decided, were simply born to cause trouble. His face kept cycling through emotions, gritted teeth, fury one moment, shock the next. Lu Mo tilted her head, watched for a long while, and finally asked, "What's going on in your head? Your expression keeps changing." "I'm practicing mindset and facial control," Lu Sihong said solemnly. "Gotta be ready for whatever comes." "Huh." Lu Mo blinked, then lowered her voice and leaned closer. "Look at your goblin. It hasn't taken its eyes off that group of ice-armored turtles." Following her gaze, Lu Sihong saw the goblin chief standing on a reef, green eyes locked onto the distant sea turtles. It had already cleared out the nearby slimes and ice worms, and was now bored stiff, itching to test the shells of those moving fortresses. But his don't move command held it in check, so it could only stare and sulk. Lu Mo misunderstood. Beast companions can't reproduce, but some of them still have strong urges. They need an outlet every so often. Lu Sihong's expression turned complicated. Half amused, he glanced at her. "What? Am I supposed to grab a female goblin in the wild and force her on him? Breeding farms keep only males so they stay focused on work. I don't know about most places, but I've heard Greenwild Territory has a special center that handles goblins' needs." Lu Sihong paused. "Why do you know so much about this stuff?" "TCH, you're the one who's clueless. The Academy's beast taming classes cover it." She looked him up and down. "Wait, you didn't study at the Academy? With your strength and your age, is it because you just look young? How old are you, Lu?" He merely smiled and pointed toward the water. "There's a boat coming. Stand up and wave." "Can't the goblin wave? It's taller. It's too ugly. You'll scare them less. You're easier on the eyes." "Fine, hold on." Was that an insult? Before she could finish, several amphibious beasts dragged a wooden barge ashore. Fish, shrimp, and shellfish lay scattered across the deck, filling the air with a sharp, briny stench. A handful of crewmen squatted in the puddles, sorting the catch. Pinching her nose, Lu Mo still listened eagerly while they bragged. A noble lady by birth, she had been on the road half a year, yet raw sea stink still set her back. Lu Sihong, by contrast, didn't bat an eye. He rummaged through the pile for something fresh to take home. The sailors told him the haul had to be logged at the outer city harbor before it could be sold, but taking a few samples was fine. When the novelty wore off, the deck grew dull. He considered tying a bunch of whirlwind grass to the stern as a makeshift propeller. Just then, the sailors' chatter nearby caught his attention. "Didn't a whole squad of city guards turn up the other day? They were hunting for demon worshippers." "Really? I thought someone had been arrested, but I never heard of anybody getting taken away." "Think about it," another sailor scoffed, folding his arms. "We run into all kinds of nightmare stuff out on the open sea. Anyone tough enough to survive in the outer district isn't about to trust a stranger." "True enough. Last year a siren tried singing us under. Old Hu and the others fell for it, but I was the only." "Stop bragging." His mate cut him off. "Your wife drained you dry before we left port. You were so weak you nearly toppled overboard. No wonder the siren couldn't charm you. Get lost. Don't listen to old Huss lies." The sailor snapped, then muttered, "Anyway, I heard they really dragged off a bunch of people this time. Even some students from Frostwind Academy." The crew's information was sketchy, and Frostwind City wasn't releasing details. After eavesdropping for a while, Lu Sihong picked up only scattered rumors. None of them mentioned serpent folk. Suddenly the avian familiar circling above the rail shrieked. The sailors froze, scanning the horizon. Far off, the sea erupted as a massive creature burst through the waves, flinging a curtain of spray as it charged straight toward them. "Holy hell. Move, fire up the boosters." Both arcane thrusters roared to life, and the battered skiff spat blue-white flames, shooting forward like an arrow. Even in the chaos, a few sailors shouted at Lu Sihong, "You've got an escape rocket, right?" Their so-called escape rocket was a backpack-mounted device that looked to Lu like an oversized bottle rocket. In a shipwreck you pulled the trigger, and it blasted you toward land or shallow water. In theory, a crude parachute deployed once the thrust died. In practice, survival was half skill, half luck. Some people splashed down in seconds, some smashed to pulp, most simply vanished. Flawed though they were cheap enough for every deckhand to own, and on the open sea they saved more lives than expensive flying gear. Lu Sihong had money now. Had spent over 700 gold on an upgraded flight spell activator. Slot in a 50 gold mana crystal, and you got a short burst of windborne flight enough to glide from Everfrost Isle to the waters near Frostwind Territory, then relay with whirlwind grass or other tricks, and probably reach land. It looked as if he wouldn't need it today. The skiff had barely hit top speed when two immense gray-black tentacles erupted from the water and wrapped around the crazed sea beast. After a brief, strangled bellow, the creature was dragged into a fathomless trench, and the surface went still. "What the hell was that?" Lu Sihong croaked, heart hammering in his chest. "Relax," one sailor said calmly. "Something that big isn't interested in us." So the poor beast was running for its life. Yeah, but firing those boosters means we've blown the last few days' profit. Better to lose some coin than our lives. The jet boost was blisteringly fast. The battered launch tore across the cresting waves of the Silver Sea, every plank rattling and creaking as if the whole boat might fall apart at any moment. Yet in just 2 hours it had carried Lu Sihang's party safely back to the Icewind territory. The harbor lighthouse was now within reach. The jet-powered magic engine bolted to the gunnel was single use. Once ignited, it had to burn through every mode of mana before it shut down. When the thrust finally faded and the launch began to slow, the sailors immediately summoned their bonded Biasa long-finned seahorse, an armored giant turtle, and a bearded sea lion hitched them to towlines, and let them haul the boat forward. Lu Mo's head throbbed, her nose filled with brine. She took only shallow breaths, afraid a lungful of the rank sea air would make her retch. With a constitution like yours, you still want to be an adventurer? Lu Sihong teased, handing her a bottle of pale blue potion. Lu Mo didn't bother to read the label. She downed it in one gulp. A cool wave settled in her stomach, and the dizziness slipped away. You don't get it. I used to play the weakling to save money. Now that I've got a nest egg, I'm taking back everything I lost, one piece at a time. Lu Sihong chuckled to himself. All this over running out on a wedding, and she still sounds so dramatic. Once she felt better, Lu Mo asked the sailors, why don't you take a better ship to sea? Something fast enough to escape real danger. A bearded sailor let out a raspy laugh. Good ships burn mana crystals, and those cost coin. The monsters we've seen lately would smash even the best hull. Easier to lash some planks together, and if it breaks we dump it overboard and don't feel bad. Another chimed in, exactly. Someone took a premium vessel out last week. When they ran into a living catastrophe they couldn't bear to abandon her, so the ship and crew went down together. Unless you've got the Lord's treasury or a major faction's warship, an ordinary boat only lasts 3 to 5 years on the Silver Sea. By the time the launch bumped against the pier, a big crowd had already gathered around the outer harbor of Icewind City. Two groups were squared off in the center. On the left stood Lu Sihang's acquaintances, the Gyu gang, the same crew who had blown up their hideout twice after buying seafood. Scarface led the line, his thugs bristling behind him, trying to look fierce but clearly uneasy. Opposite them was the newly risen Yueying gang. Their leader, Blackfish Head, a bald, dark-skinned man with arms crossed, wore a relaxed grin as if the Gyu gang posed no threat at all. Lu Sihong and Lu Mo had barely set foot on the pier when Scarface roared, "The outer city handles its own business." Blackfish Head, what kind of man drags outsiders onto our turf? Blackfish Head smugly pointed at several strangers behind him who clearly weren't locals. Outsiders. They're brothers who just joined the Yueying gang. Scarface snorted. Who do you think you're fooling? They don't even have an Icewind accent. Blackfish Head shrugged. Show me the rule that says an outer city gang can't recruit from elsewhere. If you can't hold your ground, admit defeat and stop whining. The two gangs glared daggers at each other while the crowd murmured. Puzzled, Lu Sihong and Lu Mo listened as a middle-aged man beside them explained, those mutts from the Yueying gang brought in adventurers from Waknoshire to strut around. Scarface can't rally enough backing since his boss is doing time, so he's in trouble. I heard Scar and his crew hauled in a golden moray out at sea. Someone from the Blackfish gang took a liking to it, tried to lowball them, and when Scar refused, they sent people over to make trouble. At one corner of the pier, Lu Sihong was chatting with a few others. He spat and cursed. What kind of shameless punks come out to the outer city to steal food off poor folks like us? So they've got their eyes on the catch, huh? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Suddenly, Lu Mo pointed to the center and lowered her voice. Aren't those guys from the Falcon Adventurer team? Huh? Weren't they just here to buy seafood for their city lord? Why haven't they gone back? Lu Sihong asked. Lu Mo shook her head. Their captain already took part of the team home. The ones left behind are investigating the people who disappeared earlier. A chill ran down Lu Sihang's spine. So they're here for me. More and more onlookers gathered. The Blackfish thugs grew nervous and tried to shout the crowd away, while the Falcon members simply summoned their beasts, hoping to intimidate everyone. But most people in the outer city were desperate oestwo harsh words wouldn't scare them off. Besides, if a real fight broke out and the city guard arrived, the Blackfish gang would be the ones in trouble. Someone had already slipped a report to the inner city. Can't handle the tough ones. Then pick a soft target. One self-styled genius from the Blackfish gang scanned the scene and settled on a clean-cut face in the corner Lu Sihong. He pointed at Lu Sihong and shouted, "You grinning idiot. What are you laughing at? They'll beat the crap out of you." His Biasta shadow panther raised its head and snarled, drool dripping from its fangs, ready to spring. A moment later, a giant summoning circle flared in front of Lu Sihong. A 5-meter goblin chieftain stepped through, boots thudding against the planks, a steel-studded club resting on its shoulder. Tusks jutted from its jaw as its murderous eyes locked onto the loudmouth. The air felt strangled. Faces went white, and the crowd shuffled back as one, terrified the walking mountain might swat them aside. Pride meant nothing when your life was on the line. With the goblin chieftain looming between them, both Blackfish thugs and Falcon members felt their legs go weak. cursing the fool who had started it all. Someone tried to smooth things over. Sir, we roar back, Lu Sihong said coolly. The goblin chieftain's eyes snapped wide, bloodshot and blazing. Red mist swirled around it, laced with a hint of draconic menace. Rah! A thunderous roar carrying a psychic shockwave crashed across the pier. Ordinary onlookers were blown off their feet. Some scrambled into alleys. Others stumbled straight into the see-anything to get away. The Blackfish gangsters took the blast fooling. Minds shattered, some shrieked and scattered, others collapsed in place. The Falcon members were stronger. Though pale, they managed to stay upright, yet their limbs trembled uncontrollably. Amid the wailing, the Blackfish thugs who had fouled themselves became the most conspicuous of all, the stench of waste overpowering even the thick scent of fish on the docks. Hey Yudo had just used the Falcon gang's presence to bully the Gyu crew and was feeling pleased with himself when he noticed the scar-faced man across from him wearing a look of utter shock. Before he could react, he sensed something enormous and terrifying descending behind him, ready to swallow him whole. His legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees in front of Scarface. Scarface and his thugs had also been rattled by the goblin chieftain's hostile aura. Their faces were ashen and a scream was forming in their throats. Hey Yuda's sudden kneel choked it straight back down. Everyone's legs turned weak, and they had to prop one another up just to stay on their feet. Pathetic, Lu Sihong murmured with a satisfied smirk, flicking a few diamond coins between his fingers. They were the leftovers from the last auction where he bought materials for his teacher only 5 in total and he hadn't bothered to return them to Icewind City's lord. He'd hand them over once he got back to the Mage Tower. For now, they made the perfect prop. He sauntered forward and mocked. If you've got no money, quit pretending you can afford seafood. Go home and pick weeds. Reaching Scarface, he pointed at the golden ribbon fish in Hey Yuda's cart. It's a golden eel, Lu Mo whispered. Lu Sihong shot her a look. Scarface instantly plastered on a respectful grin. If you say it's a golden ribbon fish, then it's a golden ribbon fish, sir. If you like it, it's yours. Save it. I'm an alchemist, I don't stoop for petty freebies. I'm not some pauper from Huiyun City who has to steal because he can't pay, Lu Sihong scoffed. Just then, a member of the recovering Falcon gang barked. Do you know who we are? How dare you butt in? The goblin chieftain gave him a casual glance, and the man went white and staggered backward. Lu Sihong let out a dismissive laugh and was about to speak when he noticed half a mask now covering Lu Mo's face. Quick, aren't you? He muttered. She shrugged. Easier to dodge an open spear than a hidden arrow. I don't have your strength. Strength, my foot, he grumbled inwardly. I was so busy showing off I forgot my defenses, and you didn't even warn me. Outwardly, he remained calm. The Falcon gang boys were still shaky, but forced themselves to bluster. If you interfere, the Lord of Huiyun City will make you pay. Lu Sihong narrowed his eyes. Leave the roots and the weeds grow back. Since you've brought up Huiyun City. Huh. Hey Yudo, you dare collude with men from Huiyun City. Scarface suddenly shouted in excitement, the ugly scar on his face twitching. The Goayu crew erupted in outrage, and nearby gangs that had fled earlier joined in, hurling curses at Hey Yudo and the Falcon gang. Lu Sihong didn't catch the twist, so he inclined his head toward Lu Mo. What's going on? I'm not local, she blinked. How would I know? Scarface rushed to explain. Sir, you might not be aware Huiyun City was founded to challenge our Icewind territory. The Huiyun Lord never got along with our Icewind Lord, and his ties with our city lord are even worse. Stories say there's even a blood feud between the families involved. Lu Sihong's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, I'm on good terms with the Lord of Frostwind City. If I claim him avenging her honor, nobody will mind if these guys accidentally end up dead. Before the idea could take shape, he saw members of the Falcon Squad and the Blackfish gang already ringed in by other factions. Tempers were flaring and a mass brawl was seconds away, sparing him the trouble of stepping in. Roar! A thunderous bellow echoed in the distance as a massive wyvern skimmed overhead, its broad wings whipping up clouds of dust. The instant it landed, a burly man sprang from its back, his boots thudding heavily against the ground. He shot the goblin chieftain a glance, frowned, and boomed at the crowd. What are you all standing around for? Break it up. General Mad Dragon. It's General Mad Dragon. The crowd burst into commotion. General, those Blackfish dogs teamed up with people from Fiery Cloud City to steal our goods. Yeah, we were just about to teach them a lesson. The voices overlapped, but the big man caught the gist. He threw a cold look at the crestfallen Blackfish leader, snorted, and barked at the newly arrived city guards. Take everyone involved back with you. Lu Sihong met Lu Mo's gaze, both of them stunned. The scar-faced man beside them murmured reassurance. Relax, sir, it's just routine. Just then the guard captain sneaked a glance at Lu Sihong, hurried over, and whispered in General Mad Dragon's ear. The general's brow twitched. He gave Lu Sihong an unexpectedly cordial nod and a faint smile. Puzzled, Lu Sihong could only return a polite smile. The guards began escorting detainees away, carefully steering the line around Lu Sihong and Lu Mo as though they weren't even there. Onlookers found it odd, but stayed silent. Only one hard-headed fellow from the Falcon Squad, seeing the Blackfish gang taken while Lu Sihong stood untouched, struggled and yelled, Why aren't you arresting him? General Mad Dragon spun and slapped him hard enough to make his head ring. Arrest your grandmother's leg. You talk too damn much. I'm in charge here. I grab whoever I want. He threw another glance at Lu Sihong and signaled to the guard beside him. The quick-witted guard immediately declared, "This brave gentleman intervened to uphold justice. The matter has been clarified. He needn't visit the garrison." Furthermore, in recognition of his courage, the city guard will offer a bonus reward, which he may claim at the garrison or the town hall whenever he wishes. General Mad Dragon nodded. Exactly. The city guard is always fair and impartial. Anyone else have a problem with that? With the sting of that slap fresh in memory, no one dared object. Instead, they showered the general with praise for his wisdom and might. Snorting, he waved his hand and led his men away. Once the crowd dispersed, a few curious eyes still lingered on Lu Sihong, but no one dared approach. Lu Mo sidled up and whispered, "You're not secretly a noble from Frostwind territory, are you?" Lu Sihong shot her a sidelong glance and chuckled. "No, my mentor just has connections around here, that's all." "Huh, what kind of connections are that powerful? Who is your mentor?" Lu Mo's curiosity only grew. "Are you sure you want to know? I might scare you to death." Lu Sihong's half-smile sent a chill down her spine, her heart pounding. "Forget it. If you can't tell me, then don't." After Lu Sihong made it home, he enjoyed a deep, unbroken sleep. The morning fog still clung to the streets when light footsteps sounded on the inner city's slate-blue stones. Steward Xia from the governor's residence arrived in person, his charcoal robe pressed to perfection and lending him an air of quiet authority in the pale dawn. He wasted no time, producing a delicate box that revealed a palm-sized token. The token was forged from a metal that looked like gold but wasn't. Icewind City's crest was embossed on its surface, and faint ripples of magic slid between the runes, as warm as a gentle current against the skin. Lu Sihong glanced up, puzzled. "Just a little gadget," Steward Xia said with an easy smile. "If you're in serious trouble, feed it some mana. A beam of light will shoot skyward, and the city guard will come running. Inside the inner city, simply show the token. Anyone with sense will recognize the governor's endorsement and leave you be." Lu Sihong paused, taken aback. Had suspected his teacher and Icewind's lord were close, but this went beyond anything had imagined. Sensing his surprise, Steward Xia added, "The dockside thugs from last night don't merit execution. Killing them would make Icewind seem petty. A month behind bars will do." His tone was mild, as though those men were hardly worth notice. Lu Sihong nodded. Next, the steward presented a weighty hardbound volume. Etched into the austere wooden cover were gilded words, "Mage's Guild Collection, not for circulation." A dull lead seal still clung to the spine, proof of its rarity. "The governor procured this especially for you," Steward Xia said, handing the tome over before offering a brief farewell and disappearing into the thinning mist. Dew-damp grass filled the courtyard with a cool fragrance. Before opening the treatise on wood element magic, Lu Sihong gathered a thread of mana. Vines burst from the soil, weaving themselves into a sturdy chair. Settling down, he lifted the cover and let his fingertips brush the faintly textured pages. The paper matched the highest-grade volumes on his mentor's shelf, an alchemical blend of rare materials that resisted decay and elemental damage. Left in the open, it would last centuries, preserved by magic, perhaps millennia. Whether it would truly endure that long was anyone's guess, but each volume was worth 100 gold coins on paper alone. As a former commoner, Lu Sihong hadn't understood. The Mage Tower had taught him that in this world, your books herald your rank. Beyond 10 wood element spells, the tome held handwritten notes from generations of master mages. Those annotations alone were worth more than the book, easily 1,000 or 2,000 gold. On the first page, the spells were listed in crisp, direct lines. Basic: would mend, summon briars, barkskin. Intermediate: restoration, root spike, thorn trap, withered wood scale. Advanced: wind of renewal, forest eye, dragon scale bark. Had long since mastered the 3 basic spells, yet the text's deeper insights into their structure and casting thrilled him. Dense marginalia mixed blunt critique with flashes of brilliance, leaving him almost giddy. The vine chair creaked softly as the morning breeze fluttered the pages. Lu Sihong read on, completely absorbed, feeling every line broaden his horizon. The advanced and height-year spells each align with 3 lower-level ones, sharing the same principles, and therefore easing the learning curve. Wood mending heals only the caster, healing touch lets you treat an ally, and wind of restoration provides a sustained area heal. The book likens the effect to drifting mist, and Lu Sihong privately feels healing fog would be an equally apt name. He later discovers the real healing fog is an over-the-top spell that blankets an entire battlefield. Because he rarely gets injured, Lu Sihong almost never uses wood mending. Bramble Surge and Barkskin, however, have become his go-to options, one for offense, the other for defense, and he has mastered both. So when he encounters their upgraded versions, a single read is enough to grasp the essentials. Thorn Snare is a variant of Bramble Surge. The mage plants vines beneath the ground. Once a target steps close, The vines erupt and entangle it. There are two setups. The first conjures magical plants purely from mana. As the mana fades, the trap weakens and withers. The second uses real plants or catalyzed seeds, sealing mana inside living tissue, so the trap can last far longer, even reburying itself after springing. Deadwood Scale pushes barkskin further. Instead of a single bark plate, the spell breaks it into nail-sized wooden scales that overlap across the skin, greatly boosting hardness while barely hindering movement. Lu Sihong is absorbed in his reading when a knock interrupts him. Scarface shows up with a few of his boys, carrying seafood and the golden moray. They've just left the city guard's office, asked around, and come to thank him. How much? Lu Sihong asks, cutting right to business. Scarface waves his hands. We're here to thank you, sir. We can't take your money. If you hadn't helped yesterday, would have lost more than a fish. I didn't act just for your sake. Lu Sihong closes the book. Besides, the guards arrived afterward. Drop the act. I'm an alchemist. A random potion of mine is worth dozens, even hundreds, of gold coins. Don't play rich when you aren't. Your brothers back you can't leave them eating nothing but dust. After several refusals, Scarface finally accepts payment for the golden moray 600 gold coins for a 7 or 8 meter specimen, even after a discount. For gang kids from the outer city, it's a windfall. No wonder Blackfish was jealous. 600 gold coins just to eat a fish. Lu Sihong clicks his tongue, thinking his mother would skin him if she knew. Shaking his head, he remembers something. About that sea siren head you keep as decor. Will you sell it? I could use it. That thing. Scarface looks sheepish. If you want it, take it. Someone asked before, but because it wasn't preserved right, the magic inside has almost dissipated. It's basically a trinket now. All that talk about a priceless treasure was just bragging. If anyone had offered real money, would have sold it long ago. Fine. Leave it for now. I'll cut off a chunk for an experiment later. Lu Sihong nods, already planning. Once the goblin siren revives, he'll feed it some meat and see whether that old head is still useful. In the end, Lu Sihong couldn't bear to eat the golden eel worth 600 coins, so he stashed it inside the goblin treasury, a brand new structure at the goblin ranch that resembled an oversized treasure chest. The vault had been forged around the corpse of a void python hatchling. Its wooden shell was bound with dark gold bands and etched with the graffiti-style runes favored by goblin witch doctors. Through narrow violet seams, spatial patterns throbbed like a slow breath. This was the sacred repository for a goblin's most valuable spoils. According to the building panel, the treasury possessed 3 extraordinary properties. 1. Treasure space. The interior can expand to 256 times its original volume. 2. Still time inside is almost completely frozen. 3. Pure ground. Any item worth less than 100 coins is repelled by an unseen force. A glance at these stats made it clear the treasury was in a league of its own. 2 ordinary goblins and a pair of draft animals couldn't even budge the thing. A spellcaster's help was mandatory. Unfortunately, the normally dependable Frost Archmage and the slightly less dependable Goblin Witch Doctor were both bedridden with injuries, leaving only the Pyromaniac and the Necromancer to handle the job. Perhaps worried the Void Python carcass would spoil, or maybe just goaded on by the Goblin Chief's whip, those 2 eccentrics actually led the Goblin Craftsmen and finished the vault ahead of schedule. When construction was complete, Lu Sihong was stunned. The vault's interior was larger than the entire ranch. Stepping inside felt like walking into a paused mirror world, perfect for preserving rare materials. Sadly, that perfection came with a fatal flaw: the strict 100 coin minimum. After repeated tests, Lu isolated the threshold. Low-grade flame ruby clang bounced out immediately. Large crimson gem click accepted, appraised at 110 coins. Golden eel unknown specifics, but it sailed through at 600 coins. So he decided to offer the eel as a gift for his teacher, saving a prime piece of swim bladder for his parents. All the high-grade materials Head bought for the teacher went in as well, their freshness guaranteed by stilled time. Security was no issue. By Goblin custom, only the chief held the right to open the vault once it was finished. The others could deposit items, but not retrieve them. Intending to reward the hard-working necromancer, the Goblin chief took several guards and accompanied him to the forest of ghostly shades. Cold winds howled through the cemetery. As usual, the necromancer danced atop a grave, flailing his bone club while directing 2 goblins and several skeletons to keep the hyena folk chieftain's corpse from smashing open its coffin. When his cringeworthy routine ended, the undead energy snapped into alignment. The rampaging hyena chieftain was finally subdued, satisfying the conditions for evolution. The necromancer sometimes pulled odd stunts, but compared with the pyromaniac and the goblin cultists, he was far more reliable, so Lu Sihong immediately approved his evolution. After spending 500 experience points, the Tier 2 Goblin Necromancer evolved into a Tier 3 Goblin Death Mage. The instant the promotion took effect, pale green runes shimmered across his skin, his mental sea roared, and his mastery of necromancy snapped into perfect focus. He also learned several basic spells: Feign Death, Corpse Explosion, and Arrow of Decay. The cap of 5 sealed undead remained. Yet his expanded willpower now let him forcibly command additional lesser spirits, the exact number scaling with his mental strength. While those spirits stayed sealed, their physical bonuses to his body still applied. Quest complete. The Goblin Necromancer's wish has been fulfilled. Special reward: obtained green blueprint, wilderness coffin. A flash of emerald light dropped a sheet of parchment covered in instructions for carving enchanted timber. Once steeped in necrotic energy, the wilderness coffin would turn into a bizarre magical device. Lu Sihong immediately pictured a pint-sized goblin trudging around with a coffin on his back, shovel on his shoulder, and a swirl of wraiths at his heels, oddly charming, in its own grim way. Below ground, the Hyenaman chieftain's corpse was summoned anew. After years of soaking up nutrients in the rich soil, the 7-meter black skeleton looked even more imposing than it had in life. Wreathed in deathly vapors, it gave a casual sweep of one arm, and the surrounding miasma coalesced into a giant black meteor hammer, clearly its favorite weapon. In sheer presence, the skeletal chieftain matched the berserk goblin warlord blow for blow, so their raw power should be on par. With the red-clad wraith and several other undead in tow, the little death mage instantly became the strongest force in the ranch, though his wits were still as murky as ever. The goblin's menagerie was just as lively. Tiny Sparrow had evolved into a gale finch, its slim body flickering through the air like a gray blur, circling the ranch before settling on the beast master's shoulder to rest. 6 hatchlings had emerged from the ring-tailed silver serpent's clutch that the shadow assassin had retrieved. Perhaps drawn by the cold aura that drifted off the little white dragon, or maybe by the shared glint of draconic and serpentine eyes, the snow-white baby snakes loved to coil around the dragon's side. When the little white dragon dozed on the ground, the hatchlings kept quiet watch, making it easier for the beastmaster to feed them beetle larvae. Meanwhile, an unexpected species appeared in the dragondung farm. It might have been the toad statue's strange power, or mushroom spores a goblin had tracked in, but under the farm's boosting aura, a rainbow-colored, highly toxic fungus broke through the soil. At full size, it could reach half a meter tall and a meter across. Goblins are born thrill seekers. Faced with something new, they simply can't resist. One took a bite. Boom. The mushroom detonated in its mouth. The blast wasn't lethal. The unlucky goblin was merely flung back and tumbled a few times. The real danger came from the spreading green toxin. A cloud of spores billowed out, and tiny mushrooms sprouted all over his body. His screams echoed for only a moment before he dissolved into motes of light. The mushrooms that had infested him thudded to the ground, touching soil. Their roots burrowed in and began growing at crooked angles wherever they landed. Tiny mushrooms sprouted not only from the dead goblins' bodies, but also from the spores that billowed through the dragon dung farm after the giant caps exploded. Wherever those specks landed, they rooted instantly and burst into new growth. The ground looked as though it had been painted in mottled taupe, umbrella-shaped caps popping up everywhere. Fence posts were riddled with pinholes, and overnight the infiltrating spores split the wood's skin. Even the odd-shaped magical plants became draped in ashen fungi. Delicate stems collapsed at once, while tougher bark delayed the invasion for a while. When the spores drifted onto the poisonous rosa vines, the toxin dissolved them before they could take hold. Modern biology calls mushrooms fungi rather than plants. Yet on this magic-soaked land, how many plants are normal anyway? Squatting on the field ridge, Lu Sihong watched for a long time, a new spell already forming in his mind. If he could tweak this aggressive parasitism, it might work wonders against monsters immune to ordinary poison. He opened the ranch's basic store on a whim. Only 2 items appeared in the refreshed tab: 100 cubic units of low-grade timber and 100 cubic units of premium stone, both absurdly overpriced, so he closed it at once. Materials he had drawn with trade points still clogged his warehouse, and another recent 5-pull had added yet more freebies. He would not burn through that stockpile anytime soon, so paying extra now would be foolish. The shadow assassin was absent. Lu Sihong had sent him off to hunt, not fish. He intended to craft a shadow cloak, which required a mountain of shadow rat pelts, so basement renovations could wait until he tired of the place and dumped the project on City Hall. When given the order, the assassin shot him a seriously look and rattled off a long complaint. Through the Beastmaster contract, Lu Sihong barely caught the gist. If the assassin could roam the Shadow Realm freely, why guard a trap? Shadow rats were wily. Catching one scared off the rest. Better to poison the bait, wait for them all to drop, then pick up the carcasses at leisure. Skip the poison, just skewer them and bring them back, Lu Sihong said, rubbing his chin. I want to see how good these rats taste. The assassin decided that was fine. Shadow rat meat was delicious, though it always upset his own stomach. Still, if his master wanted it, killing a few more would only sharpen his skills. Lu Sihong handed over the cheap spatial ring a goblin vagabond had once found, its interior about the size of a basketball, and packed it with a custom bait mix. Repeated tests showed that a set ratio of seafood to game meat was irresistible to shadow rats. While he had been bound, the assassin's knowledge of the Shadow Realm was limited. Now, roaming freely, he found it resembled an ocean of condensed darkness. The deeper he dived, the more clearly the terrain mirrored the real world, perhaps 80% alike, yet every detail was skewed, and everything, without exception, was black. His field of vision was extremely narrow. Even with the eyeball idle, what he could see was still smaller than the reach of his shadow sense. The place he had chosen looked almost identical to Lu Sahang's ruined house. Collapsed walls, broken tiles, sinister black vines creeping everywhere. He scattered a handful of bait into the courtyard, melted into the darkness, and flattened himself against the deepest patch of shadow to wait for something to bite. Just like the fishing trip in the basement, the first wave to arrive were the hairless, slime-dripping abominations. The nearest one reeked of acid, and the shadow assassin had no desire to touch it. The stuff would eat the edge off his daggers and earn him another lecture from the smith. Muttering to himself, "If demon whisper worked on your kind, I'd have popped your head already." He watched with disdain until the creature gulped down the bait and oozed away. Suddenly, a faint rustle in the distance caught his ear. Excitement flashed in his eyes as he slid soundlessly along the blackened wall. 3 low-grade shadow rats were huddling together, spying on the slime beast. Their meager stealth was useless against a higher shadow creature. The assassin was already standing behind them. Not wanting to damage the pelts, he didn't split their skulls. Instead, he tapped the middle rat with a fingertip, sending a ripple through its body. Then 2 daggers flashed, punching through the skulls of the rats on either side. In the same instant, shadow energy coiled into a thin black serpent that sank its fangs into the middle rat's head. The serpent vanished, leaving 4 neat punctures as though a real snake had struck. The other 2 rats twitched a few times and fell still. He shook open the leather pouch at his hip, tossed the 3 corpses inside, and cinched it tight so the smell of death wouldn't scare off more prey. Time slipped by. Had lost track of how long. Anything with fur he tried to keep. Hairless ones were stabbed and drained for shadow energy if they were weak, or simply released if they were strong and ugly. When only a pinch of bait remained, and he was about to call it a night, a huge rat glided in without a sound. He couldn't tell if it was an evolved shadow rat or another species altogether. Its stealth was nearly flawless. He noticed it only because the bait kept disappearing. Gauging the creature's position by the vanishing crumbs, the assassin thrust suddenly. The blade met flesh, and the black serpent of shadow tore at it again. The giant rat shrieked, its invisibility shattering, and snapped back at him. His second dagger swung up in time, steel meeting fangs with a spray of dark sparks. One glance at the thick, glossy pelt, and his eyes blazed. That hide was worth 20 or 30 regular shadow rats. The 2 shadow creatures tore into each other in the cramped courtyard. Shadow serpents and the rats' shadow arrows did little to one another. Real blood came from honest steel and claws. After a few exchanges, the assassin's leather armor was scored with pale lines, but the rat was riddled with bleeding holes. It let out a piercing screech, billowed black mist, and fled in panic. The assassin had no intention of letting such a prize get away and sprinted after it. The shadow assassin watched the fading glow with a blank stare. He had chased and slashed at that thing for half the night, only to learn it was just a summoned pet. What a waste of energy. Dropping out of combat mode, he looked himself over. His leather armor was shredded and hung from his shoulders like damp rags. He sighed. While he was busy hacking at that oversized rat, he had paid no attention to where his feet were taking him. Now he was standing in an unfamiliar shadow forest, surrounded by pitch-black vines and twisted plant silhouettes, clearly the shadow realm's reflection of the Icewind Marches. He tried to lock onto the faint mental thread that linked him to his summoner, but the shadow realm muffled the signal until it was barely a whisper. Unsure whether to backtrack, he hesitated. Then the quiet shadow energy suddenly surged, and distant rustling murmurs rolled toward him as if some huge creature was creeping closer. Instinct screamed. In a blur, he shot upward like a black fish, tore open a rift in the upper layer of shadow, and dove through. Stepping into reality, he emerged in the windswept wilds far from Icewind City. Shards of icy wind slapped his face, and under starlight the snowfields stretched to the horizon. The link to his summoner still felt remote. Should he creep through the real world by night or slip back into the shadow realm for a shortcut? While he weighed the options, the clash of steel and low growls reached his ears. He sprang onto a stout fir and parted the branches. Below, 2 adventurers were skirmishing with a pack of tundra wolves. One of them bellowed, "Huh? You witless mutts." The other joined in. "Think we're easy prey? We're Greenfield warriors, remember the name." With a flourish, the first shouted, "Summon Goblin Champion." The second roared, "Summon Ironhide Direwolf." Together they howled, "Fusion, Goblin Direwolf Champion." A heartbeat later, a goblin clutching a cleaver vaulted onto the back of a massive wolf clad in black iron. Master and mount roared in unison and plowed into the wolf pack. The tundra wolves, startled by the sudden surge of power, tried to scatter, but exhaustion had already drained them. Not one escaped. "What a glorious encirclement, brother!" The first adventurer crowed, flicking blood from his blade. "Indeed, brother," the second answered, adjusting his shoulder, but blood was streaming down his right arm. "Though you'd better patch that arm before you keel over." As the fight ended and their adrenaline ebbed, they finally seemed like ordinary humans. While they bandaged wounds, the goblin champion helped skin the wolves and count the beast cores. Perched above, the shadow assassin at last relaxed his clawed grip on the trunk. He had gouged deep furrows into the rough bark. Thank the void had steadied himself another second, and he might have snapped the tree in half. Compared with these two lunatics, his own summoner's occasional quirks felt downright normal. Below, the adventurers packed up their spoils and chatted with smug satisfaction. Isn't it great with no one breathing down our necks? The first laughed. We can do whatever we want and no one complains. The second shook his right arm, now wrapped like a splintered log, and sighed. Brother, I think they stuck us together precisely because everyone else was tired of our antics. Whatever, the first grunted. We've been wandering around forever and still haven't seen so much as a shadow of that goblin huckster. Relax. The guy's a ghost at the best of times. Lately he's been haunting Icewind territory, so sooner or later we'll run into him. His companion glanced at the sky, worry creeping onto his face. We've almost cleared the undead on the Black Fog's outskirts, and the thick mist zone is suicide. Once the job's finished, we have to head back to Greenwild, and there's no way we can hide the commander's lost token from the Lord. He looked both ways to be sure they were alone, then flashed a sleazy grin. Honestly, I wouldn't mind getting shipped off to the wilds with the commander. It'd give our goblin warrior a chance to drop by a nearby tribe and pick up a girl for some fun. Aren't you always preaching that a man chasing power has to stay away from women? I stay away. The goblin warrior doesn't have to. He can enjoy himself and walk away, no family to feed. That's how he evolved last time, over in the goblin service zone. After packing up the snow wolf carcass, the two slung their bundles and followed the frozen game trail out of sight. Hidden in the gloom, the shadow assassin had no interest in the adventurers. Once it confirmed that its mental link with the rider was stable, it sprinted toward Icewind City. It still couldn't fully understand human speech, but after spending so long with Lu Sihong, it had picked up a fair number of words. Most of the conversation blurred together, yet the phrase goblin huckster rang loud, and clear they were talking about the goblin mogul. That scoundrel had swindled the goblin witch doctor's party, died quickly, and resurrected just as fast. Long before the shadow assassin's birth, he had left Icewind with his armored wolf spider. No one knew where he was now. Meanwhile, on the far side of the prairie, the necromancer church completed its rite. The death-breath elder dragon ripped through the black sky, and its noxious mist spread in an instant. The human empire suffered grievous losses, but the orcs fared even worse. Orc civilization was already a brutal, primitive slave system. Orcs of inferior bloodlines ranked below livestock, while high-blood clans monopolized every resource, all to breed more offspring and strengthen the tribe. Yet the purer a warrior's blood became through bestial cultivation, the harder it was to reproduce. Slaves, therefore, were expendable, bred litter after litter, with perhaps one mutant in 100 earning promotion to warrior. To keep their numbers up, every tribe encouraged the lesser breeds to reproduce without restraint. They were born in droves and died just as quickly. Most tribes maintained massive refuse pits for the bodies of dead slaves. In the past, the beast god's power kept the pits harmless. But after the death-breath dragon's arrival, black fog rolled over the grasslands. The death and resentment amassed in centuries-old pits blended with the fog and grew stronger, shrinking the beast god's domain by a quarter. The great earthbound spirit wailed at shamans and priests, lashing out in frustration, yet offering no solution. Every tribe bordering the black fog faced undead assaults night after night. To hold what scraps of territory the beast god still possessed, they could only grit their teeth and suffer. The southern frontier was swallowed by necrotic black fog, while the monsters to the north seized the moment to harass the orc steppe. The orcs were run ragged and had no time to worry about the goblin megatribe in the Huangshi wasteland. During this lull, a mere chieftain among the goblins reinvented himself as the great chieftain. No one can say whether he was gifted from birth or once ate some bizarre golden fertilizer, but in just a few months he evolved at a pace that left every witness slack-jawed. The orc steppe's grand shaman suspected the humans' lord of the Greenwild was backing the goblins, yet when the rumor reached that lord, he only snorted. If I really knew how to make goblins evolve that fast, the orc steppe would have been called the goblin steppe ages ago. All that newfound glory did nothing to tame the tribe's innate chaos. Low-level goblins still clustered in shapeless mobs, busy with antics even they couldn't explain. In the midst of the racket, a goblin tycoon rode in atop a giant black-striped spider, its 8 blade-like legs ticking against the mud and kicking up a commotion. Once the dimwits realized the green face on the spider's back was one of their own, they lazily shuffled aside and treated the newcomer as just another exotic high-tier goblin. With a population this massive, the megatribe birthed every odd mutation imaginable. Even if a partner's mood swung wildly in the middle of certain activities, a goblin barely blinked often. It just got more enthusiastic. So, to them, awakening spider speech and landing a giant arachnid mount was nothing noteworthy. Such were the thoughts of fools. The goblin tycoon ignored those penniless reekbags and zeroed in on real prospects. Elite goblins, especially spellcasters. When it whipped back its canvas cover, A trove of goods came into view: alchemy potions, dainty human delicacies, weapons pawned by adventurers, plus pots, pans, quilts, and stools. The green-skinned mage's eyes gleamed like polished emeralds. The tycoon's warehouse had nearly emptied, so Lu Sihong had waved a generous hand and restocked it with another mountain of merchandise. High-end or low-end, it was all about variety. One gold coin could buy an entire wagon of junk, and in the tycoon's claws that wagon usually fetched 100 gold. True, 10 days of haggling over trinkets could never rival the profit from one top-tier potion, but even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Besides, Lu Sihong never had to man a stall himself. He just kept the warehouse brimming and let the tycoon do the rest. Advanced goblins didn't traffic in human coin, yet each claimed a private den stuffed with trophies looted from orcs' flashy jewelry, weapons, rare pelts, carved bone curios. The tycoon would eyeball the pile, name a price, then slash it for good measure, trading its wares for their spoils. No one balanced a ledger better. Sure, the orcs forged their own pots and pans, and goblins could cobble together crude versions, but next to human cookware etched with patterns and polish, those rough knockoffs looked like utter scrap. Apart from the gear stripped from adventurers, goblin smiths forge weapons whenever boredom strikes them. Forget the spiked clubs perfectly sized for goblin hands. Even their oversized swords and spears handle far better than anything the orcs swing around. Lately, the racket of goblins brawling beneath the display racks had grown unbearable, eventually drawing the tribe's shaman, who oversaw rituals and intelligence. After a few questions, the shaman escorted a sharp-eyed, pack-laden goblin trader to the command tent for an audience with the tribe's supreme leader, the goblin great chieftain. The great chieftain sat on a throne carved from a single colossal tree. Even hunched, he stood more than 5 meters tall, a moving hill draped in green hide. The merchant froze the moment he stepped inside, and the giant across from him blinked as well. A spider that size would have ruled its own territory in the misty forest long ago. The shaman stood on tiptoe, motioned for the chieftain to bend down, and chattered into one pointed ear for a good while. When he reached the main point, he produced 2 vials filled with eerie green liquid, one labeled Toxic Booster Hulk Edition, the other a matching antidote. The chieftain couldn't read the inscription, but he could sense the mixture was both dangerous and tempting. After the shaman recounted the results of testing the brew on unfortunate captives, curiosity flickered in the chieftain's eyes as he looked at the merchant. Just then a goblin captain stepped forward, cradling a metal-studded club over 2 meters long. Compared with the crude weapons scattered on the ground, this one was clearly superior. It had been custom-made for a shield bearer, but after that warrior advanced to goblin guard, the dimensions no longer fit. The merchant had casually stuffed the surplus weapon into his pack, and now the captain bought it on the spot, handing over a pile of raw gold ore and a fistful of jewelry. The dozen or so or chunks were worth a little over 60 gold coins. After 10 went to the smith for forging fees, and the merchant deducted his commission and losses, the cash value dropped to roughly 30. As for the jewelry, necklaces with rough drill holes, rings whose gems were buried in metal, and uncut stones, the merchant priced each piece as if it were defective. To the captain, however, snagging a weapon that felt right in his hands was a steal. If it had been a bit heavier, it would have been perfect. The great chieftain turned the metal club, which looked like a mere baton, in his grasp over and over, growing more attached by the second. He cast a disdainful glance at the old wooden pole he had been using and curled his lip. Finding a proper weapon for a giant had always been a headache. Goblin workshops simply couldn't forge a 6 or 7 meter alloy staff sturdy enough to last. Kobolds and gnolls did no better. Even if they cobbled together a long rod, it snapped after a few swings. Why else would the gnoll warlord train with a flail? Desperation. The chieftain pointed at his wooden stick and gestured for something longer. The merchant's brow furrowed at once. 7 or 8 meters. Forget forging if this little backpack couldn't even hold a sample that size. After thinking it over, he admitted that 6 meters was the limit and payment would have to be made in full upfront. As for delivery, no promises. Even he didn't know when he would next pass through the Yellowstone wasteland. At that, the chieftain's massive eyes narrowed dangerously and the air in the tent grew thick. The shaman hurriedly patted his rock-hard forearm and whispered that it was only a handful of trinkets. Why not at least give it a try? The goblin great chieftain snapped out of his irritation at once. After going through the goblin merchant prince's travel ledger, Lu Sihong sank into thought. Had always known that running arms could bring in serious money, but when he saw a wolf-tooth club 3 stories tall and as thick as a water tower priced at 3,000 gold coins, he still couldn't help frowning. The thing was indeed hard to forge. Even the goblin smiths had shaken their heads, yet it was made of nothing but common alloy, with no rare metals and no magical add-ons. Even so, 3,000 gold was daylight robbery, and that was after the huge discount for paying with trading goods. By Lu Sihong's calculation, the raw materials the merchant had brought back on this trip were worth at least 5,000 gold. As a human, he felt no moral urge to cry foul. After all, the ones getting cracked by the club would probably be orcs. Still, watching a fellow goblin get skinned so cleanly made him click his tongue in admiration. That kid was ruthless. The cargo he could live with. But what on earth was that wooden statue tucked away in the corner of the ranch? Idol of the wild rat god crafted by the shamans of a goblin megatribe. Placement effects. 1. All edible plants and animals inside the ranch grow faster and yield more. 2. All goblins gain a sharper nose for treasure. 3. Goblin believers receive blessing of the rat idol. Whenever they gain combat experience inside the ranch, a small amount of personal XP is added. Once both ordinary and personal XP meet the upgrade threshold, they evolve automatically. Lu Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been suppressing the idol on purpose, hoping to avoid another potential threat, and now the thing was farming its own XP invincible. And yet smashing the fat rat felt like a waste. Who would turn down free buffs and experience? Life finds a way, he thought, quoting a line from some movie. Can't stop it. Then don't. Let it do whatever it wants. Meanwhile, whether it was the merchant's sterling reputation or sudden inspiration from the chieftain's order, the little guy abruptly announced he wanted to evolve. Sense of business responsibility in the road. The goblin merchant prince realized his business model could still be improved. What does that have to do with evolving? Who cares? The ranch has plenty of XP, and if the moneymaker wants a promotion, give it to him. Cost: 1000 XP. Tier 3 Goblin Merchant Prince. Tier 4 Goblin Grand Merchant. Goblin Grand Merchant. New features. 1. Roaming Trader. The world is his home. While traveling, he focuses on regular clients' needs, may pick a random destination, appear directly at a friendly faction, and can return to the ranch instantly once the trip is over. 2. Cheap Life. Goblins are disposable. Base resurrection time is barely affected by tier upgrades. 3. Hire bodyguards. Besides ranch goblins, he can spend money or goods to bring in friends from friendly factions as muscle. 4. Fulfilling the goblin merchant's personal wishes yields special rewards. 5. Expanded inventory. The backpack upgrade pushed the goblin tycoon's personal storage to a 10x10 byte cube. Never mind that the creature could now pop in and out of the realm at will. The pack alone was enough to give anyone a headache. Its pay-to-summon bodyguard skill had been boosted as well. Goblins inside the ranch would eventually respawn. But if that miser started harassing friendly factions outside, the fallout could be ugly until Lu Hong remembered one reassuring fact. Hiring guards cost money, and prying gold out of a goblin was harder than killing it. Shaking his head at the thought, he opened a batch of 10 basic blind boxes. Even after covering the down payment on the Goblin Warchief's Club, the Goblin Tycoon had still liquidated over half the potions in storage, clearing more than 10,000 gold coins. His soaring trade points proved it. Out tumbled timber, stone, metal, gemstones, and even a white blueprint-labeled goblin-made outfit. Unbelievable. Lu Hong's vision darkened. He yanked his consciousness out of the goblin ranch. The next instant he found the shadow assassin squatting in front of him, bulging eyes fixed on his face. If the Beastmaster contract hadn't linked them, Lu would have swung his savage staff on reflex. You little creep, you scared me. He snapped. And where were you just now? Sneaking off for fun? You're ugly enough to get hacked to pieces the moment someone spots you, and without your handler around you're done for. Don't think invisibility lets you run wild. The assassin curled his lip, skipped the argument, and handed over a heavy leather pouch. Then he pointed at his shoddy space ring and gurgled a complaint. The bait was gone. Lu weighed the sack dozens of shadow rats and 2 shadow beasts he didn't recognize. Fine, take these back to the ranch. Leave me 1 roasted rat. Until the goblin witch doctor respawns. Anyone who dares sprinkle seasoning gets to be the doctor's test subject every day. The assassin nodded, grabbed the pouch, and vanished into the summoning circle. Lu scratched his head, snapped his spellbook shut, slid it into his ring, pulled on a jacket, and headed out. He needed fresh meat for bait, extra reagents, and a trip to the Alchemist Guild. After holing up for days he was bored stiff, so a stroll through Icewind City and a little snack and supply run sounded perfect. The streets bustled with traffic when a nearby group marched past, talking animatedly. Strange, why are all the bookstores in Icewind City closed? I wanted to buy the rest of the Ogre and the Alchemist chapbooks for the Lord. Might earn a tip. Smart move, our Lord hates that woman. Word is the Greenwild territory leaned on him, so he jailed everyone selling smut. Bah, women are such cowards. Shut up. If you've got a death wish, hang yourself and leave us out of it. Yeah, don't copy old Third. Sent him to buy a fish. He got himself thrown in and dragged Blackfish head down with him. Boss was furious, almost killed him. Weren't we told some busybody interfered? Humph. Old Third just blames others, but whoever meddled really does need to pay. We've never seen his face, so we'll have to wait till the boys are out before we settle it. This world is genuinely dangerous. Drop your guard for a moment, and someone will start plotting against you. Lu Hong trailed the shifty little Karami down the street, muttering to himself, where did this bunch of small-time punks find the nerve to come after me? Are they planning an ambush or poison? He wasn't worried, but being targeted was always a nuisance. Enemies are far less trouble when they're dead. And that Lord of Huoyan City, apparently his teacher's old rival, fit the pattern perfectly. Lu had already heard in tavern gossip that the man was no saint. Matching the name confirmed it. Anyone who crossed his teacher was never worth much, or rather, never even registered on his teacher's radar. Collecting his thoughts, he shadowed them from a distance. When the group slipped into a corner inn, he stopped in the darkness and frowned. Whether he sent in a shadow assassin or a necromancer's wraith, killing this lot would be effortless and unlikely to trace back to him. But in a city packed with witnesses, any skirmish could draw the guards, even Prince Xiaoxue himself. Icewind's lord already had his hands full with those demon worshipper rumors. Lu had no intention of adding to the chaos. He murmured, his words swallowed by the howling wind at the corner. Keep an eye on them. If they head outside the walls, great. If not, pick a quiet alley, finish them, and dump the bodies in the shadow realm. No corpses, no witnesses, no city guard. The shadow assassin, fused with the darkness, nodded silently while thinking, didn't you tell me not to make a scene in town? Lu tilted his head, suddenly certain the man was entertaining some disrespectful idea. Since someone was already watching the inn, Lu didn't need to linger. Every so often he could focus on the beast bond, and since the assassin's rough position strong or weak, the signal would tell him whether the targets had left the city. Glancing down the street, he realized he was near the Goose Sisters' gear shop and decided to drop in. Shelves overflowed with magical gadgets. Had seen adventurers using mana sleds in the wilderness fast, and convenient, so he might as well ask. If business took him outside the walls, riding an ice alpaca was far too conspicuous, and he'd have to worry about the creature's safety. A sled could sit in a spatial ring, no fuss, though it lacked the animal's built-in pathfinding. No sooner had he spoken than Gumaxiang blinked and said, "We've got one." Before long, she dragged out something that looked like a bike with skis instead of wheels. 10 gold coins wasn't outrageous, but the energy cost was brutal. After a few hundred kilometers, it needed a special crystal gold coin apiece. Compared with an alpaca that could run 100 kilometers on a mouthful of grass, that was daylight robbery. Rolling the sled to the counter, Gumaxiang eyed him curiously. Why buy one now? These mana sleds only shine when everything's frozen. Most of the countryside's thawed, except the coastal stretch. Lu gripped the handlebars, tapping the frame. He paused, then smiled. I saw a few adventurers using them and got curious, that's all. Go on, take a look if you want, there's nothing technical about it. Gu Maxiang suspected nothing. Sitting quietly behind the counter with a book in her hands, Gu Yujun merely smiled at the remark, choosing not to expose Lu Sihang's excuse. Lu Sihang cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. Aren't you two from Icewind Academy? Why are you both here instead of in class? Gu Maxiang gave his hammer a casual wipe. One person can run the shop just fine. Yujun mostly studies with Professor Lu, but he's traveling. Besides, the academy's a mess right now, everyone's chasing demon cultists. No point sticking around. He curled his lip. It's the yokels making trouble. I warned you not to hang around paupers, and now you've been interrogated over nothing. Before he finished, the door swung open. A boy of utterly average looks and height strode in with his chest puffed out, though his flamboyant clothes blazed like fireworks. 2 Hangerson followed him, wagging along like lapdogs. Hearing the word pauper, he deliberately sized Lu Sihang up and let a sneer curve his mouth. Lu Sihang wore plain store-bought clothes. Apart from a single ring, nothing about him drew attention. The moment the newcomer appeared, Gu Yujun's usually serene face tightened in annoyance. Gu Maxiang went straight to disdain. Ayo, you little mutt, what do you want? If you're so tough, take a swing from my hammer first. Ao Xingrong's face turned scarlet. Who's spineless? You are. You're a girl, can't you act ladylike? I'm a mage. Why should I compete in strength? Gu Maxiang hefted her hammer. Then block one blow with magic deal. Ao Xingrong ground his teeth. I didn't come to fool around with you. I'm here for Yujun. Gu Maxiang snorted. Coward. Ao Xingrong's eyes bulged. You're insulting me? Over a few paupers you're cutting me off? Gu Maxiang rolled her eyes. With all that money, why not buy a new brain? You've always chased Yujun. We never wanted to deal with you. Those students fell to demons because you bullies threw your weight around. The city lord is taking over Icewind Academy, better behave. Gu Yujun blushed slightly, yet her voice stayed gentle. Ao Xingrong, the academy has to handle this properly. We can't tolerate bullying. To certain ears her softness sounded like a prize. Ao Xingrong's face melted into adoration, though he still blustered. Humph. The headmaster's always the local lord. What right does the city lord have? They're just stringing you students along. He strutted like a peacock, unaware of how ridiculous he looked. Watching, Lu Sihang recalled an old joke. A real tycoon is charming. A rich fool is just greasy. He couldn't help chuckling. The shop was nearly empty, so the laugh stood out. Hearing a commoner laugh at him sparked instant fury. Ao Xingrong jabbed a finger at Lu Sihang and screeched, "What are you laughing at? Get out now." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.